Chapter 1572, Setting Sail, everyone pushed together. Ready? Push, Qian Duoduo shouted. Under the leverage of the crowbars, the small boat tilted slightly, then slid smoothly down the slipway into the sea, kicking up a tremendous spray. The boat pitched violently in the waves for a moment. For a split second, Lin Ziki thought it would capsize, but it soon stabilized completely. Qian Duoduo rushed into the sea, grabbed the mooring rope at the bow, and dragged it back. The girls hurried to install the mast and sails. The Xiaoqing used the Bermuda rig common on small boats, light and flexible, capable of sailing easily whether downwind or upwind. Raise the flag. Zhang Xiaoqing hung a morning star flag on the flagpole at the stern. She stepped back, stood up straight, and without anyone's prompting began to sing in a low voice. When the Senate, at heaven's command, arose from out the azure main, arose from out the azure main. The junior senators were all slightly stunned. This was the Senate's anthem, Rule, Senate. Since it was a complete plagiarism of Rule, Britannia, although it was sung or played on all major occasions, many senators didn't take it seriously at heart. Many privately regarded it merely as a product of the widespread bad taste within the Senate. Having been influenced by what they saw and heard, the junior senators weren't particularly fond of the song either. However, seeing Zhang Xiaoqing standing at the bow, singing this somewhat awkward national anthem with such a solemn expression, the laughing and playing atmosphere immediately subsided. A sea breeze blew and the morning star flag fluttered. The girls couldn't help but join in the singing. The Senate is holy, far surpassing the nations. The emperors and princes of the whole world must submit, 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 submit. The singing gradually rose, finally reaching the highest pitch in unison. Rule, Senate. The empire rules all waves, earth, and sky. The imperial people shall be masters of the world. After the song ended, Qian Duoduo waved her hand. Raise the voyage permit flag. At her command, a triangular flag rose to the top of the mast. Just as Zhang Xiaoqing was putting away the cables to set sail, the Qian family's maid, Qian Qianwang, crawled out of the Feiyun and came running over, trotting all the way. Duoduo, wait a moment. She was thin and small, and running with a large wicker picnic basket in her hand made her stagger. Qian Duoduo had to order the boat to stop. Qian Qianwang finally made it onto the pier and handed the wicker basket to Qian Duoduo, gasping for breath. This was prepared for you by the madam. You always forget to eat once you go out to sea. She told me to tell you that you must eat on the boat. Also, you must come back before dark, otherwise she will definitely spank you tomorrow morning. Okay, I know. Qian Duoduo accepted the wicker basket helplessly. And this is the pistol the master instructed you must bring. Qian Qianwang unslung a holster from her shoulder and handed it to Qian Duoduo. It's too ugly, Qian Duoduo muttered. This holster was not the cool American gear brought by the Qian brothers, but a genuine Lingao product. It had a canvas strap and a holster made of hardened paper pulp, containing a female senator's standard issue .357 caliber snub-nose S and W revolver. The master said, all right, I know. If I don't take it, I'll get a mixed doubles beating from both of them. Qian Duoduo took the holster. Anything else? No, nothing else. Qian Qianwang still hadn't caught her breath. Oh, and your sailor hat. Almost forgot this one. Qian Duoduo's face, which had been slightly disappointed because of the ugly holster, immediately brightened. She excitedly took the hat and perched it on her head. It was indeed perched, not worn. This hat had been bought 6 years ago. Back then, it was a bit too big for Qian Duoduo, but now she couldn't fit her head into it at all. Reluctant to part with this very stylish hat, Qian Duoduo had begged her mother to extend the hat strap and simply buckled it onto her head. Weigh anchor, set sail. Qian Duoduo stood with legs apart at the bow, shouting majestically. Zhang Xiaoqing released the cable, Sonia deftly turned the sail, and the sailboat caught the wind and slid lightly away from the pier. Bon voyage, Qian Qianwang waved from the pier and Qian Duoduo waved back. Zhang Xiaoqing asked, where are we headed? This is a trial voyage. Let's just sail along the coastline of Lingao Cape. Just don't enter the port area. Qian Duojuo took out the nautical chart board and pencil from the compartment and shouted, "Starboard, report the angle of the battery flagpole." Starboard reporting. "The angle of the battery flagpole is 170 degrees. Zhang Zioing, holding binoculars and acting as the observer, shouted back. Wind direction. Southeast wind, force 3 to 4. Sonia, operating the sails, reported loudly. Qian Duojuo marked the ship's position on the chart while planning the route based on wind direction and currents. Actually, this was making a mountain out of a molehill. For sailing along a familiar coastline like this, the captain's experience was generally enough. But she had formed the habit, following her father's instructions, of practicing her navigation skills at every opportunity. While these three busied themselves operating the sailboat, Lin Ziqi, who knew nothing about any of this, finally had a chance to ask her best friend about her private family affairs. She hesitated several times. After all, this was a private matter. Was it appropriate to bring it up so abruptly? Zhang Yunmi, on the other hand, didn't seem to have anything on her mind. Her swimsuit wasn't dry yet, so she draped a shirt over herself. The sea breeze blew and her white clothes fluttered, giving her a fresh, literary girl look. After hesitating again and again, she finally decided to speak. No matter what, she was Zhang Yunmi's best friend, the closest person to her in this spacetime besides her father. "Yunmi," she asked cautiously, "is everything okay at home?" "Yeah, it's fine," she answered absent-mindedly, gazing at the scattered sails on the sea. "But I heard from my dad." "Heard what?" "That things haven't been very happy at your home recently." "Oh, you mean Yunyu?" Zhang Yunmi didn't move her gaze from the sea. "She is a bit of a drama queen." "That's just called a bit of a drama queen." Hearing her friend's nonchalant answer, Ziqi was decidedly shocked. Can her behavior just be called acting up? It's practically rebellion. Zhang Yunmi was startled by Ziqi's reaction, but she still said calmly, "She's a person too, not a plastic doll. Naturally, she has thoughts and emotions. Having emotions means she inevitably needs to vent. Besides, didn't you say before that life secretaries are people too, and shouldn't be slaves who are obedient and have no thoughts of their own?" Lin Ziqi was momentarily speechless. When she'd said those words, she hadn't anticipated the existence of maids like Yunyu. It was purely an outbreak of little fresh, saintly sentiment. After all, everything she saw and heard was about life secretaries being grateful and dedicated to repaying the kindness of the senators like Minglin. Even if there were things about Minglin that dissatisfied her, her intentions were commendable, and she had no malicious intent, clumsy at worst. But, Lin Ziqi argued, it's fine for her to be selfish and have thoughts, but she serves your family. Is this kind of slack work an attitude called service? I heard from my dad that she even hits your sister. What is that? Although your sister doesn't have a Senate seat, she's still a second-generation senator. When is it the turn of a mistress like her to hit her? Zhang Yunmi turned her face. Ziqi, I didn't expect your feudal thinking to be quite heavy. What? Lin Ziqi didn't understand for a moment. Aren't you saying that because she's a concubine, she's not qualified to discipline the young masters? Zhang Yunmi smiled. She hits her own child. If the child's father isn't anxious, what does it have to do with me? As she spoke, her chest heaved rapidly a few times. Lin Ziqi knew that her best friend wasn't as nonchalant inside as she appeared, so she continued. I don't care about feudal thinking. Fact is fact. She received great kindness from the Senate, yet she treats a senator like this. That's ingratitude. It's just wrong, she continued. Your dad is in his 40s, right? Now having two small children fall into the hands of a mother like her, can they be educated well? What will happen in the future? Zhang Yunmi's expression grew complicated. She sighed. Ziqi, I just think it's not easy for Dad. He wasn't doing well before the crossing, and in the new spacetime it's just so-so. She sighed again and didn't speak for a long time. After a while she said, he's just a useless person. If we talk about disciplining Yunyu, using force, with my status as a senator I could just slap her and she'd have to kneel. Using administrative means, I could go directly to Director Zio at the general office to report the situation, and she could be taken away for labor re-education. Yes, Even if you don't want to do it yourself, what is the general office for? Lin Ziqi said eagerly. This is their job. Ziqi, you think too simply. Of course I can go to the general office. The problem is, if I do that, Yunyu will definitely be taken away. Let her be taken away. Just find a few more life secretaries. Didn't a senator say last time that the trainees in the maid training class couldn't all be distributed and had to be transferred to the College of Arts and Sciences? Zhang Yumi shook her head. The ones who treat children best are their own parents. It would be easy for me to punish her, but what about the children? What about this family? My dad has been frustrated all his life and hasn't had many happy days. Now he finally has a somewhat decent life and status. I want him to live a peaceful and comfortable life. Is he living a comfortable life like this? Isn't that Yunyu still acting up every day? I know her thoughts. It's all for show, for my benefit. I am the thorn in her eye and flesh. Zhang Yumi said lightly. Can I not understand her little schemes? Even watching soap operas would make it clear. End of chapter. Chapter 1573, Sailing, so you just let her be. Ziqi, she doesn't understand. She doesn't know how the senator's seats and property actually work. I can't be bothered to educate her, why bother? Anyway, Dad is a senator and I am a senator. My family was penniless when we crossed over. Apart from the basic shares every senator has, we don't have any extra. Even if her son becomes a senator in the future, all he can inherit is Dad's share. Mine is still mine, she can't get it. But, Ziqi, I'll be 18 next year. Once I'm 18, the general office can arrange separate housing for me and I'll move out and live alone. Out of sight, out of mind. Without me, this eyesore, she'll think all the property and seats will belong to her son in the future, and naturally she won't make a fuss. Isn't that too stifling for you? Why did we work so hard to come here? Wasn't it to live freely and change our lives? Lin Ziqi disapproved. Zhang Yumi lowered her head. Ziqi, I'm different from you. Although your father has a maid, he has no other children. My father now has 2 more. Do you understand? Sooner or later, I will no longer be part of the Zhang family. These words shocked Lin Ziqi. In an instant, she completely understood what Zhang Yumi meant. To deal with Yunyu would only take a word from Yumi's father. Suddenly, she understood the saying, with a stepmother comes a stepfather. Your father, really? She clenched her fist, nearly saying the word scum. That's too much. Zhang Yumi shook her head. I don't think so. Dad has to consider my younger brother and sister, so he's in a difficult position too. If he were like some senators, treating children as a byproduct of seeking pleasure, killing the maid and not caring about the children at all, it would be easy. But such a person would be too cold-blooded, right? He has his life. Yumi, you are too kind. Lin Ziqi was about to cry and hugged her tight. Come live at my house. No, no, Zhang Yumi hurriedly pushed her. What would that look like? No. I usually live in the dormitory and only go home for a few days a year. Zhang Yumi was hugged so tightly she couldn't breathe. Okay, dear, let go. Qian Duojuo turned her head just then and immediately shouted. What are you two doing hugging and cuddling? We're having an affair, can't you tell? Lin Ziqi raised her head and declared loudly. Me too. Qian Duojuo's childish temper flared, and she pounced over, burrowing into Zhang Yumi's arms. The Xiaoqing immediately rocked violently, causing Lin Ziqi and Zhang Yumi to scream. The Xiaoqing sailed slowly along the coastline. The Guangzhou Strait was an absolute security zone with a permit transit system. Although many ships passed through, there was no need to worry about safety, and patrol boats skimmed across the water from time to time. The girls sailed and chattered nonstop. When they were hungry, they took out the sandwiches made by AI Bebe. When thirsty, there was cold and delicious kvass hanging in the sea to cool. The sky was high, the clouds light, the breeze gentle, the waves calm, and the sea scenery picturesque. They wished this voyage would never end. Lin Ziqi asked Qian Duojuo, why is this small boat called Xiaoqing? It sounds like a Japanese name. To be precise, it's a Japanese place name, Qian Duojuo nodded. Then why? Dr. Zhang named it. It's said to commemorate a novel he once wrote. Qian Duojuo said. I asked him for a lot of advice on shipbuilding this time. I had no way to repay him, so I let him be the godmother, no godfather. Dr. Zhang has written novels. Lin Ziqi was somewhat surprised. In her eyes, Dr. Zhang was a typical mad scientist, or tech otaku, completely unrelated to literary things like writing novels. Dr. Zhang is multi-talented and can do anything. Zhang Xiaoying interjected, her eyes shining with adoration. She let out a deep sigh of utter girlish infatuation and muttered to herself, "I really want to have his baby." A burst of laughter erupted from the girls on the boat, so loud that even the seagulls were startled and flew around squawking. Lin Ziqi clutched her stomach. "You can have his baby. Anyway, you're not biologically related." Zhang Xiaoying blushed and said after a long while, "The doctor said that's not allowed. He doesn't want to be a ghost father." Now the laughter grew even more intense. Qian Duojuo laughed until she rolled on the cabin floor, and Zhang Yunmi laughed until she went limp. Only Sonya stared at them blankly, not understanding why. The laughter continued for a while before Qian Duojuo crawled up from the cabin floor, wiped her tears, and gasped, "Xiaoying, you can't say these things casually in front of others, especially ghost father. Otherwise people will think." Before she finished, she laughed again involuntarily. This time she couldn't stand any more and squatted down weakly. Lin Ziqi smiled and said, "Duojuo is right, that's not a good term." Thinking about the expression on Dr. Zhang's face when he'd said those words to Zhang Xiaoying, Lin Ziqi couldn't help smiling and almost burst out laughing again. Zhang Xiaoying nodded in confusion. At this point, Lin Ziqi asked Qian Duojuo, "Duojuo, you're a primary school student. How do you know about ghost father? Speak, speak, speak." Qian Duojuo tilted her head. "I know it the same way you know it. Don't pretend to be a white lotus." "You minor." Qian Duojuo hated others making fun of her age more than anything. Just as she was about to retort, Zhang Yunmi spoke, "Duojuo, what about that girl who always plays with you? I haven't seen her much recently. I saw you rowing with her last time." "You mean Xiaoquan," Qian Duojuo said. "Her grades are too poor to get into the selection group. Originally she always came to my house to play, but somehow she rarely comes anymore." Zhang Yunmi said, "Doesn't her mother work at the general hospital? Let your mom ask directly." Lin Ziqi interjected, "Dr. AI is so busy with work, it would be strange if she remembered. You might as well ask at the general hospital yourself." "That would make it too big a deal. Should I ask as a friend or as a senator making an inquiry? If she doesn't want to play with me for her own reasons and I ask like this, what if her mother goes back and beats her without asking why? Forget it. If she wants to go, let her go." These words were spoken with an air of maturity beyond her years, though slightly misused, making the others laugh again. Lin Ziqi asked, "Why would her mother beat her? Isn't it a child's own business who she gets along with?" Qian Duojuo sighed affectedly and shook her head. "Student Ziqi, you are really naive. Who are you? Who are we?" Without waiting for Lin Ziqi to answer, she answered herself. "We are senators. Although we don't have voting rights yet, we are genuine 1/513 THS. How many naturalized citizens and indigenous people in Lingao dream of currying favor with senators but have no chance? If Li Quan refuses to come play with me for her own reasons, her mother will definitely beat her to death if she finds out." Zhang Yunmi nodded. "Duojuo makes sense." Qian Duojuo said, "Didn't the teacher say in the last history class, when the Son of Heaven is angry, corpses lay in millions and blood flows like a river? Also, the King of Chu loved narrow wastes, so many people in the palace starved to death. Although we are not emperors, our words and deeds affect many people. Everything must be done with caution." Lin Ziqi felt a bit bored. She disliked hearing these grand principles about heaven and human relations, so old-fashioned. Just as she was about to change the subject, the ringing of a PHS phone suddenly startled her. There wasn't a single PHS in the entire Senate with a battery that could still work independently. All PHS units now relied on external batteries to maintain call capability. That is to say, portability had been completely lost. Qian Duojuo hurriedly squatted down, opened the cabin door, pulled out a sealed drawer from inside, and lifted the lid. Inside sat a PHS, mounted on a special rack and connected by wires to a battery as thick as a dictionary, fixed to the bottom plate. This was also Dr. Zhang's creative idea. It gave the Xiaoqing real-time communication capabilities. Although the PHS had a limited calling range, the Xiaoqing sailing range was also small, so this was enough for emergencies. She answered the phone. "This is Bapu Port, Xiaoqing. I am Captain Qian Duojuo. I am Dongmen Chuyu." The voice in the receiver was clear and loud. "Is Zhang Yunmi on your boat?" "Yes, let me put her on." Zhang Yunmi seemed to know Dongmen Chuyu would be looking for her. She answered the phone without showing surprise. "I am Zhang Yunmi." "Yunmi. Old Wu, little Zhang, little Huang, Yuan Ziguang and I just watched the first rehearsal of the 4 seasons. We feel it's not ideal. The center position obviously lacks momentum, so we discussed it, and for this performance, it's better if you stand at the 0 position." Well, speaking of dance skills, I'm a blank slate too. It was clear she was a little nervous. Besides, if I become the center, it will affect everyone's morale. They'll feel there's no hope for advancement in the future. It doesn't matter. For the first performance, we have to give them a clear example. To be honest, the temperament of these girls is still a bit off. Besides, you represent the image of the Senate. That's true, but Zhang Yumi was still hesitant. "It doesn't matter, just go for it." Dongmen Chuyu's voice was confident. "Show them how it's done." "Okay," Zhang Yumi agreed, but her tone wasn't very confident. Qian Duojuo asked, "Yumi, you're going to dance at this cultural festival. Have you practiced dancing?" "No," Zhang Yumi shook her head. "You know the situation at my house. How could they send me to dance?" "Then you're still going to dance." Qian Duojuo was confused. She had a somewhat professional mindset, thinking, how could one dance without learning? "It doesn't matter. Idle dancing is very easy," Zhang Yumi said. End of chapter. Chapter 1574. First clues. Liu Fengqing rarely wore a uniform to work. In his words, "I'm getting old and tight clothes make me uncomfortable." Fortunately, as an investigator, there were no strict attire requirements except for special occasions. After returning to Lingao, he wore a semi-faded blue cloth straight gown every day. Since he wore a Xiaoyao scarf on his head, his lack of a bun wasn't noticeable. Because he always dressed in old-style clothes, people within the Political Security Bureau had informed on him more than once, claiming he harbored nostalgia for the Ming Dynasty and slandered the national dress. Although the Senate had never officially declared Australian-style clothing as the national dress, he usually spoke with a smile and walked slowly, carrying himself with the air of a gentle scholar. Those unfamiliar with his background would mostly take him for an old scholar who had failed the imperial examinations or a poor private tutor teaching young children. Liu Fengqing had looked this way before he defected to the Senate, treating everyone amiably. Bullying others and shouting orders were the tricks of yamen runners and constables. He, a dignified clerk in the Ministry of Justice, only needed to negotiate the cuts in a tea house and then use his pen back at the ministry to spare a life or send someone to their death. After arriving in Lingao, he remained the same, but he stopped taking bribes. Not that he didn't want to, but he truly didn't dare. The chiefs didn't need his belly full of ministry precedents and were ruthless in punishing people. Fortunately, the chiefs were far more generous with salaries than the Great Ming, and houses were prioritized for sale to naturalized citizens like him. Liu Fengqing now carried a 5-year mortgage, a mark of envy in Lingao. Only the favorites among the naturalized citizens or those who had defected early had the possibility of carrying this mortgage. Ordinary naturalized citizens had to wait in line honestly. The Senate had saved his life and recognized his talents. Since accepting the appointment as leader of the Sun Umbrella Special Case Group, Liu Fengqing felt rejuvenated and full of energy every day. As soon as he took office, he arranged focused surveillance on Li Yangsun, monitoring her movements around the clock and comprehensively investigating her social connections. Judging from the previous situation, Li Yangsun definitely had contact with someone currently in Lingao. As long as this person was found, following the vine to the melon would surely yield clues. However, contrary to expectations, Li Yongsun seemed to sense something and suddenly cut off all contact. Surveillance on her yielded nothing. This greatly exceeded Liu Fuqing's expectations. He immediately began a carpet investigation of everyone Li Yongsun had contacted and every place she had visited during the previous period, hoping to uncover new clues. So far, nothing new had emerged. Liu Fuqing began to worry. How could he explain to the chiefs that such a major case, personally assigned by a chief from headquarters, had fallen into his hands without producing a single lead? If he directly interrogated her, she would likely confess. But then what was the use of him? Didn't the chiefs want to cast a long line to catch a big fish? After smoking a pack of cigarettes in the office and pacing in countless circles, Liu Fuqing returned to his desk and re-examined the materials spread all over the table. In the center was Li Yongsun's personnel connection map, with many names extending from hers. Lines indicated their relationship with Li Yongsun, and cross-connections between them were noted in small print. He had ordered his people to investigate the backgrounds of each person one by one. The result? Nothing. Liu Fuqing stared at the personnel map for several minutes, picked up a pencil, and circled heavily the names of the 4 people closest to Li Yongsun. Then he pulled the bell rope. A subordinate entered in response. Put these people on the 24-hour surveillance list. The first person on the list was impressively Zhu Yami. In the same building, while Liu Fuqing frowned over the lack of progress on the Li Yongsun case, investigator Yang Cao of the Investigation Division, who had been working continuously for 10 hours, opened an official document just delivered by messenger from the division. Such documents were generally forwarded only after the informant network under the Surveillance Division discovered suspicious clues worth digging into. As the capital of the Senate, Lingao's internal control was particularly strict. Not only were informants everywhere, but every district also had a reconnaissance network attached to the Political Security Bureau, ready to discover and deal with suspicious situations, reported by informants at any time. More than 90% of the clues were processed or filtered at the reconnaissance network level. Those that reached the Bureau's investigation division were major clues, considered by the reconnaissance network or major cases. They couldn't handle themselves. The document was a report forwarded from the Qiangan Inn surveillance point. Like all inns, Qiangan Inn was a key monitoring target of the Security Bureau because it was a place where outsiders rested. Not only was the guest register checked every day, but special surveillance reports also had to be filled out. The instructor of the reconnaissance network went to inspect the work daily. Starting more than 10 days ago, members of the 10-man group at Qiangan Inn had reported to the instructor that a newly arrived large family was relatively suspicious and might contain many martial arts figures. For a large family traveling long distances, it was necessary to be accompanied by martial artists, either bodyguards hired at great expense from a security bureau or martial arts teachers kept by the family. This was nothing new to the surveillance point, but this time, personnel at the surveillance point discovered some abnormal traces. First, this large family surnamed Zhuo had brought too many maids. According to their guest registration, the Zhuo family came from Huguang. It was a long journey of thousands of li from Huguang to here, yet they had brought 7 or 8 maids. Ancient travel was difficult, and daily life for women was very inconvenient, so in principle, women tried not to travel far. Even if a mistress or an old lady from a large family went out, she would bring at most 1 or 2 capable maids to take care of her daily life. She wouldn't bring many. If a man went out, even if he was from a wealthy family, he would rarely bring women to serve him. That was why there was the saying about page boys being multi-talented and also serving as maid concubines at night. Although the Zhuo family had an old lady in the party, for just 1 old lady and 1 young master to bring so many maids on the road was decidedly strange. Then the people at the surveillance point discovered a second oddity. Although this large family usually conversed in Mandarin, the accents of the maids, servants and masters were all different. While servants could come from all corners of the country, their accents would tend to converge after living together for a long time. The most critical thing was that the old lady's Mandarin accent was completely different from the young master's accent. As the suspicious points accumulated, the instructor invited Zhou Shizhai, a former bodyguard of the Qiwei Security Bureau and now a consultant with the National Police, through General Affairs Section 9 of the National Police. Hearing that martial arts figures were involved, Zhou Shizhai didn't rashly show his face. He only walked around the courtyard, watched the people coming in and out from outside, and questioned the waiter for an hour. When he came back, he told the instructor explicitly, "This is not a family. Everyone in the courtyard knew martial arts and their skills were good. The so-called young master had particularly high martial arts skills. So they're a gang of ocean bandits?" the instructor asked Zhou Shizhai. Zhou Shizhai shook his head. "No, ocean bandits don't operate like this. Having spent so much capital, they must have other plans." The instructor immediately remembered the umbrella case solved not long ago, which had also involved martial arts people. So the case was transferred to the investigation division. Because it involved people from the Jianghu, and Yang Cao came from a Jianghu opera troupe background, making her half of the same kind, it was assigned to her. Political Security Level I Commander Yang Cao was reading the forwarded file intently in her office. She was exhausted. It was already dawn and she couldn't get off work yet, at least not until she finished reading the case file. When she reached for a Gaia Shanling cigarette, she noticed that the ashtray was full, so she rang the electric bell on the table. A trainee assistant walked into the office. Yang Cao didn't speak to him but pointed at the ashtray. The trainee assistant stood at attention and nodded, changed it for a new one, and went out, closing the door. No talking, no joking. This was the impression Political Security Level I Commander Yang Cao gave to everyone. She was a student of the first political security training class. As everyone knew, this class had its entrance selection personally hosted by Director Zhao, and Director Wu personally served as the head teacher. The graduates who came out had all taken up leadership positions, and some had made extraordinary achievements on the political security front. Yang Cao was the outstanding one in this class. Although she wasn't the best in business studies, she was a fanatic with the zeal and ruthlessness of a martyr. She came from a humble background. In her teenage years, she had been ravaged and physically and mentally destroyed. She was someone who had rolled through the 18 levels of hell. It was the Senate that saved her life, and more importantly, gave her dignity and the power of revenge. Yang Cao didn't care what the Senate's purpose was or what it wanted to do in the future. She hated the Great Ming, and she hated everyone in the Great Ming whose status was higher than hers, a semi-prostitute actress. Within the Bureau Political Security Level I Commander Yang Cao had a reputation as a fanatic. Destruction and revenge were the things she cared about most. As a wholehearted supporter of the Senate, Yang Cao's ideology was simple and firm, never wavering, not at all. She devoted herself wholeheartedly to the pursuit of rebels. She hated them, hated their ingratitude, hated them for opposing the Senate, even if they just thought about it or talked about it. She was cold and passionate, just like when she'd sung opera and gotten in the zone, feeling hearty delight during pursuit and torture. Yang Cao would soon be 30 years old. Someone had introduced her to a naturalized cadre. It was said he expressed that he didn't care about Yang Cao's past. Yang Cao rejected the marriage without hesitation. She said, "The Senate is my master, and my life continues only to kill rebels." End of chapter. Chapter 1575. Connection. Yang Cao set down the thin folder and lit her 40th cigarette since starting work yesterday. Smoke curled upward. Since Zhou Shizhai had already taken a look, she didn't need to doubt the Jianghu experience of this former bodyguard. Yang Cao knew that Section 10 of the General Affairs Division of the National Police, where Zhou Shizhai worked, had collected a group of so-called scum of the martial arts world, mostly Jianghu travelers who couldn't get by in the Great Ming for various reasons. Lingao became their last refuge. Of course, the Senate didn't open its arms to welcome everyone. These people were secretly arrested and interrogated as soon as they arrived in Lingao because of their distinctive behavior and speech. Some were secretly executed. A very few were listed for special use. The rest formed the detective team of Section 10. They mingled in the streets and markets in plain clothes every day, and sometimes carried out special tasks. With Zhou Shizhai's long-term experience leading the detective team, he would definitely not misjudge. Last time in the Umbrella case, it was also the detective team who first confirmed the infiltration of the South Wuliang sect. In just 1 or 2 months, 2 groups of martial arts figures had successively infiltrated Lingao. Yang Cao seemed to realize something. She dug out the case briefing of the Umbrella case from the filing cabinet. Yang Cao carefully studied the 2 sets of materials. Although it was impossible to judge whether there was a connection between them, it was obvious that the entry of a large number of martial arts figures into Lingao must have a political purpose rather than simple criminal offenses like murder and robbery. When handling the Umbrella case, Zhou Shizhai had remarked that organizers would lose money committing crimes on such a scale. Since the first group was sent by the South Wuliang sect, was this group also sent by the South Wuliang sect? Yang Cao fell into deep thought. From the case briefing, there was no indication that the South Wuliang sect had made such an arrangement. All confessions indicated no plans to send subsequent personnel. On the point of whether they had confessed honestly, Yang Cao fully trusted her colleagues in the National Police Interrogation Division. Since it had nothing to do with the South Wuliang sect, what was the Zhu family's intent in coming locally? Yang Cao vaguely sensed that there must be a major case behind this. Simply arresting them all was obviously inconsistent with the Political Security Bureau's investigation philosophy. Director Zhao had said in the training class, "The soil where sprouts of rebellion grow must already be full of traitorous roots. It is not enough to just eradicate the sprouts. The underground roots must be completely eradicated." If relevant clues could be found this time, they could follow the vine to the melon and catch in one net all the hidden dangers they weren't yet clear about. Looking at the few thin materials in the dossier, Yang Cao decided to talk to the people from the detective team first. Maybe there would be some new discoveries. So she wrote a business telephone contact form requesting a meeting with Zhou Shizhai of General Affairs Section 10 and sent it out. The Political Security Bureau and the National Police were both partners and competitors. Although the National Police had tried several times to persuade the Senate to merge the Political Security Bureau into the National Police sequence, modeling it on the public security system of the old spacetime, and making it a component of the National Police to avoid forming a clumsy spy agency too big to fail, Zhao Mengsheng and Wu Mu had also successfully reminded the senators. For a powerful agency with severely expanded functions and omnipresence, which senator would be suitable to serve as the leader of the national police? So the matter was left unsettled. But as a response, the national police, under the name of launching counterpart cooperation and using the designation General Affairs Section X, established their own security system. Although Section 10 was nominally established for public security purposes, in reality, Lingao's security forces could manage with or without them. Raising this group of people was more for the needs of the continental strategy in the future. The Office of General Affairs Section 10 was not in the National Police Headquarters building, but in a renovated courtyard of an old temple in the suburbs of Eastgate Market. There were no signs or markings at the entrance. The streets here were deserted, with only sporadic houses on both sides. Not only were there large fields, but some places were also forest farms. It was a typical urban-rural fringe. Since the detective team's target population was mainly indigenous people, they not only kept plain clothes but didn't even change their attire, still dressing in great Ming style. Zhou Shizhai was the same. It was just that his aura of capability couldn't be concealed, and he still considered himself a bodyguard. so he still wore the characteristic attire of a bodyguard. For Yang Cao's visit, he had prepared the materials. After the two exchanged greetings, Zhou Shizhai took out a document from the prepared file box. "There's more material." Yang Cao was somewhat surprised. "After receiving your meeting notice, I ordered my men to investigate Qiangan in again," Zhou Shizhai said. "We've roughly figured out their background. I'm all ears." The details are written in the document. Roughly speaking, they are indeed people from the martial arts world, not masters and mistresses from some wealthy family. "Why do you say that?" Yang Cao asked. It wasn't that she didn't trust Zhou Shizhai, but the implications were significant. Once a judgment error was made, it meant a huge waste of allocated resources. Whether it was the Political Security Bureau or the National Police, the manpower and material resources they controlled were limited. I worked as a guard bodyguard in wealthy families. My men also include many who frequently go in and out of wealthy families. Zhou Shizhai was a bit embarrassed here, implying his subordinates included quite a few thieves and pilferers. Wealthy families have many rules and behaviors that cannot be learned in a short time. "I understand," Yang Cao nodded. "So what is their background?" "In our opinion, they should be from various sects in the martial arts world. They are not ocean bandits taking a darker path, nor bandits occupying mountains as kings," Zhou Shizhai said. "For us escorts, they would all be considered prestigious, upright sects. Since they're prestigious and upright sects, why sneak into Lingao?" Based on Yang Cao's knowledge from her days performing in the Jianghu, these orthodox sects were considered relatively rule-abiding powerhouses. Most of them could restrain their disciples. As long as one didn't cause trouble in their territory and observed etiquette, they were easy to get along with. Because they had big businesses and large families, these sects were generally cautious in their conduct and didn't easily get involved in major conflicts to avoid provoking trouble. "That's hard to say," Zhou Shizhai said. "However, they must have been entrusted by someone to come here and plot something significant. This person has a major background." "Are you saying they were instigated by high-ranking officials and nobles in the great Ming court?" "Exactly," Zhou Shizhai nodded. "These sects all have considerable face and status. Ordinary people can't order them around. It must be a big shot in the court. So they and the ones arrested in the umbrella case. The South Wuliang sect doesn't have such great face or financial resources. Besides, these folk religious sects have always been looked down upon by martial arts sects." Yang Cao returned to the office with Zhou Shizhai's gift. She carefully studied the material, which detailed the detective team's observations and speculations on every person in the Zhou family. Roughly what sect each was from, what weapons they used, and what their combat power was. The problem facing Yang Cao now returned to the origin. If arrests were made now, their purpose in coming to Lingao would soon become clear. They would say everything in the interrogation room. If she wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish and dig out their roots locally, she had to continue monitoring silently. But if the situation wasn't controlled well and some unforeseen vicious incident occurred, she would immediately fall into eternal damnation. Yang Cao lit her 45th cigarette. Before it burned halfway, she stubbed it out. She rang the bell and the trainee assistant pushed in through the door. "Comrade Level, I commander." He stood at attention seriously and nodded. "Take this material and prepare a document. I don't need to teach you how to draft one, requesting the surveillance division to send a team to monitor everyone listed here. Report to me every 4 hours. "Yes, Comrade Level, I commander." After this order went down, the surveillance systems of the Political Security Bureau and the National Police would begin establishing surveillance files for each monitored subject one by one. They would photograph every monitored subject, track their whereabouts around the clock, and if possible, wiretap all their conversations. The chief's most powerful artifact, wiretapping equipment, was not installed at Qiangan Inn. These devices were scarce and had lifespan issues. Unless it was decided in advance to wiretap a certain target, they wouldn't be installed everywhere. Of course, as long as Yang Cao wrote an application, it wasn't impossible to temporarily install some in the inn rooms where the Zhu family lived. But Yang Kao felt it was unnecessary. Watching where they go will allow us to follow the vine to the melon, she thought. As long as they act, they will show their cloven hooves. Now she only had to wait, waiting for the surveillance personnel to bring her the first batch of news. Logically, she could get off work first, take a shower in the public bathhouse, go back to the dormitory to sleep, and come back in the evening to hear the news. However, her spirit was already excited, and her stomach began to grumble. She opened the door and called out to the female orderly behind the duty desk in the corridor, "Coffee, and another turkey raujiamo." While washing down the raujiamo with coffee, she once again studied the dossier of the umbrella case just retrieved from the archives. Suddenly, she realized something. Judging from the dossier, the South Wuliang sect's infiltration into Lingao had been carefully prepared. They knew Lingao's policies very clearly. In the interrogation records, more than one person admitted that someone in Guangzhou had given them relevant pointers. And this group of Zhuo family people, although appearing as foreign immigrants, knew a great deal about Lingao based on the routine surveillance reports from the inn and the several investigations by the detective team, completely unlike people coming to Lingao for the first time. So that's it. The suspicion that had been lingering in Yang Cao's heart suddenly had an answer. You are in the same gang. End of chapter. Chapter 1576, Rehearsal. Stop. The gong rhythm is wrong again. The string section isn't steady either. Nan Gonghao lowered his baton weakly. It served only a decorative purpose, really, because the naturalized musicians didn't understand what conducting diagrams meant at all. I think let's take a break first. It's such a hot day. Okamoto, head of the Lingao Central Experimental Art Troupe, wore a slightly gloomy expression that formed a sharp contrast with the dazzling summer sunlight streaming through the window. His partner, Deputy Head Dong Fengqing, leaned against the old Nai-er piano, pinching the black hair tie on his forehead with his right hand and tapping on the piano case with his left. Obviously, musicians of this era aren't accustomed to what's called multi-voice interlaced rhythm. In my opinion, it's very difficult to achieve a cheerful style of music with a folk orchestra. Nan Gonghao walked down from the conductor's podium, a makeshift platform of piled wooden boxes, sweating profusely. He picked up a glass of iced kvass, drained it in one gulp, wiped his mouth, and said, "Actually, the performance level of that woman surnamed Liu and Wang Qisuo from the Garrison Battalion is still very top-notch. It's a pity that traditional folk musicians can't talk about understanding and controlling the style we senators prefer. Even imitating it is very difficult. I've spent a lot of effort correcting the naturalized musicians one by one. I'm exhausted. Folk ensemble isn't so easy to create the atmosphere of a gala from the old space-time. By the way, there's also the problem of amplification and mixing in the large venue we mentioned last time. If you don't want the cultural festival to sound like a funeral band, you still have to think of some solution." Thinking of that effect, Okamoto's face looked even uglier. He glanced at the girls from the checkered skirt club gathering across the way, waiting for dress rehearsal. Their checkered short skirts fluttered, and they wore new gray wool vests with red silk knots on their chests, various head flowers in their hair, chattering away, full of youthful vitality. Thinking that they didn't need to open their mouths to sing at all, just dancing to the backing track, even if Liu Shuixin frowned at their dancing level, at least they had the level of high school art enthusiasts. The otaku senators would be mesmerized. Okamoto's heart twisted into knots. Then why don't we just change the performance piece to something like colorful clouds chasing the moon? The style is closer to the aesthetics of Southern people, and the rhythm is relatively slow, conducive to maximizing the strengths of the top-string musicians. Nan Gong said, "That's doable, but wasn't your original intention of doing folk music ensemble to liven up the atmosphere and warm up the field? At least have something like Jubilant. The musical style of colorful clouds chasing the moon and the like doesn't match the Senate's requirements either." Dongfeng Qi straightened up, pointed to the piano and said, "Actually, for those red songs, just use a piano four-hand duet. Doing an opening act that way is much better than this messy orchestra. For amplification, just put the microphone stand next to it. And then Nangong, use your own computer to make a click track with rhythm parts, creating the feeling of a pop piano performance from the old space-time. Then invite Ms. Liu from the checkered skirt side over for a moment. I'll ask her if she still remembers some simple teaching pieces. If not, I can play solo, just add a track for the accompaniment part." Nan Gonghao seconded. "That's a good idea. Making an arrangement with various sound effects isn't hard. Actually, if you're used to a MIDI keyboard, just hang string and drum samples on different octaves of the keyboard, match it with a click track, and it's a very complete performance. What piece should we choose?" Dongfeng looked out the window. The silhouette of the executive committee building in Bern City stood tall under the westering sun. When he turned his head, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. "Let's use Good News from Beijing Reaches Border Villages. Of course, change it to Good News from Lingao Reaches Li Villages, expressing the heartfelt love of the Li people for the new executive committee with Chairman Wen and Ma Gong as the core, huh?" As he spoke, he rarely couldn't help but smile. Nan Gonghao didn't seem to catch the reference and nodded. "The piece is very cheerful and enthusiastic. The accompaniment sound effects like bells and horns are ready-made in the sound bank. It's not difficult. Moreover, we can actually use naturalized citizens to play these simple instruments on the spot. The momentum will be greater. Let's decide on this first." On the other side, Akamoto was already laughing and crying at once and had to agree. Okay, just this one. Today's rehearsal ends here for now. I'll go find Liu Shuixin." As he spoke, he turned around and whispered, "This Dongfeng is bullying the executive committee people for not knowing the background of the piece. The venom is too strong." He suddenly frowned again. "I know this version. It's said to be a folk music performance, but it's actually a modern folk orchestra performance. The timpani, cello, and double bass inside are Western instruments. We can't find corresponding instruments and players," Nan Gonghao said. "This isn't a big problem. We can use an 88-key MIDI keyboard to hang timbre samples for real-time playing. The 88 keys can be divided into 3 keyboard areas. One plays the timpani timbre, one plays the cello, one plays the double bass. Additionally, if we can't find that kind of bass horn instrument, that timbre also needs to be played with a MIDI keyboard. The sampling sound source software can be edited ourselves, distributing the timbres of 3 instruments in different octaves across a set of keys. But this way, it may require 2 or 3 people to play this keyboard together, each responsible for 1 or 2 timbres. Of course, if there are more MIDI keyboards in the planning agency's warehouse, it would be more convenient. We only have one that I brought myself. I see there's also one in the recording studio. I'm afraid it can't be borrowed." "I see this bunch of Ani." Akamoto swallowed the rest of the word hurriedly. He still had to go to the planning agency to ask for help later. "Wouldn't think so thoroughly." This remark was not speculation. There were almost no artists in the Senate's core layer. Within their scope of thinking, remembering to bring some musical instruments and recording equipment was already quite good. "It doesn't necessarily have to be a MIDI keyboard," Nan Gonghao said. "Electric pianos, electronic organs, and synthesizers can also be used as MIDI keyboards." Dongfeng nodded. "Electric pianos might not be available, but there should be electronic organs brought by someone. Let's post on the forum to look for them. If there are enough keyboard players and equipment, we can simulate the effect of any band completely. Of course, the sound details played with keyboard sampling timbres will be slightly different from real instruments. As for the bell and woodblock sounds in the music, those should be easy instruments to find. If we really can't find them, making them on the spot is no problem. Playing this stuff is also very simple. Percussion players and opera troupes can handle it proficiently. I'll go post right now." Akamoto couldn't wait. "No rush. Let Nan Gong transcribe the score from the original orchestral recording first and make the timbre samples. You go report to implement the equipment first. We too will discuss the arrangement. Dongfeng's expression had returned from smiling to normal. This is probably too tight. Tonight I have to rearrange the music for the girls of the Checkered Skirt Club. They're waiting to enter the recording studio. Nan Gonghao showed an expression of helplessness. Continuous rehearsals for more than 10 days, serving not only as composer, arranger, and conductor, but also as music teacher. He had never been so tired, physically and mentally exhausted. What? Before Dongfeng could speak, Okamoto already showed an exasperated expression. You actually, pop music is also a kind of art. Nan Gonghao obviously wasn't as irreconcilable as the director and deputy director of the art troupe. Forget it, Okamoto. The girls of the Checkered Skirt are also working very hard. At least give them a chance to show themselves. Dongfeng Qi wasn't as resistant to idol groups as in the past. Watching them go from completely unfamiliar mechanical imitation to being able to complete several dances now, even with a certain expressiveness. This feeling was completely different from watching a finished performance directly from the audience. Saying that, he sat down in front of the piano, his 10 fingers flying, tapping out a passionate melody. Nan Gonghao went to direct the folk orchestra in packing up their instruments. While the art troupe was racking their brains over performance issues, several big shots of the Checkered Skirt Club were also racking theirs. The problem they worried about was no different from Okamoto and the others. The on-site amplification and mixing equipment had not yet been finalized. Regarding the importance of amplification and mixing equipment, Wu Siren had already been educated by Liu Shuixin. The first performance wouldn't be in the small theater of 100 seats they had envisioned, but in a massive gymnasium. In such a venue, without amplification equipment, unless one was an Italian opera singer with years of special training, able to open the oral cavity wide, lower the larynx, enlarge the pharyngeal cavity, open the nasal cavity, and use the appropriate amplification of the pharyngeal, oral, and nasal cavities to drive the resonance of the head and chest cavities, turning the body into a large human resonance box. The audience couldn't hear what was being sung. Not to mention half-baked singers like their newly assembled idol group. Even someone with professional training like Liu Shuixin couldn't sing standing here without an amplifier. Since the appearance of microphones and speakers, singers no longer needed to rely on their bodies to create huge volume. Volume was determined by the power of the speakers. Therefore, pop singing, which was more natural, closer to human vocal habits, and easier to resonate with listeners' hearts, swept the globe. Then, coupled with the progress of recording technology, there was soil for the survival of idol stars. No matter how singing skills are not required for idol stars, they at least had to be audible, at least make people feel it sounds pretty good to attract fans. So after several vocal training sessions, the gentlemen of the Checkered Skirt Club gave up the idea of live performance. Although the amplification equipment had been roughly resolved, they didn't even have the idea of half-open mic, and completely firmed up their determination to lip-sync. For idols with no vocal foundation and insufficient training, it was simply too difficult to adapt to live performances, even with amplifiers. End of chapter. Chapter 1577. Date. Even in another spacetime, televised singing performances were typically sweetened by studio mixing. Idol stars and crossover celebrities often sounded dreadful live. Only those with genuine vocal prowess dared to perform at live concerts. After considerable deliberation, the Checkered Skirt Club's managers reached a decision. Record the songs first, apply post-production mixing, then have the performers lip-sync during the actual show with their microphones muted. This approach would at least guarantee a passable performance, but therein lay the problem. The club boasted plenty of members well-versed in idol culture and Japanese entertainment, yet not a single person understood music production. Recording required a whole suite of professional techniques: arrangement, mixing, post-production, and Liu Shuixin, their sole arts consultant, was equally clueless about such matters. Consequently, rehearsals had proceeded with nothing but backing tracks, without a single lip-sync run-through. With the official performance looming closer by the day and the recording still in limbo, the managers grew anxious. After an emergency meeting, they dispatched Zhang Berlin to humbly seek Nan Gonghao's guidance. Zhang Berlin, an iron-blooded officer of the Young Officers Club whom critics labeled a Germanophile and yellow Nazi, forever trumpeting big cannons while occasionally spouting politically incorrect remarks from the old spacetime, was, secretly, a senior idol otaku. That these two attributes could coexist in one person seemed almost paradoxical. The folk orchestra's rehearsal was winding down, yet Zhang Berlin remained nowhere in sight. Wu Siren began to fidget. He had stolen away for half a day to cheer on the girls at the venue. If those senators in the national police caught wind of it, they would certainly lambaste him for neglecting his duties. The National Police and Lingao Telecom were jointly conducting a crackdown on telecommunication line theft. His absence from directing operations was already problematic enough, to say nothing of the mountain of documents awaiting his review. Just as his impatience peaked, Zhang Berlin came sauntering back, positively beaming with satisfaction. The negotiations had clearly gone well. What? He agreed. Yes. Zhang Berlin adopted an exaggeratedly mournful expression. He promised to start tonight, but I paid a tremendous price, I'll have you know. The way you say it, one would think you sacrificed your body. Wu Siren's good mood loosened his tongue. I'll procure you some lotion. Don't push that BL nonsense on me, I'm no Fujoshi. Zhang Berlin waved dismissively. Nan Gong was actually quite amenable, agreed the moment I brought it up, no hesitation whatsoever. I thought he'd harbor prejudices against us like Akamoto and Dongfeng. Think about it, AKB was once considered heresy too. Let them despise our idol group if they want. That way, we'll have a sob story to sell later. Wu Siren's eyes gleamed. A good sob story is an idol group's capital. If conditions were different, I'd have them out on the streets handing out flyers already. Zhang Yunmi should be the one handing out flyers. Zhang Berlin's imagination caught fire. We pick the worst weather, cold rain, empty streets, then film the whole thing. Later, when we make the documentary, the first-generation ace distributing flyers through the bitter wind and rain. Enough fantasizing. Dongmen Chuyu arrived and cut short their reverie. I think we should have them practice with the recording first. Otherwise, they won't even recognize the melody when they step into the studio. All 3 songs we chose are in Japanese. How are they supposed to sing along? Have Liu Shuixin record a guide track first. Dongmen Chuyu was already turning to leave. Let's divide up the tasks and move quickly. The general staff has a mountain of work waiting. Outside Lingao Gymnasium's main gate, the art troupe was unloading equipment, instruments and gear of all sizes heaped across the ground. The rising morning sun painted Akamoto and Nan Gonghao's faces in shades of crimson, though their expressions remained far from bright. That Dongfeng, where is he? How can he miss a major event like the on-site rehearsal? Akamoto complained, though his exasperation was familiar. He had long abandoned hope of reforming his chronically lazy deputy. Still, watching the garrison battalion soldiers finish helping with the equipment and prepare to depart, he couldn't help but grow anxious. Probably overslept. You know how he likes to sleep in. Nan Gonghao remained calmer. I do too. He punctuated the observation with a cavernous yawn. He had spent all night handling post-production for the idol girls. Head, Nan Gong, the orchestra members have assembled. Let's go in first. Setting up the stage equipment will take time anyway. Liu Shuixin, who had been absent for some time, approached them. This flower of the Senate wore a light linen floor-length dress of starched silk linen blend. Its style was simple yet elegant. At first glance, one might mistake it for something from the old spacetime, though it was clearly newly made. A bright silver brooch offered a subtle clue. The Gothic script Liu supported by 2 treble clefs arranged in a V shape, gorgeous with an artistic flourish. This was certainly not from the general office's special supply store. Dongfeng knew that much. The clothing there ran simple, nearly uniform-like. Nothing with even a hint of style existed on those shelves. I must find out where she got that. The thought flashed through his mind. Very well, let's go in first. We can use the telephone inside to call the Bairn dormitory area and check if Dongfeng has woken up. Akamoto led the way. Lion Nisheng walked briskly, morning breezes lifting the hem of her white sportswear. Few pedestrians were out along the Wenlin River at this hour, and the road to the gymnasium was emptier still. She could already see the square before Lingao Gymnasium. Suddenly, she stopped. Zhuo Yifan had materialized beside a lamppost ahead, smiling at her with something in his hand. You arrived so early. I thought it would take you a while to find the place on your own." The forthright young policewoman displayed her characteristic, naturalized citizen superiority once again, as if young hero Zhuo were incapable of navigating without her guidance. Zhuo Yifan smiled without responding. Privately, he thought that with such a magnificent building and such a wide road, getting lost would bring shame upon his entire sect. He spoke softly. "I woke early with nothing to do, so I took a stroll. I've long heard of Lingao pancakes at the morning market. I happened across a vendor and bought some." He raised the paper bag. "Have you eaten? If not, perhaps you'd care to try these." The bag contained multigrain pancakes wrapped around deep-fried dough sticks, dressed with rich spicy sauce and sweet soybean paste. Eggs were costly due to scarcity, so most pancakes came without them, making them somewhat less flavorful than the original version. Still, they had proven popular among naturalized citizens and locals alike. The consensus was filling and satisfying, even better with a bowl of tofu pudding or soy milk. As a pampered young master, such menial tasks as buying breakfast fell beneath his station. Yet Lion Nisheng was one of his few reliable sources of local intelligence. His peers agreed she warranted careful cultivation. When the Huashan sect's chief disciple employed such tactics of ingratiation, he managed to look quite natural about it. Lion Nisheng froze for a moment, then lowered her gaze. "Thank you for your trouble, young master. I've already eaten. Keep them for now." Zhuo Yami should have arrived already. "Let's go in quickly." She quickened her pace and Zhuo Yifan followed contentedly. Gymnasium office what? Confirmed that Senator Dongfeng just left the dormitory area. Good, that's good, thanks." Akamoto replaced the telephone receiver, looked up with a long exhale and turned to Nan Gong. "Well, that layabout hasn't changed one bit. Fortunately, he's already on his way. We won't wait, let's do a sound check first." The gymnasium remained open to visitors. First, because the art troupe's rehearsal needed only the central basketball court. Second, the Senate's propaganda department hoped exposure to mainstream culture would benefit naturalized citizens. Minister Ding Ding had specifically dispatched reporters to document the event, and the Lingao Times had been running articles on Australian arts for weeks. All units publicized and encouraged their people to observe the cultural festival rehearsals. Indigenous people were not barred from entry. They simply weren't permitted near the senators. Zhuo Yami had arrived at the gymnasium early. Though the Checkered Skirt Club's rehearsal was scheduled later, after the art troupe's instrumental ensemble, her close friend Lion Nisheng had invited her to practice martial arts together. Of course, had young Master Zhuo's handsome face not left such a deep impression during their brief first encounter, the young policewoman might not have sacrificed her morning sleep so readily. She sat on a bench, fishing out a pack of Lingao-produced purple sweet potato strips to snack on while humming along to the club's accompaniment. Her eyes wandered with interest to the music band, as the chiefs directed the placement of dazzling Australian instruments onto the temporary stage. At that moment, a burst of chattering noise erupted from the entrance. A teacher led a group wearing Fengqing school uniforms into the venue, the Outstanding Student Art Observation Group, hand-selected by the Education Department from the Fengqing Drama Club. They had come expressly to absorb the advanced culture of Australian song. Fengqing had switched to summer uniforms. The boys wore white short-sleeved shirts and navy trousers. The girls wore white sailor collar pullovers with red scarves and blue pleated skirts, a scene that delighted the senator's eyes. Not to mention the indigenous spectators. Even among naturalized citizens, this procession elicited impressed murmurs and clicking tongues. Some young women's eyes practically blazed with envy. Even Zhu Yifan, who cared little for Australian customs, found himself drawn to the group. This kind of orderly beauty brimming with youth was something he had never witnessed before. He and Lion Nisheng found themselves blocked by this procession at the end of the passage. The Huetian hero studied the juvenile fake Australians before him with keen curiosity, not merely their strange Australian-colored clothing, but more strikingly, how extraordinarily lively these boys and girls appeared, radiating health, their stature notably taller than their peers in Great Ming. Chapter 1578, The Long-Haired Senator in White. What is, students from Fengqing? Lion Nisheng sighed slightly, as if recalling her own school days. These are all children from the selection group. Her voice carried an unmistakable note of envy. Zhuo Yifan was secretly astonished. Lion Nisheng was perpetually proud and aloof. Apart from the chiefs, hardly anyone earned her attention. She treated the imperial court as an enemy, frequently uttering treasonous and contemptuous words. Yet here she was, speaking with such wistful admiration. He could only imagine what elevated status these juvenile fake Australians must hold in Lingao. If he could obtain one of those uniforms, Zhou Zhangjian and the others could approach the true Australians openly. Their chances of success would improve considerably. For the past several days, Zhou Zhangjian and the others had been frequenting the Eastgate Market, partly to familiarize themselves with the terrain, partly to attempt purchasing student uniforms. According to the intelligence Zhu Yifan had gathered, students constituted the group closest to the bandits among the fake Australians. The true Australians let down their guard around them, but student uniforms proved impossible to acquire. The ready-made clothing industry in Lingao was remarkably developed. Naturalized citizens almost universally bought their garments pre-made. Even among indigenous people, ready-made clothes had become popular. They fit well, cost little, and proved far more economical than purchasing fabric and hiring a tailor. Only these uniforms could not be bought anywhere. The work clothes in clothing stores bore a superficial resemblance to the bandits' various uniforms, all button-down jackets, but the details differed significantly, and women's clothing diverged even more. The female student uniforms of Fengqing were simply unavailable on the market, not even close approximations. Zhou Zhangjian's inquiries revealed these were all publicly issued, unobtainable through commercial channels. Perhaps Zhou Zhangjian and the others could ambush a few female students. While his imagination ran wild, dense footsteps suddenly erupted behind him, approaching at tremendous speed. In an instant, accompanied by an almost inaudible "excuse me," a tall figure hurtled toward where they stood. Zhu Yifan acted almost on instinct. He pushed Lion Nisheng gently to the side while taking a diagonal step himself, turning quickly. But this narrow space offered little room to dodge. He felt only a cool breeze at his back before a figure collided with him. In the sudden impact, he could only plant his feet and hold his ground. The person who had been sprinting recklessly indoors seemed oblivious to nearly knocking down a woman. He merely turned and muttered something like "Suolai" before pushing through the crowd and disappearing. Zhuo Yifan caught only a glimpse, a tall young man, roughly 6 feet, dressed in white with disheveled hair. The Huetian sect's chief disciple stood momentarily bewildered. Isn't Lingao's discipline supposed to be strict? Everything in order. How could they tolerate such reckless behavior? He felt indignant. Bad enough to queue behind yellow-mouthed children. Now he had been jostled by some inexplicable stranger. Had he not trained in martial arts and possessed firm roots beneath his feet, he would have humiliated himself before Lion Nisheng. Lion Nisheng exclaimed, "Ah, that's the chief Zhu Yami mentioned last time, the only man among the chiefs who keeps long hair. Why did he run in alone? Wasn't he supposed to come with the music band? Zhu Yifan wondered. This is a true Australian. Why hasn't he shaved his hair? Most chiefs do shave their heads, it's true. But Zhuo Yami told me there's a male chief in the art troupe with a peculiar style. His appearance and manner of speaking differ completely from the other chiefs. Now I remember, this is Chief Dongfeng of the art troupe. He's probably here for the cultural festival rehearsal today. Let's go in, there might be quite a show inside. Extraordinary, a maverick Australian. This exceeds all expectations. Zhuo Yifan's spirits soared. He hadn't anticipated the bandits would enter and exit the gymnasium so casually, presenting such an observation opportunity. He immediately followed Lion Nisheng inside. Dongfeng Qi, notorious for oversleeping and arriving late during his tenure at the Finance and Economics Committee, had cycled at a sprint from the Bairn dormitory area to the gymnasium. Then, to save time, he bypassed the small door typically used by senators and forced his way through the crowd at the main entrance, nearly colliding with a spectator in a long gown, finally arriving at the stage just as Liu Shuixin settled before the piano. Phew, overslept. Sorry. Nan Gong, standing on the conductor's podium, betrayed no surprise. Go sit to the side and catch your breath first. No need, let's start directly. We'll run through the tempo first, then focus on the on-site acoustics and the feel of the response. I had the strings try just now, it's fine. Good, let's rehearse. Rehearsal piece. Good news from Lingao reaches Li villages. Percussion ready. Nan Gong raised his baton. The bull horn's long cry opened the piece, followed by the cut of percussion bells. Melodious and cheerful piano notes rang out under Dongfeng and Liu Shuixin's fingers. The MIDI keyboard remained improperly calibrated, so they had substituted a plucked piano as a temporary keyboard, lending this 20th century main melody folk music a strangely eclectic feeling. Off stage, Zhu Yami had already finished her snacks. Spotting her best friend's figure, she waved eagerly. Over here, come here. So you knew this was an art troupe rehearsal. If I'd known, I would have come earlier. Lion Nisheng chatted animatedly with her friend, leaving Zhuo Yifan standing aside. Did you see Chief Dongfeng? He just ran right past me. Hero Zhuo, still somewhat shaken, watched the stage performance with interest. This Australian music band was unique in both structure and instruments. Most astonishing was that the genuine bandits personally descended to the stage as musicians, men and women playing one zither together. The Australian's flagrant disregard for hierarchy and cardinal principles had given him another good lesson. Yet this Australian music, compared to the silk and bamboo sounds among great Ming's folk traditions, possessed a different momentum entirely. The strings were noisy and cutting, the bells and gongs scattered yet orderly, the temperament in the key of Zhenggong truly sonorous and spirited. Zhuo Yifan had heard of that enormous foreign zither, a product of the West capable of producing dozens of tones. The male and female musicians cooperated with practiced ease. Another true bandit on stage, also in plain clothes, danced with a wooden stick in hand, quite amusing. The gong and drum players watched him intently. Suddenly the music surged into a rapid tempo, mounting ever higher. Then the gongs and drums crashed, ending on a sustained note. The dancer froze with clenched fist raised. Zhu Yifan finally grasped what he had been witnessing. The chiefs really know everything. It's amazing that they personally play music. Lion Nisheng remained immersed in the impactful O's song melody, her worship plainly written on her face. I heard from the chief in the club that this art troupe gathered all the naturalized musicians in Lingao, Zhu Yami continued. Chief Dongfeng, Chief Nan Gong, and Chief Liu personally sit in and perform. The instruments were purchased from Macau. Head Chief Okamoto went to great lengths to arrange it all. As for the dispute over art resources among the chiefs she had overheard, well, as a police officer, she knew the value of discretion. Oh, how rude of me, I was so absorbed in the performance, neglected Hero Zhu entirely. This humble woman pays her respects. What's that in the young master's hand? Miss Zhu is too kind. These are Australian pancakes from Eastgate Market. Please help yourself. Zhuo Yifan had long abandoned strict separation of the sexes. His only aim was to earn these two policewomen's trust. Not for now, I've already eaten. Should we head to the fighting gym to spar or stay and listen a bit longer? There seem to be more programs. Let's listen more. This is truly remarkable. Lion Nisheng had become a devoted fan of the art troupe. Zhuo Yifan echoed her enthusiasm. Indeed, this Australian musical temperament has a unique flavor. In truth, he wanted a better look at these true bandits' faces. It's just, these few chiefs personally playing the Qin, it seems to diminish their dignity somewhat. HMPH. Don't sons of great Ming also practice Qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Why shouldn't the chiefs play the Qin? Lion Nisheng wheeled on him, her lips pursed in a pout. Young hero Zhuo cursed inwardly. How can refined scholarly pursuits compare to performing on stage for a living? But he held his tongue and let the argument die. The orchestra on stage was rearranging seats and instruments. Dong Fengqing and Liu Shuixin walked down. Akamoto approached them. Not bad, not bad. At that speed, the basic rhythm layers of piano and percussion didn't fall apart. Conductor Nan Gong delivers. The sound field is still a bit thin, though the audio needs another round of adjustment. Perfect timing. That piece is relatively short and they practiced it thoroughly. The next song, Colorful Clouds Chasing the Moon, doesn't involve me. I'll sit in the audience below and listen for the effect. Dong Fengqing was mildly surprised that Akamoto hadn't reprimanded him for his tardiness. Good, find yourself a seat. I'll stay here and supervise. Comrade Liu, I'll go listen from the opposite stand. Liu Shuixin appeared equally eager. As a song and dance troupe mainstay before the crossing, she had long grown dissatisfied with merely singing at the Senator annual meeting. The stage was where an artist's passion truly lay. Dong Fengqing tied his loose hair back with a cord, undid the top button of his silk shirt, and strode alone toward the stands where a group of naturalized citizen onlookers had gathered. He braced himself against the railing, swung his legs over, and dropped into a shadowed spot, crossing his arms. Nan Gonghao on stage directed the folk orchestra into the next piece. Tapping out the beat with his toes, Dong Fengqing's gaze bypassed the stage entirely. He was searching for something. Yami, this Australian tune seems very different from before. Lion Nisheng did not understand music. In an era without mass media, ordinary people rarely encountered such variety. I heard this during the last rehearsal too. Apparently, it's a folk ditty from Fujian and Guangzhou, rearranged by the Australian chiefs. Zhuo Yami, obviously influenced by the Senate, had become something of a cultural enthusiast. She spoke as if she actually knew what she was talking about. Zhuo Yifan was staring at the musician playing the huqin. This man clearly bore a military bearing. Why had he come to play the fiddle? Suddenly, the hairs on his neck prickled, as if something was wrong. Chapter 1579, Report from his elevated vantage point. Dong Fengqing's gaze locked firmly onto the small group, one man and two women. His right fingers worked restlessly as he muttered, "Interesting, truly interesting." Zhuo Yifan drew his fan, waving it with studied nonchalance while scanning his surroundings. Detecting no suspicious circumstances, he relaxed slightly. When he glanced at Lion Nisheng again, her eyes were fixed on the true bandit standing on the high platform, her expression mesmerized. A pang of discontent stirred within him, less regret at her obstinacy than the faint stirrings of jealousy. Lion Nisheng was utterly unlike any woman he had known. Among daughters of the Jianghu, there were those with forthright temperaments, but few were like her, knowledgeable, possessed of her own convictions, able to substantiate every opinion she held. Though Zhuo Yifan rarely agreed with her views, he secretly cherished her talent and found himself drawn to her independent, uninhibited character. He often thought it a pearl cast before swine for such a woman to become a fake bandit, a pure waste. Yet he bore a heavy responsibility, the welfare of great Ming, the safety of millions. He could not afford to indulge in romantic sentiment. He could only watch helpless as she drifted further away. At this thought he sighed inwardly. While he brooded, Zhuo Yami suddenly sprang up from her seat beside him and waved vigorously. Startled, Zhuo Yifan looked toward the entrance. Another group of students had arrived, all female, laughing and chattering as they walked, their voices as crisp and bright as orioles. Though Zhuo Yifan had grown accustomed to strange sights, his composure wavered. He scarcely dared to look. These students dressed differently from the Fengqing group. Light white short-sleeved tops worn beneath dark blue vest-style dresses. There was generosity in their elegance, a refinement distinct from the Fengqing girls. Among the crowd of naturalized citizens and indigenous onlookers, they caused another small commotion. Many of the young women currently studying at the Women's College of Arts and Sciences had come from the maid training class, and in both appearance and figure, they outshone the Fengqing students by a clear margin. Zhuo Yifan asked, "Where are these students from?" "The Women's College of Arts and Sciences," Zhuo Yami spoke with evident pride. "They're all my junior sisters." Women's Arts and Sciences. Zhuo Yifan did not know what arts and sciences meant, but he understood women and college well enough. He could not contain his surprise. A school established specifically for women. What kind of learning was this? In those days, there existed so-called boudoir teachers in Jiangnan and similar regions, but these were merely small-scale private schools, exceedingly rare. Beyond poetry and classical texts, they taught nothing more than verse, lyrics, calligraphy, and painting, so-called boudoir sentiments, style without substance. Apart from becoming conversation pieces among scholars and gentry over tea, they served no practical purpose. A school where 50 or 60 students appeared simultaneously was simply unheard of. The bandits not only permitted women to enter schools but established dedicated female schools, and even appointed women as officials. What could possibly be their intention? Zhuo Yifan could not fathom it. In his view, scholars toiled for 10 years over the classics, many failing the imperial examinations their entire lives, barely managing to teach children or work as copyists to eke out a living. What use was there in educating so many women? Could it be that the bandits, having lived overseas for so long, had learned some form of witchcraft, seeking to reverse Qian and Kun, to disturb the feng shui of Huaxia itself? At this thought, Zhuo Yifan's hair stood on end. If that were truly their aim, the bandits were not merely plotting against the Ming state. They intended to seize the 1,000-year tradition of Huaxia. In that instant, Zhuo Yifan even contemplated sacrificing himself to take them down with him. Just as his imagination spiraled, Lion Nisheng sighed again, sounding deeply envious. "You have such a good life." There seemed to be resentment woven into her words. Zhuo Yifan wondered, was this arts and sciences college superior to Fengqing? Before he could pursue the thought, Zhuo Yami blurted out, "Good life. They got screened out just the same in the end." She pointed at the girls below. "They're the ones with the good life. Focused on studying. Don't have to spend all day wondering when they'll be matched with a chief." Lion Nisheng flashed a meaningful glance, and Zhuo Yami seemed to realize belatedly how inappropriate it was to speak so freely in front of an outsider like Zhuo Yifan. She abruptly stopped and stuffed a piece of dried squid into her mouth. Zhuo Yifan's interest sharpened. That exchange had inadvertently hinted at the bandits' secrets. He wanted to press further but feared alerting Lion Nisheng. At that moment he noticed something peculiar. Among the students who had just entered, 7 or 8 girls carried black boxes suspended from their necks by thin leather straps. The moment they stepped inside, they scattered like sparrows, some straight toward the stage, others climbing up to the seats, still others wandering through the venue. From time to time, these girls would raise the wooden boxes to their eyes and aim them at something. Zhuo Yifan was thoroughly baffled. Then he saw a girl, bright-eyed with gleaming teeth, tall and slender, wave to Zhuo Yami from beneath the stands. Zhuo Yami waved back, tilted her head toward Zhuo Yifan, and raised her hand in a scissors gesture. Before he could puzzle over it, the girl below lifted her wooden box and aimed it in his direction. "Yami, don't forget the rehearsal time." The girl lowered the box and called up to her. "I know Ailey." "Who is that?" Lin Ailey, my junior sister, pretty isn't she? Zhuo Yami smiled. By Zhuo Yifan's estimation, this Lin Ailey certainly possessed bright eyes, white teeth, and jet-black hair. But her eyes were too large, her nose a bit too high, her legs too long, her chest too ample. She looked too healthy, too lively, entirely unlike any woman he had encountered before, as if she belonged to another world entirely. This impression extended beyond Lin Ailey. Even Lion Nisheng, Zhuo Yami, and the ordinary naturalized women on the street left him with a similar feeling. Changing Zia with ye. The phrase drilled into his mind. His expression shifted, but he suppressed his emotions and replied perfunctorily, "A beauty indeed." Then he asked, "What is that wooden box Miss Lin carries?" "It's a camera," Zhuo Yami explained. "Used for taking pictures. It can fix people and scenery onto a picture in an instant, looking exactly like real life." Zhuo Yifan was horrified. This was sorcery. For a moment he even wondered if his soul had been captured. But circulating his internal energy, he found his limbs normal, his mind clear. He relaxed slightly. Zhuo Yami was still speaking. "When the photos are developed, I'll ask Ailey to print extra copies and give you one each." These words rekindled his curiosity. What exactly did a picture looking exactly like real life look like? Despite his unease, he was a young man after all, with a strong appetite for novelty. He closed his fan and smiled. "Then I'll trouble you." At noon, sunlight blazed over Lingao and the streets lay nearly empty. A tall, thin figure paced up to the front of the Political Security Bureau building and presented his identification to the sentry. Shortly, a staff member emerged and escorted him inside. The moment he stepped through the door, a wave of coolness washed over him, instantly dispelling the summer heat. "This way, please, Chief." A young Political Security Bureau staff member led the way. His black uniform with blue collar badges was pressed immaculately. Dong Fengqing could not decipher their peculiar rank system. "Amen, thanks." They walked along a stone-paved corridor. Their footsteps echoed dully in the empty passage. Light and shadow filtered through the skylight's sunshade, painting everything in pale, luminous tones. The doors lining the corridor were shut tight, bearing only numbers and no text. At every turn and stairwell entrance, a fully armed guard stood, wearing revolvers in a cross-draw configuration, regarding each passerby with expressionless eyes. Dong Fengqing followed the staff member to the third floor. At the end of one corridor stood a leather-wrapped door. Beyond it lay a secretary's office. A female secretary in black uniform rose immediately. "This chief wishes to see the regional director," the staff member announced curtly. The female secretary entered the inner office. Less than a minute later she emerged and held the door open. "Please come in." "Thanks." Dong Fengqing stepped inside, silently critiquing the Political Security Bureau's pretensions. He still wore his linen shirt and faded old jeans, his hair rope swapped for a gray one, headphones for once absent. The room was spacious but sparely decorated, thoroughly Spartan in the manner senators preferred. Apart from an unusually large desk, nothing stood out. "Hello, what a rare guest." Wu Mu rose from behind the desk to greet him. His uniform matched the staff member's exactly, though considerably more worn. Dong Fengqing still could not decipher the rank insignia, but he knew Wu Mu was the second most powerful figure in the Political Security Bureau, one of the most formidable men in the Senate. At the moment, though Wu Mu smiled broadly, his face was written with doubt. Clearly, he could not fathom why a typically reclusive, soy sauce-sipping senator, now dabbling in the arts, would seek a personal interview. "You're too kind." Dongfeng dropped carelessly into a chair, then fixed his gaze pointedly on the female secretary. She skipped the offer of tea, turned immediately, and closed the door behind her. "Director Wu, you had better prepare a stenographer's notebook or recording equipment. I have a situation to report." "What situation?" Wu Mu looked puzzled. "Is he about to report a senator planning a coup? Please speak. I'm listening." Chapter 1580 Intersection. What I am about to report is very important. Dongfeng's expression turned grave. "You'd better record this." "Very well." Wu Mu was mildly surprised but retrieved a recording pen from his drawer. What I have to say cannot be discussed over the phone, and the material cannot be seen by naturalized clerks. That's why I've come in person. I apologize for the intrusion." Dong Fengqi spoke with uncharacteristic gravity. "Think nothing of it. We serve the Senate's interests and Lingao's long-term stability. Please continue." "Amen. Have you started recording?" "It's like this." Dong Fengqi recounted the morning's events in a flat, emotionless tone, oversleeping and nearly missing the rehearsal, forcing his way through the crowd at the gymnasium entrance, and finally, the observations he had made from a shadowed corner of the stands. "So you spotted suspicious persons during the art troupe rehearsal. Not just suspicious, definitely problematic. As I said, a person roughly 15 centimeters shorter than me didn't move his feet at all when I crashed into him. It's impossible for him not to be a traditional martial arts practitioner. An indigenous spectator who knows martial arts, and you said there were 2 women with him." "Yes, naturalized women. At least they were dressed as naturalized citizens. Actually, no, one is definitely naturalized. I've seen her before. The other I can't say." "You're certain?" "I don't know, I'm face blind to be honest, but I know her workplace." "Very well, where?" "She must be an amateur actress from some checkered skirt club. At the very least she was wearing that idol group's uniform. Her dancing was absolutely terrible." Dongfeng began to digress. "We don't concern ourselves with that." Wu Mu's hand hovered over the internal telephone. "What I mean is, are you certain she's a naturalized arts activist? Can you provide her name? Or should I have someone from the technical section come for a sketch?" "How would I know? Those little girls all look about the same and their skill levels are equally mediocre. Forget the sketch. I didn't get a clear look at her full face. It's hard to remember. What I can tell you is this. That woman is approximately 158 centimeters tall, her companion about 162 centimeters, both slender in build. The man is around 171 centimeters, his hair combed immaculately, wearing a long gown of high-grade silk, carrying an exquisite ivory fan. And what?" Wu Mu leaned forward. "The woman I hadn't seen before and the suspicious martial artist entered the gymnasium together. After our rehearsal concluded, the 3 of them proceeded to one of the training halls. I don't know when they left. It would have been too conspicuous if I'd stayed alone after the rehearsal ended, and it was inconvenient to call you from the public phone there. I originally considered asking Garrison Battalion Soldier Wang Qisuo to return directly to camp and bring troops. But then I thought it better to first clarify the situation, cast a long line to catch a bigger fish." Dong Fengqi spoke at tremendous speed, yet his account remained clear and organized. Wu Mu could not help but marvel at this soy sauce-sipping senator who had never before revealed such capabilities. "I see. So they didn't come specifically to watch your rehearsal. They stumbled upon it by chance." "Director Wu," Dong Fengqi raised his tone, "do you really think the point is whether they came to watch the rehearsal or to exercise?" "Oh, you mean?" "Obviously the suspicious male is quite formidable. I couldn't make out his face clearly, but it was apparent that naturalized woman followed him at every turn. He. Dongfeng grinned. "Noted. Please sign this transcript of the recording." "Amen, of course." "I believe I've fulfilled my obligations as a member of the Senate. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Thank you for your timely report. You certainly understand the confidentiality requirements of this conversation. Forgive me for not seeing you out properly. Please go rest." "No need. Goodbye, Director Wu." After Dong Fengqi departed, Wu Mu picked up the telephone. "I want to access the surveillance report materials for the gymnasium from all of yesterday. Yes, every last one." He set down the receiver, considered for several minutes, then picked it up again and connected to the confidential room. "Send a stenographer over. Immediately." In the office of the Lingao Garrison Command, Li Yang regarded his visitor with suspicion. A senator he had only just met, Dong Fengqi, deputy director of the art troupe. This Senator Dongfeng had requested an urgent meeting just 10 minutes ago. As Lingao's highest security officer, Li Yang's time was precious, especially with the cultural festival looming and security pressures mounting sharply. Senators without direct working relationships were required to register and schedule appointments in advance. However, Senator Dongfeng had told the secretary the situation was severe. Li Yiying, erring on the side of caution, agreed to see him. Since the Maid Revolution, Li Yiying had occupied the position of commander of the garrison battalion. As Lingao City expanded, his title had become commander of the Lingao Garrison Command. Though his rank was merely lieutenant colonel, he stood closer to the core of power than nearly any other senator officer. In those early days, he had kept in mind his grandfather's words: "The party commands the gun, and obey orders and follow commands." These principles had kept Li Yiying, still a young lad during the Maid Revolution, from capsizing in the first political struggle. Though he had not been promoted since, the power he wielded had grown substantially. What began as simply protecting Bern City and maintaining local security in Lingao had expanded to encompass responsibility for the entry and exit security of the entire Senate. If Li Yiying's initial compliance was mere rote obedience to his grandfather's teachings, he now understood something of the mysteries of politics. Every time he reflected on that initial decision, he quietly rejoiced that he hadn't made a mistake he would regret for the rest of his life. Otherwise, he would be a patrol member of the Agricultural Committee in Vietnam or Taiwan by now. Such experience made him cautious when dealing with any senator. Yet after hearing Dongfeng Qi's request, he could not help wondering if the man suffered from mental problems, especially given the long hair and flowing silk shirt, which only deepened his suspicions. "Comrade Dongfeng, do you have a definite basis for requesting enhanced cultural festival security?" "Yes, but it's difficult to explain simply. I understand your troops are stretched thin. I'm not asking for many people. Just send 2 armed soldiers to accompany Wang Qishuo, who's been seconded as a musician, or allow Wang Qishuo himself to participate in rehearsals while armed. You need to be clearer. Coming to me directly like this isn't appropriate. It doesn't follow procedure. Lingao's security configuration is a top Senate secret. Mobilizing even a single squad requires an order from the general office." Li Yiying spoke firmly. "Moreover, weapon discipline is strict. You are requesting that Wang Qishuo carry a concealed weapon on duty in plain clothes at a Class A venue. This is a serious matter. I cannot approve your request on my own authority. I must report to the Executive Committee for instructions." Class A venue designation referred to occasions where multiple senators gathered simultaneously, warranting the highest alert level. "Very well, please proceed as quickly as possible. Whoever you need to consult, please do so immediately. I still have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave." Dongfeng Qi, having hit a wall, said nothing more. He rose, opened the door, and departed. Li Yiying stood speechless, watching the long-haired arts official go. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up the telephone. "Connect me to the Political Security Bureau, Director Wu." Surveillance Section Q12 submitted its routine report to Liu Fengqing. Secret, the surveillance subject departed her dormitory at 700 today. After eating breakfast in the cafeteria, she left the dormitory area. She followed the route of Jing 12 Branch 7 Road to Jing 12 Road, arrived at the Bus Lingao police station stop, and boarded the number 3 public carriage at 7:40. In accordance with your instructions, our surveillance personnel did not board the bus after her. Based on her movement patterns from the preceding period, we anticipated she would disembark at bus gymnasium stop. We therefore positioned a surveillance team at that location in advance. To guard against the possibility of her disembarking midway, we temporarily stationed operatives at all intermediate stops along the route. The surveillance subject disembarked at gymnasium stop at 8:03. Given advance knowledge that the subject had received specialized training, I decided against deploying surveillance personnel into the gymnasium rehearsal venue. The photography club of the College of Arts and Sciences was active in the facility that day. I instructed Lin Ailey and her photography club to assume monitoring duties. According to Lin Ailey's surveillance report, the subject met with one man and one woman. Lin Ailey photographed them. One of the women has been identified as Lian Nishang, senior assistant of the National Police at Eastgate Police Station. The man is still being identified. Based on appearance characteristics, he is indigenous. The surveillance subject watched the folk orchestra rehearsal in their company, then participated in rehearsals herself. Her contacts during this period are listed in the attached table. Also attached is a floor plan drawn by Lin Ailey indicating where the surveillance subject stayed within the venue. The surveillance subject departed the gymnasium via the emergency exit typically used by staff at 1830. Interesting, Liu Fengqing thought. Surveillance of Li Yongsun's associates had yielded no major breakthroughs until now, but today's discovery was genuinely surprising. Another police officer and an indigenous person. He had a faint premonition. There was a significant story here. Liu Fengqing opened the photo bag in the file and pulled out the black and white photograph. The chief's new toy is truly remarkable. Liu Fengqing never exhibited the prostrate admiration naturalized citizens typically showed toward the senators, but he had always secretly marveled at their wisdom, feeling utterly insignificant in comparison. Wisdom approaching the demonic. That phrase was perhaps most fitting for the senators, and this newly emerged camera was yet another product of their unfathomable ingenuity. Liu Fengqing was a senior clerk who had navigated the great Ming bureaucracy and understood deeply the importance of identity confirmation. With this invention called photography, those who opposed Great Song would find survival increasingly difficult. A living photograph was nothing like a sketch that resembled everyone and no one. Once the Yamen arrived and posted such a photograph, no disguise could save the subject. Problems like forged road passes and household registrations would be solved with ease. Chapter 15, 81 Catching a big fish in the black and white photograph. The faces of one man and two women were captured with perfect clarity. Zhuo Yami had even thrown up a scissors gesture, her smile verging on what might be called charming. Liu Fengqing couldn't quite acclimate to this trend the senators favored, but that was beside the point. Monitoring Zhuo Yami had been casting a net blindly, without any real expectation of catching something. Yet here, unexpectedly, was a fish in the net. Now he needed to determine how big this fish truly was. Liu Fengqing studied the indigenous man in the center of the photograph. By appearance, a young master from a wealthy family. Though the black and white image obscured the color of his clothing, the texture, pattern, and the fan in his hand made one thing certain: he hadn't been in Lingao long. These were all fashionable Suzhou styles. The so-called Suzhou style referred to the Suzhou model, synonymous with high fashion in Great Ming. The 17th century had two fashion centers, Beijing and Suzhou, and the External Intelligence Bureau reported the latest trends from both to Lingao every 6 months, in pictures, text, and physical samples. Gathering this information served not commercial purposes, though it certainly aided the development of new products, but primarily to provide convincing cover for dispatched intelligence officers of the External Intelligence Bureau. Secondarily, it helped the Political Security Bureau judge the origins and approximate arrival period of suspicious persons entering Lingao. Judging by this young man's appearance, he was a recent arrival. Had he been a local wealthy youth whose clothing had not yet transitioned to Song style, he would never have worn such conspicuously Suzhou-style garments. Just as Liu Fengqing considered querying the archives for information on this young man, his assistant knocked and entered. "Level I Commander, Director Wu wants to see you." Liu Fengqing quickly straightened his clothing. Could Director Wu be inquiring about the progress of the Umbrella special case? His nerves tightened at the thought. The only progress to date was this photograph of uncertain value. Though Chief Wu had said no time limit, a leader's patience was finite. Wu Mu wasted no words and handed him a file bag directly. "There's new material here, take it back and study it." "Yes, Regional Command." Liu Fengqing was privately puzzled. New material. These clues relate to the cultural festival. Wu Mu gazed out the window. Generally speaking, there's not much to squeeze from them. But many senators will be present at the cultural festival. You must examine everything carefully, no mistakes allowed. Understood, Chief. Liu Fengqing's heart skipped. Another lead involving the cultural festival. Could it be related to that suspicious wealthy young man? He returned to his office and immediately opened the file bag. The material confirmed his suspicion, but there was more within. The wealthy young master who had visited the gymnasium with Lion Nisheng and Zhuo Yami possessed martial arts skills. A wealthy young master with martial arts training, intimately associating with women in the Senate's police system. In Liu Fengqing's view, this practically constituted collusion. The matter was deeply suspicious on its face. He summoned his assistant immediately and handed over the photograph. Find out this person's identity immediately. I want all information on him and all recent activities. After you locate him, put him under 24-hour surveillance. Yes, Level I Commander. And this Lion Nisheng, notify General Affairs Section 9 that we're initiating 24-hour surveillance on her as well. After issuing orders, Liu Fengqing asked the secretary, any new word from Qian? Qian was directly responsible for monitoring Li Yongsun herself. The answer, no new developments for now. Liu Fengqing had expected at least 24 hours before hearing anything new. Identifying a person took time, checking with the archives department, visiting customs, police stations. To his surprise, less than an hour later, his assistant returned carrying a thick file bag. What? Liu Fengqing was genuinely astonished. This person already has a case file. The assistant placed the bag on his desk. His name is Zhu Yifan. Investigator Yang Cao is handling his case. Bern City, Senator Dormitory area. The sun gradually sank. The clock hands pointed to 7. This prefabricated housing complex, built shortly after D-Day, now stood nearly empty. Most dormitories had been demolished, their materials repurposed elsewhere. Only a handful of buildings where senators still resided remained, looking forlorn and isolated. Because the area remained under general office jurisdiction, gate sentries and road lighting continued as usual, and the yard was cleaned regularly. Though somewhat desolate, it had not fallen into disrepair. Akamoto and Nan Gonghao strolled through this forgotten dormitory district. Memories of turbulent years past stirred a certain melancholy. This place feels a bit eerie. Nan Gonghao glanced around. It used to be so lively. True enough, see that? Akamoto pointed to an empty foundation. That was once the female senator dormitory. When it was hot, they'd leave their windows open, Western women wandering around in bras and panties, even teabacks. His voice grew dreamy with reminiscence. Nan Gonghao did not take the bait. His memories were of the road-building days, returning to the dormitory so exhausted he could barely speak, having to summon the courage just to shower. Akamoto stopped. Here it is. No one else lives in this building anymore. He's the only one. Claims it's close to work so he doesn't have to worry about oversleeping. But I think he just likes being alone. Akamoto recounted his earlier invitation to dinner at Dong Fengqi's place, before the art troupe's founding. Now the two stood outside Dongfeng's dormitory door. Earlier that day, the folk music ensemble's rehearsal of Good News from Lingao reaches Li villages had finally gone smoothly. Deputy Director Dongfeng, acting uncharacteristically, had offered to treat his colleagues to dinner in celebration. But the restaurants in Eastgate Market were too noisy and monotonous, and Nanhai Farm was too distant. With just a small group, he decided to cook for them at his residence. Liu Shuixin said she'll arrive later, some complications with the Checkered Skirt Club rehearsal. Let's go up first, Nan Gonghao said. He rarely socialized and had never visited a senator's home for dinner. They pushed through the door just as 2 uniformed naturalized employees were exiting Dongfeng's room. The lead employee spoke up immediately. Hello, chiefs, perfect timing. The shop just delivered the cognac Chief Dongfeng ordered. Enjoy your meal. He bent his right arm in a textbook gentleman's salute and departed. Well, Well, Dongfeng is feeling generous. I heard this batch of brandy just arrived from Goa last month. Akamoto, exhausted from days of work, perked up immediately. They entered the cramped senator dormitory. The antique piano had been moved to the art troup's rehearsal hall, replaced by a simple electronic keyboard. This finally allowed a standard dining table to be squeezed into Dongfeng Qi's living room. Fresh fruits and a small wooden wine barrel sat on the table, but the host was nowhere to be seen. Your timing is perfect. The lamb chops will be ready in 5 minutes. Dongfeng Qi's voice drifted from the adjacent room. The dormitory originally had no kitchen. Dongfeng Qi had privately commandeered the room next door and converted it himself. Kitchen utensils and tableware had accumulated slowly over time, custom-made or salvaged from war spoils. Everything one could need was there. The only imperfection, the coal briquette stove, lacked sufficient heat. The two guests followed the sound into the kitchen. A wave of heat and fragrance washed over them. The oven released the aroma of roasting meat mingled with rosemary and other spices. Borscht bubbled on the stove. Dongfeng Qi, his long hair tucked behind his ears, tossed a cast-iron wok with his left hand while his right held a small bottle, sprinkling something into the pan. Menu: rosemary roasted lamb chops, borscht, pan-fried salmon, corn salad. Time's tight, so no cake, just cookies for dessert. You two go sit outside, the wine just arrived. Cups are in the cupboard next to the stereo, pour yourselves. Dongfeng spoke without turning. We have salmon here. Nan Gonghao was puzzled. Didn't a senator propose that the general office supply it once? They said it's an Atlantic specialty. That's Atlantic salmon, of course we don't have it, but Asia has Pacific salmon. This is what old Huang got from the Northeast, commonly called chum salmon. The fish isn't worth much, the ice is what's valuable. Damn, that smells incredible. Were you a chef before crossing? Akamoto was already drooling. Just exceptionally picky about food. Dongfeng arranged fish and side dishes on a plate, then returned to stirring the soup. If I'd known, I'd have mooched off you after every rehearsal. This is practically a Western restaurant. Nan Gong was equally excited. He had been eating canteen bento boxes in the rehearsal hall or studio for over a week straight. You're dreaming. Lamb chops have to be reserved in advance with the canteen supervisor. Fish needs prior marinating. As for that imported brandy, I only stumbled onto it when I visited Minister Hong at number 82 yesterday to order clothes. Normally, it's just home cooking here. Besides, with rehearsals so busy, I haven't touched the kitchen in ages. When Dongfeng placed the final dinner plate on the table, he produced 3 carved European-made glass cups from the cabinet. The PHS phone mounted in the corner of the living room rang. "MN, okay, I see. Go ahead then." Dongfeng Qi set down the phone and looked at his 2 colleagues at the dining table. "Looks like you two will have the run of the place." Liu Shuixin says that due to last-minute changes in the checkered skirt dance program's personnel composition, the rehearsal has to run late. She won't be joining us for dinner, poor thing. Then we can start eating. Akamoto seemed unable to wait another moment. "MN, let's begin. For the Senatus." Dongfeng raised his glass with a smile, then set it down and turned to switch on the stereo. Chapter 1582, relying on oneself, accompanied by the William Tell overture, they fell upon the meal. This tableware is exquisite, and these knives and forks. Nan Gonghao, a literary man with refined tastes, could readily appreciate the value of what lay before him. All from the war spoils auction. The knife and fork set is Italian. The tableware is high-grade crock porcelain. Dongfeng Qi smiled faintly. A pity there's no proper red wine. With lamb chops like these, even a €1 or €2 table wine would make for an excellent experience. Grapes simply could not be cultivated in a place like Hainan Island. Both Zhu Ziliang and the Agricultural Committee had made futile efforts on that front. Even the attempt to produce cider as a consolation had failed. The senators had to content themselves with fruit wines brewed from various local fruits. Though they possessed a complete array of brewing technology and processes superior to any winery of this era, Wine simply carried more prestige than jackfruit wine. Wouldn't imported wine work? Okamoto's mouth was stuffed with lamb. From Europe to here takes a year or more. What sets off as fine wine arrives as excellent vinegar. Dong Fengqi spoke with unmistakable regret. I had Minister Hong order a barrel of good port wine from Macau. Now I'll have to use it for salad dressing. Shame olive oil can't survive the long transport either, and olive trees won't grow on Hainan Island. This Minister Hong you mention, is that Hong Huangnan from the Joint Logistics Headquarters? Okamoto asked. The very same. No wonder you've got the good stuff, using public office for private gain. You wrong him. Dong Fengqi raised his carved glass cup, contemplating the amber brandy within. This is a new project he's been developing, affiliated with the General Office, currently undergoing renovations for trial operation. He happened to need my help with something, so I asked him to procure some rare goods. The 4 servings of roasted lamb chops had nearly vanished. Okamoto was already flushed, still trading toasts with Nan Gonghao. He drank entirely in the Chinese style, no ice, all in one gulp. Dong Fengqi rose and fetched new dishes from the kitchen. Braised lamb liver. He lifted the thermal cover. A captivating aroma filled the air. The portions of lamb liver on each plate were modest, garnished with herbs and drizzled with a rich sauce. Excellent flavor. You could open a Western restaurant with skills like these, Okamoto praised. Nan Gonghao said nothing but nodded in agreement. A mysterious smile played across Dongfeng's face. I'll wager you have no idea where this lamb liver came from. In an instant, both Okamoto and Nan Gonghao went pale. Loves music, excellent cooking skills, lives in solitude, refined tastes. These characteristics suddenly magnified 1,000-fold. Looking at the dark red sauce remaining on the plate, violent discomfort surged from their stomachs. Okamoto watched Nan Gonghao's face drain to a terrifying pallor. Sensing the reaction had exceeded expectations, Dong Fengqi quickly raised his hand. Joking. This is from Nanhai Farm, the finest Changhua goat. Damn, don't play games like that during dinner. Okamoto's complexion recovered slightly. Completely ruins the atmosphere. Sorry, I got carried away. Dong Fengqi apologized repeatedly. Plates cleared, Dong Fengqi served dessert, cookies, and hot coffee. Then his expression turned grave. It's just the 3 of us here, safer than any restaurant or reception venue. So what I'm about to say, stop eating and listen carefully. Wait, are you about to trick us again? Okamoto nearly spat out his cookie. Clink. Dongfeng tapped the soup bowl with a silver spoon. If you'd rather not become the featured memorial subjects at Qians Cemetery next Tomb Sweeping Day, I suggest you pay attention. Okamoto froze, staring at Dongfeng. Nan Gong also stopped eating. The pistols issued to you years ago. Have you been maintaining them regularly? Both shook their heads blankly. After the Battle of Chiangmai, most civilian senators in the Senate had grown lax about military training. Apart from the pistol target practice the General Office organized twice annually, many senators had consigned the matter of firearms to oblivion. Some had simply locked their pistols and ammunition away together. Dongfeng's expression betrayed no surprise. He continued, "Do you have anti-stab vests?" "Yes, one was issued to each of us initially." Nan Gonghao thought for a moment. "Probably stored with my steel helmet somewhere." "Mine should still be around too. Can't remember where. Some cabinet, presumably. Have your maid find it tonight and clean it up." Dong Fengqi's tone left no room for argument. "As for the pistol, take it out, disassemble it properly, wipe it down with oil. Best if you can test fire it soon." "Wait, what do you mean by all this?" Okamoto asked, thoroughly confused. "I can't explain exactly how I know, but during the cultural festival performance, Lingao may not be peaceful. You'd all be wise to wear anti-stab vests and carry weapons on stage." "What? You're saying something might happen at the art performance, and you want me to wear an anti-stab vest while conducting? That's absurd." Nan Gonghao's face darkened. The drunken flush vanished instantly. "Amen. Wearing it under your formal shirt will just make you look more robust. Not absurd at all, just a bit warm. You'll manage." Dongfeng began rambling uncharacteristically. Originally, I'd planned to invite Liu Shuixin as well and have her submit a request to strengthen the art troupe's security. I assumed the executive committee wouldn't refuse her. You really don't understand the executive committee. Okamoto shook his head. Those creatures are terrified of being accused of favoritism toward female senators. They all pretend to be ascetics. Haven't you noticed how cold and formal they are with women? Besides, this doesn't follow procedure. Is that so? Dong Fengqi hesitated. Evidently, the Senate's political dynamics were far more complicated than he had imagined. No wonder his earlier attempts. What exactly do you know? Don't scare us, this joke isn't funny. Okamoto seemed unable to recognize the man before him. Why had he become so cautious? I don't know anything for certain, just guessing. But preparedness beats the alternative. We've all seen the performance venue. A space that large with only a handful of garrison battalion grunts without long guns. It can't be properly secured. What exactly are you implying? Something major is going to happen at the cultural festival. Their curiosity was thoroughly hooked now. They insisted he explain. Helpless, Dong Fengqi laid out his observations and suspicions. I believe spies have already infiltrated Lingao and are preparing to strike at the cultural festival. They probably already have insiders in the police department. Damn it, with intelligence this significant, why didn't you report it to the Political Security Bureau? Okamoto burst out. Nan Gonghao nodded. I agree, you really should have. I did report it. Dong Fengqi's frustration surfaced. I went to Wu Mu. I also went to the garrison battalion commander. He became indignant. They both gave me the standard official answer. What's an official answer? Nan Gonghao supplied the translation. Roughly, we've noted the situation you've reported and will handle it appropriately. Thank you for assisting our work and so on. He then recounted Dongfeng's visits to Wu Mu and Li Yang. What the hell, isn't this ignoring a senator's authority? Okamoto grew agitated. Those animals on the executive committee, they don't treat senators as anything at all. Are they angling to become emperors themselves? Nan Gonghao shook his head. Going to Li Yang was problematic from the start. What authority does he have to arm Wang Qishuo? As for moving troops, I'm not entirely clear on our personnel deployment protocols, but I assume they're similar to the parties. Without orders from the executive committee, does Li Yang dare mobilize troops on his own discretion? Fair enough, but Wu Mu, that spy chief, gave the same dismissive response. Doesn't he realize what position he holds? Does he really think he's Himmler? Okamoto was fuming. Amen. I find the Political Security Bureau rather unreliable. Dongfeng Qi sipped his coffee. They certainly put on airs, yet I've never seen them accomplish anything of substance. So we can't count on them, Okamoto said. At least not completely. We need our own means of self-protection. Dongfeng Qi stood and walked into the inner room. Okamoto and Nan Gong heard cabinets opening and closing. When he returned, he carried a bundle. Since you both have anti-stab vests, I won't bring out the padded jackets I had made. But this, he produced a leather holster as if by sleight of hand. Quick-draw holster, genuine American, fits a snub-nosed Smith & Wesson. Revolvers are relatively reliable. Liu Shuixin should have one. That's standard issue for female senators. Okamoto, borrow hers. You won't be on stage, so just wear this under your arm. I don't need to teach you how to use it. Okamoto pursed his lips and took the holster. Right, that's about it. If you haven't drunk enough, continue. More soup. The two art workers, looking rather shaken, indicated they had eaten and drunk their fill and should be getting back. Amen. Then take care. I won't see you out. Be careful on the road. Dongfeng switched off the stereo and began clearing cups and plates. Right, see you at the performance. Thanks for the hospitality. When Okamoto stood, he already swayed slightly. Nan Gong hurried to steady him. Dongfeng Qi stood at the window, watching his two colleagues' figures make their way toward the barren dormitory area gate. Suddenly, his right hand emerged from behind his waist, a karambit knife glinting in his palm. He slashed the air a few times, then turned and sat before the piano, sinking into contemplation. Chapter 15, 83, Action Plan. The gymnasium's defenses are as follows. Zhu Yifan had laid bare all the intelligence on the bandits he had gathered through various means in recent days, for the others to reference in planning their operation. He emphasized his impressions of the cultural festival activities, and the fact that the bandits maintained no strict sentries at the gymnasium. Several men surrounded a table in a small room in the rear courtyard of the Huang family medicine shop, silent, their gazes fixed intently on the crude floor plan drawn on rough-edged paper. In the shop front outside, though night had fallen, the place remained lively with customers entering and leaving to see doctors and purchase medicine. Voices drifted in faintly. Heavy curtains hung over the windows, and disciples stood guard outside. They could discuss the details of their operation with confidence. Zhang, light another candle. Sima Qiudao broke the silence. Several Australian foreign candles already burned in the room. Though not quite bright as day like the gas lamps in the shop front, the illumination was considerable. Huang Zhen spoke first. Young hero Zhuo possesses talent beyond ordinary men. To have gleaned such detailed intelligence on the bandits from that fake bandit constable is truly a great contribution. You flatter me, it was merely chance, Zhu Yifan demurred. Wanli Feng said, what the young hero observes is correct. At this juncture of the cultural festival with true bandits and fake bandits gathered in one place, it is indeed a prime opportunity to strike. However what? Since this cultural festival is a grand event for the bandits, as the young hero notes, with large numbers of true bandits present in person, surely the arrangements will differ from ordinary days. At that gathering place, there must be soldiers carrying Australian firelocks for protection. The bandit music bands and opera troupes also move in large groups. If we act rashly, I fear we'll find ourselves gnawing on hard bones. Wanli Feng, seasoned by years in the Jianghu, had identified the crux of the problem in a single stroke. Indeed, not easy to handle. Sima Qiudao frowned. According to the intelligence young hero Zhuo has collected, combined with what old Manchi's sources have provided, during the 3 official performance days, the bandits' garrison battalion, police, and army will station heavy troops around the venue. Even if we manage to infiltrate the square, once we act, our casualties will be severe, and complete withdrawal may prove impossible. The floor plan before them had been drawn by combining reconnaissance gathered over recent days with old Manchi's intelligence. It appeared to offer no viable opportunity whatsoever. Even in the square alone, there were reportedly hundreds of guards in bright helmets and armor. Old Manchi's intelligence indicated many plainclothes personnel would also be present, though his sources confirmed that no specialized interrogation checkpoints would be established in the square, ostensibly free entry and exit. In reality, it was loose on the outside, tight on the inside. Any slight abnormality would trigger arrest. As for entering the gymnasium itself, that was even more impossible. Intelligence indicated that everyone entering during the performance would need a ticket. Those without tickets would be categorically denied entry. Moreover, internal defenses were stricter still. Even old Manchi lacked detailed information. Looking at this map, all 4 men drew a sharp breath. They had originally thought entering the gymnasium for an assassination would be suicide. Now it appeared that even acting in the square would offer only the slimmest chance of survival. Though crowds were numerous, and the bandits' firearms would be less effective in close quarters, the enemy held the advantage of numbers. No matter how skilled one was, there was no chance of prevailing against 10-to-1 odds. I fear we masters are destined to fall here. Huang Zhen stroked his smooth chin again. Local naturalized citizens had abandoned the habit of growing beards, which had indirectly influenced the custom. Even fewer indigenous people grew them now. Yuziu especially disliked facial hair. To please this middle-aged widow, Huang Zhen had recently shaved his beard off, but his chin felt cold and unfamiliar. His tone betrayed reluctance and regret. Initially, Hero Huang had held himself steady. To maintain cover in Nanbao and facilitate intelligence gathering, he had inevitably dealt with Director Yu's advances with studied ambiguity. He had originally thought he could remain detached, but he was a single man, she a resentment-filled woman. He could not withstand Yu Ziu's flirtations and had finally tumbled into her bed. Huang Zhen prided himself on being an upright gentleman. Having committed such indecency, though circumstances made it unavoidable and duty demanded it, and it was merely playing along, he still felt guilt. Seeing his unhappiness, Yu Ziu assumed something didn't suit his tastes. Not only did she lavish attention on him in bed, but she proved attentive in daily life as well, sending things over constantly, taking his torn clothes to wash. How could Huang Zhen withstand such wearing seduction in this gentle trap? And with business going surprisingly smoothly, the heroism of how can one catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den had largely evaporated. Though he had not forgotten his mission, he secretly wished these comfortable days might continue indefinitely. Now, seeing that these pleasant days would not only end, but would inevitably culminate in bloody battle, and possibly burial in foreign soil, the 10,000 feet of heroism with which he had set out had retreated by 80%. If too many of us die and our sex vitality is damaged, we masters won't be able to face the seniors when we return. We would have to die here ourselves. Sima Qiudo understood Huang Zhen's thoughts perfectly. Even he had no desire to be loyal unto death in this place. Though he spoke boldly, his words implied retreat. Zhu Yifan nodded. This matter requires careful deliberation. We must find a foolproof method. A tacit understanding had formed through their exchange. Sima Qiudo closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them and spoke. A few days ago, righteous man Gu, who escorted us out of Lingao, visited Nanbao. Oh, where is he now? Zhu Yifan asked. He refused to say where he was staying and didn't come here. We met at a tea house. Sima Qiudo explained. Righteous man Gu has already arranged our escape route and contact signals. Oh, how shall we proceed? He said he cannot linger here long. The bandits hate him bitterly and have offered rewards for his capture. Therefore, he can only wait in the Li territory. He will meet us at the border when the time comes. As long as we can escape and reach the designated location, he will have prepared clothing, food, and weapons. To think such a loyal and righteous man still exists in the bandits' heartland, Wan Lifeng praised. He warns us to remain vigilant at all times. The bandits are incomparably cunning, with nets spread everywhere, not comparable to ordinary bandits. He wants us to rely on wit, not force. Attempting to burn jade and stone together is not to be sought. To deal with the bandits, one must win by surprise to have any chance at all. Regardless of success or failure, we must leave immediately after striking. No delays, no waiting. The others nodded. Needless to say, they had already felt the bandits' formidable capabilities firsthand. Zhu Yifan mused aloud. Righteous man Gu speaks truly. To succeed, we must win by surprise. The true bandits live in seclusion on ordinary days. Only by exploiting this cultural festival juncture, when many true bandits will come to observe, can we find an opportunity to strike. However, the however had already been discussed. Acting meant near certain death, with uncertain chances of success. Sima Qiudo, Huang Zhen, and Wan Lifeng all stared at him, waiting to hear what brilliant scheme he had devised. I inadvertently learned from that young woman that the day before the cultural festival, the bandits will hold a dress rehearsal, the full cast performing on stage without a formal audience. At that time, true and fake bandits from all participating groups will travel to the gymnasium together. If we divide into disguised teams and ambush them along the route, the bandits cannot possibly establish defenses everywhere. Zhu Yifan's plan was clearly formed, and he spoke with confidence. When these Jianghu heroes first arrived in Lingao, unfamiliar and fearful of the bandits' strange skills and excessive ingenuity, they had labored under tremendous psychological pressure. But after doing business, locally for some time, they had gradually become familiar with certain patterns of this land. Combined with the wealth of intelligence Zhu Yifan had provided, the knights emerged from their initial confusion and recovered some confidence in completing their mission. An excellent plan. If our local insiders respond simultaneously to create diversions, we will surely throw the bandits into chaos. Huang Zhen's eyes gleamed with shrewd calculation as he stroked his non-existent beard. Furthermore, I observed that the females among those juvenile fake bandits all wear strange Australian clothes. If we can kidnap one or two along the way and have Junior Sister Joe and the others change into those uniforms, it will further confuse the bandits. It is said the bandits are lustful by nature and drop their guard around beautiful women. Zhu Yifan lowered his voice, but the listener's expressions showed clear understanding. How shall we act? Sima Qiudo asked. First, have the female disciples change into bandit attire, Zhu Yifan said. Women don't need to shave their heads to change costume, just alter their hairstyle and clothing. Bandits dislike bound feet. Fake bandit women either have natural feet or have unbound theirs. Fortunately, the female disciples of our various sects all have unbound feet, so this we can manage. Actually, we masters could also change appearance and disguise, Huang Zhen offered. Director Yu has advised me several times to shave my head and change my clothing. Brother Huang needn't trouble himself. Someone must coordinate here in Nanbao. You shall remain and oversee matters, waiting quietly for our arrival. Very well, Huang Zhen nodded. The plan was thus finalized. They would divide personnel into several teams. Nan Wanner would lead a number of female disciples to stand by in the square before the gymnasium, ready to act on signal. Female disciples, including Zhou Zhangjun, led by Sima Qiudo, would wait for an opportunity to ambush bandit female students, obtain uniforms, disguise themselves, then proceed to the square to await orders. Abbess Miang would personally lead a team to respond at the intersection outside the gymnasium, first to intercept bandit reinforcements, second to provide cover for fellow Taoists fleeing the scene. Sha Guangshan and Meng Bofei would each lead a team to operate in various locations throughout Eastgate Market. Once the signal arose, they would attack and kill bandit police, set fires to create chaos, and draw bandit attention. Wanli Feng would lead a small group to remain at the inn, maintaining an empty fort strategy. At the first sign of chaos, they would set fire to the inn, then rush into the market streets to sow disorder. I myself will wait for the opportunity in the square alongside several heroes. Zhu Yifan assigned everything meticulously. Everyone must act according to the signal. The signal would be the special double-kick firecracker they had brought in secret. After ascending into the sky, it would emit 3 consecutive bangs. At that moment, regardless of success or failure, I will release a second double-kick. No matter what anyone is doing, you must flee immediately, Zhu Yifan emphasized. We must evacuate Eastgate Market before the bandits can react. Chapter 1584, Emergency. Notice the sun sank toward the west, and burning clouds painted the towers, terraces, carriages, and horses of Lingao County seat in faint shades of crimson. A Dongfeng carriage rolled unhurriedly down the newly paved street. The coachman lifted the reins gently, and the well-trained draft horse eased to a stop beside a building bearing a plaque that read, Central Experimental Art Troupe. A female senator stepped from the carriage, her black hair swept up in a Paris bird's nest bun, skirts fluttering, bearing dignified, elegant with a hint of charm. It was Liu Shuixin. At that moment an identical carriage pulled up close behind. Before it had fully stopped, a figure leapt down, a young girl wearing a blue sailor collar dress with white trim. "Oh, Teacher Liu, what a coincidence! It's been so long. You look wonderful." "Wow, what a beautiful skirt, and it's so new. Looks like it's made in Lingao. They've finally learned how to make clothes." The girl bounded over to Liu Shuixin, her questions rattling out like machine gun fire. Liu Shuixin was well acquainted with every little senator, particularly the girls. She taught body-shaping classes weekly. "Ziki, what brings you here? You're not in the performance." Liu Shuixin smiled. "Though I think you could manage a program." "I couldn't possibly," Lin Ziki waved her hands repeatedly. "My singing is a car crash, my dancing is a dance of demons. No talent whatsoever. I'm just here to keep her company during rehearsal." She pointed at Zhang Yunmi, who had just stepped down from the carriage behind her, already dressed in performance costume. The latter smiled in greeting. "Hello, Teacher Liu. Coming to give guidance at this hour, you work so hard." "Hello, Yunmi. For the sake of quality, a little hard work is nothing, but it's wonderful that you can lead the dance. Rehearsal is about to start. Let's go in." Zhang Yunmi's dance progress over these few days of rehearsal could only be called rapid. Liu Shuixin appreciated her tremendously. This girl not only possessed keen comprehension but genuine endurance. Dancing was easy enough, as long as one looked cute, had a good figure, and possessed a bit of musical sense. Girls dancing idle routines could garner endless likes. But to dance well, with true expressiveness, required considerable work and practice. Zhang Yunmi had no dance foundation whatsoever. She had been rather stiff at first, relying entirely on sacrificed rest time for repeated practice. Liu Shuixin's words carried genuine warmth. Liu Shuixin had not initially looked favorably on the Checkered Skirt Club's idol group venture. In another space-time, she had seen countless girls uploading dance videos online. In her view, some girls with wonderful looks, figures, and smiles put minimal effort into their dancing. Even for very simple Japanese idol choreography, they merely swayed hands and feet as if conserving energy. Had Dongmen and the others not explained at length that they were building a professional group, and had she not genuinely itched to demonstrate her skills, she would never have accepted the role of rehearsal instructor for this idol group. But after these days of work, she found herself thoroughly enjoying it. After so many years, this was the first time she had seriously choreographed dances for others in preparation for a performance. The long-absent creative work made her radiant. She felt years younger. The three walked into the building. Lin Ziqi, trailing behind, gestured to the guard to dismiss the carriage. With the cultural festival performance approaching, the Checkered Skirt Club's organizers paid extra attention to this overtime rehearsal. Not only were they all present, but they directed the members through various stage preparation tasks. Zhang Berlin stood behind the mixing console, a fine sheen of sweat already beading his forehead. Because Nan Gonghao, a jack of all trades, could no longer spare time to manage the troupe's far-flung performances, the task of operating playback and amplification equipment on-site had fallen to Zhang Berlin. The old men of the Checkered Skirt Club suspected this was entirely Okamoto's deliberate arrangement, but the main reason for selecting Zhang Berlin was his youth and reportedly quick reflexes. Operating playback and amplification equipment at a performance was both technical and meticulous work. Hands absolutely must not shake or make mistakes. Minor errors meant chaotic music and ugly dancing. Major ones could burn out equipment. The sequence of accompaniment was particularly critical. Play the wrong segment, and actors dancing strictly to the rhythm would immediately fall into disarray. Zhang Berlin had spent days studying under Nan Gonghao. After intensive training, he could barely operate the recording and playback equipment independently. In the rehearsal hall, areas had been marked on the floor with paper tape according to the stage's size and shape. Sunlight streamed through the skylight, illuminating the numbers on the floor with perfect clarity. White Arabic numerals, 0 through 15, arranged in 3 rows, 16 standing positions in total. A group of girls waited in the rehearsal room. They had applied makeup and donned head flowers and small accessories as the performance required. To preserve the beauty and integrity of their costumes, no one sat, all stood against the wall. "Everyone take your positions. Let's begin the rehearsal." Liu Shuixin wasted no time on pleasantries with the Checkered Skirt Club's gentlemen. Emerging from the changing room, she slipped directly into professional mode. She wore a leotard and dance shoes, her hair tied back with a handkerchief so it wouldn't get in the way. Her expression was serious, a completely different person from the charming young woman of moments ago. The girls quickly found their places according to the rehearsal arrangement. Though there were 16 standing positions, 3 people had none and stood in the back row as substitutes. though dressed and made up according to performance requirements, participating in the full rehearsal. They could only wait on the sidelines during the actual performance for a chance to substitute in. Zhang Yunmi stood at No. 0, the center of the front row, the so-called center position, the focus of the audience's attention. Number 1 belonged to Lin Ali. Number 2 was Zhu Yami's. Reportedly, Dongmen Chuyu had determined these assignments. Liu Shuixin had originally recommended that Zhu Yami take the number 1 position, but Dongmen's reasoning was sound. Zhu Yami was an amateur activist, while Lin Ali was still a full-time student. By age, Lin Ali was also younger, obviously possessing greater potential as an artist. "Let's go first song." Liu Shuixin clapped her hands and called toward Zhang Berlin, the only flower in the world. Music in the style of another spacetime filled the air. Led by Senator Zhang Yunmi, the girls in checkered skirts danced with nimble steps. Liu Shuixin stood aside, watching everyone's movements intently, nodding or frowning from time to time. When the song ended, Dongmen Chuyu and the others applauded from their seats, but Liu Shuixin shook her head slightly. "There are still some small problems. Starting with Yunmi, come to me one at a time. I'll go over the details." Lin Ziqi had long found a comfortable chair. Seeing her best friend walking over from Liu Shuixin, she quickly produced kvass from her bag and offered it, praising as she did. "You look amazing in Japanese style. If this were the old space-time, people would be swarming you for autographs." Zhang Yunmi accepted the drink naturally but didn't engage with the compliment. Worried about ruining her makeup, she dared not use a towel to wipe her face, only blotting sweat with tissue. Phew. So tiring. Since Uncle Dongmen organized a rehearsal at this hour, he should at least provide dinner, right? "Of course," Lin Ziqi answered loudly. "Our Fengqing initial class beauty is here, how could we slight her?" Zhang Yunmi revealed a shy smile and shook her head. "Don't talk nonsense, what have I become?" She didn't take the kvass but shook her head. "You have to insert a straw for me." Lipstick and foundation meant one could only drink through a straw after makeup. "Ah, I forgot." Lin Ziqi hurriedly rummaged through her bag for a straw and inserted it into the bottle before handing it over again. "Thanks, Ziqi, you're really thoughtful. You work so hard." Lin Ziqi gazed lovingly at her best friend, who held the glass bottle and sipped in small mouthfuls. "I originally thought this was just for fun. Actually, I think it's fine. Dancing is really interesting. When I'm dancing, my mind goes blank. I don't have to think about anything, just follow the rhythm, like floating." Zhang Yunmi smiled faintly. "It's just a pity I'm not very good." "If you count as not good, the rest of them might as well give up." Zhang Yunmi shook her head. "Teacher Liu just said my expressiveness isn't strong enough." "That's too picky." Zhang Yunmi smiled faintly. "I've somewhat fallen in love with being an idol, even if my dancing isn't great." Dongmen Chuyu happened to walk by and, overhearing Lin Ziqi's words, said with a smile, "Little Zhang, you actually dance very well. Your stage presence is far stronger than the other girls." "Their expressiveness is limited by the times, after all, they can't compare with you. I've already arranged for the commercial officer restaurant to deliver food shortly, won't let you go hungry. Rest a while. I'll go check on Teacher Liu's side." He walked toward the other end of the hall. "Amen. Uncle Dongmen is really thorough. Good, no need to go back for dinner." Zhang Yunmi squeezed out a faint smile. Lin Ziqi naturally understood the meaning behind those words. She didn't know what to say, only patted the slender shoulder of the girl beside her. At that moment, a guard soldier walked into the rehearsal hall and exchanged a few words with several senators. Wu Siren's face changed. "I'll step out for a moment. Tell everyone not to disperse." He hurriedly followed the soldier out of the rehearsal hall. They came to the art troupe office. A duty officer handed the receiver to this police chief, who was so enthusiastic about the arts. "This is Wu Siren speaking. Who is this?" "Director Wu Mu from the Political Security Bureau. Hold a moment." Wu Siren covered the receiver and waved to dismiss those around him. Once soldiers and employees had vacated the office, he spoke into the phone. "What can I do for you?" After listening to Wu Mu's account, Wu Siren's brow furrowed deep, especially at the final sentence. Currently, there is no evidence proving that police officer Zhu Yami has behaved in any way against the Senate, but we have arranged surveillance on her suspicious social contacts. Please attend to safety, maintain discipline, and cooperate with our work at the appropriate time. He could make neither head nor tail of it. Chapter 1585, Giving Instructions in Person. Then how do you intend to handle this? The specific plan will be communicated to all senators once it's finalized. For now, you may inform the senators involved of this news, Wu Mu said over the phone. Tonight, we'll invite you to a meeting as well. Understood. Though Wu Siren remained unsatisfied with this vague response, Wu Mu had already hung up. Further questions would yield nothing. Better to simply wait for the evening meeting. Returning to the rehearsal hall, Wu Siren, his expression grave, called Yuan Ziguang, Dongmen Chuyu, and the others to a corner for a small meeting. Fortunately, most members were clustered around Liu Shuixin and failed to notice the tense atmosphere. Only the two young senators, Zhang Yunmi and Lin Ziqi, cast surprised glances. Dongmen Chuyu shook his head to signal everything's fine. The situation I just heard from Wu Mu's phone call is as follows. What do you think? Wu Siren relayed the news and solicited opinions from his fellow enthusiasts. This is too. I mean, even if Zhu Yami really went to watch a rehearsal with someone, that doesn't prove anything, does it? She's a reliable element the Senate has cultivated for years. Unless, Yuan Ziguang, the old educator, clearly could not fathom that enemy agents would ever intersect with idle group activities. He stammered, nearly incoherent. If Zhu Yami truly has problems, the education department will be disgraced, he thought. At least she came from the maid training class. How could Dongmen Chuyu know the turmoil in Yuan's stomach? He said. I don't think we need to be overly anxious. Various forces infiltrating Lingao has been going on for ages. Grassroots police officers can't be expected to identify everyone. It's enough for us few to know this information. If little Zhang and teacher Liu hear about it, their mood will certainly suffer and program quality will be affected. Better not to tell them. As for the rest, we have the army, the police, the political security bureau. Are we really afraid they can't secure the venue? That all makes sense, but this is our essence saved up over years. Lose even one and I can't afford it. Yuan Ziguang was agitated enough to jump. Several senators had reserved positions in this idle group. If one actually died, he, the education department's direct person in charge, would be verbally crucified 100 times over. Suddenly he understood why Zio Zishan had wanted to restructure the maid training class. That damn thing was shedding a burden. I don't think we need to worry prematurely. Everything will become clear after tonight's meeting. As a precaution, I'll arrange a car to take teacher Liu and little Zhang home later. As for Zhu Yami, she belongs to the household registration section. It's really not my place to intervene. Let's wait for the Political Security Bureau to reach a conclusion. Wu Siren made the final call. Just then there was a knock at the door. Before Lin Ziqi could rise to answer, it swung open. Guards entered, followed by the food delivery team from the commercial officer restaurant, filing in with stacked food boxes. Dongmen Chuyu clapped his hands and called out, "Dinner time! Everyone line up to get your meals." The gentlemen of the Checkered Skirt Club had always been generous with their dream idol group, ordering the highest grade bento. The imported Japanese lacquer boxes alone were worth a small fortune. Opening one revealed colorful dishes arranged with exquisite precision, fully modeled on the high-end Japanese bento style of later generations. Not only were there delicacies from land and sea, but pickles and fruits as well. The girls, accustomed to cafeteria fare, had never seen such luxurious bentos. They collected them one by one and went to eat. Without discussion, Zhang Yunmi naturally took the lead. Lin Ali and Zhu Yami followed in standing position order. Apart from a few chairs in the rehearsal hall, there was no additional seating. The girls consciously left the chairs for the senators and sat on the floor to eat. Dongmen and the others naturally would not compete with the girls for seats. 3 chairs were left for Liu Shuixin, Zhang Yunmi, and Lin Ziqi. Damn, the gap already exists, huh? Zhang Berlin muttered while wolfing down his bento. Without a gap, there's no motivation. Dong Manchuyu replied. At least we haven't prepared the small cucumber set meal yet. What is your assessment? Zhao Mengsheng's gentle, steady voice came through the phone. Wu Mu suppressed the excitement of cracking a major case. Continue monitoring. Once we have more leads, we catch them all in one net, he added. The investigators share this view. I think you need to proceed with caution on this matter. Zhao Mengsheng coughed lightly. If even one senator is attacked by the enemy, regardless of whether actual harm is caused, your position as director will become precarious. Yang Cao and the others can be dealt with. I can transfer them elsewhere and promote them later. But if you fall, returning to this position will be very difficult. I'm psychologically prepared, Wu Mu said. Hidden dangers must be thoroughly eliminated. I don't concern myself with personal gains and losses. Then I agree with your plan, Zhao Mengsheng said. Have you notified the relevant senators about the briefing meeting? Tonight. Wu Mu said. To be frank, I question whether this is appropriate. Shouldn't such matters be kept absolutely confidential? You cannot view this matter purely through a professional lens. You must have political awareness. Zhao Mengsheng spoke unhurriedly. In political security work, the first requirement is maintaining correct political views. I understand your meaning, Wu Mu said. Close the net in a timely manner. Don't let the fish drag you in. Wu Mu set down the phone. It was already 7 in the evening. The office was silent. He opened the curtains, gazed at the lights of Eastgate Market, drew a deep breath, and after a moment picked up the phone again. Have Yang Cao, Liu Fengqing, and Qi Yun come to my office. After dinner, the Checkered Skirt Club members continued rehearsing late into the night. Only when Liu Shuixin nodded to indicate the quality was essentially acceptable did she dismiss them. Lin Ziqi was young and had grown excessively sleepy. She fell asleep in the carriage on the way home. In the end, Zhang Yunmi helped her into the house and stayed overnight at her best friend's home. Meanwhile, a meeting was underway in the Political Security Bureau building in Bern City, the Project Sun Umbrella cross-department coordination briefing. The venue was a small, closed conference room. Several senators sat around a round table. Wu Mu presided personally. Behind him sat a confidential secretary serving as stenographer. Because this was a briefing, besides work-related senators, Li Yang, commander of the Lingao garrison, and Mu Min, director of general affairs for the National Police, several senators directly connected to the matter also attended. Dong Manchuyu, Wu Siren, Yuan Ziguang, Zhang Berlin. Even Dong Fengqi and Nan Gonghao, who typically lived as recluses and loved sleeping in, had been summoned. After briefing everyone on the relevant situation and reiterating that the meeting's contents must remain confidential, Wu Mu invited the attendees to share their views and suggestions. Dong Fengqi spoke first. He reiterated his earlier observations and emphasized at the conclusion. He hoped both the Garrison Battalion and the Political Security Bureau would strengthen security forces to protect art troupe performances, especially the senators who lacked the ability to protect themselves. Li Yang said, "The Executive Committee has approved your previous request regarding enhanced cultural festival security. However, pardon my bluntness, Comrade Dongfeng should not place excessive hope in our Garrison Battalion. Garrison soldiers function primarily as a deterrent. Potential enemies will be scared away from heavily guarded targets, but they won't leave. They'll simply look for places with relatively weaker defenses to carry out sabotage. Therefore, I believe Director Wu should bring the Political Security Bureau's full capabilities to bear, prevent trouble before it starts, and root out the Senate's enemies in advance. Only then can the safe and smooth conduct of cultural festival activities be guaranteed." Wu Mu answered, "Yes, we have conducted relevant work. Particularly regarding the situation Comrade Dongfeng reported, we have implemented targeted control measures. We will strengthen security at key areas over the coming days. During your folk orchestra and checkered skirt club's movements to and from performance and rehearsal venues, I will assign staff to escort you. I hope the responsible senators will cooperate. Wu's siren interjected. We'll cooperate, of course. After receiving notification last night, I immediately organized our club's senator comrades to discuss. But we unanimously agreed that we cannot treat our member Zhu Yami as a suspect for now. After all, she's had no opportunity to engage in conspiracy or sabotage. Dong Fengqing complained, his face stony. Indeed, associating with martial artists of unknown origin certainly poses no instability risk whatsoever. Wu's siren was struck speechless. Wu Mu smoothed things over. Very well, we have conducted a detailed investigation regarding Zhu Yami's situation, and relevant leads are being followed up. I won't say more here. By the way, Dongfeng, will there be a dress rehearsal before the official performance? Yes, the day before. All performing units, including the Fengqing Drama Club, must enter the venue and run through the entire performance. Will you clear the venue? No, we will conduct more efficient work. By the way, the General Office has dispatched additional official carriages and guards in response to the recent security situation. You should stop riding your bicycle alone. Pay attention to safety, travel by carriage, and don't leave the sight of your escort. Dong Fengqing nodded noncommittally. Regarding security work, everyone needn't worry excessively, Mu Min said. Our detective team of General Affairs Section 10 has been fully mobilized, implementing man-to-man coverage of exposed suspicious elements. They're all professionals with considerable experience. Additionally, personnel from Section 9 of General Affairs will join the operation. Furthermore, we're mobilizing plainclothes police from the Public Security Division. Ran Yao has also submitted a request to the General Staff for assistance. More public security army personnel will be transferred to serve as guards, which will release more garrison battalion forces for more important personal protection duties. The meeting lasted until midnight. After Wu Mu adjourned the session, he remained busy, immediately summoning Yang Cao to his office for a lengthy, detailed personal briefing. Chapter 1586. Parting that evening, the sunset's glow faded gradually as the new moon rose. Zhu Yifan had met with Sima Qiudo again today. Sima Qiudo had produced another letter from Old Man Shi. After reading it, Zhu Yifan felt deeply vexed. Even Sima Qiudo thought Old Man Shi was pushing them too far. Yet shouldering such grave responsibility while surrounded by unpredictable dangers, they could devise no clever alternative. They had no choice but to follow Old Man Shi's arrangements. Still, this manner of drifting with the current, though there were unavoidable aspects, ran entirely contrary to the principles Zhu Yifan had always upheld. His mood soured. After dinner, he left the inn alone to clear his head. He had only meant to walk by himself and calm down. Yet guided as if by ghosts and gods, he found himself near the Eastgate police station once more. In recent days, gathering intelligence had required frequent contact with Lion Nishang. Though they rarely agreed on ideas, over time, feelings had quietly developed between them. Since they would act within the next few days, Zhu Yifan had avoided seeing her. Yet here he was again, walking to this place without thinking. He gazed at the police carriages parked before the Eastgate police station and could not help laughing at himself. He was behaving like some lovesick youth. Lion Nishang had probably finished work and gone home long ago, yet here he stood, foolishly staring. He thought of what would happen once they struck. He and Lion Nishang would become enemies. Whether they met face to face or not, they would never see each other again in this life. At this thought, an unconscious ache spread through his heart. He had encountered many women of the martial world before, different backgrounds, different temperaments, but none had left a mark on his soul like Lion Nishang. He wanted to bid her farewell properly but feared accidentally revealing something. He steeled his heart and resolved not to seek her out. Just as he was about to turn and leave, someone called, "Yifan." Zhu Yifan froze. That voice, it was Lion Nishang. He looked back. She had changed into a casual skirt outfit. Her formerly brisk short hair had grown slightly longer, clipped with a black hairpin decorated with tiny diamonds that gleamed faintly under the street lamp. She was clearly more particular about her appearance than before. Zhu Yifan understood well the saying, "A woman dresses for the one who pleases her." Now he could not help feeling faintly bittersweet. Zhu Yifan and Lion Nisheng walked slowly side by side from the police station toward the river embankment. They had often strolled and chatted in this area. Zhu Yifan had tried kvass here, eaten ice cream, tasted skewers for the first time, all in this neighborhood. Now, walking along familiar streets, he felt an almost unbearable melancholy. Lion Nisheng leaned slightly toward him, her gaze drifting. Suddenly she brushed a strand of cloud-like hair from her temple, hesitating as if to speak. Zhu Yifan caught the orchid fragrance of her breath, his heart and soul unsteady. He hurriedly stepped aside. Lion Nisheng laughed. "Are you still afraid of me?" Zhu Yifan said. "I don't know why you would want to make anyone afraid of you." Lion Nisheng said, "Didn't you say I was cultivated by Australians? I don't set out to frighten people. It's probably because I don't follow Great Ming's rules, so you're afraid of me." Zhu Yifan sighed suddenly, thinking to himself that Lion Nisheng was beautiful and intelligent like natural fine jade. Tragically, no one had ever guided her to the right path. Lion Nisheng asked, "Why do you sigh for no reason?" Zhu Yifan said, "With your talents and intelligence, why serve under Australians?" Lion Nisheng's expression changed. "What's wrong with Australians? Lingao is far cleaner than Great Ming." Zhu Yifan lowered his head and said nothing. Lion Nisheng spoke again. "Your manner today is strange. You look as if you're full of worries. Is something the matter?" Zhu Yifan knew he could not hide it. "I received a letter from home. I must return to the mainland." Lion Nisheng frowned slightly. "Didn't your whole family move here? Why go back?" "I came here to settle my mother. My father still holds an official post on the mainland. Naturally, I must return." Zhu Yifan recited the prepared script. Lion Nisheng was silent for a long time, then asked, "Will you come back?" "I don't know." Zhu Yifan's heart churned. Lies upon lies, yet speaking them as though they were truth. He could not help cursing himself. Zhu Yifan, oh Zhu Yifan, when did you fall so deeply into this role? Is this place not good? Why must you leave? "Though this place is good, it is not my native land." Zhu Yifan admitted that Lingao was wonderful in every way, worthy of being called paradise on earth. No wonder wealthy people would rather endure the bandits' harsh treatment to move here. Yet this paradise made him feel profoundly strange and fearful. What the bandits had built in Lingao was a world entirely foreign to him, one he could not comprehend. Those common people who cared only about eating their fill and staying warm naturally wouldn't mind. But he understood what this gang of bandits truly intended. Not to change dynasties. Not to become emperors. It was to change Zia with Yi. What do you plan to do afterward? Do you still want to be an official like your father, selling your life to the emperor to serve in office? Though the reason for returning was fabricated, Zhu Yifan's father was indeed a court official. Hearing Lion Nisheng speak this way, he could not suppress a flash of anger. Being an official is not something just anyone can do. "I don't have such ability," Lion Nisheng sneered. "I think being an official in Great Ming is the easiest thing there is. Just bully and exploit the poor and keep the emperor happy." Zhu Yifan shook his head. "Your words are excessive. Among officials there are also true sages who worry for country and people." Lion Nisheng sneered. "Even if such men exist, they are pitifully few. As they say, touch pitch and you'll be defiled." "Can anyone who survives in that system be any good?" Zhu Yifan said resolutely. "I will never become an official in this life, but neither will I become a robber or thief." Lion Nisheng was furious at heart. Had anyone but Zhu Yifan spoken those words, she would have struck them down with a palm. She sneered. "Is your father not a robber?" Zhu Yifan said angrily. "How could they be robbers?" Lion Nisheng said, "Officials rob the poor to help the rich. Chiefs rob the rich to help the poor. Both are robbers, but our kind of robber is far better than yours." She paused, then said, "My father was a Confucian scholar who owned a bit of thin land, making his living through teaching and farming. Unexpectedly, a local powerful family took a fancy to our property and had designs on me as well. They colluded with officials and schemed our land away. My father was upright by nature and was angered to death. I fled to Guangzhou prefecture with my elderly mother. By chance, we encountered the chiefs doing charity work in Guangzhou, and my whole family was taken in. Even the name Nisheng was given to me by a chief. Despite my difficult temperament, there were still chiefs willing to make me a constable. My life now is far better than it ever was in Great Ming, Zhu Yifan said. I have heard of corrupt officials harming people, but such cases are few. The current emperor is making great efforts to govern, Lion Nisheng sneered. A few? Just look at the poor people flooding into Lingao from all over the world. Look at what they've endured. Every last one crawled out of the 18 layers of hell. Zhu Yifan said, very well, say what you will. But everyone has their own aspirations. There is no need to force each other. Lion Nisheng's body trembled slightly with grief. Zhu Yifan saw her eyes redden, tears threatening to fall. A feeling of tenderness stirred within him. He could not help gently taking her fingers and saying, though our aspirations may differ, our friendship will endure. Lion Nisheng asked sadly, when do you leave? Zhu Yifan said, tomorrow. Nisheng sighed and spoke no more. After a long while, Zhu Yifan changed the subject, asking Lion Nisheng to share anecdotes from Lingao. He, in turn, described the scenery of the capital. The two walked and talked beneath the moon like old friends. Though neither dared reveal the depths of their souls, they came to understand each other far better than before. They talked until late into the night. Seeing it was nearly 10 o'clock, Zhu Yifan bid Lion Nisheng farewell. Lion Nisheng knew his determination to leave was firm and did not try to stop him. At last, they wished each other well and parted with tears in their eyes. This situation is 100 times more complicated than we anticipated. Li Yang stood anxiously in the Eastgate Market Emergency Situation Countermeasure Headquarters, on the top floor of the Fire Prevention Command Tower, gazing through the large glass window at the surging crowds heading toward the gymnasium. Today isn't a rest day. Why are there so many idlers? This 5-story tower, primarily of red brick with stone strip borders, rose 30 meters high, the tallest building in all of Eastgate Market and Lingao County. Positioned centrally, its main purpose was to conduct round-the-clock fire and public security surveillance over the entire Eastgate Market. Reporting and resource allocation were carried out through telephone, light, and semaphore signals. It could be called the public security nerve center of the entire district. You've forgotten that most naturalized citizens and indigenous people don't rest on Sundays, but on the 1st and 15th of each month. Mu Min leaned over a large-caliber telescope, observing the distant streets. Today happens to be the 15th. Many enterprises are on holiday. Besides, commercial establishments implement rotating rest schedules. The crowd entering the warning zone has exceeded 10,000. The streets approaching the warning threshold are Gymnasium Avenue, Competition Street, Friendship Street, and Championship Street. As the communicator reported the latest crowd monitoring data, a police officer operating on a transparent glass chart marked out orange indicators. What do we do? The event hasn't even started, and we've already far exceeded projections. Li Yang was already wiping sweat. His garrison battalion had canceled all leave. Except for the sick who couldn't move, even the cooking squad had been deployed. The strength of the garrison battalion under his command was only adequate on ordinary days, and this adequate required supplementing with the National Army Company and Public Security Army Company under the garrison command. There was little surplus. In recent years, as senator dispatches and business trips had increased, large numbers of guard company personnel had been precipitated in travel duty. Personnel remaining in camp stood at less than 50% of authorized strength, causing a severe shortage of guards for senators. This time, with so many senators participating in activities outside, he had been forced to temporarily transfer personnel from the garrison company to guard posts. Selection standards for the guard company were the strictest, with many hard requirements and regulations. The garrison company's military and political quality did not match that standard. Li Yang had been worried about mistakes, but he could hardly use public security army personnel, who couldn't even speak Mandarin fluently, to serve as personal guards for senators. Chapter 1587, Old Uniforms, You've Deployed Your Public Security Army Company. Mu Min straightened and pressed again. Though Li Yang held the title of Lingao Garrison Commander, Mu Min served as director of the Cultural Festival Security Countermeasures Headquarters and wielded command authority over all security operations. "They're in the field," Li Yang replied, "but given how things are developing, we're stretched thin. The Riot Control Company is my only remaining mobile force. Under normal circumstances, the Lingao Garrison commands single National Army Company, and 3 public security army companies could barely manage routine security. But the comprehensive campaign to crack down on theft and vandalism of communication equipment, jointly launched by the National Police and Lingao Telecom, had drained every available soldier. Only a Korean company remained. The loyalty of the Korean Public Security Army wasn't in question, but language barriers and limited military proficiency confined them to serving as door gods, their polished helmets and gleaming armor useful for deterrence, while actual security work still fell to the police. The Riot Control Company stays put. They're our last mobile reserve if a mass incident erupts. Mu Min fixed her gaze on the colored markers scattered across the transparent glass board, biting her lip as she contemplated the situation. Today's mission was straightforward: ensure the cultural festival ran smoothly and protect the senators and naturalized citizen performers. Leave the arrests to others. The telephone shrilled. Mu Min snatched it up before her assistant could react. "This is Mu Min." A moment later, her expression hardened. "That's a new development. Understood. Don't waste time with detailed interrogation. Bring him directly to the Political Security Bureau and hand him to Wu Mu. You're telling me a prostitute purchased national school uniforms from you?" Yang Kao fixed Gu Buley with eyes so sharp that even bystanders felt a chill. Minutes earlier, a carriage from General Affairs Section 9 had raced to her office, delivering this middle-aged man with a black cloth bag over his head. According to the Section 9 officer who made the handoff, the man had stumbled into the police station's duty room at dawn, trembling violently as he shouted to the duty officer, "Someone is rebelling." By regulation, uttering that phrase triggered immediate investigation protocols. Of course, speaking those words without cause carried severe consequences. No one except a madman would make such a claim lightly. The duty officer took the matter seriously and immediately summoned the senator police officer on rotation. After a brief exchange, the officer recognized the gravity of the situation. Within minutes, Lingao's machinery of state began revolving around Gu Buley. Yes, absolutely true. Gu Buley trembled, struggling to steady himself. To emphasize the importance of his information, he quickly added, "It was a non-national." Gu Buley had been among Lingao's early followers, though his commitment had always been half-hearted and speculative. Unlike others who rose to become naturalized citizen cadres, he'd contented himself with running a small restaurant while gathering intelligence for the Australians in exchange for petty rewards. Over the years, his regret had only grown. Compared to fellow naturalized citizens who'd surrendered at the same time, he remained a petty urbanite despite receiving an allowance as a police trustee, collecting tips on minor thefts, barely an improvement over his former life as a cook for the Gu family. Recently, he'd spotted Yang Zheng, once a mere house servant, striding down the street in military uniform, a foreign saber at his hip, 3 or 4 soldiers in tow. The sight filled him with such jealousy and regret that he'd nearly wanted to end his own life. A fortune in rank and honor had slipped through his fingers so easily. Gu Buley understood that seeking refuge now would require genuine talent and useful information. His only hope lay in uncovering a treason case. Though he was merely a sitting spy with limited access to valuable intelligence, his dream of exposing traitors never died. He routinely reported even the most trivial observations to the police station. Being brought to this mysterious place blindfolded meant he'd finally stumbled onto something significant. Heaven rewarded the patient. At last, fate had delivered the key to wealth and honor into his hands. Yet if the investigation yielded nothing, he wouldn't even be able to continue running his small shop. He'd probably end up serving Fu Bar for the rest of his days. At this thought his body trembled involuntarily. Yang Kao rang the bell. "Send in a stenographer," her assistant nodded and turned to leave. "And bring tea," she added. She looked Gu Buley over again. "Do you smoke?" A little." Yang Kao extracted a cigarette from the box on her desk and tossed it to him. "Take your time. Give me every detail. Explain the situation again, start to finish. Report everything truthfully." Hearing this, Gu Buley perked up immediately. "There's hope." This wasn't the usual dismissive response. "We will pay attention," or "we will investigate further." "As you know, I run a small restaurant and serve as a trustee for the police bureau," Gu Buley began. "There's a prostitute named Xin Nachan who frequents my establishment." Here he faltered, suddenly apprehensive, for Xin Nachan's visits invariably involved illegal gold and silver exchange. Private exchange of precious metals meant at least a month in a labor camp if caught. If the amounts reached a certain threshold, one could be exiled to Tiandu or Taiwan to work until death. He'd agonized half the night before deciding to report precisely because of this exposure, but circumstances seemed urgent. If he made a significant contribution, surely the chiefs wouldn't quibble over such matters. Fortunately, Yang Kao didn't ask why the prostitute frequented his shop. Slightly relieved, he continued. "Several days ago, Xin Nachan asked me questions about the school, inquired about my cousin's situations. I assumed she was merely curious, so I told her what my cousins had shared about their experiences. They studied at Fengqing for 2 years, but they were older and their academics were mediocre, so they were assigned jobs after completing junior primary school." He drew on his cigarette. "Then she asked if their uniforms were still available." "Uniforms?" "Yes, uniforms." Gu Buley sensed this information was valuable and pressed on eagerly. "I said the uniforms were still there. Then she suddenly asked if I could sell them to her." "Interesting." Yang Kao's expression grew thoughtful. "And what did you say?" "At first I thought she was joking. What use would old uniforms be? I paid no attention. But she pestered me about it 3 or 4 more times, claiming that wealthy tycoons who'd immigrated from the mainland wanted to sample the flavor of Australian students and were willing to pay 300 circulation notes. 300 circulation notes for a set of old clothes. This woman's ulterior motives are transparent," Yang Kao thought. "Did you agree?" "How could I? What she was suggesting was disgraceful." I never expected." His voice trailed off. It turned out that Xin Nachan had turned around and threatened to report him to the police for private exchange of gold and silver. Over recent months, she'd exchanged over 100 taels of silver and more than 10 taels of gold at his establishment, amount sufficient to earn him the rest of his life in a labor camp. "Continue. What leverage does she have on you?" "Confess early and be treated with leniency." Yes. Gu Buley was sweating profusely. He summarized Xin Nachan's frequent visits to exchange precious metals, then continued. "I was forced. I had no choice but to procure 3 sets of uniforms and sell them to her." Yang Kao nodded. "How much did you sell them for?" 500 per set," Gu Buley stammered. "You drove a good bargain." No, I dare not. I simply felt it was too suspicious." Gu Buley had gone pale. Yang Kao's thoughts raced. This matter is indeed suspicious. Why would a prostitute want uniforms? For wealthy clients seeking an Australian flavor, 1 set would suffice for that. This clearly doesn't add up. Describe the uniforms. "Just standard Fengqing female student uniforms. Nothing special." "Where is she now?" "I'm not certain, probably at the hostel where she lives or out working." "Your information is extremely valuable." Yang Kao leaned forward. "Return home and conduct business as usual. Understand? Act completely normal. Report any developments immediately. I'll station a contact outside your shop." "I understand." "Regarding today's meeting." Don't worry, I know how to keep secrets. Gu Buley realized he'd provided crucial intelligence and felt considerably better. I'm also a trustee for the police bureau. See that you remember it. She rang the bell and told the assistant who appeared, escort him out. Yang Cao then summoned Liu Fengqing and relayed what she just learned. I don't know if this connects to the Sun Umbrella special case, but at this critical moment, someone is acquiring uniforms. Liu Fengqing cut in. This is definitely suspicious. I'll have someone investigate Xin Nachan immediately and track down where those uniforms went. Let's work in parallel. The faster the better, Yang Cao said. Don't forget, today is the first day of the cultural festival. Students from Fengqing will be at the gymnasium to observe. Liu Fengqing headed for the archives room. Since Xin Nachan was a non-national, the Political Security Bureau certainly maintained a file on her. Whether the documents originated from the Customs Management Office of the Civil Affairs People's Committee, which oversaw yellow ticket prostitutes, or the Public Security Division of the National Police, responsible for daily supervision of sex workers, all materials would be copied to the Political Security Bureau. He retrieved Xin Nachan's file and began skimming through it. Soon something caught his attention. Over a month ago, Xin Nachan had been sentenced to whipping for illegal solicitation, nothing unusual in itself. But on the legal documents for this minor case, one signature stood out unmistakably. Li Yongsun. Chapter 1588, disguise. Given Li Yongsun's position, his signature on such documents wasn't unusual, but the coincidence was too precise to ignore. Liu Fengqing decided to visit National Police Headquarters personally and investigate the illegal solicitation case for additional clues. Before leaving, he assigned a task to Qian. Arrest Li Yongsun immediately. Make it quiet. Are you dressed yet? Sima Qiudao asked from the outer room, his voice low but edged with impatience. Several days earlier, he'd instructed the female warriors under his command to leave the inn separately and reassemble quietly at this small courtyard he'd rented at considerable expense. The Qiangan Inn was too conspicuous for changing disguises. This courtyard stood in Lingao's affluent residential quarter, secluded and unremarkable. The perfect place to transform. Zhou Zhangzhen's voice drifted from the east wing once more. Almost ready. She'd repeated this phrase several times over the past hour, though the rustle of fabric and murmured conversation never ceased from behind the closed doors. The clothes remained unchanged, yet he couldn't very well rush them. A man leading these female disciples, most of them 18 or 19 years old and in the flower of their youth, each belonging to various martial sects, had to maintain strict propriety. The slightest whisper of impropriety would ruin half a lifetime's reputation, so he kept his face stern and his mouth shut. Now Sima Qiudao sat stiffly in the central hall, projecting an image of heart still as water, while inwardly churning with agitation at the women's endless chirping. The sun had already climbed high. If they didn't depart soon, they might miss their window entirely. He'd already visited a barbershop to have his head shaved and purchased clothes from a local store, dressing himself as one of the fake Aussies so common in these parts. To better emulate the style of those cadres, he'd even bought a fountain pen and tucked it into his breast pocket. Examining his Chinese-style jacket, he felt nothing but awkwardness. His head felt strangely cool, and he'd never worn such short clothing. It wasn't that he'd never donned short attire, but the Aussie fashion with hems that barely reached the waist left him utterly disoriented, and these trousers fit far too closely. Oh my, no, it's too short. I can't wear this, I'm going to tell the abbess. Sister Zhangzhen, how do I put on this? Brah. Sima Qiudao drew a coarse breath. These thieves. Their rebellion is truly unconventional. If you're going to revolt, just revolt. Why create such shameless fashions? Acquiring the fake Aussie female student uniforms had been an ordeal. Sima Qiudao and his female disciples had run themselves ragged over the past days. Uniforms were unavailable for purchase anywhere, and ambushing female students to strip their clothes proved impractical. Fake Aussie schoolgirls were rarely seen on the streets. With the day fast approaching, Sima Qiudao abandoned hope of obtaining student uniforms altogether. He ordered Zhou Zhangjun, who was most familiar with fake Aussie women's clothing, to buy an assortment of women's garments from Eastgate Market. If they couldn't impersonate female students, posing as female fake Aussies was better than nothing. Then, unexpectedly, Stone Old Man came through. Sima Qiudao secured 3 sets of authentic Fengqing female student uniforms. Obtaining the uniforms brought enormous relief. Upon closer inspection, however, they proved to be well-worn tops and skirts only, with no matching shoes or socks. "Shoes and socks are simple," said Zhou Zhangjun, who despite normally wearing Song-style clothing had become thoroughly acquainted with Lingao's shops. "The leather shoes they wear aren't sold elsewhere, but I've heard they also wear black cloth shoes. Those are everywhere. White socks are easy to find too." But with only 3 uniforms, not every female disciple could change her attire. Only 3 could get close to the real Aussies. After considerable deliberation, Sima Qiudao selected the 3 young female disciples with the finest martial skills to disguise themselves as students. The others would coordinate from nearby positions. Though this group of female disciples weren't the assassination's main force, that role belonged to Zhu Yifan and his team. Sima Qiudao estimated the others probably wouldn't even have a chance to approach the real Aussies. In the end, the desperate strike of these girls might be their only hope of salvaging some measure of success. Fortunately, the women's status was modest. Even if they perished, the various sects would suffer no grave loss. If they managed to kill a few real Aussies, the mission would have some justification. In the East Wing, 7 or 8 women chattered endlessly. The glass windows were hidden behind tightly drawn curtains, dimming the otherwise bright room. A full-length mirror purchased for the occasion stood against one wall. The bed and table lay buried beneath piles of clothing. Zhou Zhangjun wore a female student uniform, her hair freshly trimmed. She looked convincing. The other female disciples, however, proved far less cooperative. Of the 2 other designated students, both selected for their martial prowess, one had initially resolutely refused to don the uniform, citing corruption of public morals. The issue wasn't the short skirt. That was no longer considered a major problem, but the matching bra, which made her chest appear so prominent and full that it struck her as lewd. Zhou Zhangjun had no choice but to let her bind herself with cloth strips in the traditional manner before finally coaxing her into the uniform. Nan Wanner raised no objections, but she blushed constantly because the clothes fit poorly. Once dressed, she kept tugging the skirt downward, nearly pulling it off entirely. The remaining female disciples each found cause for complaint. Skirts too short, arms too exposed, necklines too revealing. Some refused to wear socks and insisted on trousers beneath their skirts. Others objected to the patterns, claiming the plain designs were taboo. After nearly an hour of struggle, Zhou Zhangjun finally pacified everyone, and they all changed into Song-style women's clothing. Sima Qiudao cast a hurried glance at the transformed warriors. They stood around looking mortified, as though wishing the earth would swallow them whole. The bold, heroic bearing of Jianghu daughters had vanished utterly. He sighed inwardly. The thieves have corrupted public morals to such an extent. He offered a few curt words, urging them not to fret over their attire lest they betray themselves to the thieves. In ancient times, Yu Rang lacquered his body to appear leprous and swallowed charcoal to disguise his voice, all to assassinate Zhao Xiangzi, to avenge the feud of his late master. Today we rise not for personal vengeance but to deliver the people of the entire realm. After this pronouncement, he ordered the weapons distributed. The arms were all easily concealed, short swords, email daggers. Everyone received 2 or 3 throwing darts. To ensure killing blows, every weapon had been tempered with poison. "Depart in groups of 2 or 3, Sima Qiudao commanded. "Stagger your departures." The sluice gate rose slowly. Qian Duoju gently adjusted the tiller. The Xiaoqing glided across the water's surface and slipped into the Wenlin River. The wind wasn't favorable, but this posed no difficulty for the female sailing crew, who now handled the sails with practiced confidence. They shifted the canvas expertly. The Xiaoqing, freshly painted with white oil, deftly skirted a train of barges belching black smoke and headed toward Eastgate Market. The small boat sailed onward. The channeled river stretched wide before them. The girls gazed at the scenery along both banks as the breeze whispered past, lifting their spirits. Qian Duojiu and Zhang Xiaoying wore striped naval shirts and canvas shorts, working barefoot. Sonia refused to dress so casually, though she too wore practical working clothes. Only Lin Ziqi and Zhang Yunmi were dressed for the occasion. Lin Ziqi in the full Learning Institute uniform according to the dress code, Zhang Yunmi already in her performance costume. "Well, traveling by boat is rather pleasant, isn't it?" Qian Duojiu said proudly. "But we've made a completely unnecessary detour," Lin Ziqi pointed out. The idea had been Qian Duojiu's. Everyone would gather at the Feiyun Club, then take the Xiaoqing to the gymnasium for rehearsal. Today was the day of the official dress rehearsal. Though called a rehearsal, it was essentially a formal performance. All performers would run through the complete performance sequence, merely omitting transitions, intermissions, and official speeches. 3 days' worth of programs compressed into a single day. Scheduling the rehearsal on a rest day had been a deliberate choice. The day off allowed more students and young naturalized citizens to attend as observers. During the actual performances, audiences would be allocated by industry and quota, with limited seats reserved for young people. The push to popularize the new culture focused specifically on youth. Is it really appropriate for us to arrive at the gymnasium like this? Zhang Yunmi sat in the cabin. Uncle Dongman said we should take a carriage with guards escorting us. Lin Ziqi and Zhang Yunmi had originally intended to follow Dongman Chuyu's instructions, a guarded carriage, but Qian Duojiu had persuaded them to travel by boat from the club to the gymnasium instead. "Don't worry. The water's completely safe today. The guard who escorted you to the club said as much. Boats are actually safer than roads. Any rebel movement is visible a mile away on the water." "Speaking of which," Lin Ziqi asked, "why wouldn't you let the guard come aboard? He could have ensured our safety and participated in the rehearsal himself. 2 birds with 1 stone, Zhang Yunmi nodded. "I think we could have let him join us. It seemed unreasonable to refuse. He looked quite disappointed. Our Xiaoqing has an all-female crew. How can we allow a man aboard?" Qian Duojiu shook her head emphatically. "Besides, with me as your guard you still have doubts. His skills might not even match mine." Lin Ziqi laughed. "There you go boasting again." Qian Duojiu bristled. "Has he fired more shots than me? HMPH and those 2 black powder revolvers he carries, I wouldn't even bother roasting them." All right, our safety rests entirely in your hands. Don't let us down," Lin Ziqi said, resigned. "Uncle Dongman says enemies are active in Lingao right now." Chapter 15, 89 Double tap on the water, leave it to me. Qian Duojiu waved off her concerns. "Besides, we're rehearsing today too. The ace of the idol group 4 Seasons Theater Company is making an entrance. There has to be some spectacle. Walking in through the staff door like everyone else. Where's the drama in that? Arriving by boat is so much more stylish." "I already told Auntie Panpan that the newspaper office would photograph you at the gymnasium pier." Isn't this a bit much?" Zhang Yunmi said shyly. "It seems excessive." "Not at all, not excessive whatsoever. You're preparing to become a major star, aren't you? Start acting like it." Qian Duojiu abandoned any pretense of monitoring the wind and turned fully around to explain her plan, for what must have been the 500th time. "On performance day, you take the Xiaoqing to the gymnasium pier, then disembark and walk to the entrance. The other girls from the 4 Seasons Theater Company will greet you at the bottom of the steps. There'll be crowds watching on both sides of the street, reporters taking pictures. So basically you want me to walk the red carpet," Lin Ziqi cut in. "Exactly that feeling," Qian Duojiu beamed. "We don't actually have a red carpet, so we'll improvise. What matters is the atmosphere, grand and enthusiastic." Mid-sentence, Sonya spoke up. Someone's waving at us up ahead. Qian Duoju returned to the bow and spotted a girl lying soaked on a wooden platform by the riverbank. A female student from Fengqing stood on the pier, waving frantically at the Ziyaqing. "What's going on?" Lin Ziqi asked. "Looks like someone fell in the water. They're calling for help." Qian Duoju lifted her binoculars and studied the scene. They appear to be naturalized citizens, probably on their way to watch the rehearsal at the gymnasium. "Should we pull over?" Zhang Ziyang gripped the helm. Qian Duoju didn't answer immediately. She cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted across the water, "Hey, what's happening?" "Drowning," the female student called back, her voice carrying across the water. "My friend, please save us." "All right, stay there, we're coming." "Pull over," Qian Duoju ordered. "We can't leave them to die. My mom taught me first aid for drowning victims. Besides, we're in the middle of nowhere here. We can take them with us and reach Eastgate Market in a few kilometers. Hand them over to the police at the water checkpoint. They have vehicles standing by." Kills two birds with one stone without delaying anything. Ziyang turned the tiller. "Sonya, lower the sail." "Got it." Zhang Ziyang adjusted the tiller smoothly. The Ziyaqing heeled and angled toward the platform. The boat moved swiftly. In moments they were close enough to dock. Just as the hull neared the platform, the drowning victim sprang to her feet. From the bushes beside the pier, several naturalized men and women armed with swords and knives burst forth and leaped toward the Ziyaqing. Qian Duoju screamed. Ziyang hard about. Even as she shouted, she drew the .357 caliber revolver from the quick-draw holster beneath her arm and squeezed off 2 shots. Bang, bang. 2 crimson flowers bloomed on the assassin's chest. His body went limp and crumpled onto the platform. Qian Duoju stepped backward to widen the distance from the next attacker. At that moment, thwack, 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 3 throwing darts embedded themselves in the deck and mast. "Get down," she yelled, pivoting slightly. Another double tap. Another assassin shrieked, twisting as he tumbled into the river. Blood spread instantly across the water's surface. Zhang Ziyang reacted with admirable speed. She threw the tiller hard over, and the Ziyaqing's bow swung away, the hull immediately veering toward the center of the river. Before they could open sufficient distance, a final assassin vaulted onto the deck, screaming, "Die, thief!" The word "die" had barely left his lips when Qian Duoju fired twice more. The assassin staggered and toppled into the Wenlin River. "Quick, drop the sail!" Qian Duoju shouted again, rolling back into the cabin. Her movements were swift as a startled rabbit, lethal as a stooping falcon. Before Lin Ziqi and the others could even process what had happened, the Ziyaqing had already drifted away, making for the river's center. "Ziyang, hold the helm steady," Qian Duoju gasped, her hands shaking violently. The speedloader she'd managed to fish from her pocket clattered onto the deck. Zhang Ziyang lay against the helm station, face bloodless, but her hands still gripped the wheel. Hearing Qian Duoju's command, she responded immediately and steadied their course. Sonya and Lin Ziqi shook off their paralysis and scrambled to raise the sail. Qian Duoju reloaded, rose, and fired several shots at the female student and drowning victim who were now fleeing across the shore. The female student stumbled and collapsed. The drowning victim used the moment to escape. "Quick, call Uncle Dongmen." Qian Duoju holstered her pistol. "We've got enemies." At the countermeasures headquarters, Mu Min received the latest situation report and broke into a sweat. The situation was critical. Enemies had attacked a senator's boat. She couldn't fathom why Qian Duoju and the others had insisted on traveling by boat to the gymnasium without guards. But the enemy had struck, and according to Qian Duoju, some of the assassins wore national school uniforms, matching the intelligence report that had arrived barely an hour earlier. The problem was that the intelligence had come too late. Though operatives from the Political Security Bureau and Police Bureau had been ordered to monitor every suspect, surveillance was never foolproof, and no one had anticipated the enemy disguising themselves as female students. Female student uniforms were unavailable on the open market. The national police had previously cracked down hard on merchants counterfeiting student and military or police uniforms, essentially eliminating such forgeries. So how had they obtained them? The report indicated that the enemy had acquired 3 sets of female student uniforms in total. Since Qian Duojiu had already shot 1 down, 2 remained at large, perhaps already mingled with the student crowds at the gymnasium. If they struck at an opportune moment, chaos would erupt. Even with enhanced personal security around the senators, whether the enemy escaped amid the confusion or caused mass student casualties, the consequences were unacceptable. There was no time to waste. The net had to close immediately. 10 minutes earlier, Wu Mu had notified her that the Political Security Bureau's action teams had moved into position and stood ready to apprehend suspicious elements. She snatched up the phone. "Connect me to the detective team. Old Joe, deploy your people immediately. Yes, leave no one behind. Everyone to their duty stations. Arrest according to the list." She hung up and cranked the handle several times more. "Connect me to the Fengqing duty office." "Yes, urgent. I need a senator on the line immediately," Yuan Ziguang answered. When Mu Min explained that Fengqing and Arts and Science College faculty needed to arrive at the scene immediately to screen students, Yuan Ziguang panicked. The problem quickly became apparent. Today happened to be a rest day. Many students hadn't entered the venue through school-organized channels. Organizing students from different schools and classes amid a sea of faces would prove extraordinarily difficult. Then, what other method do you have to quickly identify students? Mu Min's voice had gone hoarse with tension. On the other end, a group of senators from the education sector were also wiping sweat. Both Fengqing and the Arts and Science College had uniforms, but photo identification cards remained limited to powerful departments like the military, police, and political security. They hadn't yet been extended to ordinary students. Relying on student ID cards to distinguish genuine students from imposters wasn't particularly reliable either. Besides, since the enemy had already reached the scene, they could launch an attack at any moment. Bai Yu, head of the Physical Education Teaching and Research Group, spoke slowly. "For this situation, I think we can only test how well our students have internalized their disciplinary training." Zhou Zhangjun, Nan Wanner, and several other female disciples had dispersed and mingled separately into the square before the gymnasium. She and Nan Wanner, wearing student uniforms, attempted to approach the special passage through which the senators would enter, following Sima Qiudao's instructions. Cordons of rope had been strung along both sides of the passage, forbidding civilians to cross. Police officers and public security army soldiers stood guard throughout. However, they didn't prohibit naturalized citizens from approaching the passage. Numerous fake Aussie students in school uniforms had gathered along the cordons, chatting excitedly. The square was crowded, though not yet packed shoulder to shoulder. In some spots, the press of bodies grew uncomfortable. Police began erecting barricades at several entrances and exits to control and direct the flow of people. Most of those in the square were naturalized citizens, though a fair number of indigenous commoners had come to watch the spectacle. Accents from north and south mingled together. The infiltrators felt both exhilarated and terrified. Zhou Zhangjun was particularly excited. When 7th Master had sent someone to deliver the student uniforms, she'd claimed the best fitting set for herself first. Combined with her tall figure and confident posture, she cut a striking figure. She had deliberately set out to embarrass Nan Wanner, insisting that Nan Wanner's superior martial skills meant she must dress as a female student, then deliberately giving her the shortest set of clothes. Poor Nan Wanner now suffered acutely. Her chest was constricted, and the skirt hem rode above her knees. The slightest movement threatened to expose swaths of pale thigh. She dared not pull the skirt down. The female student uniform's top was cut quite short and barely covered her waist. If she tugged the skirt lower, her waist and hips would be exposed, making her appear even more improper and indecent. She was forced to hunch her body and shuffle forward step by tiny step. Nan Wanner wanted to die. She had initially refused to leave their lodging at all, only stepping onto the street after Zhou Zhangjian had berated her ruthlessly, tears held back by sheer willpower. Seeing Nan Wanner's discomfort, Zhou Zhangjian felt indescribably satisfied. Don't you love seducing men? I'll let you seduce your fill. But once they were actually on the streets, Nan Wanner stole all the attention and completely overshadowed her. Nearly every man stared at Nan Wanner as though struck by hysteria. A few handsome youths got nosebleeds on the spot. The further Zhou Zhangjian walked, the angrier she became. This shameless slut is so good at seducing men. When we launch our uprising, I'll push her to the front to draw fire. Only then will I feel avenged. Just then, soft music suddenly swelled from above, spreading instantly throughout the square. The infiltrators startled, wondering where a band of musicians could possibly be hiding, and why the music was so impossibly loud. Chapter 1590 exposed attention, students of Fengqing Academy. The voice continued floating across the square. All units, assemble by class facing the gymnasium gate. Line up from right to left. Each class stand in formation and count off. As the command was broadcast, the scattered students throughout the square immediately began running toward the front of the gymnasium. Police started driving away ordinary naturalized citizens. A large open space cleared instantly at the gymnasium entrance. Junior Primary Year 1, Class 1, a student took her position, raising one hand high while holding the other level. Junior Primary Year 1, Class 2, Junior Primary Year 1, Class 3, Senior Primary Year 1, Class 4. With shouts rising one after another, students jogged to their respective class positions. In less than 3 minutes, more than 10 queues of varying lengths had materialized at the gymnasium entrance. Though the students attending today hadn't been organized by their schools, and not all class monitors were present, they quickly assembled and lined up according to the organizational protocols drilled into them during daily formation training. Zhou Zhangjian and Nan Wanner were caught completely flat-footed, momentarily frozen by panic. Zhou Zhangjian recovered first. Seeing students around her rushing toward the gymnasium entrance, she called out urgently and ran along with them. The other female disciples with them followed instinctively. "Why are you following?" Zhou Zhangjian hissed. "Scatter quickly." But in that moment's hesitation, the detective team members and political security bureau agents on covert duty in the square had already spotted this group of female students. A detective signaled subtly, and 5 or 6 operatives converged and intercepted Zhou Zhangjian's group. Political Security Bureau, the leader flashed his identification. "Show your IDs." Though the leader kept his weapon holstered, several agents around him had already drawn firearms. 5 or 6 muskets of various lengths surrounded them. Didn't bring them. Zhou Zhangjian's heart sank. Where would she get an ID? Sensing exposure was imminent, she secretly gripped the Amei dagger in her sleeve while feigning composure. "We came out to have fun today. Why would we bring IDs?" "I see." The detective surveyed the others. "You don't have them either." Nan Wanner and the rest could only shake their heads. "Are you all students of Fengqing?" Zhou Zhangjian knew she couldn't afford to panic now. She forced herself forward. "That's right. We're all from the senior primary section." She'd overheard phrases moments earlier and deployed them in desperation. The leader looked them over carefully, his gaze lingering on Nan Wanner for an uncomfortably long moment. Then, quite politely, "Fellow students, since you claim to be from Fengqing, you should possess some basic knowledge." He gestured for Zhou Zhangjian to step forward. Zhou Zhangjian smiled sweetly at the officer, steadying her nerves while covertly assessing her surroundings, preparing to strike at any moment. The leader produced a small booklet from his satchel. The cover read National Education and Science Popularization Question Bank. Flip through a few pages at random and read clearly. "What is 3 cubed? And how do you interpret the Senate's governing concept of sole representation?" Zhou Zhangjian had no idea. She gritted her teeth behind her smile. I forgot." Her fingers tightened on the Amei dagger. "Hands up." The officer barked. "Behind your head, on your knees." Zhou Zhangjian glanced sideways. The other female warriors were already surrounded by a ring of black muzzles. Nan Wanner raised her hands high and slowly sank to her knees. Zhou Zhangjian wanted to resist, but encircled by firearms, she'd lost all initiative. Acting rashly meant being blasted to pieces. She clenched her teeth, bitterness flooding her heart. She and her sisters had penetrated deep into this devil's lair, on the verge of striking and achieving eternal glory, only to be exposed so inexplicably. Reluctance, regret, and frustration churned together, and tears sprang to her eyes. "Move it." The leader gave her no time for self-pity. "Kneel, hands behind your head." Zhou Zhangjian had no choice but to raise her hands. Just as she was about to kneel, a signal cannon boomed in the distance, once then twice more in quick succession. Her heart leaped. The signal to attack. Could Marshal Uncle Miang and the others have already started? The nearby crowd stirred restlessly. "There's an opening." Just as she tensed to spring up, another sharp crack sounded. A baton struck her solidly across the back. She stumbled and pitched forward onto her knees. "Stay down. Hands behind your head." A black muzzle pressed against her skull. The scene she'd expected, attacks launching from all directions upon the signal cannon's report, hadn't materialized. Zhou Zhangjian placed her hands behind her head, consumed by hatred. A man swaggered over and ran his hands down along her arms and ribs. She couldn't help but gasp, her body shuddering. "Imei dagger." The man yanked the weapon from her sleeve and tossed it to the ground, then fished a dagger from her waist. Zhou Zhangjian bit her lip and endured. But after finding the weapons, the man didn't stop. His hands traveled lower, actually groping her hips. This extraordinary humiliation nearly made Zhou Zhangjian faint. After searching them all, they bound the group's hands tightly and linked them together with rope before escorting them away. Throughout the process, neither naturalized citizens nor indigenous people approached to gawk, watching from a safe distance only. Under Senate rule, watching excitement was dangerous business. Observing the police at work was particularly hazardous. Getting struck by a baton or sprayed with pepper was light punishment. Getting shot was a genuine possibility. At an intersection outside the stadium, more than 10 martial experts led by Abbess Miang stood ready. Unlike the others, they hadn't shaved their heads or changed their clothing. All were dressed as ordinary indigenous commoners. Abbess Miang stood by the street at that moment. After slipping out of the inn, she discarded her disguise and resumed her nun's attire, bamboo hat and monk's robes, prayer beads and alms bowl in hand. She transformed into a mendicant nun. Her sword was concealed within her walking stick. The dozen or so companions were likewise dispersed along both sides of the street in various disguises. They stood ready to intercept and eliminate the hair thief reinforcements once the incident began. This location wasn't far from the gymnasium. She could hear the loudspeaker broadcasts, though she couldn't comprehend their meaning. She only marveled silently. Who possesses such internal power as to project their voice so loudly from thin air? Could there be a hidden master here? She worried about Zhou Zhangjian and the other disciples at the gymnasium, deeply concerned whether they could retreat safely after their strike. With her years of Jianghu experience, she understood that carving a bloody path out from under the noses of so many bandit soldiers and constables would inevitably cost many lives. The thought filled her with secret anxiety. Mt. Heng's strength was modest to begin with. In recent years, the world had grown unstable. Tenant farmers under the sex protection fled in increasing numbers. Rent collection grew ever more difficult, and various bandits, both private and official, constantly harassed the area. Their finances deteriorated daily. That was precisely why she'd accepted Stone Old Man's summons to come to Lingao. They desperately needed a powerful backer in the imperial court while easing their financial difficulties. This expedition had deployed more than half of the sect's young and middle-aged disciples. If casualties proved too heavy and the sect's strength was severely diminished, maintaining their current standing in the martial arts world would become uncertain at best. Suddenly, signal cannons boomed from the direction of the square. Miang's heart quickened. It's starting. But after the 3 signal blasts, another sharp explosion sounded. The gymnasium area hadn't descended into chaos. If fighting had broken out there, the square and surrounding streets would have erupted in pandemonium, with crowds fleeing in all directions. Yet everything remained calm. Though the pedestrians on the street appeared somewhat unsettled, there was no mass panic. Some shopkeepers stood at their doors to observe, some people quickened their pace, but no one shuttered their shops or ran away. What's happening? Ming couldn't see the situation at the gymnasium, and no hair thief reinforcements had appeared here either. Momentarily, everyone was paralyzed by uncertainty. Should they draw their swords immediately and charge out to create chaos in support of Zhou Zhangjun and the others, or continue waiting here to intercept reinforcements? Her people across the street exchanged meaningful glances with her several times, clearly seeking guidance. Ming's brow furrowed as she deliberated. Then someone addressed her from behind. "Venerable nun," Ming whirled around. A hair thief constable. Her heart clenched and she quickly pressed her palms together. "This poor nun pays her respects." The constable looked Ming over. Your face is unfamiliar. Are you new to the area?" Ming responded promptly. "Yes, this poor nun arrived here not long ago." "Do you have an ordination certificate?" "This poor nun does not." Ming's manner remained calm. Ordination certificates were exceedingly rare in the Ming Dynasty. Thanks to Zhu Yuanzhang's extremely strict religious policies, most monks and nuns lacked them. Even in the Heng sect, few nuns possessed proper documentation. Saying no shouldn't raise suspicion. "Then do you have a local religious practitioner registration certificate?" Ming naturally had no idea what a religious practitioner registration certificate was. She assumed this thief constable was merely imitating his counterparts in the Ming Dynasty, looking for an excuse to extort money. She smiled apologetically. "This poor nun has newly arrived and doesn't know the local regulations. I hope Brother Constable might make an exception." As she spoke, she crumpled a few circulation notes in her hand and attempted to press them into his. "No, no," the officer rebuffed her completely. "Without a registration certificate, you're begging illegally. Come with me to the police station." Ming hadn't expected this. In an instant, she couldn't determine whether such a rule actually existed or whether the man had already seen through her and was using a pretext to make an arrest. Her nearby companions were likewise caught off guard. While they hesitated, the policeman's patience wore thin. "Come on, let's go." He started to reach for Ming. Ming understood instantly. "I'm carrying a long sword and hidden weapons, standard lethal weapons. There's absolutely no way I can talk my way out once I enter their police station." She let out a piercing whistle, struck the policeman with a backhanded palm, and drew the long sword concealed in her walking stick. Chapter 1591. Annihilation. Ming whirled her sword in a gleaming arc and drove it straight through the policeman's chest. Blood sprayed across the street. Her murder sparked instant chaos. Pedestrians and vendors scattered for cover. Shop assistants who'd been gawking from their doorways vanished in a heartbeat. Whistles shrieked from every direction. Several plainclothes operatives, both indigenous and naturalized citizens, drew pistols and batons and rushed toward her. Die! Since she'd already committed to violence, Ming abandoned all hope of an easy escape. She attacked with full force, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Shoulder to shoulder, charge!" The disciples and fellow martial artists around her drew their weapons. Several plainclothes officers, caught off guard in the close-quarters melee, were stabbed and cut down. Some managed to fire haphazardly. Both sides suffered casualties, and the scene dissolved into smoke and chaos. Ming's new opponent possessed genuine skill. He didn't panic despite the sudden assault. He sprang back a step, dodging her killing stroke, though the wind of her blade swept the kerchief from his head. Fine swordsmanship. Fine technique. "So you're from the Heng sect. I am Jiang Jishi of the forest-penetrating northern legs. Let me be your opponent." The plainclothes policeman drew a deep breath, his presence swelling, his eyes piercing. A short rod slid from his sleeve. With a shake, it extended into 3 sections. He swung it at Ming's lower body. Sand and stones erupted in its wake. Miang was taken aback. Martial artists of this caliber serve the thieves. This man is a disgrace to the martial world. With profound skill and seasoned experience, she leaped high and unleashed more than a dozen sword flowers, forcing Jiang Jishi into continuous retreat. While parrying frantically with his baton, he seized the whistle on his chest and blew several sharp blasts. On this side, the heroes held the advantage of numbers, and they quickly slaughtered the handful of plainclothes police. Though they lost several of their own, morale soared. The thieves' firearms aren't so fearsome after all. Close the distance and they're no match for us. Someone grew intoxicated with killing and shouted, "Slay the thieves!" Suddenly, with a thunderous boom, a plume of thick smoke erupted from a window along the street. More than a dozen lead pellets hammered into him. 7 or 8 bloody holes appeared instantly from head to toe. He crashed to the ground, limbs twitching clearly beyond saving. "Senior brother!" A mournful cry pierced the air as a young girl broke from the group of heroes and threw herself onto the corpse, weeping bitterly. "Junior sister Lanhui, stop crying. Vengeance matters now." Another young disciple stood beside her, sword in hand, speaking with righteous conviction. "The dead cannot return. Restrain your grief. Wait for senior brother to kill a few more thieves." Before he could finish, another explosion sounded. Half his skull erupted upward, trailing blood and brain matter. Gore splattered across junior sister Lanhui's face and body. She screamed and collapsed in a faint. Miang cursed these disciples of minor sects for their uselessness. In this instant, she pressed her advantage with relentless speed, forcing Jiang Jishi into complete disarray. His police uniform was slashed in numerous places, blood flowing freely, and he seemed on the verge of collapse. But at that moment, whistles rose from every corner of the street. The pedestrians had vanished entirely, replaced by the rapid drumbeat of approaching boots. Within moments, officers in black uniforms materialized at both ends of the street. "It's a trap," horror shot through Miang. "The thieves were prepared. They set a snare for us to walk into." In the instant her attention wavered, Jiang Jishi rolled 3 or 4 Zhang away. Ignoring his sorry state, he turned and fled. "Where are you running, dog thief?" Someone started to give chase. Miang shouted, "Don't pursue. The thieves have overwhelming force. We must withdraw first. Drop your weapons, hands behind your head, kneel. Otherwise you will be killed without mercy." The deafening command echoed as police at both ends of the street advanced steadily. In front came those holding rattan shields and wearing rattan helmets, armed with a mix of long and short batons. Behind them stood ranks of police with double-barreled shotguns. They moved in time with beating drums, their steps perfectly synchronized, pressing forward like an advancing wall. The heroes paled. They excelled in single combat and small group skirmishes. Against such a disciplined formation of trained soldiers, they stood no chance, not to mention the thieves' devastating firearms which had killed and wounded several of their number in mere moments. A direct confrontation would mean annihilation. "To the rooftops!" Abbess Miang waved her sword. "While we live, hope remains. Move!" Pan Jixin stood on the roof of a nearby tall building, observing the street through binoculars. This area bordered the gymnasium, so command had deployed heavy forces, not only police and agents but also riot squads. The special reconnaissance team had stationed marksmen at positions all along the street. Honestly speaking, the coordination between police, agents, and the special reconnaissance team today left him unsatisfied. Everything felt a beat too slow. This professional level, this tactical quality, Pan Jixin couldn't help muttering complaints. 2 things bothered him. First, the on-site command of the plainclothes police force had made obvious blunders. The enemy numbered more than 20, yet only a dozen operatives had been assigned to monitor them nearby, with most personnel waiting further away. When the arrest team's initial action met resistance, reinforcement was inadequate. Not only did they fail to capture anyone, they were wiped out themselves. Second, the support personnel positioned on rooftops and in shops had reacted too slowly. By the time they responded, the arrest team and enemy were already locked in close combat, making supportive fire impossible. Still, they maintained the overall advantage and had quickly turned the situation around. It appeared the enemy was about to retreat. "This is too amateur, completely different from what I imagined." Pan Jixin's grumbling now shifted to the heroes. Their helplessness against firearms was understandable. The technological gap was simply too vast. But what was this business of climbing up building walls? Shouldn't they leap to the rooftops in a single bound? Why did they have to grab the eaves first and haul themselves up one by one? If this was Qinggong, parkour tracers had far better Qinggong than these so-called martial artists. Of course, even from a modern perspective, their movements could be called agile, and their muscle strength was impressive. The problem was that none of this matched the flying over eaves and walking on walls image that Pan Jixin had formed from wuxia novels. Thick smoke erupted from rooftops and windows on both sides of the street. Gunshots crackled continuously. Heroes attempting to scale the walls were shot and tumbled to the ground one after another. Someone tried to rush into a shop to clear out the musketeers but caught a face full of buckshot and died on the spot. No entertainment value whatsoever. At least the fight between Jiang Jishi and the old nun was somewhat worth watching. Pan Jixin shook his head and lowered his binoculars. He'd lost interest. Unable to reach the rooftops, and with lead pellets still erupting periodically from the shops on both sides, the surviving heroes were forced to shelter behind market stalls. They dared not show their heads, yet snipers on the rooftops continued picking them off. Bodies accumulated on the street. From an original group of more than 20, the majority had fallen, leaving only 5 or 6 clustered around Abbess Miang. The drumbeats pounded onward, each beat seeming to strike their hearts. The police walls on both sides pressed ever closer, musketeers in shops and on rooftops continuing to deliver death at intervals. Lying still meant death. No road to heaven, no door into earth. Seeing the street carpeted with corpses, the handful of survivors huddled around Miang. Suddenly, the drumbeats and gunshots ceased. The electric loudspeaker blared again. "People inside, listen. We give you 5 minutes. Drop your weapons and come out one by one with your hands raised. Stand in the middle of the street." "Abbess, say no more," Miang declared. "It has come to this. We can only seek life in death. Everyone charge together. If even one escapes, that's enough." She spoke with righteous conviction. "Even if we cannot fight our way out, we shall at least die gloriously. Leave behind a heroic name." Sword raised, she prepared to charge, but something seized her arm. She looked back to find the handful of survivors ashen-faced, utterly bereft of the morning's heroic spirit. A few even regarded her with malicious eyes. Miang's fury flared. "What do you think you're doing?" One of them spoke. "Abbess, if you wish to throw your life away, we won't stop you, but we still want to live. The moment you charge, the thieves will open fire indiscriminately. None of us will survive." Lanhui, recently revived, added through tears. "Abbess, as long as green hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood." "I think perhaps we should. We should." Before she could say surrender, the loudspeaker boomed again. "Time's up. If you don't come out, we will open fire." In unison, the shotguns behind the rattan shields leveled. Black muzzles trained on the handful of figures in the center of the street. Miang sneered. She leaped up, rushed to the center of the street, and charged the shield wall with sword whirling. Mu Min had already received the phone call. The terrorists disguised as female students had been captured in the square. Simultaneously, another group of terrorists had been eliminated on the street near the stadium. We also captured 3 females and 1 male in the square. Another male was killed by the Special Reconnaissance Team sniper while launching the signal cannon, and 1 male was killed resisting arrest. All wore naturalized citizen clothing. Weapons were found on the suspects and the dead. Some also carried throwing darts. Zhou Shizhai reported over the phone. "The public security, army, and uniformed police have now sealed off the entire square and are checking identification one by one." A total of 10 terrorists were eliminated on the street, 10 killed, 6 captured. 4 of our police officers died in the line of duty and 1 was seriously injured. Good. What about the whereabouts of the people on the list sent by the Political Security Bureau? We're currently comparing the corpses and prisoners. It appears the number of people apprehended doesn't match the list. Approximately half are still unaccounted for. Mu Min cranked the phone once, then twice more. Connect me to Wu Mu's office. Wu Mu sat in his office, silently reviewing the latest telephone record delivered by the communicator. The arrest at Qiangan Inn had concluded. The group of enemies who'd remained there had attempted arson but failed, and were all killed while trying to break out. Another group of enemies preparing to carry out sabotage at East Gate Market had also been eliminated in time. Most had been annihilated, with only a few taken prisoner. Chapter 1592. The band on the road. According to their intelligence, all 4 enemy groups had been surrounded and annihilated, except for those in Nanbao, who had yet to be arrested. Photographs of the corpses and prisoners were being developed at top speed for comparison against the surveillance records. The current list contained approximately 50 names, though not everyone had been photographed. If some hadn't been photographed, others certainly remained undiscovered. Their existence posed an enormous hidden danger to the Senate. The attack on the Xiaoqing had exceeded all anticipated scenarios, a fact that deeply troubled Wu Mu. Most critically, none of the primary figures had yet been confirmed captured or killed. All right, everyone ready. All units, line up and load the vehicles. Akamoto, head of the art troupe, shouted into a tin megaphone. Before him stood the neatly dressed members of the folk orchestra. Today was the cultural festival dress rehearsal. The entire art troupe staff had assembled in formation at the propaganda department compound early that morning. Even Deputy Director Dongfeng, notorious for rising late, had arrived ahead of schedule. The gymnasium dressing rooms were limited in size, so the musicians had donned their costumes beforehand. Various equipment was packed in crates and strapped onto carriages borrowed from the bus company. The naturalized citizen musicians would also travel by carriage. According to the Political Security Bureau's security protocol, the 4 senators would ride in Dongfeng official carriages specially dispatched by the General Office. In addition to an armed coachman carrying a pistol, each carriage was assigned a guard soldier with a double-barreled shotgun. A full squad of troops would follow the convoy for protection. Except for Akamoto, who wasn't performing, the other 3 senators were all in costume, garments custom-made by Hong Huangnan from linen fabric suited to Hainan's climate. Liu Shuixin remained radiant and graceful. Nan Gonghao looked dashing in a well-tailored long shirt, complete with a white bow tie that was an authentic artifact from the old timeline. Only Dongfeng Qi appeared slightly bulky and out of proportion in his upper body. He wore a stab-resistant vest beneath his costume. Fortunately, he wasn't heavy-set to begin with. Wearing that thing just for rehearsal, you're paranoid to the core. This was Akamoto ribbing his partner, but he received only an eye roll in return. Nan Gonghao had also brought a stab-resistant vest, planning to put it on before going on stage. Lingao was simply too hot. He didn't think he could endure running around dressed in such gear. The group settled into the carriage. Just as the driver was about to crack his whip and urge the horses forward, a figure came running through the compound gate. Chief Akamoto, the man shouted as he ran. Sharp-eyed Akamoto had already recognized Wang Qisuo, a soldier of the garrison battalion and the folk orchestra's chief erhu player. Qisuo, why are you back? Weren't you escorting the little senator to the gymnasium? Akamoto stared at the soldier in confusion. Sigh, that chief little Qian wouldn't let me onto their boat. She said they're a female sailor crew and men aren't allowed, so I had to come back. Wang Qisuo answered, looking embarrassed. What boat? What's going on? So Qian sent you packing. Good heavens. Akamoto thought this ABC girl was really something, casually dismissing a guard. This should probably be reported to the general office, but he decided it wasn't his concern. Without a PHS, reporting was terribly inconvenient anyway. He'd call the general office after they reached the gymnasium. Qian Duojuo and the others should be safe enough traveling by boat. He immediately called Wang Qisuo to climb onto the carriage and squeeze in with the guards. The convoy set off, guided by a lead vehicle flying a special flag. The road along the Wenlin River was narrow. To accommodate the heavily loaded equipment carriages, the convoy couldn't move quickly. The senators chatted in the carriage, their conversation consisting mostly of complaints about the current situation. Once the convoy left the security zone, it picked up speed. Suddenly, a strange sound reached them from the distance, followed by another, then another in rapid succession. "Is that gunshots? What's happening?" "Guards," Okamoto called out in alarm. Nan Gonghao and Liu Shuixin's expressions also changed. Dong Fengqi, slouched in a corner of the carriage, showed no surprise whatsoever. He only remarked, "Sounds like it's coming from the riverside direction, not the gymnasium." No one cared where the shots came from. Gunshots simply shouldn't be sounding here and now. Sharp whistles pierced the air as the convoy halted. Soldiers from the lead vehicle had already dismounted. Led by their squad leader, they spread into a fan formation to monitor both sides of the road. Other security personnel also drew their weapons, guarding the flanks of the senators' carriages. Okamoto tried to step out and assess the situation, but was stopped by the guard. "Chief, please remain in the vehicle for your safety." At that moment, the guard captain jogged over, climbed onto the running board and reported, "Chiefs, an abnormal situation has been confirmed approximately 1 kilometer ahead. A large number of naturalized citizens are fleeing in all directions. According to the safety protocol, the convoy will pause its advance. A soldier has been dispatched forward to scout. Chiefs, please remain vigilant and do not leave the carriage." Before Okamoto could respond, Dong Fengqi looked up. "Sergeant, immediately send a soldier back to the sentry post at Bairn City Gate to report our convoy's situation and request updated instructions from command. Then move the convoy off the road and keep the musicians in the rear carriages under control. Don't let them scatter." The naturalized citizen sergeant of the garrison army paused momentarily, then replied loudly, "Yes, Chief." Saluted and departed. Nan Gonghao, his face already pale as his shirt, stammered, What exactly is happening? Perhaps we should turn around and return to Bairn City." "No need, let's wait until the situation clarifies. We didn't bring portable communication equipment. Gunshots mean there's definitely an emergency." Dong Fengqi's expression remained unchanged, though his speech noticeably quickened. As he spoke, he began unbuttoning his shirt. "What are you doing?" Okamoto stared wide-eyed at this perpetually eccentric colleague. "Obviously removing my clothes." Dong Fengqi swiftly shed his performance costume, peeled off the stab-resistant vest, and handed it to Liu Shuixin, who had sat silently since the convoy stopped. "Teacher Liu, put this on. Nangong, give the one in your bag to the coachman up front." What? Are you joking?" Nan Gonghao had been about to open his backpack and retrieve his own vest to wear when he heard this request and froze. "If anything happens, the 4 of us and those 2 soldiers don't know how to drive a carriage. Hand it over." Saying this, he snatched Nan Gong's backpack. "I don't need it. Hiding in the carriage keeps me safe enough." Liu Shuixin's face had paled somewhat, but she declined. "Give it to the guard. They'll be the ones fighting if it comes to that." "Hey, you turn around and put this on." Dong Fengqi addressed the driver, who was already standing alert beside the vehicle. The coachman employed by the general office had also undergone military training and various emergency protocols. He remained calm now, merely repeating, "I couldn't possibly," several times before accepting the vest. At that moment, noise approached the convoy. The captain returned, climbed back onto the window ledge and reported, "Chiefs, it's been confirmed that a shooting incident occurred at the pier ahead. It appears enemies attacked a boat and were killed at the pier. The surrounding streets are currently in chaos, with large numbers of naturalized citizens fleeing. I've observed public security army personnel sealing off various intersections. Please advise, should the convoy turn around and return to Bairn City?" The artist senators exchanged uncertain glances. They didn't fully grasp the current situation. After a brief moment, Head Akamoto spoke up in disgust with his colleagues. What if we first assess the surrounding conditions? If there's danger, we address it immediately. Then we proceed directly back and locate a sentry post within the city walls. While they hesitated, teams of garrison battalion soldiers and police rushed toward various intersections along the main road, deploying according to protocol. The other three senators paused briefly, then nodded in agreement with the decision to turn back. Since a terrorist attack had occurred, order around the gymnasium was surely compromised. Arriving there rashly would only disrupt formations and create trouble for the agencies handling the situation. So the massive convoy began its slow, collective turn. Fortunately, the riverside road along the Wenlin had more room than the downtown area. Downtown lacked such spacious stretches, and reorganizing the convoy required considerable effort. Half the garrison soldiers dismounted and formed a hollow square around the senators' carriages. Just then, a stream of people surged from the south, apparently coming from the direction of the gymnasium square, a motley crowd in both indigenous and naturalized citizen attire, running wildly amid a cacophony of noise. No one approaches the senator convoy. Several soldiers stood on the carriage running boards, shouting at the top of their lungs, but the chaotic mob seemed deaf to their commands. In desperation, the guard captain ran to the rear of the formation, halted, fired 3 warning shots into the air, then bellowed, "Fix bayonets!" Every shotgun in the guard team was instantly fitted with a bayonet. The gleaming blades and warning shots scattered the rushing crowd. "Chief, in my opinion, our carriages should proceed along the riverside while the soldiers march on the main road to protect us. That would be safer." Wang Qisuo, who had been standing beside the coachman, suddenly spoke up. The senators nodded uncertainly. Indeed, this would reduce the chances of infiltrators mixing into the crowd and approaching. The convoy moved slowly, the enemy situation still unclear. A single squad of guards was stretched thin under these conditions. The guards on the carriages also dismounted to augment the foot patrol force. The soldiers sent to report and bring reinforcements had yet to reappear, heightening the anxiety and vigilance of the senators and naturalized citizen officers alike. All 3 men had drawn their pistols long ago. "I haven't fired this thing in ages." Akamo gripped his Glock, body trembling slightly. "How close do I need to be to actually hit something?" "Theoretically, the closer the better." Dong Fengqing had already left his seat and knelt by the carriage window, scanning outside. He held an S&W9 revolver. Thanks to his time studying in America, he wasn't completely inexperienced with pistol shooting. Chapter 1593. The backup plan. Zhu Yifan mingled with the crowd, walking toward the riverside gymnasium. He wore old clothes procured by Sima Qiudao and sported a fake mustache, looking every bit the down-and-out scholar. He carried no long weapons, only darts hidden in his sleeves and a short dagger at his waist. 3 male disciples, disguised as peddlers and porters, followed at a distance, their bodies bristling with concealed weapons. He'd been less than 20 Zhang from Zhou Zhangjun when she was exposed. The moment police moved to arrest them, he'd already turned and begun walking out of the square. The plan to strike in the square had failed. So even though the disciple responsible for signaling fired the rising promotion cannon desperately, Zhu Yifan didn't attack. Instead, he slipped quickly out with the flow of people. From the beginning, he'd known the chances of successfully attacking the hair thieves near the gymnasium weren't great. But the hair thieves' internal and external defenses were impregnable, and opportunities were scarce, forcing him to take the risk. Still, he and Sima Qiudao had estimated the odds of this approach again and again, 50-50 at best. Even if Zhou Zhangjun and the others could use hair thief clothing to bluff their way close to the real Qians before acting, the martial prowess of those few female warriors might not be sufficient to succeed in a single blow. Therefore, based on intelligence provided by 7th Master, he'd prepared a backup strategy. 7th Master had supplied the route of the hair thieves' musicians, along with a hint that several real Kun leaders would be among them. The intelligence was remarkably detailed. Not only the specific route, but the convoy's size, roughly how many guards to expect, and the number of Fengqing musicians traveling in the public carriages. Compared to the square, the guard force along the movement route wouldn't be particularly large. The chances of a successful ambush were significantly higher. Once the square assassination failed, various agencies would mobilize, drawing hair thief alert forces toward the gymnasium. Combined with diversionary actions at Eastgate Market and the inn, the attention of hair thief government offices would be scattered. By striking where they were unprepared, he calculated a 60 to 70% chance of hitting the target in a single blow. Now that Zhou Zhangjian and the others had been discovered and captured, he immediately broke away from the gymnasium area with his core disciples. As they walked, gunfire sounded in the distance. He observed that hair thief police and soldiers on the streets had multiplied dramatically. Black uniformed police on two-wheeled vehicles careened through the streets, and black and white carriages rushed toward the gymnasium and Qians Inn. Roadblocks were being erected at major intersections to check pedestrians. Barrier gates at side streets and alleys were closing. Rumors bred panic along the way, and every step kept them on edge. The group mingled with the crowds and barely escaped the gymnasium vicinity before martial law clamped down. By now, few people remained on the streets. Pedestrians hurried past, shops shuttered one after another, and the streets grew desolate. The distant gunfire had ceased. Zhu Yifan led his junior brothers onward at a quickened pace. Though he tried to conceal it, tears had already spilled from his eyes. Though he'd written off Zhou Zhangjian and the others as expendable pieces, knowing they were trapped in the hair thieves' heavy siege meant they were almost certainly doomed. Most of them were strangers to him, yet the thought that they might now be dead, or being escorted to hair thief prisons to suffer torments worse than death, filled his chest with grief and rage. Even if it cost him his life, he would kill some real Qians today. But as soon as the pedestrians thinned, they realized a tail was following them. Zhu Yifan's nerves instantly tightened. Have the hair thieves marked us? He grew secretly anxious and glanced back discreetly. More than 10 plainclothes operatives trailed close behind. He immediately turned and signaled to the junior brothers. Without hesitation, all four walked briskly off the main road, climbed the Wenlin River embankment, leaped and plunged into the rolling current. The opportunity to ambush the hair thief convoy was precious, but the enemy had obviously spotted them. Escape took priority. He made the decisive call. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is best. 50 meters behind, a naturalized citizen plainclothes policeman stood dumbfounded for a moment before yanking out his whistle and blowing frantically. The officers who'd been tracking this group of disguised saboteurs quickly converged, but they had no boats. One man sprinted back to report while the rest searched along the riverbank. The thieves may swim across to escape. Find a boat to cross the river. A naturalized citizen police officer shouted. Quickly notify the water police. Zhu Yifan held a reed tube in his mouth and submerged. After entering the water, the four didn't swim across. Instead, they turned and drifted downstream with the current. The scenic belt along the Wenlin River had been built atop the river embankment. On one side ran a thoroughfare. On the other, flowers and trees had been planted for their beauty. At this moment, the art troupe convoy was moving close to the embankment, the wheels periodically crushing roadside flowers and plants, rather landscape spoiling. But the accompanying senators had no mood to consider such matters. After turning around, the dense gunfire from behind and the smoke rising above the square delivered an unmistakable message. The enemy had launched an attack right in the heart of Senate rule, Lingao itself. This served as a somewhat jarring reminder that their lives had become too comfortable, treating a foreign land as one's hometown. The phrase burst unbidden into Dong Fengqi's mind. Here, they still inhabited the dangerous spacetime of the 17th century. Enemies glared like tigers from all sides, poised to tear them apart at any moment. Dong Fengqi unconsciously tightened his grip on his pistol. He crouched on the seat by the door. Akamoto and Nangonghao sat on the opposite side. Since these two had virtually no pistol experience, 2 additional pistols were positioned there as insurance. Liu Shuixin, the only woman in the carriage, sat on the floor in the center, silent. The guard soldiers marching on foot had spread into a right echelon formation on the road, primarily protecting the road while covering the senators' carriages below the embankment on the river side. To compensate for the gap toward the river embankment, he'd ordered the accompanying guards back into the carriages, their weapons aimed toward the embankment. At the rear came the guard captain, maintaining watch. He'd fired warning shots several times to disperse the crowds. Now the convoy had left the hotspot and slightly increased speed. In the public carriages sat naturalized citizen musicians gathered from old opera troupes. Contrary to head Akamoto's concerns, they were nothing like the frail art workers of the old timeline. These Ming Dynasty musicians, seasoned by years traveling the Jianghu, seemed to possess an instinctive adaptability to danger and chaos. They sat peacefully in their seats. Though their expressions showed fear, no one lost control or moved about randomly. 4 heads broke the water's surface in succession, climbing onto the lower edge of the embankment from the river beach. Zhuo Yifan and his group, though they didn't understand what had gone wrong, their prompt escape had temporarily preserved their lives. The 4 remained shaken. They were about to leap back into the river when Zhuo Yifan stopped them. "Don't panic. We're already far from the gymnasium. There's no one around. Rest here briefly. Wait for the people and horses ahead to pass, then we'll plan our next move." The group scattered and lay flat in the bushes. Zhuo Yifan stared intently at the situation on the road. Suddenly something caught his attention. 2 4-wheeled public carriages, 1 smaller 4-wheeled carriage, 1 4-wheeled cargo wagon, soldiers guarding the flanks. "Isn't this the convoy from the intelligence report?" Zhuo Yifan whispered excitedly. This group of hair thieves must have turned back from the gymnasium direction, presumably spooked by the chaos and anxious to retreat to Bairn City, only to run into them here. "Coming early isn't as good as coming at the right time. Today we will exterminate you hair thieves who use barbarians to transform China." He immediately crawled to his companions and told them what he'd discovered. After a brief exchange, however, the 4 identified significant difficulties. The convoy was gradually approaching, and the figures of the accompanying soldiers on the road were becoming clearer. At a glance, at least 10. The enemy outnumbered them, and the Australian firearms were devastatingly effective. A direct confrontation offered little chance of success. Originally, he'd planned to prepare the road in advance, but now the entire operation was in disarray. They could only act in haste. "Right now, we have no choice but to take a desperate gamble," Zhuo Yifan said slowly. "These hair thieves are all in carriages. Horses are easily spooked. Junior brother Zhao, are your rising promotion cannons still usable?" "The cannons are still here." Junior brother Zhao pulled a bamboo tube from beneath his clothes. "The wax seal is intact, should still work." "I have one too." Another disciple produced one as well. "Good. This is the Lei family's special 3-sound thunderclap cannon, the most powerful we have. Since we can't use it for signaling, we'll use it to stampede the horses," Zhuo Yifan said. "The hair thieves have 4 carriages total. The first and second are large ones carrying the musicians. The last one carries instruments and baggage. The real Qians are all in the 3rd carriage." He laid out the situation, then assigned tasks. "Junior brother Zhao, position yourself on the river embankment. Shell the 1st carriage first, then the 4th. Both are heavily loaded. Once the horses panic, those carriages will overturn immediately, trapping the hair thieves' carriage in between. Junior brother Liu, your hidden weapon skills are the finest among us. The moment the rising promotion cannon sounds, rush in and shoot the horses pulling the real Qian's carriage. Junior brother Wu, follow me for the direct assault." At this point, junior brother Zhao raised an objection. "Senior brother, the hair thieves' team has been firing guns along the way. Their horses are likely war horses or the equivalent, trained not to fear firearms. This rising promotion cannon has a heavy powder charge. Even if you miss the horse, landing it near enough should still spook them. He pointed to the nearby terrain. Look, the hair thief soldiers are all on the main road. The river embankment side is blocked by the carriages, making it hard for their firearms to hit us. We have a 60 to 70% chance of success. Hit or miss, we retreat immediately after striking, roll straight down the embankment and into the water. Zhu Yifan assembled this plan in desperation, overlooking many rash elements. The men he'd brought were close disciples of his sect, all from good families. Though young, their martial arts and learning were all commendable. More importantly, they possessed sincere hearts, valuing righteousness over life. At this moment, they simply accepted the orders and pledged themselves to the task. Chapter 1594. A desperate struggle. Dong Fengqing was scanning through the window when 3 thunderous booms erupted from the front of the convoy. Men cried out and horses screamed, and chaos erupted instantly. Dong Fengqing's chest tightened. That wasn't gunfire. Who goes there? Don't move. The shout from the point man at the convoy's head carried clearly to the senator's carriage. Everyone's nerves, which had just begun to relax, snapped taut again. The convoy lurched to a halt. Soldiers on the road formed a semicircular perimeter, muzzles raised. Guards on the carriages spotted suspicious figures on the river embankment and opened fire. Several shotguns discharged in crossing patterns. Junior brother Zhao, repositioning to shell the cargo wagon, caught the buckshot full on. He tumbled from the embankment and plunged into the river. Seeing the convoy stop, Zhu Yifan and the others sprang from their hiding places. Flying knives and darts shot from their hands. The injured horse let out a prolonged shriek, front hooves rearing high. The coachman and guards swayed violently, and Wang Qisuo toppled from the carriage with a scream. Simultaneously, Zhu Yifan surged toward the tightly sealed senator's carriage. Originally, only a handful of guards had been watching the river embankment. When the horses spooked, several men fell from the carriages instantly. Only the guard on the rear cargo wagon managed to fire in time. A deafening boom. Zhu Yifan felt a violent gust blast past, the whoosh of displaced air ripping by, and a pungent reek of gunpowder rushed into his nostrils. Before he could react, a scream came from behind. The junior brother bringing up the rear had likely been struck by lead shot. Zhu Yifan didn't dare look back. Slowing down meant becoming a target for the hair thieves' muskets. Meanwhile, the guard captain had gone pale. It turned out that the guards on the carriage had essentially emptied their shotguns in the burst of fire that killed the suspicious figure on the embankment. These weapons held only 2 rounds each, and everyone was now scrambling to reload. He raised his pistol and squeezed the trigger repeatedly at Zhu Yifan, but in his haste and panic, not a single shot found its mark. "Form up," he roared. 3 or 4 guards who'd reacted quickly had already converged. In moments, a bristling hedge of bayonets faced Zhu Yifan. Zhu Yifan knew this spear formation was the most difficult to breach, especially when all he had was a dagger. With no other option, he hurled the hidden weapons in his hand. The distance was minimal. As a handful of projectiles flew, several soldiers were immediately wounded. One groaned and collapsed on the spot. The others endured their injuries and held their ground, not yielding an inch. Seeing his storming rush had failed, Zhu Yifan couldn't bring himself to simply flee. He steeled his resolve, shielding his chest with his left arm, brandishing the short sword in his right, prepared to charge through even if the bayonets pierced his body. "Hair thief, receive your—" The word death hadn't left his mouth when a flash erupted from the ground to his left, followed by a bang. He collapsed before the bayonet formation like a kite cut from its string. Lying on the ground, Zhu Yifan felt piercing pain in his left arm and abdomen, as though someone had driven awls through them. Several fake Kun soldiers raised bayonet-tipped muskets and rushed forward to finish him. My life ends here. The thought had barely formed when the junior brother who'd already been shot down leaped to his feet. He threw himself between Yifan and the bayonet wall, seized a stick from the ground, and roaring, hurled himself at the formation. With one desperate push, he actually shoved the entire formation back several steps, single-handedly immobilizing them. In an instant, a hair thief soldier circled from the rear left around to the right of his fellow disciple. Seizing the moment when junior brother had no chance to look aside, the soldier leveled his bayonet and thrust it viciously into his right ribs, the blade punching straight through to exit his left side. Immediately afterward, bayonets from the formation stabbed into the junior brother's chest from the front. From behind, Yifen saw 3 blades pierce entirely through his back. Junior brother seemed impervious. He kept pushing against the formation. Then suddenly he turned his head. Blue veins bulged on his forehead, both eyes blood crimson, staring at Yifen. With every remaining ounce of strength, he roared, "Senior brother, Go!" Fresh blood gushed from his mouth. Soldiers were already rushing over from the far side of the carriage. Another junior brother lay dead where he'd fallen. Zhuo Yifen knew that if he didn't leave now, there would be no chance at all. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he rolled and crawled until he tumbled into the river. Before entering the water, he looked back. By then, his junior brother had been lifted on the points of several bayonets, both feet dangling off the ground. "Chase them!" the captain shouted frantically. The assassination attempt had passed in a flash of lightning-fast action. Before the soldiers guarding the main road could rush back, Zhuo Yifen had been dragged and had rolled into the Wenlin River. The soldiers who'd rushed over could only fire blindly at the water's surface. Splashes erupted across the river, but no body floated up. "Stop chasing!" Senator Dongfeng's voice came from the carriage. "Return to the city." Dongfeng Qi's nerves had been shattered just moments ago. He'd nearly lost his grip on the pistol. Seeing that 3 assassins were dead and the wounded one had escaped, he finally began to calm down. Once his emotions stabilized, he began complaining silently. Has this captain received any security training at all? Security is supposed to be about protecting VIPs, not pursuing assassins. Completely unprofessional. Zhuo Yifen fell into the river and let the current carry him. Grievously wounded, he drifted in and out of consciousness. Dimly, he felt someone pull him from the water, and after that, darkness consumed him completely. He had no idea how long he'd been out. Suddenly, a coolness touched his nostrils. He shuddered awake and struggled to sit up. "Don't move," a voice whispered urgently in his ear, and hands pressed him back down. The voice was familiar, Sima Qiudao's voice. "It's you." Zhuo Yifen was so weak he could barely speak. "It's me. Don't talk, don't move, we haven't escaped danger yet." Sima Qiudao's whisper was soft as a mosquito's hum. Zhuo Yifen forced himself to calm and surveyed his surroundings. Dense vegetation surrounded them, thick branches and leaves overhead. They appeared to be concealed in a thicket of brush and trees. He didn't know where they were, but he could hear water flowing not far away, presumably still near the Wenlin River. Before his thoughts could settle, he suddenly heard voices and footsteps approaching. The sounds grew nearer, and gradually he could make out the speaker's words. "Hair thieves, searching. Probe deeper with your bayonets where the brush is thick," someone was ordering. His heart leaped into his throat. Though the vegetation here was dense, if the hair thieves conducted a thorough dragnet, escape would be impossible. One glance at Sima Qiudao showed the same grim realization. He gripped a short sword tightly. Through gaps in the foliage, Zhuo Yifen could make out several black-uniformed police prowling nearby, thrusting bayonets into the undergrowth. Just as despair began to set in, a woman's voice rang out from the distance. "Come quickly. There's a suspicious spot here." The black-clad police who'd been approaching their hiding place immediately holstered their bird guns and ran off in that direction. The clamor of voices faded into the distance, and Zhuo Yifen let out a long breath. Sima Qiudao lowered his short sword and exhaled in relief. "Brother Sima, why are you here?" "It's a long story." Sima Qiudao said, "I was by the river ready to support the brothers hijacking the boat, but we failed at the last moment. Later I spotted you drifting down from upstream. That was close. A moment later and the hair thieves would have found you. Yifen, your injuries are serious." Sima Qiudao spoke vaguely. His attempt to participate in hijacking the Xiaoqing by the river had failed. He'd originally planned to leave East Gate Market immediately, But then the rising promotion cannon had sounded, followed by heavy gunfire. He knew the hair thieves would sweep the entire city, and wandering aimlessly would likely expose him. So he'd simply found a hiding place by the river. Severely wounded, Zhu Yifan lacked the energy to think much. After being reminded, he realized the severity of his injuries. He'd taken a hit from the hair thief's bird gun during the assassination attempt. Opening his clothing, he saw his left ribs, hip, and thigh wrapped in strips of cloth, blood having dyed both his shirt and trousers red. The hair thief's bird gun is vicious. One shot put multiple wounds in your body. I've already removed a few pellets and applied medicine, but there are still lead bullets inside. Sima Qiudao had some medical knowledge and military experience. He knew that lead bullets had to be extracted promptly, otherwise the wound would turn blue-black, and then even an immortal couldn't save him. Zhu Yifan understood this obviously wasn't the place to continue removing pellets. I'm all right. We'll leave as soon as it's dark. He felt his body didn't hurt too badly, just weak, and asked, "Did your ambush on the small boat succeed?" Ambushing the Xiaoqing hadn't been part of the original plan. Only the day before the operation had 7th Master sent this intelligence, along with the band's marching route and convoy details. Sima Qiudao and Zhu Yifan discussed and concluded that, with only a few girls on the small boat, the chances of success were far better than Zhu Yifan's group would have at the gymnasium. So they'd made a last-minute decision to split their forces. Sima Qiudao led one group to ambush the Xiaoqing, the more promising target, while Zhu Yifan bravely shouldered the heavier burden and still proceeded to the gymnasium. Sima Qiudao's expression turned bitter, miserable beyond words. He recounted how his side had set the trap, how they'd lured the boat to shore, how they'd launched their attack, how murderously effective the firearms of one young girl aboard had been, and how his side had suffered catastrophic casualties, nearly total annihilation. I never expected the hair thieves' firearms to be so sharp, all firing continuously. It was simply impossible to find an opening, Sima Qiudao said with frustration. The hair thieves' precautions were impeccable, losing so many heroes from righteous and renowned sects. It breaks my heart. I don't know how the others are faring. Knowing the mission had essentially failed completely, Zhu Yifan burned with anxiety. Though he understood the others were likely doomed, he couldn't help but mention them. "Yifan, things have come to this. You and I can't fight anymore. In my view, we should flee immediately while there's still chaos and a slim chance. Otherwise, once they search the city systematically, none of us will escape. That's the only option, Brother Sima. It's just the others." Zhu Yifan drew a ragged breath. "But I can't shake the feeling that something about this entire matter is strange." Chapter 1595, Fugitives. What's strange? Throughout this operation, I felt as though we were being watched at every turn, as if the hair thieves already knew us. He recounted what he'd observed near the gymnasium. If they'd recognized me, that would be one thing, but they even recognized the minor disciples. It's bizarre. "Are you saying there's a spy among us?" Sima Qiudao exclaimed. Zhu Yifan shook his head slowly. "I can't be certain, I just feel something is deeply wrong. If we can go back." Sima Qiudao stopped mid-sentence. Obviously, escaping from here was already a grim prospect, let alone speaking of going back. "If you were alone, you might still escape. Bringing me along, I'm afraid it won't work." Zhu Yifan shook his head. "Once it's dark, leave quickly. Make for Nanbao. I don't know how old Huang is faring there." As he spoke, he slipped back into unconsciousness. Wu Mu held the phone. Akamoto's angry voice poured from the receiver. The call from the art troop's head, coming from the sentry post at Bairn City's south gate, was more interrogation than notification. But at this moment, such things didn't matter. "As long as you're all safe. 3 confirmed kills, 1 bandit escaped. Please calm down before continuing." "All right." Pass the phone to Deputy Director Dongfeng. Akamoto replied irritably. "No need, I've said what I have to say. The art troop can only stay hidden in the city now. Catching terrorists is your responsibility, Director Wu." He hung up. Wu Mu cranked the handle twice and connected to Mu Min, requesting the latest updated list. The people arrested so far and the bodies recovered were under national police management. The latest feedback indicated that very few names on the list remained unaccounted for. This list had been compiled by the task force through continuous monitoring and surveillance of suspects. It included both suspicious elements, who'd arrived by sea, and local indigenous people, and naturalized citizens who'd made frequent contact with them. The task force had managed to photograph everyone on this list and designated them as key surveillance targets. Wu Mu had originally expected more significant figures to surface on the list, but his expectations were completely dashed. True, the list contained a few more names than days earlier, but they were either insignificant or unlikely to be violent terrorists. Still, he couldn't let his guard down entirely. Who knew what bigger fish might be lurking underwater yet to reveal themselves? Based on today's reports from the field, whether from the Political Security Bureau, the police, or the Garrison Battalion, their performance fell far short of his prior estimates. The search warrant has been issued. All naturalized citizen security personnel in Lingao, including National Army and Public Security Army, will be mobilized for the sweep. Mu Min's tone was meant to reassure. I've ordered the Japanese and Korean public security armies to handle key areas. They won't slack off. The dog teams have been deployed. Rest assured not one will slip away. Good. I estimate those who escaped are the main leaders. That young Master Zhu is definitely a major figure. Wu Mu frowned. This man must be captured. What about the female police officer associated with him? I've already ordered Lion Nishing's arrest. Zhu Yami, Li Yangsun, and several others were arrested alongside her. Everyone on the list within the police system has been taken in. Good. Take care. Only tens of minutes had passed since Qian Duojiu dialed Dongmen Chuyu's phone, yet the storm unleashed in that brief span had set every senator's heart in the Lingao area on edge. Wu Mu and Mu Min both understood that hundreds of pairs of eyes were watching the Political Security Bureau and police headquarters. Every step forward might land on thorns. Fortunately, no senator had been harmed so far. Their luck, it could only be said, had held. Yes, consistently held. Wu Mu set down the phone and dialed Liu Fengqing. He instructed him to immediately dispatch someone to the art troupe and the crime scene to investigate and compile a report on the relevant circumstances. Arrest the naturalized citizen musicians of the orchestra immediately, and the garrison battalion soldiers who were responsible for protecting them. Yes, not a single one left behind. Even those requiring hospitalization must have a staff member accompanying them at all times. Wu Mu put down the phone, drew a deep breath, and dialed another call to the interrogation division. Clear all interrogation rooms, cancel leave, and enter working status. Sima Qiudao and Zhu Yifan remained hidden until nightfall. Seeing the nearby search teams gradually diminish, they crawled out of the vegetation. Sima Qiudao carried spare clothes and a pair of scissors. In the bushes, he quickly cropped both their hair short and changed them into naturalized citizen attire. Your wound can't wait much longer. We need to reach Nanbao and find old Huang, Sima Qiudao said. As long as they made it to Nanbao, escaping into the Li territory would become somewhat easier. Zhu Yifan nodded in agreement, though he felt a profound sense of loss. I, Zhu Yifan, am also of a righteous and renowned sect, sword in hand wandering the Jianghu. Now I've been reduced to this, cutting my hair and changing clothes like a common thief just to survive. What the ancients called cutting the beard and abandoning the robe must have felt exactly like this. Can you walk? Zhu Yifan had rested most of the day and eaten some of the dry rations Sima Qiudao carried. His energy and spirits had recovered somewhat. He rose and took a few steps. It was manageable, though the wound throbbed in waves. One slight stumble nearly sent him to the ground. This is the hair thief's secret medicine. Take it first. It's very effective. Sima Qiudao produced the painkillers he'd purchased at the Eastgate Market Pharmacy and gave him one. Then he helped unwrap the bandage to change the dressing. The hair thief's medicine really is effective, Sima Qiudao observed with some surprise. When treating Zhuo Yifan's wound earlier, he'd administered sulfa tablets purchased from Eastgate Market and applied anti-inflammatory powder to the wound. The condition seemed to be holding fairly well. Fortunately, he'd prepared in advance. Sima Qiudao had military experience and understood deeply that being wounded was often worse than dying in battle. Often, after enduring torment, death came anyway. While lying low, he'd heard that the hair thief's medicine was remarkably effective, so he'd bought several varieties from the pharmacy. Even the bandages had been purchased there beforehand. He tore open another packet of anti-inflammatory powder, sprinkled it over the wound, and rebandaged it. After waiting for the painkiller's ingredients to take effect, the two quietly left the riverbank and headed south. They dared not take the main road and could only use remote paths. Fortunately, this wasn't the urban area. Though some residential clusters stood nearby, due to the day's major events, every household had shuttered its windows, and the streets were essentially deserted. Walking and stopping along the way, after much difficulty, the two had escaped the Eastgate Market zone. Both Sima Qiudao and Zhuo Yifan possessed the ability to navigate by starlight and travel by night. They crossed wild fields and passed through woods. Thanks to the hair thief's medicine, Zhuo Yifan could barely keep moving. Sima Qiudao estimated the time. Arriving at Nanbao before dawn shouldn't be a problem. At that moment, in a naturalized citizen dormitory in Nanbao district, the lights burned low. In the dimness, the creaking of furniture mingled with a woman's soft moans. Brother Huang, harder. Yes, I like that pressure. The woman lying prone on the bed wore only close-fitting undergarments, her brow slightly furrowed, making ecstatic sounds from time to time. A middle-aged man labored over her, concentrating intensely on the massage, sweating profusely from the effort. "Ziur, you can really take force. Most men probably couldn't withstand my massage." The one working on the woman was Huang Zhen, proprietor of the Huang family medicine shop. Done. Finishing, Huang Zhen sat down on a stool, drained a large gulp of tea, and lit a post-coital cigarette. Ziu had already brought water to wipe his sweat. "When Brother Huang presses me like that, my entire body feels comfortable, all 48,000 pores relaxed." She snuggled against his chest like a small bird. "You cried out so loudly. What if the child heard?" Ziu had 3 children. The older 2 boarded at Fengqing. The youngest stayed with her, sleeping in the bedroom separated by a wall. "He sleeps very soundly. Back then, when I carried him while fleeing, he could sleep even through wind and waves at sea." Ziu whispered, "I originally thought he was too small to survive. It really was the Bodhisattva's blessing, allowing us mother and children to escape to such a good place." Huang Zhen studied the woman before him. Looking at her now, who could imagine her panic-stricken appearance during the flight? She was said to be a woman in her early 40s, yet her body was maintained even better than a 30-year-old from a poor family. As for the various wonders in bed, those were beyond description to outsiders. Thinking back to when their affair had begun, there'd been unavoidable circumstances. But humans aren't grass or trees. How could familiarity not breed affection? She'd always been very considerate to him, so much so that Zhou Zhangjian and the others had teased him for his fool's luck. Huang Zhen was nearly 50. His youthful ambitions as a knight-errant wandering the Jianghu had long since worn away. This time he'd come to Lingao to lie low, opening a medical clinic. Business was good, and he had such a lovely companion in Ziu. Over time, he'd actually begun longing to settle down like this. Sometimes he even thought, how wonderful it would be if we never acted and just stayed hidden in Lingao forever. But those good days had ended today. The realization filled Huang Zhen with melancholy, sadness at losing this life, and even deeper worry about Ziu's future. His own involvement would certainly implicate her. The hair thieves were said to be ruthless in dealing with traitors. Alas, he had brought harm upon her, not just her but her entire family. These thoughts left him deeply dispirited. He shouldn't have come here tonight, but knowing he might not survive the uprising, and uncertain whether they could ever meet again even if he escaped, he'd unconsciously found his way to her residence. Yuziu's face was slightly flushed, her body pressing against his chest, clearly stirred by desire. Huang Zhen's own mood wasn't inclined that way, but thinking this would be a permanent separation, he couldn't bear to refuse. One hand had already found her breast and began massaging gently. Yuziu made soft sounds and whispered, "Brother Huang, Seeing her hesitate, looking shy, Huang Zhen asked, "What is it?" I seem to be pregnant." Chapter 1596, The Boy What? Huang Zhen didn't immediately register her words. "This month, my that didn't come." "Your that? Speak clearly." Suddenly, Huang Zhen froze. "Your monthly didn't come," Yuziu nodded shyly. Huang Zhen was no inexperienced youth, and he understood medical principles well enough to know what this meant. "How long has it been?" "About 10 days late." "That's fine. Women's menstrual irregularities are common. Perhaps you've been overworked recently or ate something cold." "I'm usually very punctual." Huang Zhen checked her pulse. Sure enough, there was the sign of pregnancy. He lost his composure for a moment. He hadn't expected this. With life-or-death separation imminent, such a thing should happen. Huang Zhen had no idea what to do. He'd married twice during his years at Mt. Hua, but both wives had died of illness, leaving no children. Thinking himself destined to remain childless and likely to die alone in old age, he'd abandoned any thought of remarrying. He never imagined that in this dragon's lair and tiger's den, he would not only find tender affection but also receive such joyous news. In ordinary times, this would truly be cause for celebration. But tomorrow he would need to rendezvous with the heroes escaping from Eastgate Market, flee together into the Li territory, and attempt to leave Hainan Island. Though someone was supposedly waiting to receive them, their chances of survival were slim, and whether they could actually escape remained uncertain. Seeing his solemn face and conflicted expression, showing no joy, revealing only a trace of embarrassment and difficulty, Yuziu immediately began to weep. "You heartless man, do you despise me and this child?" She suddenly paused. "You must have another wife and children at home. You deceived me so cruelly." With that, she burst into loud wailing. Huang Zhen felt helpless. This really is an ill-fated connection. But regardless, though life and death were uncertain starting tomorrow, if he could leave behind a son or daughter, at least the Huang family would have a descendant. With this thought, he comforted her gently. "How could I despise you? I'm a widower with no children. It's just that I run this medicine shop alone and would have to support you and your children. Why would I need you to support me?" Hearing his words, Yuziu couldn't help but smile through her tears. "Brother Huang, don't worry. I know you're a man to be relied upon, but in this world the word status matters most." Huang Zhen smiled bitterly to himself. She's using this opportunity to force a marriage. He reflected that everything he'd said today had been lies, so he could only say, "You can set your heart at ease about that. I'll make sure to give you proper status." "I knew you were the most reliable." Yuziu beamed with joy and burrowed into his arms. "It's late now. Tonight, let this servant serve the master well in a different way." While they were entangled in bed, a team of Japanese public security army soldiers slipped silently into Nanbao town. The final arrest was about to begin. The eastern sky was just showing the first pale light of dawn. Zhuo Yifan and Sima Qiudao finally arrived at a small hill near Nanbao. Though the hair thief's medicine enabled Zhuo Yifan to walk and kept fever at bay, he'd lost too much blood. His qi was depleted, his strength hollow. Starting and stopping along the way, he'd originally thought they could reach Nanbao late at night to contact Huang Zhen and the others. Instead, they barely arrived here as the roosters crowed. With dawn approaching, entering town rashly was too dangerous. They concealed themselves in a forest on the hilltop not far from town. Several households lay below the hill. The two pushed deeper into the woods, confirmed no one was around, and sat beneath a tree to rest. "Brother Zhuo, we should be safe now. No pursuers behind. Rest here for now. After sunrise, I'll go into town to find Huang Zhen and the others. Everyone can try to escape together." Zhuo Yifan had walked all night. His energy was utterly spent. He could barely speak. Sima Qiudao changed his dressing, gave him medicine, and provided some dry food to eat. Fortunately, they'd replenished their water supply along the road, so there was no need to risk going out now. Sima Qiudao had Zhuo Yifan lie down to rest. He himself had led Zhuo Yifan the entire way and was exhausted as well. Besides, it was still too early, so he leaned against a tree and dozed. In a half-dream state, he thought he heard rustling sounds. Wrong, someone's here. He sat up instantly, gripping his knife, and looked up just as a thin, small figure flashed past more than 10 steps away. Horror shot through Sima Qiudao, all sleepiness vanishing. He leaped up, drew a short dagger with one hand, and pounced in the direction the figure had vanished. His movement technique was extremely swift. In one leap he had the person pinned to the ground, the short dagger forced against their throat. It was a boy of about 10. He wore his hair cut short, dressed in a blue cloth button jacket with pant legs caked in mud. He was barefoot, a pair of cloth shoes threaded with thin rope hanging around his neck. He also carried a canvas school bag. Besides a crumpled student ID card, there was nothing on him. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Sima Qiudao demanded in a low voice. Facing this man with his choppy hair, mud-caked clothes, and knife in hand, the boy was terrified. He stammered, picking some herbs before school to sell in town on the way. Sima Qiudao noticed the herbs in a small bamboo basket beside him. "Are you from Nanbao town? How far is it to the town?" The boy trembled. I don't live in town, just in the village down the hill. It's less than 1 kilometer to town." "Going to school? Where do you go to school?" "Nanbao Primary School. Newly opened recently. My family is poor, couldn't afford school before. Later a chief came and said junior primary school is free and they provide a meal and a set of clothes." He begged again. "My family is poor, I have no money." By now Zhuo Yifan had also awakened. Seeing the scene, he approached and said, "Little brother, don't be afraid, we're not bad people. We don't want your money." As he spoke, he opened the school bag. Inside, besides a sweet potato wrapped in banana leaves, were books and stationery. Several Australian-style bound books, notebooks, pencils, and the like, all fine white paper, beautifully printed and bound. It was hard to imagine these were things a mud-covered student could use. Sima Qiudao released his grip, though he brandished the short dagger before the boy's face. "Sit still, don't talk nonsense or move around, and your life will be spared." The boy was shaking like a sieve, unable to speak, only nodding repeatedly. Zhuo Yifan whispered, "Ask about the situation in Nanbao." "I know," Sima Qiudao whispered back. He turned to the boy again. "Let me ask you, has anything unusual happened in town recently?" "Unusual?" The boy looked confused. "Nothing, about the same as always. Have many soldiers and officials arrived?" "Officials?" The boy hesitated a moment, then seemed to understand. "You mean the police?" "No, haven't seen many police coming lately." "Have the chiefs sealed any shops or arrested anyone?" The boy shook his head. "Haven't heard of anything like that." Sima Qiudao shook the dagger menacingly. "If you're lying to me, I'll take your little life right now." I wouldn't dare. The boy shook his head frantically. Sima Qiudao asked a few more questions and determined that everything in Nanbao appeared normal. Presumably the Huang family medicine shop was safe and Huang Zhen and the others were unharmed. His heart settled considerably. "The medicine shop is safe. I'll go into town to contact old Huang right now. You're injured, rest here for now. As for this child," Sima Qiudao's eyes turned cold and he raised his short dagger, preparing to silence the witness permanently. Zhuo Yifan whispered, "Brother Sima, you mustn't. If we don't kill him, what if he goes to report?" "Brother Sima, you and I both come from righteous and renowned sects. We came to Lingao to save the common people. How can we murder the innocent and disgrace our sect's honor? If we do this, how are we any different from those hair thieves? Besides, this is still a child. But we won't release him either. Tie him up well and leave him here so he can't alert anyone. In a day or two, once we've left, someone will surely rescue him." "Very well." Sima Qiudao found it troublesome, but Zhuo Yifan's reasoning made sense. "Then you rest here. I'll tie him up properly before going into town." He used the straps of the school bag to bind the boy's hands behind his back. After tidying up, he headed down the mountain toward Nanbao. Seeing the boy living in terror, Zhu Yifan offered reassurance. "Be at ease, we won't take your life." The boy nodded vigorously. Zhu Yifan leaned against a tree and slowly sat down, gripping the short dagger. Sitting there with nothing to do, he asked, "What does your family do?" "Farming. We used to rent a few mu from Master Zhou's land. Now we work as long-term laborers for the farm. That's a respectable living." Seeing the boy's regular features and clear articulation, Zhu Yifan sensed he wasn't just another ignorant villager. He felt inclined to talk with him. "Since you study, why don't you attend a private school and learn the 4 books and 5 classics instead of reading the hair thieves' evil books?" The boy looked puzzled. "My family can't pay tuition. We're very poor, can't even eat enough. If the chiefs hadn't said there's a meal provided, my family wouldn't have let me go to school at all. Just for a meal." Zhu Yifan felt a tightness in his chest. He'd only meant to pass the time, but now he felt moved to guide the boy toward the right path. "Do you know that the books you read in the hair thieves' school aren't the learning of sages but Australian heretical nonsense? What use is studying them? Being illiterate would be better." "Heretical nonsense." The boy obviously didn't understand the term. He said timidly, "What the chief school teaches is reading characters, arithmetic and such. They call it reading characters, but you learn the vulgar script, not orthodox characters. If you went to sit for the imperial examination, the examiner would beat you out immediately." Zhu Yifan felt a dull ache from his wound. "As for arithmetic, that's not tested in the imperial examination. Your family doesn't run a business. What use is learning it? Even if you can't afford formal schooling, being an honest and dutiful farmer, even if illiterate, still makes you a cornerstone of the imperial court. Why wade into the hair thieves' muddy waters just to recognize a few characters?" Chapter 1597. The pursuit. The youth had been docile enough before, but now a flicker of defiance crossed his face. Still wary of the naked steel in Zhu Yifan's grip, he could only mutter beneath his breath, "The government's never done anything but ring us for taxes and grain." Zhu Yifan drew a sharp breath. "How can you say they do nothing? You people on this far-flung corner of Hainan have enjoyed 2 centuries of peace, food on the table, clothes on your backs. Is that not the grace of the great Ming? Paying taxes is simply a subject's duty. Besides, I've heard you say your family were tenant farmers. The taxes aren't even levied on the likes of you. Before the chiefs came, we were forever plagued by Li raiders, and the government did nothing about it," the youth countered. "And those grain taxes paid by the landlords, every copper comes from us tenants in the end." His voice gained conviction. "Landlord Zhou used to raise the rent every year, always claiming it was court orders. But ever since the chiefs arrived, he hasn't dared raise it once. He's even cut it considerably." Zhu Yifan sighed. "Surely you're not claiming these shorn bandits forced him to lower the rent?" "No, not directly," the youth admitted. "The chiefs opened all sorts of enterprises in Nanbao, mines, shops, great factories. My parents have no special skills, only farming, so they went to work as laborers at the agricultural station. It's hard work, but at least the whole family has food and clothes now. We've even rebuilt our house." A hint of pride crept into his voice. "These days, landlord Zhou practically begs people to rent from him. Who would bother? A world where landlords begged farmers to work their land." Zhu Yifan couldn't help his astonishment. He had traveled the martial world far and wide, witnessed countless disputes between landlords and tenants erupt into bloodshed. Unless chaos reigned or disaster scattered the peasantry, tenancy was always a seller's market. The eternal struggle revolved around eviction and resistance, rising rents and falling wages. The ways of Lingao were strange indeed. The grain-paying gentry formed the court's foundation. If the shorn bandits treated them this way, they would eventually lose all support. He sighed softly, struck by the realization that these shorn bandits possessed genuine skill at governance, yet clearly followed some crooked doctrine from heaven knew where. Such waste of natural talents as craftsmen and merchants. A twinge of regret stirred within him. What a pity! These shorn bandits have the craftsmanship of Lu Ban and the commercial acumen of Tao Zhu, yet they refused to walk the proper path. He regarded the youth again, sensing untapped potential, and sighed once more. The shorn bandits truly lead their students astray, nothing but useless miscellaneous learning. Zhuo Yifan did not understand that children of this age burned with the fiercest curiosity. Though the youth had only attended school for a few months, the Australians had been in Nanbao for several years already. He belonged to a generation that had witnessed a desolate mountain village transform into a prosperous market town, experiencing the changes firsthand. Hearing Zhuo Yifan dismiss the chief's learning as worthless, he couldn't help but argue, "Sir, isn't that judgment a bit hasty? When I learn the knowledge of the chiefs, I'll grow more rice, weave better cloth, forge finer tools, work more efficiently. We'll all live in tiled houses someday, and no generation after us will ever go hungry again." So the shorn bandits rely on painting rosy pictures to fool the common folk, Zhuo Yifan sneered inwardly. Country bumpkins would always be country bumpkins, easily deceived by a few pretty words. Looking at the earnest expression on the youth's face, it was clear he had been thoroughly bewitched. Well, Zhuo Yifan's own situation was precarious enough. Why bother with this? He said nothing more. His wounds were severe. Though the medicine had staved off infection, he had lost too much blood and been on the move all night. After talking for a while, dizziness swept over him. His vigilance remained keen. Just before consciousness slipped away, he tore off a rag and stuffed it into the youth's mouth. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious when he felt someone shaking him. Zhuo Yifan opened his eyes to Sima Qiudao's face, creased with anxiety. "Sima, where's the youth?" Sima Qiudao blurted. Zhuo Yifan startled. Looking toward the tree, he saw only a canvas strap lying on the ground. The book bag's sturdy canvas had been too stiff to cinch tight. The youth had wriggled free. "This is bad. We must leave. This place is no longer safe." Sima Qiudao hauled Zhuo Yifan to his feet. "What about Brother Huang and the others?" Grief filled Sima Qiudao's voice. "I entered the town, but before I got far I heard a commotion ahead. The shorn bandits had sent a squad of Japanese mercenaries to surround the Huang family pharmacy." His expression twisted with pain. "I didn't dare approach. I slipped out quietly." Zhuo Yifan's heart sank, but nothing could be done now. Every man for himself, they could only pray for their own survival. "Let's circle around Nanbao. We're not far from Li territory." He gripped a wooden stick for support and forced himself forward. Seeing Zhuo Yifan's pallid face and bloodless lips, Sima Qiudao's anxiety deepened. He hurried forward and took Zhuo Yifan's arm over his shoulder. "Let me help you. We should reach Fanbao Mountain before dark. After nightfall we can slip past the checkpoint. Seventh Master said the garrison's been pulled out. It's just a toll station now. Should be easy to get through." The two supported each other as they descended the mountain and crossed the fields toward a small hill ahead. Even with Sima Qiudao's help, every step sent pain lancing through Zhuo Yifan's wound, especially his ribs. Even the gentlest breath brought extended agony. Could I truly be dying? He struggled to move his feet, feeling his body grow heavier and his vision dim. Fearing discovery, the two made a wide detour, avoiding populated areas and keeping to dense forest. This made their progress even more arduous. After traveling for about half an hour, Sima Qiudao saw that Zhuo Yifan was swaying and could barely walk. They sat down behind a large boulder. "Rest here a moment. I'll find you some water." He loosened Zhuo Yifan's clothing and saw that blood had soaked through the bandages. The exertion of travel had reopened the wound. Sima Qiudao's worry deepened. At this rate, Zhuo Yifan would die on the road. Their only hope now was to successfully escape into Li territory. With the connections of the righteous men waiting to receive them, perhaps they could find somewhere hidden for him to recuperate. He picked up a bamboo tube to fetch water, but Zhuo Yifan seized his arm and whispered, "Listen." Sima Qiudao strained to hear but caught nothing. Just as he was about to speak, a strange sound drifted from the direction of the small hill where they had rested the night before, growing from distant to near, a howling. "Sounds like dogs," Sima Qiudao murmured. But this was no ordinary barking, more like a roar. He quickly parted the bushes and looked toward the source. A black and tan hound emerged from the woods on the opposite slope. The beast had a round head with drooping ears, and two large white spots above its eyes made it look four-eyed. Strangely, it appeared to have no tail. Behind the dog came 3 or 4 soldiers in lacquered bamboo hats with swords at their hips, short, stocky men. Sima Qianru recognized them at once as the Japanese mercenaries kept by the shorn bandits. The dog was chained, led by one man, constantly sniffing the ground. It was enormous, like a small calf. The handler could barely hold it back as it lunged forward repeatedly, nearly pulling him off his feet. 3 more dogs of the same breed emerged from the forest, all sniffing the ground. Behind the handlers came more than a dozen soldiers with muskets, a mix of Japanese and regulars. An officer-like figure stood beside a youth who was pointing and gesturing. Sima Qianru's blood ran cold. This was the young herbalist who had escaped. Zhou Yifan had seen him too. He cursed himself silently, but it was too late for regrets. He could only curl himself up, making himself as small a target as possible. The dogs across the way sniffed the ground as they approached. Zhou Yifan whispered, "They've probably caught the scent of the blood. Crafty shorn bandits using such tricks." Sima Qianru kept his gaze fixed ahead. "Brother Zhou, we must split up, or when they catch us, neither will escape. Over this hill and a few more li lies Fanbao Mountain. Go slowly. As long as you reach it before dark, you'll have a chance to slip through tonight." He paused. "I'll head down the hill now, cross that valley, and take the hill on the left to reach Fanbao Mountain. We'll meet there." Zhou Yifan was alarmed. Sima Qianru's path would take him practically under the shorn bandits' noses. He was deliberately drawing them away. "Brother Sima, you mustn't. I'm already gravely wounded. My time is likely short. You're uninjured and can move fast. You should go. Leave Yifan here to delay the pursuit. I'll take as many with me as I can. Brother Zhou, don't refuse." Sima Qianru crawled out of a pile of corpses and escaped the chaos of battle with my life. Every day I walk this earth is borrowed time. Besides, I can run fast. When the shorn bandits chase me with everything they've got, you'll have time to escape. Every one of us who gets away counts. As he spoke, he tightened his clothes and belt and secured his knife at his waist. "Brother Qianru," Zhou Yifan choked up, unable to speak. Sima Qianru looked at him and forced a smile. "Brother Zhou, how do you know I won't escape? Rest easy. In my day, even Tartar cavalry couldn't catch me. What can a few dogs do?" He cupped his fists in salute. "Until we meet again." Sima Qianru takes his leave. He turned to go, then suddenly stopped. Without looking back, he said, "Brother Zhou, if you escape with your life, if ever you have the chance to go to Beijing, please burn a stick of incense at the grave of Lord Yuan Yingtai for me. When I served as his secretary when Liuang fell, I should have died alongside him. Farewell." Chapter 1598. A clean sweep. Zhou Yifan watched helplessly as Sima Qianru sprinted diagonally toward the hillside on the left. His strides were long, his footwork light, flowing like clouds in water. With a few leaps, he had already covered 7 or 8 Zhang. Almost simultaneously, the dogs across the way erupted into furious barking, and the others joined in. The shorn bandit's officer waved his hand, and the chains were released from the 4 massive hounds. 4 black shapes shot forward like arrows, howling as they charged. Zhou Yifan's heart leapt to his throat. At that same instant, the shorn bandits' muskets cracked in a thunderous volley, and smoke quickly shrouded the opposite hillside. Stone chips flew and dirt erupted all around Sima Qianru. He didn't slow at all, leaping nimbly between grass, rocks, and brush like an agile ape. The bullets seemed unable to touch him. In the blink of an eye, he had descended the hill, crossed 2 field ridges, and was about to reach the forest on the left slope. "Run!" Zhou Yifan shouted silently. As if hearing him, Sima Qianru ran faster still. Then Zhou Yifan saw something tug at Sima Qianru's trouser leg from the left, and fine debris flew out. He watched Sima Qianru's whole body stiffen before he tumbled into the field. Before his body had even settled, the 4 calf-sized mastiffs were upon him with howling fury. "It's over." Ice water seemed to pour through Zhou Yifan's veins. He had been shot himself and knew that once hit without help, a man couldn't even crawl, let alone with 4 ferocious dogs attacking. Sima Qiuda was still a martial artist with quick reflexes. He rolled over and drew the dagger from his waist to stab at the attacking dogs, but with 2 wounds in his body, he simply couldn't muster the strength. The first dog clamped down on his wrist, sending excruciating pain shooting through him, and the dagger fell from his hand. In an instant, the second, third, and fourth dogs were upon him. Fortunately, they were trained police dogs. Seeing that Sima Qiuda had lost his ability to resist, they didn't all pile on to tear him apart. Even so, his screams were blood-curdling. His clothes were already torn to shreds, his body bloody and lacerated. Several shorn bandit soldiers slowed their pace, approaching with raised muskets, apparently still wary that their quarry might suddenly spring up and attack. The soldiers surrounded Sima Qiuda, loudly speaking in some language Zhu Yifan couldn't understand. They seemed very pleased with themselves. Watching this, Zhu Yifan's eyes blazed with fury. He spat out 2 words, "Beasts, one day I will avenge you." He slammed his palm against the rock. Taking advantage of the moment when the shorn bandits were gathered around Sima Qiuda, Zhu Yifan ignored the pain racking his body, rose, and ran up the hill. At this point, he could only get as far as possible, but before he had taken 2 steps, the youth shouted from behind, "There's another one on the hill." Before the words had faded, muskets cracked behind him. The shorn bandits below all fired at Zhu Yifan. Bullets whistled past, sending leaves and branches showering down around him. He ran with all his might and somehow managed to crest the hill in one desperate surge. Having barely cleared the hilltop on his last reserves of strength, Zhu Yifan's pace slowed as he descended. His wounds screamed in agony. Even the gentlest breath sent stabbing pain through his ribs. He was desperately thirsty, his throat burning as if on fire. Unable to move his feet properly, he could only lunge toward a tree, pause briefly to catch his breath, then lunge to the next, and so on. Gradually, the valley floor came into view. As he reached for one last tree, his foot caught on a vine and his leg buckled. He tumbled down the slope, finally slamming his wounded left leg hard against a rock, and blacked out. He was jolted awake by pain after a short while. His head spun dizzily. Looking back, he saw that he had rolled all the way down and now lay in the grass at the bottom of the valley. Faint barking drifted from the hilltop above. He tried to stand but couldn't rise, so he rolled onto his side and used his right elbow to drag himself toward the sea. Every movement of his left leg and ribs sent involuntary spasms of pain through his body. The sky was a deep blue, the clouds pure white. He thought of the sea of clouds on Wuding Mountain, clouds just as white. His vision began to blur. Dimly, he thought he saw a boat floating among the clouds with several people standing on it. He tried to see clearly but couldn't make them out, so he called to them. Suddenly he seemed to recognize them. Standing on the boat were his junior disciples, all smiling at him. Junior brother Zhao was shouting, "Come on, hurry, we're almost there." Senior brother, "We're almost there." But there was also a young woman in white clothes and a blue skirt, standing motionless, watching him with a face full of sorrow. This was Lion Nisheng. Had she come to capture him too? Zhu Yifan looked into her eyes, which seemed to brim with tears. 3 or 4 security soldiers charged down the hill after him. Their steps were swift, and in an instant they had caught up. The lead soldier, seeing that their target had collapsed in the grass and was barely crawling, slung his bayoneted musket over his shoulder, drew his katana from his waist, and slowly advanced. But Zhu Yifan was completely unaware of him. The soldier stared curiously at this obviously severely wounded man, still struggling to crawl toward the hillside, clutching at grass and brush to move himself. This man who had been protected so closely, even if not a general, he must be an important warrior. Taking his head would be a great achievement. He shifted into a slight forward stance, gripped the sword with both hands overhead, and was about to bring it down on the back of Zhu Yifan's neck. Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. "Yamero, stop!" A rough shout came from behind. The soldier hesitated and looked at the officer who had caught up. "Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Baka." "Fool!" The officer looked as though he wanted to thrash the soldier, but he was clearly more concerned about Zhu Yifan's fate. The soldier muttered in annoyance, "Chinese letter, Nanny, what?" But he immediately sheathed his katana, turned to face the officer, stood at attention, and gave a slight bow. "Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Hi. Yes, sir." This prompted one of the nearby security soldiers to slam his rifle butt into Zhu Yifan's back, knocking him flat into the grass, motionless. Okamoto Makoto had been shaken by the assassination attempt and hadn't slept well the previous night. He rose early that morning. The rehearsal had been disrupted, and word was that the cultural festival would be postponed. Even if it were held on schedule, they couldn't perform now, since the folk music troupe had all been taken into temporary custody for questioning. All this had put him in a terrible mood. What's the point of being in the arts if we can't even perform? His frustration was still simmering when he heard some fellow elders complaining on the internal network. Remarks like, "Artists are just entertainers, and they can't be eaten or drunk. All flash and no substance, just wasting food. Doing real work is hard. Doing real work in the arts is even harder," Okamoto grumbled as a maid helped him wash up. He had once been a cultural critic who enjoyed being anti-establishment, the type who, if a rat were killed in the cafeteria, would write. One cannot help but ask, what drove this rat to a life of stealing food? But ever since becoming head of an arts organization, he had tasted what it was like to be on the receiving end of criticism, and lately his appetite for such things had soured considerably. After washing, he sat down to breakfast, which the maid had prepared. He opened the newspaper that had just been delivered. As expected, the Lingao Daily was filled with news of the foiled terrorist plot. The front page even featured 2 news photographs, a rare occurrence. The first was captioned, "Ringleader captured at Nanbao at the end of his rope." The photograph showed Sima Qiudao and Zhu Yifan seated cross-legged on the ground in the front row, bound hand and foot, with several knives, swords, and daggers laid out before them. Behind them stood a row of security soldiers, rifles buted to the ground, standing ramrod straight, every pair of eyes opened wide as if staring bullets. Zhu Yifan's eyes were closed, blood-stained bandages wrapped around his legs. A soldier behind him braced his rifle with one hand while using the other to yank Zhu Yifan's hair back, fully exposing his face to the camera. Beside him, Sima Qiudao sat slumped, head lolling on his shoulder, eyes vacant and staring ahead. Below the photo was a caption, "Bandit Zhu Yifan and Bandit Sima Qiudao captured." The accompanying text briefly described how the security forces had heroically pursued and bravely captured the 2 desperados. The next photograph showed more than a dozen variously dressed men and women, their right arms bound together with rope in a line. They all hung their heads, expressions dejected and haggard. Some were visibly wounded. They were surrounded by fully armed police and soldiers. The caption read, "The captured male and female terrorists. Some of those women are actually quite good-looking." In truth, the faces weren't visible in the blurry photograph, but their figures were clearly more shapely than the average local. Nice faces and nice figures. Okamoto took a sip of soy milk and continued reading. The accompanying article was long, and he read it carefully. Though this kind of official prose followed a predictable template, leaders providing wise guidance, cadres working diligently, the masses throwing themselves into the effort. The writing was polished and airtight, a classic example of advancing from victory to ever greater victory. Despite the excess verbiage, the entire reconnaissance and arrest operation was clearly described. At the end was a complete tally of results: 30 prisoners captured, 18 killed, no one currently at large. Below that was a shorter column, "Seeing the light. A terrorist surrenders voluntarily, admits loss of faith in the Ming Dynasty." Okamoto wasn't interested in this and turned the page. The back of the front page featured, "Fleas may leap high, but can they knock off the pot lid?" Interview with Director Wu Mu of the Political Security General Administration. Wu Mu revealed that terrorists, escaped remnants of suppression, and feudal cult members had never ceased their attempts at infiltration and sabotage. The composition of the recently uncovered cell was a case in point. Chapter 1599. The Jig Is Up. Was Lingao truly safe? Director Wu Mu stated, "The overall security situation in Lingao is good and stable. 99% of all subversive cases are discovered and neutralized in advance. In addition to those uncovered by specialized investigative agencies, a considerable portion of intelligence comes from the broad masses, especially informants. This shows that the evildoers have no popular support. Under the guidance of the Elder Council and the Executive Committee, with the support of all elders, our Political Security General Administration has." The next article bore an even more eye-catching headline: "Seeing the Light. A terrorist surrenders voluntarily, admits loss of faith in the Ming Dynasty." Okamoto continued to the next piece. "Being a police officer means protecting local peace and ensuring public confidence. Doctor, I don't have time for an IV drip. Just give me some pills. You're not going anywhere. You must rest in bed or your life could be in danger. Officer, there's no end to the work. I've never seen anyone like you in all my years. Doctor, as long as I can keep the Elder Council safe and protect the people of Lingao, we police officers don't mind working hard or suffering a little. Director Ran and Director Mu often tell us this at meetings, and they themselves work through the night. What can we possibly complain about?" When Director Mu spoke of how many police officers had passed by their homes 3 times without entering, sacrificing their small families for the greater good, he inadvertently shed 2 lines of tears. Okamoto touched the bruise on his knee from when the carriage had lurched the other day and began to grumble. "Give me a break. They're just patting themselves on the back. Was it really that urgent? If things were really this good, how did so many people infiltrate Lingao in the first place? How did I nearly get hurt? Shameless," he read on. Page 3 also featured a photograph. A youth posed with several elders from the education department. The elders were all beaming. Though the boy wore a red flower on his chest, he looked rather nervous. The headline read, "Heroes Arise at a Young Age. Nanbao Primary School Student Outsmarts the Villains." Beside it were smaller articles. Education leaders credit success to emphasis on ideological and political training. We are all the eyes and ears of the Elder Council. Report on a vivid moral education lesson. Enough. Okamoto didn't want to read anymore. We were the ones who got attacked, and hardly anyone has come to ask after us. Now all these people are rushing to claim credit. What kind of situation is this? This was classic turning a funeral into a celebration. He flung the newspaper aside, too angry to eat breakfast. Just as Okamoto was sulking, several police officers arrived at the Fengqing Inn and knocked on Lin Ming's door. Lin Ming answered bleary-eyed. He hadn't dared venture out the previous day. Though he didn't know which noble warriors had risen up, he knew it was best not to get involved in such chaos. At the sight of the police outside his door, he jolted wide awake. Could I have been exposed? He wondered. Then again, he hadn't done anything. The shorn bandits couldn't have investigated him so thoroughly already. Probably just a routine inspection. With this thought, he forced himself to stay calm and produced his temporary identification card and work permit. The police examined his documents. The lead officer saluted. "We're from the East Gate Station. Please cooperate with our work and come with us." Lin Ming believed he had done nothing since arriving in Guangzhou, and his identity papers were clean. No matter how sharp these Australian constables were, they couldn't have uncovered his entire background so quickly. This thought, combined with years of experience handling cases for the Embroidered Guard, allowed him to maintain his composure. A horse-drawn carriage waited outside. Lin Ming grew suspicious. The Australian station, or police bureau, wasn't far from where he was staying. A short walk would take less than the time for a meal. There was no need for a carriage. "Get in." Lin Ming climbed into the carriage and found the compartment divided into 2 sections by iron bars. As soon as he was inside, the door was locked behind him. The constables all sat in the front section, expressionless and silent. The carriage started moving, hooves clopping rhythmically. The ride was surprisingly comfortable. Lin Ming had traveled to the capital on official business and ridden in the great sedan carriages there. They really did shake your brains out. Not only that, but one had to sit cross-legged, and after a while, one's legs went so numb it was impossible to stand. This carriage allowed one's legs to hang down freely, and the ride was remarkably smooth. No wonder the shorn bandits all preferred these carriages. Yet his first carriage ride happened to be in a prisoner transport. The irony was not lost on him. After some time, the carriage finally stopped. The door clanged open. Lin Ming stepped out and found himself in a large courtyard. Blue and white walls, which in the dim morning light appeared as black bands on white, lent the mysterious compound an air of grim severity. Several carriages and two-wheeled carts were parked in the courtyard. Numerous constables in black uniforms and soldiers in gray clustered in groups of 3s and 5s, squatting or standing, eating, holding scallion pancakes, steamed buns, and the like, while several large iron barrels on the ground steamed with fragrant hot soup. The aroma drifted over and set his empty stomach rumbling. On the north side of the courtyard stood a row of plain, square red brick buildings of the type most common around Eastgate Market. Led by 2 officers, Lin Ming passed through a small door, descended a long staircase and corridor, and was brought to a small room with a sign reading Interrogation Room 2 on the door. The room was stark and empty. White tiles covered the walls and floor. Bright gaslight left not a single shadow anywhere. In the center stood a chair fixed to the floor, facing an equally immovable plain wooden table. "Sit down." At the barked command, Lin Ming obediently sat. His hands and feet were immediately shackled. Lin Ming's heart sank. This setup was not for casual questioning. It had every indication of a harsh interrogation. In an instant, his previously empty stomach lost all appetite. Instead, he felt a wave of nausea. Remembering the various cases he had helped interrogate and all those scenes of torture, he felt his lower abdomen grow heavy, as though he might lose control of his bladder. After chaining him to the chair, the police left him alone. Lin Ming struggled to calm himself. Though he didn't know where he was, this place was presumably the shorn bandits' version of the Eastern Depot or Embroidered Guard. Having been brought here, even the best outcome would cost him dearly. He desperately reviewed his journey and his actions since arriving in Lingao. He believed his cover was watertight. Besides, he hadn't done anything here, except for secretly contacting his sister-in-law and leaving a coded signal. Could the shorn bandits have already cracked the code? At this thought, Lin Ming grew nervous. Setting aside everything else, just the 3 words "embroidered guard" associated with him would be enough for the shorn bandits to give him special attention. From time to time, the small window in the door would open as someone peered in, then snap shut again. At such moments, he could faintly hear familiar sounds, men's and women's screams, hysterical sobbing, and harsh shouting. When he had conducted interrogations, he had long been immune to such noises, completely undisturbed. But now, as a fish on the chopping block, these sounds were terrifying. Cold sweat began to drip from his forehead, one drop at a time. His body trembled uncontrollably. After what felt like an eternity, the door finally opened. 2 officers walked in, one of them a sharp-eyed female constable. He immediately sensed an unusual aura about her, or rather, an imposing presence. It was an indescribable force of spirit. Lin Ming thought he remembered, many years ago, while serving as covert protection when the Provincial Administration Commissioner inspected Fashion, catching a glimpse of the commissioner from afar. Back then the commissioner had given him the same feeling. No, compared to the commissioner, what he sensed from this constable was not only that same astonishing self-confidence but also a keen edge of being in complete control. Impressive. Lin Ming hastily averted his gaze. "Name?" the male officer began questioning. "This humble one is called Lin Ming." "Age? How long have you been in Lingao? When did you arrive? Which ship did you come on? Who was the ship's captain?" He rattled off a string of questions. Lin Ming silently reminded himself, "Stay calm, stay calm. "You're not Inspector Lin, you're just an ordinary shop clerk." Aloud, he deliberately affected initial nervousness before forcing a more relaxed, ingratiating smile, answering each question carefully. Inwardly, however, he was genuinely tense, choosing his words with extreme care, afraid that one wrong phrase would betray his true identity. The lead officer asked detailed questions, occasionally exchanging quiet words with the female officer beside him. Lin Ming noticed she was constantly watching his facial expressions. Clearly, she was the one running the case. The questions shifted from basic background to the recent incident. "Where were you yesterday? Have you been to the stadium lately? Have you ever been to Nanbao?" Lin Ming answered them all. In fact, there really were no problems. At least, this inspector had not yet had time to do anything untoward. So his answers came easily, and since he had been in the shop for the past few days, at least 7 or 8 people could vouch for him. With this assurance, his responses came quickly and his demeanor remained calm. As long as the shorn bandits weren't planning to frame him, he was confident he could get through this. At that moment, the officer picked up a piece of cardboard and propped it on the table. "Take a look." "What is this?" Lin Ming fixed his gaze on it, and his whole body shuddered. It was the very coded signal he had left on the wall to contact his sister-in-law. "The jig is up." In that instant, his heart plummeted. If the shorn bandits were bringing out this code now, they must already know its secret, and there was a good chance they had already arrested his sister-in-law. Chapter 1600, Deep Throat. He forced himself to stay calm. This humble one doesn't know what this is. It doesn't look like writing. At that moment, the female officer who had been silent suddenly spoke. "Do you know Li Yangsun?" Lin Ming tensed. Though he had already suspected this was why he'd been brought in, being confronted with the question so directly still made his hands and feet go cold. He could barely speak. He stammered, "This humble one doesn't know her." The female officer actually smiled. "Stop playing dumb. You came here specifically to find her, didn't you? Inspector Lin of the 100. Lin Ming was at a loss for words. Making one last desperate attempt, he forced a smile. "Chief, I'm just a poor sailor. I'm no inspector." "You can drop the act. The shopkeeper Liu at Runchitang, he knows you quite well. Those regular gifts you received from him during the holidays never missed a beat." Lin Ming cursed inwardly. How could he have forgotten this? The Runchitang pharmacy in Lingao had a branch in Foshan, and the manager there had close dealings with his family. Seeing that further denial was useless, he hung his head. "Since you already know, why bother asking?" Seeing that he had admitted his identity, the female officer continued. "What are you doing in Lingao?" "Looking for Li Yangsun. She's my wife's younger sister. She disappeared in Macau and I owe her family an explanation." "How did you know she was in Lingao? Did someone send you information?" "No, I figured it out myself." The female officer clearly didn't believe him and repeatedly pressed him about whether he had contacts in the area or other objectives. Lin Ming flatly denied everything, insisting that his visit to Lingao was entirely personal and that he had no one helping him. He confessed everything. Several hours later, Yang Cao reported to Wu Mu. "It matches what Li Yangsun said." Wu Mu flipped through the materials Yang Cao had brought, looking somewhat disappointed. "No leads." "Are you certain they're both telling the truth?" "Their statements are fully consistent," Yang Cao said. "So Li Yangsun probably isn't lying. She's been under our surveillance the whole time. As for Lin Ming, we're verifying his statement now. Based on his confession and social connections, we've drawn up a list of persons to assist in the investigation, and we're bringing them in one by one." Wu Mu stood and began pacing restlessly around the office, hands clasped behind his back. This was bad, he thought. Given the scale of this disturbance and the nature of the attack on Qian Duoduo, if he failed to identify the deep throat inside Lingao, there was no way he could satisfy anyone. He already knew that Shan Liang and several other elders were stirring, preparing to launch an impeachment at the next assembly. The elders from the cultural affairs sector, who were most directly affected, were furious. Qian Duoduo's father was the speaker and head of the Flying Cloud Society, wielding considerable power in the Elder Council. If he chose to ally with Shan Liang, the propaganda sector might have published positive coverage, but that was for naturalized citizens and natives. How they would write for the elders remained uncertain. Should we proceed to the next phase of questioning? Yang Cao saw that her superior was unsatisfied and made a suggestion. According to regulations, intensifying interrogation for suspects in major cases had to proceed in stages, with each escalation requiring approval from superiors. I authorize you to proceed to stage 2. Focus on getting every detail of their activities in Lingao. Yes, Chief. Xin Nachun, open the door. We're the police. Several officers in black gathered at a room in a tea house, the squad leader shouting. There was no sound from inside. The door had been bolted from within. Half an hour earlier, they had been ordered to arrest Xin Nachun at the call girl station where she worked. But the other women there said she hadn't been seen all day yesterday. Since she wasn't at the inn where she lodged, the officers immediately headed to the tea house where she often took clients and learned that she had indeed booked a room there but had never checked out. The squad leader nodded, and an officer who had been standing ready immediately swung a breaching ram at the lock. With a thunderous crash, the door burst open. The officers waiting outside rushed in, instantly filling the small room. Damn. The squad leader cursed. The woman they were looking for, Xin Nachun, lay motionless on the bed. Her two eyes, gray and clouded, stared up at the ceiling. That voluptuous, alluring body of hers had gone cold and stiff. News of Xin Nachun's death reached the task force immediately, disappointing Liu Fengqing, who had high hopes. Though the autopsy report was not yet in, she had obviously been silenced. As for the silencer, it was most likely the seventh master mentioned in several statements. Xin Nachun had probably been his contact, which was why the cunning mole had killed her before launching the operation. Originally, Liu Fengqing had suspected that seventh master might be the embroidered guard inspector Lin Ming, linked to Li Yongsun. However, after cross-checking, they found he had no opportunity to commit the crime. While this didn't completely clear Lin Ming, it made him far less likely to be seventh master. He and Yang Cao had both thought Lin Ming was a big fish, and that Li Yongsun might be a Ming Dynasty deep throat planted inside Lingao. But as the interrogation deepened and peripheral witnesses provided statements, the suspicion around Lin Ming and his sister-in-law continued to shrink. Given the current information, if one had to be serious about it, aside from the sister-in-law's failure to immediately report her brother-in-law, an agent of hostile forces, who had infiltrated Lingao, there really wasn't much of a crime. As for Lin Ming, if one ignored his identity, he could be considered innocent. Though, of course, there was the matter of forging his documents. This left the task force putting all their hopes on the heroic men and women of the martial world. All captured martial artists who weren't too badly wounded were currently suffering in interrogation rooms. Their statements were flooding into the task force, but so far nothing useful had emerged. After 12 hours of first-round interrogation, Liu Fengqing had roughly sorted the captured martial artists into grades. Unfortunately, those currently being tortured mercilessly in the interrogation rooms were mostly low-level figures. The key figures among the prisoners, Zhu Yifan and Sima Qiudao, were both severely wounded and being treated in the hospital's monitored ward. Harsh interrogation was out of the question. Even basic questioning would be difficult. As for the people arrested at the Huang family pharmacy in Nanbao, they were quite cooperative and confessed everything. Yet they too had no idea who seventh master really was. Huang Zhen testified that all their contact with seventh master had been through Sima Qiudao, but Sima Qiudao was now on the verge of death. His confession would have to wait a few more days. Liu Fengqing paced around the large table piled with documents, glancing from time to time at the complex relationship diagram on the blackboard, racking his brain for a breakthrough. Yang Cao sat on the edge of the table, chain-smoking. The room was already thick with smoke. Everyone except Liu Fengqing had been driven out by the fumes. After a long silence, she said, "If Lin Ming isn't seventh master, then who is? It must be someone naturalized. That's like looking for a needle in a haystack. There are hundreds of thousands of naturalized citizens in Lingao, Liu Fengqing said with a bitter smile. No, this person is no ordinary naturalized citizen, Yang Cao said. Huang Zhen mentioned that seventh master provided them with a booklet called Notes on Pacifying the Shorn. It contained many details about our management practices. An ordinary farmhand or factory worker couldn't know these things. Either he holds some position of authority or he works in a sensitive department. You're right, but even so, the pool is still large, Liu Fengqing reminded her. I've thought about this too. If only we could see the book, we could analyze the author's likely department based on its contents. Huang Zhen is trying to recall and write it out from memory, but it'll probably be fragmentary, not much use. Yang Cao frowned. Let's go through the case once more. All right. Though there had been multiple firefights across Lingao County throughout the previous day, only 3 had been initiated by the terrorists. The street intersection outside the stadium, the ambush at the Wenlin River dock, and the attack on the folk music troupe. The first needed little discussion. According to statements, they had known about the cultural festival at the stadium well in advance and had planned to concentrate their forces there to assassinate elders. Reconnaissance materials and statements from cooperative interviewees also outlined how they had gathered intelligence and cased the surroundings. Interrogation of the captured terrorists largely confirmed this. Don't you find it strange, Lao Liu? Yang Cao suddenly said. How did the terrorists who ambushed the Xiaoqing know there was an elder aboard? The intel must have come from Seventh Master, Liu Fengqing said deliberately. Unfortunately, everyone who ambushed the Xiaoqing is dead. One got away, Yang Cao said. Young Chief Qian said one escaped. But who was it that got away? That doesn't matter, Yang Cao said, her eyes gleaming. Even if we knew who escaped, they probably don't know who supplied the intelligence, just another Seventh Master. But think about it. How many naturalized citizens could have known the Xiaoqing's itinerary and that it was headed to the stadium? Quite a few, actually. Just the dock at Bapu alone has many people. Liu Fengqing suddenly stopped himself. Exactly. That day, many naturalized citizens knew they were going to the stadium. But even if they knew, how could they have relayed the information to the terrorists? The terrorists had no telephone or telegraph, and according to Qian Duoju's statement, the terrorists at the dock had clearly made careful preparations. One of the women had even put on a female student uniform that Xin Nachan had procured. Chapter 16:01. The suspect without enough time to plan and prepare in advance. There was no way the ambush could have been so flawless. If Qian Duoju hadn't been carrying a pistol, and if she weren't such an excellent shot, the terrorists might well have succeeded. This narrowed the field considerably. Seventh Master could only be a naturalized citizen who had advanced knowledge of the Xiaoqing's itinerary or the young chief's schedule. Excellent, Liu Fengqing's breathing grew heavier. Let's not rush, let's think carefully. Which naturalized citizens could have known the young chief's itinerary in advance? The maids, secretaries, and guards at each chief's residence. Also some staff at the executive office. And for that matter, the girls from the season's troupe might have known too. Yang Cao ticked them off one by one. Gradually, a look of disappointment crept across her face. That's still quite a few people. No, this is already very few. I'll have someone draw up a list based on this scope right away. The list was quickly compiled. Liu Fengqing cross-referenced it with those already brought in for questioning and circled those still at large, handing it to Yang Cao. Have all these people brought in to assist with the investigation. Those with checkmarks, just keep them under surveillance for now. Why not bring everyone in? The ones with checkmarks are personnel close to the chiefs. We don't have direct evidence of suspicion against them, Liu Fengqing said. Bringing them in straight away would be hard to justify. Keep them under surveillance first. Let's go through those we've already got. The screening work was tedious and complex. Despite the narrowed scope, there were still several dozen suspects. Most had already been brought in for questioning, and their statements were readily available. The two began reviewing them one by one, looking for any connection to the captured terrorists. The The screening continued until lamplighting time without result. Liu Fengqing ordered boxed meals and strong tea to be brought in, and they pressed on. Still they came up empty. No one had any connection to the known terrorists. Yang Kao grew impatient. How about bringing in those with checkmarks for interrogation too? Liu Fengqing hesitated. Hold off. Let's see if there are any other suspicious patterns. He began listing out every terrorist attack that had occurred in Lingao the previous day, then looked for intersections with the suspects. Several hours later, Yang Kao found something. This Wang Qisuo, something's off about him. What is it? Liu Fengqing, getting on in years, was struggling with the sleepless work. He had just downed his 4th bottle of energy potion for the day. Of the 3 attacks, 2 are connected to him. Liu Fengqing took the file and looked it over. He's a security battalion soldier. Nothing unusual there. Wait, he frowned. If he's not from the escort company, how was he assigned to guard the chiefs? He was temporarily seconded. That's been confirmed. But here's the strange thing. His statement says he was originally assigned to guard the chiefs aboard the Xiaoqing. Weren't there no guards on the Xiaoqing? And how did he end up guarding the folk music troupe? That's right. He says young Chief Qian dismissed him, so he was reassigned to the troupe. That does make sense. It makes sense, sure, but how did he know the troupe's itinerary? Itineraries are communicated a day in advance at the escort company. If he was working there, it wouldn't be odd for him to know. It fits, but I feel something's wrong. Yang Kao pondered for a moment, then her eyes lit up. No, wait, he knew the troupe's schedule fine. But how did the terrorists know? This was like a bolt from the blue. Liu Fengqing's focus sharpened. You're right. The only person who knew both the Xiaoqing's route and the troupe's schedule was him. This breakthrough galvanized the sluggish atmosphere in the office. Yang Kao reached for her cigarette case, empty. Too impatient to call for more, she picked up a pencil and clamped it between her teeth, then began digging through the pile of files on the table. After a while she pulled out a red folder, flipping through it quickly. Suddenly she thrust it at him. Look at this. Liu Fengqing took it. It was the case file for the Xiaoqing ambush, witness statements, scene investigation reports, and other materials. They had both reviewed it before, nothing new. Look at this one, she pointed. Witness statement. The statements recorded the 3 young elders' recollections of the attack. They had both read them before, nothing fresh. Look at this line in Elder Lin's statement. Qian Duojuo clearly said the guard also thought traveling by water was safer than by land, yet it turned out not to be safe at all. Who was this guard? Liu Fengqing's senses immediately sharpened. An elder's travel safety was not something a guard could casually evaluate. Only the on-duty escort company officer and staff from the executive office's transport division had the authority to assess route security. It was Wang Qisuo. Yang Kao's lips actually curved into a slight smile. Show me the escort company's assignment schedule. Right here. Yang Kao already had the document prepared. You see, according to the schedule, he's been assigned as the guard for Lin Ziqi and Zhang Yumi for the past few days. Per the original plan, they were supposed to take a carriage to the Flying Cloud Society to pick up Qian Duojuo and then go together to the stadium, but the itinerary was changed. But Qian Duojuo said traveling by boat was her idea. Even if Wang Qisuo is 7th master, he couldn't have tipped anyone off in time. No, Qian Duojuo's statement makes clear she proposed this plan to Lin Ziqi and Zhang Yumi the day before. Wang Qisuo might have known then. Yang Kao's eyes gleamed. If he knew the elders might change their route, why didn't he report it to the escort company command? Maybe Qian Duojuo hadn't definitely decided on the water route yet. Perhaps. But why did he disregard discipline and without any basis claim that water is safer than land? Yang Kao said. He was clearly trying to push Qian Duojuo into taking the boat. When Qian Duojuo refused to have him escort them on the Xiaoqing, it was half an hour after departure that he finally radioed the escort company from Bapu to ask for instructions. His new orders were, Yang Kao pulled out another document, report to the East Gate Command immediately for reassignment. Yes, that's standard procedure. Then here's what's odd. He didn't report to the command. Instead, he went straight to the troop. Yang Kao set down the file. He says he encountered them on the road. But to get from Bapu back to Eastgate Market, the main road would never cross paths with the troop. He deliberately took a longer route to intercept them, and he wasn't even assigned to guard the troop. Yet he knew their schedule so precisely. Liu Fengqing's eyes widened. His gaze drifted involuntarily to the large-scale map of Lingao on the wall. Absolutely right. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, "How did we miss this?" "Because an elder vouched for him." Yang Kao gave a cold laugh and picked up another report. "This is the verbal statement of Elder Dongfang of the folk music troupe. She said he was very brave during the attack, firing at the assassin in time. Also, Elder Akamoto said the same, that he acted with no regard for his own safety. If he's seventh master, why would he stop the assassins? He could have assassinated the elder next to him directly, much better odds of success." Yang Kao knew each of Liu Fengqing's challenges was meant to test her reasoning. Both Wu Mu and the deputy director had repeatedly emphasized, "Although our work doesn't require evidence for conviction, our casework must be meticulous about evidence." "Because he wants to continue his cover in Lingao," Yang Kao said. His return to Eastgate Market and his shots at the assassin were all to clear his name, maybe even to earn merit. Not only can he stay undercover, but he might even get promoted. Besides, I think he knew perfectly well that under the guard's protection, those martial artists had no chance of success. Whether he fired or not, the outcome of the assassination would be the same, and even if the assassination succeeded, he'd be dead for certain. Liu Fengqing nodded. "I'm going to report to Director Wu right now." He grabbed his jacket from the chair. "I'll request further investigation of Wang Qisuo. You go check on the latest statements." The spotlight shone on Lin Ming's face. He tried desperately to close his eyes, but someone forced his eyelids open. The interrogator's voice came again. "Do you have any other accomplices in Lingao?" He answered weakly, "No, there really aren't any. I came to Lingao alone." "Think again." The interrogator's voice was cold and flat. Lin Ming was gasping. Since being brought to this interrogation room, his sense of time had become completely scrambled, endless repeated questioning, blinding light, having his eyes covered while water dripped onto his face. He had expected the Australians to torture him the way his embroidered guard colleagues did, but no instruments were used. The interrogation itself was already unbearable. "Think carefully. Your sister-in-law says there are." "What?" He weakly raised his head, silently telling himself to stay calm. He had used this trick himself. "Li Yangsun is your sister-in-law, isn't she? Look, you were willing to risk coming to Lingao for her, went to all the trouble of disguising yourself as a sailor, endured all that hardship. Your feelings for her are clearly more than a brother-in-law should have." The interrogator's voice was mild, but every word struck at the depths of his heart. "How old is she?" "Only 20. A girl in the flower of her youth. She was living perfectly well here with us." "You came to find her, and what have you brought her? Do you know where she is now?" "Where?" Though Lin Ming knew this was the shorn bandit's psychological ploy, he couldn't help asking. Chapter 1602, The Interrogation in Another Interrogation Room, the interrogator said meaningfully. "You probably don't know, Li Yangsun is quite famous around here. She's very skilled at torturing prisoners, especially female prisoners." He paused, his voice laden with implication. "And the apprentices she's trained aren't bad either." Lin Ming understood the meaning all too well. He knew Li Yangsun's skills intimately. Thinking of his dear sister-in-law enduring who knew what suffering, his heart ached viciously and cold sweat streamed down his forehead. All composure deserted him. His voice trembled. "What have you done to her?" "Oh, nothing much, just a taste of her own medicine," the interrogator said coldly. "She confessed. You said there's another embroidered guard agent active here. As you know, a single testimony isn't enough. If you won't tell me where and who, I'll have no choice but to ask my colleagues to keep questioning her, to confirm whether what she said is true and whether she's told us everything." "No, please no." Lin Ming was in complete disarray. He had ventured into the tiger's den for the sake of this sister-in-law. He knew something of the embroidered guard's torture methods. The brocade prison was like the Hall of Yama. If the shorn bandits decided to give her a taste of her own medicine, she'd be lucky to survive. If anything happened to her, even death wouldn't bring him peace, to have failed to rescue her and instead caused her death. Seeing sweat pouring down his face, the interrogator knew they had hit his weak spot and continued in a playful tone. Rest assured, our great elder council of the Song dynasty is the most humane. Torture resulting in death doesn't usually happen here, but sometimes being alive isn't necessarily better than being dead. Lin Ming's hands gripped his hair tightly and he bowed his head in agony. After a long while he slowly raised it. Let her go. I'll do whatever you want. A smile flickered across the interrogator's face. That can certainly be arranged, but Inspector Lin, words alone mean nothing. You'll have to show some sincerity. For instance, that question from before, Lin Ming swallowed. Whether you believe it or not, I really did come alone. Seeing the interrogator's face darken, he quickly continued, but I know there are other embroidered guard people here. Oh, the interrogator's interest was piqued. Go on. Lin Ming thought, sorry, brother, right now I can barely save myself. The code you found, that was indeed left by me. I intended to use it to contact Li Yongsun, but instead someone else came to the meeting point. Who was it? A woman, about 28 or 29. I didn't know her. By her dress, she was a streetwalker. She wore a leather collar around her neck, like the kind dogs wear. A 28 or 29-year-old woman, a streetwalker, wearing a leather collar. The interrogator thought for a moment, then turned and said something to an assistant, who immediately left the room. Shortly after, the man returned with a paper envelope. The interrogator said to Lin Ming, "Look carefully. Which of these was the woman you met that day? And remember, no tricks or it won't go well for either of you." The assistant opened the envelope and spread several photographs on the table for Lin Ming to examine. He recognized at once that the woman was Xin Nachun, the same one he had met that day. When the interrogator saw the identification, he gave a cold laugh. "Just as I thought. Heh heh." Then he asked, "What did you two talk about that day?" Lin Ming replied, "When I saw it wasn't Li Yongsun, I wanted to leave, but she clung to me. Just then some of your officers came by, arrested her for illegal solicitation, and hauled her off for a flogging. I never saw her again after that. Write out the full contents of the code." Lin Ming had no choice but to write out the code in detail. In fact, it wasn't a proper cipher that could form sentences, just a set of marks similar to the signs thieves used among themselves to communicate simple information like time, place, and direction. The interrogator looked over what he had written, stood up, and ordered, "Hold him for now. Await further orders." He turned to leave. Lin Ming called out anxiously, "I've told you everything I know. When will you let her go?" The interrogator paused and looked back. "Inspector Lin, you're an old hand at this. Did you really think it would be so easy to get off the hook? But since you've been cooperative today, she won't be suffering for now. As for later, that'll depend on how you perform." With that, he left. With this answer, Lin Ming slumped in the interrogation chair like a deflated ball. He couldn't help laughing bitterly at himself. If I'd known this would happen, why did I come in the first place? Wang Qisuo had been sleeping soundly these past few days. The cooperative inquiry was nearly over, and he had answered every question smoothly without any slip-ups. Seeing that no one else was coming to question him, he figured he had passed. Before the operation, he had killed Xin Nachun. As for the secret letters he had exchanged with Sima Qiudo, he had long since destroyed them all. And the draft of his notes on pacifying the Shorn, the intelligence compilation he had put together over time, he had also secretly destroyed. Now he was safe. As for Master Shi's mission, that was just bad luck for them, nothing to do with him. After this, Master Shi should realize that Lingao wasn't such an easy bone to gnaw. No one learns without chipping a few teeth. He had already heroically saved the chiefs at the folk music troupe and seemed to have pleased the three chiefs very much. Next, he would continue to lie low, wait for the storm to pass, then act according to circumstances. He didn't like Master Shi, nor the lord behind him, and even less the Ming court. If he could, he would have preferred to just muddle along in Lingao for the rest of his life. At least it was stable. But sometimes fate left no choice. His entire family's lives were in Master Shi's hands. He couldn't afford to think too much. Fortunately, Master Shi was generous enough. That at least gave him some motivation to continue his cover here. But one morning, a guard came to his room. "Wang Qisuo, come with me." Wang Qisuo quickly stood and followed the guard out of his soft detention room. This was a barracks temporarily used to hold personnel undergoing cooperative inquiry. Interrogations were conducted in the offices. When he saw the guard leading him toward an interrogation room, he began to feel uneasy. Why more interrogation? He was nervous, but struggled to maintain his composure. In the interrogation room, he noticed different faces from before, not just new ones, but several unfamiliar men and women. Some wore blue-collar insignia. He startled, then quickly stood at attention with a salute to cover it up, reporting loudly. "Private First Class Wang Qisuo of the Security Battalion reporting as ordered." "Sit down," the interrogator said casually. "Yes, sir." Wang Qisuo sat down properly, hands on his knees, a perfect military posture. "Name." The questioning began with basic information: name, age. Wang Qisuo knew this routine. He answered each question crisply. Then came questions about his activities on the day of the cultural festival. Wang Qisuo relaxed slightly. "Where were you the day before the cultural festival?" the interrogator suddenly asked. Wang Qisuo's heart lurched. That was the day he had killed Xin Nachan. "I was at the folk music troupe rehearsal," he answered calmly. This was absolutely true. Not only could troupe members vouch for him, but several elders could as well. "The rehearsal ended at 1 in the afternoon. What then?" "I was assigned as a carriage guard for 2 young elders." "Would that be elders Lin Ziki and Zhang Yunmi?" "Yes. That was the duty assigned to me by the escort company." "You're not a member of the escort company. Why were you guarding elders?" "The escort company was short-handed. I was temporarily seconded." "Who seconded you?" "My company commander." "Your company commander says you volunteered." The interrogator paused. "Is that so?" Wang Qisuo swallowed. "That's correct." "You're a busy man. You were also an erhu player for the folk music troupe. With rehearsals so busy, why did you also apply to the escort company?" "The battalion has a lot of work. I didn't feel right sitting idle," Wang Qisuo said blandly. The interrogator nodded and studied him for a while before opening a folder. "Your escort duty ended at 5 o'clock that evening. You reported back to the barracks at 7:30. Where were you during those 2.5 hours?" Wang Qisuo took a deep breath. "I was in the East Gate Market." "Doing what?" "Having a drink," Wang Qisuo said, "relaxing a bit." "Which establishment?" "A food stall in the Eastgate Market. They sold oyster omelets, boiled sea snails, that kind of thing. I can't remember exactly." "Any witnesses? People come and go. Maybe the waiter remembers." "Nothing else." "Nothing." "Do you recognize this person?" The interrogator handed over a photograph. Wang Qisuo took it. He already had a good idea who was in it, and his heart sank steadily. "Not really, just knew of her. She's a prostitute." Wang Qisuo knew there was no way to deny knowing Xin Nachan. "I bought her services once. I don't know her name." "Her name is Xin Nachan. Ring a bell?" the interrogator asked. "Did you see her during those 2.5 hours?" "No," Wang Qisuo flatly denied it. He sensed things were going badly, but he could only stick to his story. "I didn't see her." "Very well. Then why are your fingerprints in her room?" The interrogator produced a sheet of paper and placed it in front of him. "Your fingerprints are all over the room. They match the ones on file from your registration document." Wang Qisuo remained calm. He didn't even glance at the paper. Given what he knew, the tea-house room had neither ink nor vermilion paste. He had never pressed his fingerprint on any paper, and he had strangled Xin Nachan. No blood meant no blood-stained fingerprints. Chapter 1603, An Imperfect Victory. "That's impossible. I've never been to the tea-house." "Oh," the interrogator made a curious sound. "Did I say the room was in a tea-house?" Wang Qisuo realized he had let something slip and immediately shut his mouth. He knew the Shorn Bandit's interrogation relied on trapping you into saying more. The more you said, the easier it was to slip up. Take a good look at this, the interrogator said, tapping the document. You think without ink or paste you couldn't leave fingerprints. You've been in Lingao long enough to remember, the Elder Council can do anything. Where there's a will, there's a way to frame someone, Wang Qishuo said stubbornly. On what basis do you claim I left fingerprints? These are from the cup, these from the table, the interrogator said. And these are from the buckle of Xin Nachen's belt, the one you used to strangle her, isn't it? Wang Qishuo's lips twitched involuntarily. The interrogator continued leisurely. I imagine the killing went something like this. You went in, Xin Nachen poured you tea. You took the cup and drank, both your fingerprints are on it. She prepared pastries for you, quite considerate, but you didn't eat any. You told her to strip and kneel on all fours on the bed. She waited there, expecting your favor, but what came instead was your death grip. Wang Qishuo's body trembled uncontrollably. Every word struck home as though the interrogator had witnessed the entire scene. Am I wrong, Seventh Master? The interrogator's tone shifted, finally uttering that damning epithet. I'm not Seventh Master, Wang Qishuo's voice quavered. I'm not, then who is? Not me, Wang Qishuo blurted. They forced me to. He realized his composure had slipped and hung his head in defeat. Give me a chance. How can I give you a chance? I had no choice before. Now I want to be a good person. Very well, tell the chief. Maybe he'll let you be a good person. 3 hours later, Wu Mu received Liu Fengqing in his office, flipping through the main suspect's confessions. Wang Qishuo, Lin Ming, Li Yangsun. That Wang Qishuo was Seventh Master had been virtually certain from the moment Liu Fengqing raised the possibility. The fingerprints from the tea house room matched his on file. In the end, it was just a matter of waiting for him to admit it. According to Wang Qishuo's confession, he was indeed embroidered guard personnel, a hereditary minor banner officer from Shandong who had once served in the retinue of Su Guangqi and picked up considerable Western learning. After the Changzhen Emperor's accession and the abolition of the embroidered guard's practice of monitoring officials, Wang Qishuo lost his position. Since he had prior connections to Su Guangqi, he sought employment with Sun Yuanhua, who was drilling a new army at Dengzhou. Short on funds, Sun Yuanhua had become interested in the private salt trade along the Shandong coast. That was how Wang Qishuo infiltrated a salt smuggling gang. During a gang war, he was wounded, and by a twist of fate, his life was saved by Zhao Yingong. By the time he recovered, the Dengzhou mutiny had already broken out. Sun Yuanhua was in no position to help anyone, and Wang Qishuo dared not reveal his identity. Going home meant traveling within the same province but with renegade soldiers everywhere. Leaving Manager Lu's protection would have meant death. While he hesitated, he was loaded onto a ship and eventually arrived in Lingao. So he wasn't a plant from the start. Correct, Liu Fengqing said. Elder Zhao's rescue of him was purely accidental. It couldn't have been a setup. Then how did he become Seventh Master? According to his account, while escorting chiefs on trips to Guangzhou, a former colleague recognized him. Wang Qishuo hadn't been particularly on guard. The two drank together, reminisced about old times. Wang Qishuo mentioned working in Lingao and asked his colleague to send word to his family in Shandong. About half a year later, Master Shi's people came looking for him with letters from his family, saying they'd all been taken to Tianjin where they were living comfortably, and that he should serve Master Shi with absolute loyalty. So his family are Master Shi's hostages. Yes. His wife, children, and mother are all in Master Shi's hands. But according to his personnel file, his self-statement says he has no immediate relatives. I asked about that too. He said he didn't dare admit he had family because he was already undercover in the Salt Gang. He was afraid if his cover were blown, it would be used against him, so he claimed he was alone. Undercover in a Salt Gang, and then he ends up in Lingao playing double agent. Fate really has a sense of irony, Wu Mu sighed. Are the umbrella and parasol cases connected? According to his confession, both groups were sent by Master Shi. The guidance on how to infiltrate Lingao, how to go underground, that was all his work. How did he manage it? Wu Mu was baffled. Wang Qishuo was only a security battalion soldier. Training and duty consumed most of his time. He couldn't possibly have had so much time to coordinate with Master Shi. He traveled to Guangzhou as a guard escorting elders or important cargo, Liu Fengqing reported. I checked. The security battalion often temporarily seconds personnel from regular companies for escort duties, due to manpower shortages. So our organization is riddled with holes. Wu Mu muttered to himself, then asked, how did he communicate with Master Shi? By letter, a general delivery mailbox, Liu Fengqing said. His contact with Sima Qiudao and the others also used this method. A bitter smile crossed Wu Mu's face. It seemed the ancients were quick learners too. Is there any connection between Lin Ming, Li Yangsun and him? None. He did see Lin Ming's coded signal and thought another colleague had come to help, which is why he sent Xin Nachan to make contact. After Xin Nachan was rebuffed, he made several more visits to Lin Ming's inn to investigate. He concluded that Lin Ming probably had a separate mission and was not sent by Master Shi, so he didn't attempt further contact. Wu Mu asked many more questions. Overall, the results were satisfactory. But who Master Shi really was, what motivated his relentless opposition to the Elder Council, and what power enabled him to deploy such forces to Lingao, these questions remained unsolved. From Wang Qishuo's testimony and the materials from the Hangzhou incident, it appeared that Master Shi was probably just a front man dealing with expendable pawns. The real power behind him had yet to show his face. Further interrogation of these prisoners would probably yield nothing more useful. Only by capturing Master Shi himself could they hope to expose the mastermind. But that was not something he could control. It wasn't even something the Political Security Bureau could decide alone. Any operation on the mainland required multi-departmental coordination and orders from the Executive Committee. At least they had unearthed the mole Wang Qishuo, Wu Mu thought. He gave Liu Fengqing his orders. Continue interrogating Wang Qishuo. We need detailed records of exactly what intelligence he provided. Have Sima Qiudao and Zhu Yifan regained consciousness yet? They're still under treatment. Once they can withstand interrogation, subject them to rigorous questioning. Upgrade all sessions. Make them confess everything. Yes, Chief. At that moment the telephone rang. Wu Mu picked up. Vice Director Zhao Mangxing's secretary. The chief would like you to come over immediately. All right, I'm on my way. Wu Mu organized the materials in his hands. For his subordinates, this was a time to await commendations. But for him, the next step probably held no such pleasantries. Plenty of people in the Elder Council were waiting to see a show. Zhao Mangxing reviewed his summary report, then set the files on the desk after a long silence. Congratulations. Thank you, Comrade Vice Director. Wu Mu knew the real talk was about to begin. Unearthing Wang Qishuo was certainly cause for celebration, but for the Elder Council it was not that simple. Unfortunately, our victory is imperfect, Zhao Mangxing said. I know. We were lucky. Otherwise, the problem we'd be facing would be 10 times worse. I truly have to thank Qian Shuiding's American-style education. The Xiaoqing incident was a problem with our protection system. Zhao Mangxing shook his head. Zio Wu, our protection system has problems, but does that mean our political security work has none? We can't slip past this. A chill ran down Wu Mu's spine. I'm prepared for the consequences. Our work is amateurish. We ourselves are amateurs too. Zhao Mangxing began pacing. Next, there will certainly be calls for restructuring. The Political Security Bureau must not be dismembered or merged, Wu Mu said urgently. He knew there had long been voices in the Elder Council advocating for merging political security work into the police system. No, the Executive Committee will not allow it. Some elders will also oppose it. Zhao Mangxing seemed confident. Are you familiar with Guangzhou? Not really. Since joining the Political Security Bureau, aside from a few inspection trips to the counties of Hainan and Taiwan, he had never left Lingao. I suggest you start familiarizing yourself with the materials on Guangzhou right now. Chapter 1604. The question of terms. Qian Shuiding stepped down from the carriage. Qian Xuanwang was already waiting for him at the dock. Over the past few years, nurtured by the Qian household support, Qian Qianwang was no longer the dark, skinny little girl she had once been. She had blossomed into a graceful young woman. The maid's uniform that had once looked awkward on her now fit perfectly. "Master, you're back." Qian Qianwang stepped forward and deftly took his briefcase. "Is Madam home?" "Madam already called. She has an emergency night shift and won't be back until tomorrow." Qian Shuiding frowned. It seemed the discord over the Xiaoqing incident had not yet passed. Though both parents were concerned for their daughter's safety, husband and wife held different perspectives. Ai Bebe had repeatedly argued that under his indulgent encouragement, Qian Duojuo had become too wild. Whether it was shooting, hunting, hiking, or her recent obsession with small boat sailing, all were high-risk activities. They might be elders now, but the medical and sanitary conditions of this era were primitive. If something happened, Lingao General Hospital's meager resources were pathetic indeed. Well, perhaps it was just as well she wasn't home. It would be more relaxed when he spoke with his guest later. Ai Bebe had no enthusiasm for his political activities. "Dinner will be served on the upper deck tonight," he said, pausing. "Has Elder Zhou arrived?" "I just confirmed by phone with his maid," Qian Qianwang said. "She said Elder Zhou will definitely come, around 7 o'clock. Qian Shuiding returned to the boat and took a long, satisfying shower. The yacht had a makeshift solar water heater that had completely solved the problem of hot water supply. After his bath, Qian Shuiding went up to the deck in beach shorts and a short-sleeved linen shirt, holding a glass of whiskey on ice that Qian Qianwang had poured for him. Under the sun-bleached awning on deck, she had set up a folding table bearing a large plate of green salad and a platter of tropical fruit. Qian Shuiding settled into a rattan chair and slowly sipped his blended whiskey, gazing out at the endless blue sea. What a beautiful day! How wonderful it would be to spend a day on the beach with his wife and daughter. But work consumed him. Meetings and documents alone took more than 10 hours a day. His wife practically lived at the hospital and his daughter boarded at school. The family was scattered in 3 different places, and they rarely had a chance to gather together all year. Back in America, whenever he had free time, he used to take his daughter shooting and hunting. Now that had become a luxury. While he was musing, Zhou Weizhen arrived. Since Qian Shuixi and Zhou Weizhen had transferred to the Special Reconnaissance Unit, the 3 core members of the North American Party had rarely had a chance to meet. Zhou Weizhen was back in Lingao on rotation, just in time for the umbrella case. Qian Shuiding decided to talk things over with his master before moving to the next stage. Qian Qianwang first brought Zhou Weizhen a towel, then poured him an identical whiskey on ice. Qianwang served dinner. The meal was simple, light fare suited to summer. Qian Qianwang served cucumber soup, lemongrass grilled fish, and finally homemade ice cream. These were all commonplace now. After Qian Qianwang cleared the plates and poured after-dinner drinks, Qian Shuiding got to the point. He gave a brief overview of the umbrella case, the investigation report, and today's meeting. Zhou Weizhen listened in silence, sipping his drink. Finally, he said, "Don't you think your remarks at the executive committee meeting today were a bit too aggressive? The Political Security Bureau is the apple of their eye. Qian Duoju is the apple of my eye. Let's call it even." Qian Shuiding smiled faintly. "I thought my remarks were quite appropriate. If you ask me, it wasn't very statesmanlike." Qian Shuiding nodded slightly. "If we were facing millions of voters, today would have been reckless. But only 500 people have voting rights. 500 people is a small circle, basically a classic acquaintance society." He took out a cigar case and matches, waved away Qian Qianwang, who moved to light it for him, struck the match himself, lit a flower-crowned cigar, took a deep drag, and blew a smoke ring before continuing. 500 elders is a small circle. Now that something's happened, my daughter was nearly killed. If I showed no reaction, how would the ordinary apolitical elders see it? Zhou Weizhen looked thoughtful. His daughter almost got killed and he doesn't dare make a peep. Is he even a man? If he's this afraid of the establishment, how can he stand up for us underdog elders? Or, his daughter almost got killed and he says nothing. He must be using this as a bargaining chip to make deals with the executive committee. If he can trade away his own daughter, he's too ruthless. Qian waved his thick cigar. But now, Speaker Qian has unleashed a tirade at the meeting, even proposed the entirely unfeasible idea of disbanding the Political Security Bureau. What will the elders think? He's got fire in his blood. He's a real man. But a gentleman can be deceived by his own principles, worth getting to know better. When the opportunity comes, he might be useful. Or, a real man, follow someone like this and you won't get shortchanged. I see what you mean. Sometimes appearing a bit rash is just an expression of genuine feeling, Zhou Wisen said. And after all, Duoju is your daughter. A strong reaction is the right response. Being too calm would seem cold-blooded. Exactly, Master. Was George W. Bush really stupid? I don't think so, Qian said. He was beloved by the rednecks precisely because he didn't have that cold, hypocritical, aristocratic air of the New England establishment, even though his family was clearly a political dynasty. A president who came from a family that had consciously infused Latino blood into its lineage decades earlier was obviously far more intelligent than the ordinary citizens who compared his face to a chimpanzee. Everyone knows the Political Security Bureau can't be disbanded. The idea of dissolving it and expanding police powers was just me stirring the pot. If the police got more power, they'd basically become the Soviet NKVD. I'm just putting pressure on them. I had every reason to blow up and say something out of line, Qian said. The executive committee members are all thinking about how to protect the committee's authority, and the Political Security Bureau is their best tool. With my position clear, they'll have to think carefully. All right, what's your next move? Next, I'll bring up this issue for inquiry at the Standing Committee. Push our goals forward. When the Nerds Party had first been established, its political stance had been deliberately vague in order to build a united front. The general idea was to establish a decentralized, balanced, fluid, and transparent system within the collective. This aim was broad, but it could encompass a great deal. At heart, the core members of the Nerds Party believed the executive committee system was incorrect. It had merely changed from a dictatorship of one person to an oligarchy. The ordinary elders were clearly excluded from this small group, far from the center of power. Specifically, what will you do? Should we work within the Standing Committee to first reject the investigation report? No. If we reject the investigation report, there's no basis for investigating the Political Security Bureau. The report has to pass. Otherwise, we'll be stuck in a loop of investigation, rejection, reinvestigation. Once time passes and the issue cools off, we'll lose our chance, Qian said. Our demands should be: establish an agency similar to the Political Security Bureau to strengthen oversight of it. Require recording and limited disclosure of the Political Security Bureau and administrative decision-making processes. Disrupt the existing management structure of the Bureau. Insert sand into the gears. Strengthen oversight and checks, and regularly rotate principal leadership positions and assignments to prevent independent fiefdoms or an intelligence czar. In particular, we should remind the elders of historical figures like Beria and Himmler. And Hoover. Yes, and Hoover, Qian nodded. But we've raised these points many times in various settings with little effect, Zhou Wisen frowned. Although we can ride the wave of the umbrella case this time, the overall direction probably won't change much. Besides, for the average apathetic elder, the Political Security Bureau isn't directly relevant to their lives. What concerns them most is the VIP protection system of the security battalion. So we need to give them something to get their attention, Qian said. Did you know the Political Security Bureau is collecting blackmail material on elders? You've mentioned it, but there's no proof. I'm certain they're doing it, Qian said. We'll propose at the assembly. We have heard rumors that the Political Security Bureau is systematically collecting materials on elders, conducting surveillance on elders. We'll make this the issue, establish a special committee, turn the Political Security Bureau upside down, and bring the matter into the open in the Elder Council. As long as we can get permission for the Elder Council to conduct an inspection, even if nothing is found, it doesn't matter. Setting that precedent will pierce their protective shield, and future oversight and inserting sand will become much easier. If we do find key evidence, we can rightfully demand a completely new agency, directly under Elder Council control. The problem is, raising something without evidence. Is it appropriate for us to do this rashly? Joe Wiesen felt it might seem like grasping at straws. There are people willing to do it. Just hint at the idea and someone will step forward. Qian Shuiding took a puff of his cigar and leaned back contentedly. No exposure, no life. For a lot of people, attention and visibility are very important. Joe Wiesen nodded. He knew who Qian Shuiding meant. After a moment's thought, he said, I think we should seize this opportunity to grab personnel and financial powers. Let's ride the wind and set terms with the Executive Committee. Don't they want to protect their darling, the Political Security Bureau? We'll name our price too. Chapter 1605. Advance and retreat. His proposed terms were 1. Agree that the existing structure of the Political Security Bureau remain unchanged, with the director appointed by the Executive Committee and confirmed by the Elder Council, but clearly define its authority to combating organized crime and monitoring dissidents and persons posing threats to elders, with no overreach. 2. Establish an Elder Council Budget Committee to maintain tight control over each department's finances, achieve financial transparency, and eliminate secret expenditures like intelligence fees or special funds. 3. Establish an Elder Council Security Committee to place the current External Intelligence Bureau, Political Security Bureau, National Police, and other powerful agencies under its oversight, with heads of subordinate departments nominated by the directors but requiring approval of the Elder Council Security Committee before taking office. 4. Establish an Elder Council Secret Service to provide security services for elders and VIPs, subordinate to the Elder Council Intelligence Committee. Through appointments to the Secret Service, we can pull Selena over to our side, Joe Wiesen said. In the old power structure, she's a guest. She has no real influence. Besides, there's that incident. Although the upper echelons of the Elder Council kept quiet about Selena's near rape, and she herself never mentioned it, the Qian brothers and Joe Wiesen all believed that rape, whether completed or not, inflicted deep psychological trauma on women. She would instinctively reject most members of the Elder Council. The North American Party, thanks to shared language and cultural background, would naturally earn her trust. In fact, her close association with the Flying Cloud Society over the past few years confirmed their suspicions. If Selena could head the Secret Service, then the Nerds Party would have substantial influence over the internal VIP security system, both officially through the Elder Council Security Committee and unofficially through Selena. You're absolutely right. And who says the Secret Service can only handle VIP protection? Its original main function was enforcement for the Treasury Department, Qian Shuiding said meaningfully. Many agencies now need enforcement teams. The Cheka, the Tax Bureau all have their eyes on this. Once we have the organization, the Secret Service can gradually take on business. We should avoid wasteful duplication of agencies. Joe Wiesen said, I estimate points 1, 3, and 4 can be achieved with this case. After all, establishing the Security Committee also gives ordinary elders an outlet, a platform to exert influence without having to grovel to the organization department. Gradually, we can sideline the Executive Committee's creature, the organization department, and take personnel power into our hands. Point 2 is trickier, but it must be completed before the Guangdong campaign, or the Executive Committee's tail will truly become too big to wag. The resistance to overthrowing the executive committee and establishing a cabinet system will only grow. No, point 2 doesn't matter. Whether it passes or not is fine. Our focus isn't there. Qian Shuiding shook his head. Under the executive committee system, the so-called financial controller's office is just a bookkeeper. Most of the time, it's still controlled by the executive committee and the Planning Institute, especially the Planning Institute. If we don't take down the Planning Institute, a finance committee alone won't do much. You mean to use this as a bargaining chip? Yes. Financial power is of little use to us right now, but it's very important to the executive committee. They'll definitely fight to keep it, yet they'll lack any acceptable reason to refuse oversight. We can step back on this point in exchange for the creation of the Security Committee. Qian Shuiding lifted his glass and gazed at the rich amber liquid. Of the 4 points we're proposing, the first and fourth should pass without issue. They're matters, of course. Resistance will focus on the third. Still, the budget is an important link. If we can use this opportunity to establish the frameworks for finance, security, intelligence, and personnel committees in the Standing Committee, future reforms will be easier. Take it slowly. Haste makes waste. Qian Shuiding gazed out at the sea. Political ideas have inertia. The elders all live within the political inertia of their past environment, accustomed to the old system. We can only proceed step by step. When the opportunity arises, we can propose these committees later. The first step is always the hardest. Once we've taken it, the rest will follow. Joe Wizen poured himself fresh whiskey. Who do you think would be a good choice for Security Committee chairman? How about Shan Liang? I haven't decided yet, but Shan Liang isn't suitable. He's the type who fires off attacks. He's offended too many people. Making him chairman would actually be a problem. But we can't put one of our own people in too obviously. I think we should find an apolitical elder who's friendly to the Nerds Party as a candidate. Qian Shuiding thought for a moment. We'll place more of our people on the committee itself. I'll go arrange the election business, Joe Wizen said. It's a pity I'm in the Special Reconnaissance Unit. Time is short. And once the unit is transferred, I won't be able to help you. That's all right. Once the Secret Service is established, I'll find a way to have some special reconnaissance personnel transferred to the Secret Service. Then you can come back as a training instructor. Qian Shuiding drained his glass. Joe Wizen didn't stay long after dinner. He needed to return immediately to the Special Reconnaissance Unit to arrange work. The political battle in the Elder Council ahead would require his active involvement. Qian Shuiding sat alone on the club veranda for a long time. As the hour approached 10 o'clock and he was about to return to the boat to sleep, Qian Xuanwang came to announce Shan Liang had arrived. Show him to the terrace, Qian Shuiding said. Old Qian, you really know how to live, Shan Liang called out loudly in greeting, his heavy footsteps echoing on the wooden floor. He wore a blue work uniform, washed but with stubborn stains still visible. Have a seat. Have you eaten? Qian Shuiding rose to greet him. Bring the early clear edition cigars. Already ate. You still have early clear edition. Speaker Qian really is generous. Just a bit of last year's stock. There's a cigar humidor on the boat, still in decent condition. Shan Liang plopped down, pulled out a cigar, and instead of using the cigar cutter on the tray, sliced off the end with his Swiss Army knife. He flipped open a Zippo lighter, lit the cigar, and took a deep drag. Qian Shuiding lit his own cigar with a match from the tray. Just getting back to Lingao, busy with work. Our telecom company is a labor camp, worse off than Chief Wen's naturalized citizen secretary. Nothing like Speaker Qian's comfort here. Shan Liang didn't bother with niceties. So what did you call me here for? Shan Liang had refused Cheng Yongsen's invitation the last time and hadn't gotten involved in the maid case. Though he hated the executive committee cattle, he didn't like Cheng Yongsen's pushy, superior attitude either. Besides, the maid case wasn't his cup of tea. Shan Liang didn't care about naturalized citizens' rights, and he had no interest in women's rights. Speaking out on this issue felt beneath him. The critical point was that Cheng Yongsen hadn't offered him any real benefits, and he couldn't see what she could offer in the future either. True, joining the maid case would give him some exposure and raise his visibility. But beyond that, he'd gain nothing. Her promised power of the media was, in Shan Liang's view, entirely hollow. She didn't actually control the media, just had some influence. The more grandly Cheng Yangtsen talked, the less reliable he found her. In politics, being a tool is fine, but you have to be paid your worth. Shan Liang had given Cheng Yangtsen polite brush-offs. Apart from posting a few things on the internal forum to maintain visibility, he hadn't opened fire in the Elder Council, nor had he written any long articles for the newspapers. Then he went back to the construction site. When he returned to Lingao this time and learned of the incident, Shan Liang instinctively knew a golden opportunity had arrived. Compared to the maid case, which most elders didn't care about, this event would obviously shake the Elder Council far more. Shan Liang knew that before long, someone would come looking to use him as a spearhead. "It's about this terrorist attack, of course," Qian Shuiding said. "What are your thoughts?" The executive committee ignores the masses of elders, the cadres are bureaucratic, and the administrative organs are corrupt and incompetent, Shan Liang said indifferently. "Nothing but the usual." "You're right, those are all problems. But the executive committee has built up immunity to these by now, and the masses have started to adapt to these injustices. Raising these points again probably won't push the executive committee to improve." Shan Liang thought, this is promising. Old Qian must have some bombshell inside information and was planning to throw it out through him. "Old Qian, do you have inside information?" "Yes, I do." Qian Shuiding stopped beating around the bush. "Did you know the Political Security Bureau is collecting blackmail material on elders?" "Really?" Shan Liang's eyes widened. He had heard vague rumors about this, but they were all roadside gossip without a shred of evidence. Now coming from Qian Shuiding's mouth, it was a completely different matter. He was an executive committee member. "I'm certain it's true," Qian Shuiding nodded. "Based on various signs." Shan Liang immediately sank into disappointment. "So you have no direct evidence?" "Of course not." "How could I have direct evidence? The Political Security Bureau is a black hole, nothing goes in, nothing comes out, airtight as an iron barrel." "Then isn't this just empty talk?" Shan Liang leaned back against the chair and blew a smoke ring. "I've heard about the blackmail files before, but what good is it? Without evidence, who'll believe it? And we can't go in to investigate. Now is the perfect opportunity." The terrorist incident caused such a stir. What was the Political Security Bureau doing? They're the ones primarily responsible. There must be an investigation, a thorough investigation. Qian Shuiding smiled. "Strike while the iron is hot. Kick them while they're down," Shan Liang understood. "You mean seize this chance to lift their black lid." Chapter 1606. Speaker Qian's Melancholy. The Political Security Bureau's poor performance this time would inevitably shake the elders' trust in them. Raising the issue of blackmail files now would very likely gain traction and lead to a dedicated investigation. Shan Liang thought this really was a good opportunity. As for the blackmail files, he was certain they existed. What kind of Political Security Bureau wouldn't collect blackmail material? He was sure his own file was the fattest. They probably had recordings of his phone calls with Shan Huixiang, Zhao Mengsheng and his lackeys. Just wait until you're shoveling manure at the Agricultural Committee. Shan Liang indulged in malicious satisfaction, imagining himself at the head of a group of revolutionary elders storming into the Political Security Bureau's black den. He'd kick open the door to Zhao Mengsheng's office and demand the safe keys. That pot-bellied revisionist would hand them over with trembling hands and bow his head under the righteous indignation of the revolutionary elders. He was practically intoxicated with the fantasy. But Shan Liang was no longer the hot-blooded young man in the coffee shop. He suppressed his excitement and took a deep drag on his cigar. And then, "If you like doing what you've always done, I can work to get you promoted. If you don't like your current field and want to transfer to another department, I can try to arrange that." Shan Liang laughed heartily. "Speaker Qian, are you teasing me? Administrative positions mean nothing to me. As long as I'm willing to be the vanguard, the general manager of Guangdong Telecom would be mine for the taking." And in the future, I'd definitely be on the Telecom Corporation's board. Let me put it this way, doesn't your committee have a chairmanship or two that needs filling? Qian Shuiting thought his appetite was quite considerable. He pondered for a moment. As long as the new system can be established, the Nerds Party will fully support your candidacy in the election. Then it's a deal, Shan Liang said. I'll take my leave. Shan Liang mounted his bicycle and pedaled away, whistling as he headed for his quarters. To avoid the hassle of a security escort, he was staying at the executive office's second guest house tonight, just a few minutes from the club. As he rode, he noticed a carriage heading toward the club. So late, who would specifically come to visit Speaker Qian? Curious, Shan Liang steered his bicycle to the side of the road and hid in the shadow of a street lamp. On the carriage, guards were armed to the teeth. The window curtains were drawn. Shan Liang watched silently. The carriage stopped at the foot of the steps leading to the Flying Cloud Club's front veranda. By moonlight, he saw a young woman's silhouette step down from the carriage. The moonlight was hazy. He couldn't make out who it was. Just as he was about to leave in disappointment, the sea breeze carried a scent to his nose. The fragrance immediately stirred his memory. So it's you, Miss Cheng. Cheng Yongsan stepped gracefully down from the carriage. Qian Shuiting was already on the veranda with a welcoming smile. Seeing her lift the hem of her skirt as she was about to climb the steps, he hurried down and took her hand to guide her up. Thank you, Speaker Qian. Thank you for your invitation. I'm truly honored. She curtsied slightly. Not at all. Your presence brings glory to this humble place. Qian Shuiting smiled and returned the greeting with a kiss on her hand. Please have a seat, he said. The table on the terrace had been cleared and reset with fresh flowers. Since Cheng Yongsan didn't smoke, there were no cigars, only an ice bucket with a bottle of German sparkling wine nestled in the ice. Qian Xuanwang deftly wrapped the bottle in a napkin and filled 2 glasses. Cheng Yongsan picked up her glass with a charming smile. Champagne, what are we celebrating? Qian Shuiting smiled without answering. He lifted his glass, took a sip, and contemplated the bubbles rising steadily in the slender glass before saying, Librarian Cheng, your reputation precedes you. You flatter me, she laughed. It's I who have long admired your reputation. She took a sip as well. Qian Shuiting shook his head. Just an empty name. He set down his glass. Librarian Cheng rarely leaves the library, yet you see through the Elder Council as if it were transparent. Surely you anticipated this invitation. Cheng Yongsan nodded. Speaker Qian, ever patient, are you waiting for this particular fish to take the bait? Not at all, you jest. Qian Shuiting waved his hand. Librarian Cheng is brilliant. I won't beat around the bush. This terrorist case in Lingao may seem accidental, but it's the inevitable result of long-standing problems in the old system. He then laid out his analysis and concerns about the current political system arising from this case. Above all, worries about the powerful agencies. He hinted at the matter of the blackmail files. Cheng Yongsan listened attentively. Though she maintained a demure smile, waves were rising in her heart. She had already heard about the umbrella case. But the information Qian Shuiting was revealing now was an unexpected gift. This meant that Qian Shuiting, leader of the most powerful faction in the Elder Council, was extending an olive branch to her. In terms of political philosophy, Cheng Yongsan also advocated for decentralization and oversight. In the maid case, she had worked tirelessly behind the scenes precisely to influence and control public opinion. Yet the outcome of the maid case had been beyond her expectations. What she had confidently believed would be Elder commits deranged murder had turned into an intermaid homicide, and most critically, the women she had worked hard to cultivate in the powerful agencies all insisted this was the truth. The truth she had hoped for had been buried. Still, the maid case had allowed her, through cultivating Panpan, to significantly increase her influence over the Lingao Times. Only with real power would anyone want to sit down and have tea with you. Cheng Yongsan savored the cold, fruity, slightly tart wine sliding down her throat. If she were merely an ordinary librarian, would Qian Shuiting have invited her to drink champagne? I fully agree with your views, Cheng Yangsen said with a radiant smile. So, what would you like me to do? Exert your influence with Panpan. That is my request. You're too kind. I'm just a librarian. I do have some influence with Panpan, but she's only the editor of the Lingao Times. The head of the propaganda department is Ding Ding. As an elder, isn't expressing one's own views the natural thing to do? You're too modest, Qian Shuiting said. Very well. I'll do my humble best. How can I refuse when it's Speaker Qian doing the asking? You truly are a clever and wonderful woman. It's a waste for you to be at the Grand Library. I'll accept clever, but wonderful I must return to you, Speaker Qian, Cheng Yangsen laughed. I quite like the library, it's quiet, a good place to study and think in peace. It's just too much administrative work. Worldly affairs weigh me down. Cheng Yangsen left the Flying Cloud Society feeling somewhat tipsy. Qian Shuiting walked her to the carriage and watched until she was out of sight before returning inside. The night was deep. Qian Shuiting returned once more to the terrace, lit a fresh cigar, and smoked in silence. He knew very well that after the umbrella case, the mainland campaign would soon be put on the agenda. This was not just an inevitable rebound from the case itself. For the Elder Council, launching an expansionist war to enlarge the pie and redirect internal conflicts was the best solution. From a broad perspective, seizing Guangdong posed no difficulty for the current Elder Council regime. The question was how to govern it. Qian Shuiting knew that many elders had a vertical governing philosophy. Power should extend to the grassroots level, maximizing control and mobilization capacity. The executive committee's governing approach followed roughly the same line. Their current practices in Hainan also adhered to this thinking. But in his view, this obsession with controlling the grassroots was beyond the Elder Council's capacity. Compared to Guangzhou Prefecture's population of only a few 100,000, Guangdong was vastly larger, with nearly 10 million people. No matter how hard Fragrant Grass Academy or the Fubo Army worked, they could not provide enough grassroots cadres to implement such a system. Pursuing this would squander hard-won human and material resources. He didn't oppose the idea of controlling the grassroots, but he felt there was no need to rush. The Elder Council's most pressing needs were resources and population. Maintaining the old system could provide these, perhaps somewhat less efficiently but with far less investment. They could absorb things gradually. If they pressed too hard for regime down to the village and ended up with a half-cooked meal, all input and no output, the consequences for the Elder Council, now a vast enterprise, would be unthinkable. But the executive committee's insistence on this point made him deeply uneasy. He knew that ordinary elders were heavily influenced by the executive committee's political weight and governing philosophy. His opposition would probably have little effect. Guangdong was not the main concern, after all. It was only one province, but looking at the nation as a whole, at the entire world. The executive committee's ever-expanding power and voice would eventually drown out all others, posing an enormous threat to the Elder Council and the transmigration enterprise. If they could not further reduce the executive committee's power and influence, once they entered Guangdong, large numbers of grassroots elders would have vast opportunities for advancement, and their acceptance of the executive committee's line would only deepen. The Nerds Party's vision of establishing a decentralized, balanced, fluid, and transparent system within the collective would gradually lose its market. In essence, people resented all elites and always hoped to strip and limit their power. But once they themselves became elites, oversight, transparency, and checks and balances suddenly became far less interesting. We must stop them. Qian Shuiting worried for the future of the Elder Council. Time was too short. Discrediting the Political Security Bureau and the Executive Committee's monstrous creation, the Arbitration Tribunal, was only the first step. Only by destroying the Executive Committee's prestige in the elders' hearts could they rebuild trust in the Elder Council itself. Gradually bring the major powers under the Elder Council's purview, and ultimately abolished the executive committee to establish a modern cabinet system with separation of powers. That was the proper path for the Elder Council. Chapter 1607. A temporary setback. Director Zhao, the Elder Council has authorized the formation of a special committee to conduct a comprehensive review of all powerful agencies, with particular emphasis on your Political Security Bureau. What are your thoughts on this? Pan Pen asked, notepad in hand, looking at the portly Zhao Mengsheng behind his desk. I'm the Executive Vice Director, Zhao Mengsheng corrected gently with a nod. We naturally welcome this with open arms and will cooperate fully. So you're saying your department will be completely open to the investigation committee with nothing held back. The Political Security Bureau has nothing to hide from the elders at large. Are you certain of that? Yes, quite certain. He appeared entirely at ease. In that case, how will you ensure this investigation is thoroughly open and transparent? To ensure complete openness and transparency, the Political Security Bureau's archives room and all offices will be open to members of the investigation committee. They will be able to review any materials and interview any staff member, so long as proper procedures are followed. Zhao Mengsheng leaned back in his chair, fingers interlaced over his ample belly. We will fully cooperate with the investigation, without reservation. Pan Pen found this hard to believe. His composure was almost too perfect. Could the fat man have some card up his sleeve? Cheng Yangtsen had told her many times about the Political Security Bureau's blackmail files, and she had been eager to break this major scandal, worthy of Watergate, but had never found an opening. The formation of a committee specifically targeting the Political Security Bureau had immediately excited her. Though she hadn't been selected by lot as an investigator, as an important figure in the propaganda sector, she had been granted full interview access. The blackmail files must have already been hidden or destroyed. That's why the fat man is so calm. Pan Pen felt a twinge of disappointment. She decided to go on the offensive. According to certain sources, the Political Security General Administration has been illegally collecting personal blackmail files on elders. Do you have any comment? That is naturally absurd. The Political Security Bureau has always been committed to serving the Elder Council and the people, serving the entire enterprise of the Elder Council. Any slander of our work is base and shameless. We reserve the right to pursue legal action against such rumors. A standard official response, flawless. Pan Pen closed her notebook. Thank you for the interview. Not at all, not at all. Zhao Mengsheng rose to see her out. Take care. Watching her close the office door, Zhao Mengsheng picked up the phone. Please have all division heads come to my office. All right, comrades, the investigation committee will be arriving soon. Zhao Mengsheng addressed the division heads seated before his desk. I won't say more than necessary. Above all, do not show any resistance. Smile, yes, smile. This job is impossible, Zhou Batao muttered. Our Political Security Bureau has no real power. Any operation of any size requires involving the police, and we don't even have our own operational force. But when something goes wrong, we're the ones taking the blame. Our Political Security Bureau works ourselves half to death, and our achievements go unseen while our failures are on full display. No wonder old Joe preferred being a printer cum cop to working here. Wu Mu also vented. They say we have power. Bullshit. What do we have here besides idealism? Some people complain day and night that we have too much power. There are directors everywhere in Barren City. What does ours amount to? He had borne the brunt of this investigation and been targeted by a barrage of attacks. Everyone knew he was finished, and those with ambitions were lining up to kick him while he was down. The title Second Coming of Dugu Qiyuhun was already being pinned on him. Zhao Mengsheng maintained his gentle smile and listened to his subordinates' complaints for 5 minutes. Comrades, complaining solves nothing. You've known all along, this is work that requires ideals. Only ideals can keep you going. What is this little setback compared to our ideals? Comrades, we are growing stronger day by day, maturing day by day. It's normal that some people feel threatened. Try to understand. Wu Mu asked, And regarding the investigation into our work, whatever they want to know, tell them. Whatever they want to see, show them. We have nothing to hide, Zhao Mengxing said. However, all file reviews, copying of materials, and conversations must leave a paper trail. Conversations in particular must have audio recordings or transcripts signed by all parties. Non-committee members and those outside the relevant scope may not conduct cross-boundary investigations. Understood. Get back to work, all of you. Continue your ongoing assignments, Zhao Mengxing said. Wu Mu, stay a moment. Zio Wu, I've read your self-criticism. Zhao Mengxing took a document from his desk. I've made some revisions for you, but my suggestion is that you hold off on submitting it. Is that all right? Wu Mu took it with some hesitation. If things develop to that point, you can use this to deliver an oral self-criticism at the meeting. Don't submit a written version, Zhao Mengxing said. Written self-criticisms go into your file. Yes, I understand, thank you. Don't mention it. Zhao Mengxing shifted his bulky frame in the rattan chair. An oral self-criticism, don't take it too seriously. I've already mentally prepared myself. Don't burden yourself. You're not Dugu Qiyuhan, and even if you were, the organization wouldn't abandon you, Zhao Mengxing said. We've encountered a temporary setback, but setbacks lead to progress. Wherever you end up working, remember that. 7648, get up. A jailer's shout accompanied the sound of an iron door opening as Liu Fengqing walked down the corridor of the single-cell block. The cell door was already open. The interior was clean, nothing like the filth and stench of Ming Dynasty prisons. A relatively young man staggered up from the wooden plank bed and looked weakly at Liu Fengqing, murmuring, "Come to congratulate me, have you?" "Lin Ming, your case has been cleared," Liu Fengqing said. "You're lucky, you weren't involved." Lin Ming had been worn down by the relentless interrogation. Fortunately, the Shorn Bandits' prison was different from the Ming's, not only clean but free of the warden's abuse. After the interrogation ended, he had finally been allowed to rest for a few days. He was just beginning to recover. Though his spirit was still low, the words "you're lucky" registered. He started, raised his head, and asked hesitantly, "You mean?" "That's right, you're fine, you won't die." Liu Fengqing smiled slightly. "Come with me." Lin Ming looked at the sunlight outside the window and could barely keep his eyes open. How many days had it been since he'd seen the sun? Since his arrest, he had completely lost track of time. Day and night he saw only the never-dimmed gaslight. The Shorn Bandits' interrogation had been an eye-opener for him, though eye-opener might be a bitter term to use about himself. But Lin Ming had learned for the first time that there were interrogations that didn't involve whips or instruments of torture. Although from the occasional screams he had overheard, he knew the Shorn Bandits probably had even more terrible instruments than the Ming. He had shamefully broken down completely during the second round of interrogation. He vaguely remembered collapsing on the floor, tears and snot streaming down his face, begging the interrogator to let him close his eyes just for a moment. What had he confessed? His muddled brain couldn't recall. He had probably told them everything: how many wives and concubines he had, what positions they used in bed. Just for the chance to nap, he would have answered anything the Shorn Bandits asked. But what did the Shorn Bandits want with him now? He understood that their law was extremely harsh. If he had been part of that mysterious colleagues group, he would either have been hanged by now or slowly worked to death in the dreaded labor camp. Since he wasn't connected to the case, he could probably escape that terrible fate. Still, as an embroidered guard member who had changed his name and infiltrated Lingao, he couldn't expect to get off easily. And what about his sister-in-law? While he was lost in thought, the door opened and a young man walked in. Lin Ming reflexively jumped to his feet. "Sit down." The visitor was young and unremarkable-looking. "I'm Li Yan, director of the Great Ming Division of the External Intelligence Bureau." Lin Ming nodded mechanically. He had no idea what that string of titles meant. As a member of the Great Ming Embroidered Guard, you disguised yourself and infiltrated Lingao. You should know what that's called. "Yes," Lin Ming said meekly. "Chief, I came to Lingao with no ill intent toward the Elder Council whatsoever, purely to find Li Yangsun." If you had been sent on a mission, do you think you'd still be sitting here chatting with me in one piece? The director of the Great Ming Division gave a cold laugh. Inspector Lin, it seems you still feel quite aggrieved about your current predicament. No, I'm not aggrieved, Lin Ming said hastily, bowing his head. I brought this on myself. Li Yan took out a pack of cigarettes. Want one? Lin Ming was not in the habit of smoking tobacco, but for the sake of currying favor, he reached out with trembling hands to accept. Li Yan struck a match to light it. Lin Ming was startled and quickly brought the cigarette to meet the flame. The smoke was harsh and bitter. Lin Ming coughed uncontrollably. Li Yan smiled. How is it? Not quite used to it. No, in the Ming Dynasty I rarely smoked. The court has banned it. This isn't the court's territory. You can smoke as much as you like here, Li Yan said, studying the haggard, gray-faced man before him, who looked like he might blow over in a stiff breeze. This is the man with 5 wives, who was also pursuing his sister-in-law. If Liu San's intelligence hadn't confirmed it, Li Yan would have thought Lin Ming was bluffing. Chapter 16:08 Recruitment. Given your identity, disguising yourself and infiltrating Lingao is in itself a criminal act, Li Yan said. Our elder council rules by law. The principle is that violations must be prosecuted. Your behavior will certainly be punished under the law. Yes, I fully accept any punishment the elder council sees fit to impose. I will reform myself thoroughly and become a new man, Lin Ming said with a bow. Sit down. You don't need to be so nervous. Li Yan observed his hollow eyes. Either this man was an Oscar-worthy actor, or the National Police's interrogation techniques were absolutely terrifying. Of course, the policy of our elder council has always been one of rehabilitation over punishment. Our investigation has confirmed that your motive for infiltrating Lingao was simple. During your time living and working in Lingao, you obeyed the law except for scribbling on walls in violation of the public security regulations. You didn't do anything illegal. The circumstances are minor. Yes, the elder council is wise and sees all, Lin Ming bowed and scraped. All right, I won't mince words. Li Yan flicked his cigarette ash. Although your offense is minor, as a member of the Great Ming Embroidered Guard, illegally infiltrating our territory means, under elder council law, you'd be looking at least 3 to 5 years of labor reform in the mines. He glanced at Lin Ming, catching a flash of despair in his eyes. Then he shifted tack. However, considering that you have heavy family burdens and we are in urgent need of people, I've suggested to the elder council that they give you a lenient sentence. Lin Ming froze for a moment. He was a clever man and immediately understood that the other party was recruiting him. What should he do? Join the Shorn Bandits. That was rebellion. If it were ever discovered, his entire family was still in Fengqing. They'd all be executed. On the other hand, the Shorn Bandits' situation here was flourishing. Anyone could see it. Lin Ming reckoned that since the Shorn Bandits had openly revolted in Hainan, with their strength, it was only a matter of time before they contested for the Central Plains. If he got on the pirate ship now, no, if he followed the dragon with his abilities, getting titles for his wife and legacy for his children wouldn't be a problem. But this was still rebellion. Lin Ming's newly warming thoughts went cold again. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Lin Ming knew that if he refused the suggestion, he'd be dragged off to the legendary mining camp the next day. All that talk of 3 to 5 years of reform, he'd heard long ago that no one who went there ever came back. Take some time to think it over. Li Yan saw his expression shifting and knew he was struggling internally. He smiled. There are still a few days left. Thank you, Chief. I hear you have 5 wives. Li Yan suddenly changed the subject. Lin Ming started, unsure why he was bringing this up. But there was no need to hide it, he nodded. Thank you for your concern, Chief. Indeed, I have my wife and 4 concubines at home. Quite a burden, Li Yan said casually. A man of your status and position, your women generally don't work, so you support them all alone. It can't be easy. Lin Ming's eyelid twitched. Exactly. If anything happened to him, even if the Shorn Bandits didn't kill him and just locked him up for 3 to 5 years, his family in Fengqing would be ruined. His wives and concubines were used to the good life. Once their savings ran out, how would they survive? And with no man of the house to protect them, 5 beautiful women would be like a piece of tender meat. He had plenty of friends in Foshan, but they were fair-weather friends at best, completely unreliable. When the time came, they'd be the first to take advantage of the situation. At this thought, his heart was rent with pain and his mind reeled. Li Yan had achieved his purpose and immediately retreated. Think it over carefully. He stood and left. So, did he surrender? Zhang Shan asked. He didn't even think about it for a day. That afternoon he sent word asking to see me. When I got there, he immediately knelt and cried, "Long live the great Song Emperor, 10,000 years to Chairman Wen." Li Yan laughed. That report really was useful. He who knows the times is a true hero, Zhang Shan nodded. The interrogation report had mentioned that this Inspector Lin was a romantic soul. He had many wives and concubines, and more importantly, he genuinely cared for all those women. He wasn't the type to engage in casual debauchery. Targeting that angle had proven effective. But he made a request. He wants to move all his wives and concubines to Lingao. Only then will he be able to work for us with peace of mind. Of course, Zhang Shan said. But there's no rush right now. Li Yan knew what no rush meant. For the past year, the External Intelligence Bureau had been intensifying its infiltration of Guangzhou, especially the Pearl River Delta region. What the Elder Council planned to do next was no secret to him. I think the priority is to get him back to Foshan as soon as possible. He's been away too long. It might be bad for future work. The embroidered guard inspectorate in Foshan is a sinecure. He's already requested leave, so coming back a month or 2 later or earlier won't matter much. The priority is to have him write a letter to reassure his family, and we'll monitor them through the Runchatang channel, Zhang Shan said. Since he's defecting to us, he has to go through the proper training. Thank you for your confidence, Chief. Lin Ming was in much better spirits now, like a different person from the morning. Though he was briefly thrown off by hearing about training, Li Yan explained, and he immediately snapped to attention, imitating the fake shorn pose. As for your request, leadership has approved it. Of course, we'll need to wait for the right opportunity, Li Yan said. And once your family moves here, you needn't worry about their livelihood or housing. Thank you, Chief. Though Lin Ming felt uncertain inside, he put on an expression of complete trust. He hesitated a moment. Chief, there's something I'd like to ask. I'm not sure if I should. You're one of us now. As long as it doesn't violate regulations, ask away. I just want to know, what will happen to Li Yangsun? Ha, Li Yan laughed and patted his shoulder. Still can't forget her, can you? Lin Ming flushed. You jest, Chief. Li Yangsun is my wife's sister. I have to give her family some answer. That's why I came to Lingao in the first place. You can relax on that count. Although Li Yangsun secretly contacted you and failed to report it in time, a disciplinary violation, she's undergoing organizational review. There will be a penalty, but she won't face legal prosecution. She just can't return to Guangdong yet. Thank you, Chief. As long as she's safe and sound. Lin Ming nearly shed tears. At that moment, his feelings toward his sister-in-law were a complicated mix of love and resentment. Li Yan watched his expression and thought, he really is a sentimental man. Such people were rare among men of his social standing in this era. Despite himself, he began to feel a faint liking for Lin Ming. When Daisy looked at Ma Qianju in his office, the man had gone from showing signs of balding to bald. This gave the still black-haired chairman Wen a small satisfaction. From the look in Ma Qianju's eyes, though, there was a similar sentiment. Chairman Wen knew his own appearance probably wasn't as good as he imagined. Old Ma, you've been busy lately, Ma Qianju nodded. Our work has always been busy. When Daisy nodded, then I won't waste your time. A few years ago, you proposed establishing a youth organization, something like the Communist Youth League of the past. Yes. But the executive committee discussed it and concluded that our naturalized youth weren't yet of sufficient quality. The timing wasn't right. I think now is about right, Wen Daisy said. Right now, our youth work is mainly at Fragrant Grass Academy. Admittedly, Fragrant Grass trains our cadres, our future successors, so it's natural that youth work focuses there. But our industrial workforce is also quite large now. I've reviewed the latest report from Human Resources, and the proportion of young people is very high. That's true, not just in industry but in agricultural farm work, the commercial sector, and the military. Young people make up a large proportion everywhere, Ma Qianju said. But according to reports from the National Police, the Political Security Bureau, and Human Resources, these young industrial workers have serious ideological problems, Wen Dacey said with a frown. The prevailing philosophy is just about getting fed, at best, getting meat on the table. No ideals, no ambitions. They only think about themselves and their families. They lack the drive to work for the world at large, and they're not eager to learn new knowledge. The older generation of naturalized citizens already have their worldview set. No matter how much effort we put in, we probably can't reform them. But young people still have great potential. I've raised this issue before. Our ideological transformation of naturalized citizens is insufficient. We haven't put politics first. It's all the old-fashioned approach of bestowing favors. That won't last, and the results are poor. You're quite right. Compared to a few thousand students, these hundreds of thousands of young workers are the foundation of our enterprise. Their ideology matters greatly to us. So I think it's time to have a political organization that can unite young people and channel their energy for learning and struggle. After all, young people have more drive and are better at learning. We should make good use of that. I completely agree, Ma Qianju said. It's not too late to begin this work now. I've already discussed this with the other comrades on the executive committee. Everyone is on board. It should pass at the next meeting. I thought you might be familiar with this kind of work, so I'd like you to recommend someone to the executive committee to lead the preparations for the Youth League, someone under 35, of course. Let's set that as the cutoff, and they should project a healthy, sunny image. A youth league shouldn't be led by middle-aged folks. When Dacey looked at his fingers. As for the name, let's call it the Elder Council Youth League to emphasize the Elder Council. Of course, this all needs to be discussed before it's finalized. Chapter 1609, Undercurrents in the Library, Those Bastards. Seeing the newly posted Elder Resolution on the BBS, the proposal to establish an Elder Council Security Committee and Budget Committee, Lu Xuan couldn't help cursing. His voice wasn't loud, but Cheng Yangtsen in the office across the hall heard him and immediately rewarded him with a withering glare. No class. The three words flew across like throwing knives, thunk, 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 striking Lu Xuan in the chest. When Elder Lu had first moved to Gaoshan Ridge, he'd had designs on the literary young woman in the office opposite his. He had made several flirtatious overtures. Within a few months he had given up. By now her barbs meant nothing to him. Pretentious bitch, he cursed silently. He noticed a flush on Cheng Yangtsen's face, something rare of late. That was odd. During the maid case a while back, she had been running around stirring things up, constantly slipping out of work and neglecting the Grand Library's daily affairs until Director Yu had blown a gasket. Though no one said anything directly, they were all elders after all. No one had given her a pleasant look either. Then, for some unknown reason, she had suddenly started showing up for work regularly, though her mood had been noticeably subdued. It wasn't until the recent terrorist attack that her face had regained its vibrancy. At the moment, she was drinking her self-brewed coffee, filling the entire corridor with its sour aroma. The coffee was a special supply from the executive office, supposedly imported specifically from the Middle East. Some elders were wild about it, others, like Lu Xuan, found it utterly repulsive. Watching Cheng Yangtsen drink her coffee with such obvious high spirits, Lu Xuan grew curious. What was she reading? He got up, ambled across to her office, stretched luxuriously, and walked up behind her. He sniffed ostentatiously at the air around her and said with an ingratiating smile, "Sis, did you switch perfumes again? Could you give me a bottle? There's a girl in this session's administrative training class who has maybe 60% of your looks. If she wore your perfume, she'd be just like you." Mr. Liu, please watch your language. We're not that familiar. This is sexual harassment, Cheng Yangsen said coldly. Also, I have no interest in straight men with toxic masculinity. She was long accustomed to Luke Xuan's behavior and showed no warmth. Her attention returned to the screen. Luke Xuan didn't mind. He had already seen what was on the screen, the same content he'd been reading. So Miss Cheng is reading about the proposal to audit the Political Security Bureau and establish security and budget committees. All this energy directed inward instead of outward. While the girls on the mainland are crying out for rescue, these people have nothing better to do than fight among themselves. No wonder Cheng Yangsen's stir-up trouble mode is back. Luke Xuan grumbled to himself. You really think that's me? I'm bent, truly bent. Ask Yun Hong if you don't believe me. Luke Xuan said aloud, grinning as he sauntered back to his office. Cheng Yangsen buried her head without a word. Luke Xuan watched her, looking like she'd just gotten a shot of adrenaline, and a cold smile flickered across his face. He glanced at the wooden quartz clock on the wall, one of the perks of working at the Grand Library. It was nearly 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock was when he had his regular meeting with the director. Ever since he had become the Grand Library's office manager, he had gradually and subtly established this custom. Luke Xuan went upstairs to Yu Shui's office door, composed himself, and knocked on the half-open door. At the sound of "come in," he pushed it open. Yu Shui didn't look up and kept writing. He said "sit" without stopping. Luke Xuan didn't sit down immediately. He surveyed the office and, seeing that Director Yu's teacup was empty, took the thermos from the tea cabinet and refilled it. "Director, it's almost 11. I noticed you haven't gotten up since you came in this morning. You really should move around. Prolonged sitting is bad for your health, and our medical care here is pretty substandard," Luke Xuan said as he poured the water. Only then did Yu Shui look up. In truth, Yu Shui knew it was Luke Xuan without looking. In the elder internal hierarchy, the sense of rank between superior and subordinate was fairly blurred, especially at a policy research institution like the Grand Library, where elders treated each other quite casually. Luke Xuan was the only elder who consistently addressed Yu Shui with formal "you" and maintained a respectful demeanor, an elder who had been working under him for a full 4 years. In those years, the Elder Council had flourished unstoppably in Hainan, and the Grand Library's elders had come and gone in wave after wave. One by one, they had moved on to administrative posts. Several had even become county chiefs, earning the library the nickname Elder Council County Chief Training Class. Those who hadn't moved up had at least gone to the ever-expanding administrative apparatus to become something like a department head or director. By now, Luke Xuan was the only male elder under 40 still loafing around the Grand Library. According to Luke Xuan's personnel file, before the transmigration, he had been a civil servant in a municipal agency, an in-service graduate student in law, with one of those party school credentials that came without a proper degree certificate. He was thus doubly looked down upon by proper undergraduates and law program graduates alike, which meant Luke Xuan had never been admitted to the law council. Under skills, he had written only computer operation. In an elder council where PhDs lined up and masters formed companies, Luke Xuan was now classified as an administrative reserve elder, a tactful term coined after the first elder assembly for basic labor force elders. When the administrative apparatus was first being built, he had volunteered to join the Grand Library. Because his skill set was minimal and he was personally lazy, he had spent the past several years doing odd jobs at the library. In the early years of the first 5-year plan, when everything was still being established, elders often held multiple positions simultaneously, and the planning committee naturally wasn't going to let Luke Xuan sit idle. He had been roped into just about everything: support for agriculture, education, the military, border regions, construction. Wherever an elder was needed to fill a gap and no one else wanted to, Luke Xuan was there. By now he held a string of titles: Fragrant Grass Academy Liberal Arts, Teacher, Apprentice Corps Cultural Instructor, General Staff Political Department Cultural Instructor, Gaoshan Ridge District Militia Commander-in-Chief, Data Center Technical Division Deputy Director, Arbitration Tribunal Legal Outreach Office Publicist, Social Work Department Inspector, Heaven and Earth Society Business Advisor, and more. These were all formally listed positions. Temporary assignments from the executive committee were too numerous for even Lu Xuan to remember. But his main job was Grand Library Office Manager, his only primary position. Of course, mainly he just didn't want to leave the Grand Library. Otherwise, given his resume, a county chief post on Hainan or a department directorship somewhere would have been well within reach. The organization department had even called him in for talks several times, but he couldn't be bothered. He'd had enough of civil service work in the other time and space. As for being a local magistrate, those counties had just a few thousand or maybe tens of thousands of people, living in shabby little houses, having to crank a generator just to get electricity. Let whoever wanted it have it, not him. Work at the Grand Library was pleasant enough. The occasional odd job was a nice change of pace, and no one bothered him with performance metrics, ledgers, or evaluations. In Yu Shui's original impression, Lu Xuan was a typical useless office time server. Later, he discovered that Lu Xuan was not only patient but also persistent. Whether climbing mountains or digging trenches, he never said no. He just kept his head down and worked without talking about or competing over assignments, making him an exemplary member of the apolitical masses. Over time, Lu Xuan earned a decent reputation wherever he had been sent. Yu Shui, on the other hand, was a history graduate student with zero pre-transmigration work experience. Having joined early and had seniority, he had always served as chief historical advisor to the executive committee, which gave him a faint sense of superiority. In his view, 99% of the people working at the Grand Library, old ones and women alike, were useless. He disdained to invest much energy in them. The main task, compiling the monthly historical reference materials, he just handled mostly himself. But the Grand Library had many responsibilities. The enormous data center, the seemingly endless electronic and physical books stored in the caves. Just keeping these departments running smoothly and managing the several hundred employees' daily needs was trouble enough. So the mundane administrative work naturally fell to Lu Xuan. Fortunately, Lu Xuan was very capable. He never cut corners on official requests and reports, fully satisfying Yu Shui's need to feel in charge, while handling everything else smoothly. He also managed to keep the library's staff, old and young alike, happy. Over the years, Yu Shui not only revised his opinion of Lu Xuan but came to rely on him more and more. Yu Shui snapped back to attention and noticed Lu Xuan was still standing. He quickly invited him to sit. Lu Xuan sat down, took out a notebook and some documents and said, "Director, there are 2 matters I need to consult you on." "Go ahead." Yu Shui had grown accustomed to Lu Xuan's deference. Without standing on ceremony, he leaned back and assumed a leadership pose. First, Huang Pan from the Book Warehouse Service Team broke his leg during the counter-terrorism drill a few days ago. He went to the hospital, it'll heal, but he won't be able to do heavy lifting anymore. Human Resources suggests transferring him out of the Grand Library and finding a suitable position for him. The transfer order is already out. According to regulations, he's entitled to a work injury compensation payment. Here's the claim form, with the relevant policy document attached. It's the latest version. Please approve it. Yu Shui saw the amount was small, and the attached policy documents, though several pages, had the applicable clauses neatly underlined by Lu Xuan. One glance and it was clear. He appreciated such attention to detail. In fact, for expenditures of this size, Lu Xuan, as the elder in charge of administrative affairs, could have approved it himself without asking. But Yu Shui knew that Lu Xuan always brought every public expenditure he handled for prior approval. Chapter 1610, Network Public Opinion Analysis, the one who's always running around with you. Yu Shui had no real impression of this fellow named Huang Pan. He asked while signing his approval. No, that one is Liu Ziming. When Lu Xuan said that, Yu Shui vaguely remembered. The silent fellow who followed Lu Xuan around all day was said to be a relative of Lu Xuan's mistress. He had a perpetually miserable look on his face. Because he couldn't pass even the lowest-tier certification exams, he had eventually gotten into the Grand Library's service team through Lu Xuan's connections the year before last. All naturalized citizens selected to work at the Grand Library had to pass a political review. The key was political reliability. Low education wasn't a problem, and sometimes illiteracy was even preferred. One just needed to know Arabic numerals. Huang Pan is the tall, sturdy one. That is a pity, a tall, strong man, and now he can't do heavy work. Yu Shui uncapped his pen and signed the document with a flourish. What else? According to regulations, Huang Pan is a staff member in a sensitive position. Both his hiring and departure require a filing with the Political Security Bureau. Here's the filing. Just this document. Yu Shui cut him off. He didn't really care about these people. It was just leadership habit to ask about everything. He flipped through it, looking somewhat indifferent. Handle things like this by the book. You don't need to bring everything to me for a signature. What else? Director, let me finish. This document needs to be stamped with the Grand Library's official seal, and you, as the head, must approve all external use of the seal. At Lu Xuan's explanation, Yu Shui's furrowed brow relaxed. He signed the document Lu Xuan had handed over with a grand flourish. Second matter. Captain Zhang of the Special Reconnaissance Unit called yesterday afternoon looking for you. You were in a meeting. He says he wants to borrow me to go to Mao Fort to give the newly selected Special Reconnaissance Squad some political history classes for a few days. What do you think? Yu Shui's face turned sour. He couldn't help grumbling. Who do they think the Grand Library is? A temp agency. This one wants someone, that one borrows someone. Do they even realize how few real elders are left working here besides you and me? Are we supposed to just not do our work? Security is so bad right now. Terrorists were firing shots in Eastgate Market. Everything here is treasure, irreplaceable treasure. Wealth for our descendants. Any loss at the Grand Library is a crime against future generations, against all of humanity. The more Yu Shui spoke, the more agitated he became. He stood up and paced the room. Lu Xuan watched silently. He knew the Elder Council's growing strength had given it a decisive advantage over surrounding powers, breeding institutional complacency. Appreciation for the historical knowledge stored in the Grand Library was gradually declining. While the library's status as humanity's knowledge repository remained paramount, the Ming History Research Section would inevitably become marginalized, eventually reduced to a pure advisory role. It was natural for Yu Shui to feel overlooked. Yu Shui suddenly grabbed Huang Pan's injury compensation form from the desk and waved it angrily in the air. Adding special reconnaissance members. Our library, such a vital institution, hasn't gotten any additional security. I've told the executive committee so many times that there should be a special reconnaissance detachment specifically responsible for guarding Gaoshan Ridge. Right now, it's a bunch of Koreans and Japanese protecting us. What the hell? They've got their priorities completely backwards. This is the foundation of the Elder Council. Knowledge is the foundation of the Elder Council. Don't get upset, Director. I heard the Special Reconnaissance is planning to transfer a group of people to something called the Secret Service, directly responsible for protecting elders and key institutions. A vital place like our Grand Library will definitely be on the Secret Service's protection list. Lu Xuan said soothingly. Secret Service. Yu Shui's feet seemed rooted to the floor. He turned, looking at Lu Xuan in astonishment. You didn't know? It's been going around lately, online and in private conversations. They say Speaker Qian has already nominated that tall foreign woman, Selena, to head the Secret Service. And that an Elder Council Security Committee will be established, and the Secret Service will report to it. Lu Xuan was painting a vivid picture. Yu Shui's expression grew complicated. What? You really didn't know? You're the executive committee's chief historical advisor. How could they introduce such a major policy without consulting you? You don't believe it. The political reform proposals have been up on the BBS for days now. There are detailed posts about establishing the Security Committee and Budget Committee. Yushui opened a browser and casually scrolled through the posts. His expression sharpened briefly, then returned to calm inscrutability. These are just proposals. Any elder can submit a civil-military proposal. The BBS gets 7 or 8 of these every week. Luke Xuan nodded in agreement. That's right, that's right. Still, from the looks of it, old Qian and his crew have quite an appetite. Yushui commented as if the matter were of no concern to him. Oversight or no oversight isn't really the issue. I'm just worried that with all this going on, everyone will want to be chairman or vice chairman, or at least some kind of committee member, and our grand library will be even more deserted. What about the special reconnaissance request? It's fine. Go ahead, the grand library is what it is, one more or one less of you won't matter. Yushui suddenly seemed a bit melancholic. Working anywhere is serving the elder council after all. Indeed, indeed. Luke Xuan returned to his office. Passing Cheng Yangtzen's office, he glanced at her, tense expression, fingers flying across the keyboard. He gave a cold snort. He turned on his own computer and connected to the BBS, thinking to himself, this place really does feel like a silent city. You could only connect to one website, the Elder Council portal. All www-based applications were on this portal. In the old time and space, Luke Xuan had paid little attention to online public opinion. Domestic BBSs and interactive network media were mostly anonymous, leading to rampant sock puppet accounts and professional shills. Anonymity also made netizens prone to emotional venting rather than rational, objective discussion. Whoever shouted loudest seemed to win. Public opinion was easily manipulated. The Elder Council's BBS was real name only. This eliminated the possibility of sock puppets and water army flooding. In an acquaintance-based society, everyone needed to maintain some propriety. For some people, they had to maintain their personas. They couldn't randomly play dual personalities, much less bear their true selves shamelessly. So this BBS did reflect a portion of public sentiment. He said a portion because too many elders had no time to hang around on the BBS. Those who paid attention and frequently participated were mostly administrative elders. Those working in the practical sectors generally weren't keen on joining discussions unless it concerned them directly. Since the terrorist incident in Eastgate Market, the BBS had been bustling. Post topics had evolved from incident review, uncovering the mastermind, and how to retaliate step by step. The hot threads of a few days ago had centered on accountability. More recently, discussion had shifted toward reflecting on systemic issues. And now it had turned to systemic reform and elder rights. Luke Xuan had his own methods for analyzing BBS sentiment. Thanks to real name registration, he analyzed each hot thread daily by poster. Based on content, he categorized posting and replying elders by position, stance, and general political inclination. He then weighted their post counts accordingly, allowing him to roughly gauge the mood of the Elder Council and the direction of public opinion. Long ago, Luke Xuan had noticed that the BBS had an active opinion-shaping effort, not just from the executive committee itself, but from the various professional sectors under it and various political factions, all of whom were deliberately or inadvertently attempting to manipulate discourse. He began searching for threads with new content. Just then, a new post caught his eye: Elder Civil Military Proposal, Establish Our Youth Organization. He clicked and saw it had been posted by Wei Awen of the General Staff Political Department. From the content, this was no different from other posts. Ever since the core members of the Nerds Party had issued their systemic reform proposal calling for the establishment of a security committee and budget committee, all kinds of reform proposals from fellow elders had popped up everywhere. Establishing a youth league or even a party had been proposed before. Now, riding this wave, it was perfectly natural to bring it up again. Luke Xuan examined the replies. The thread had over 200 agree votes. There were only about 30 replies, mostly supportive or offering suggestions, from elders with similar leanings to Wei Awen. A few replies suggested postponement or clarifying the political structure first. One reply expressed concern. Without proper institutional checks, might the Youth League become a tool for certain elders with ulterior motives? Though this reply hadn't directly quoted any other post, it had received over 100 agree votes. Luke Xuan took out a notepad and began tallying the relevant elders as usual. Halfway through, something occurred to him. He tossed the pad aside and picked up the phone. Archive room. This is Luke Xuan. Bring me all last week's issues of the Lingao Times immediately. The Lingao Times was a 4-page broadsheet with limited content. Luke Xuan quickly found the article he remembered. Fledgling eaglets spread their wings, the Xiaoqing women's crew in battle against terrorists. Chapter 1611. Fengqing. The article was not long, about 6,000 or 7,000 characters. It described the incident in which terrorists had attacked the Xiaoqing and been repelled. Though the piece was full of flattery, this was the propaganda sector's habit. Any elder-related stories had to be embellished to highlight the greatness of the elders. Other than that, the article was honest enough. There was nothing fabricated, at least nothing that differed from the article in weekly reference. Luke Xuan pondered for a moment, then called the archive room again and asked them to bring all recently published periodicals. The Elder Council didn't publish many periodicals. He noticed that all of them, except for the scientific journals aimed at elders and naturalized technicians, had covered the Xiaoqing incident, and at considerable length. Some had even published background materials. The popular science magazine Ju, for example, had run 3 articles: building the small sailing craft Xiaoqing, the revolver and handgun speed shooting. Tianshui Life Weekly, Lingao Edition, a leisure magazine aimed mainly at elders and upper-level naturalized citizens, had published an article by Qian Shuiding, Hunting with Duojiu in the Appalachian Mountains of Australia. Qian, a literary magazine for naturalized citizens and natives, had run How a Young Girl Became a Terrorist-Fighting Hero. Luke Xuan returned to the BBS and used Xiaoqing, Qian Duojiu, and Young Elder as keywords to search all posts since the terrorist incident. The results were surprising. Over the past 2 weeks, there had been more than 20 posts containing these 3 keywords. He read through them one by one, removing 3 posts from the Young Elder search that were clearly unrelated to the Xiaoqing incident or Qian Duojiu. Then he began detailed analysis of the remaining posts. Among them were posts expressing dissatisfaction about the Xiaoqing attack, leading into discussion of the political security bureaus, dereliction, and loopholes in the elder security system. Some questioned details of the Xiaoqing incident. One elder had written an entire article arguing that Qian Duojiu could not possibly have achieved such results using .357 Magnum rounds. Qian Shuiding himself had responded, explaining that .38 caliber ammunition had been used. Others used the incident as a springboard to discuss differences between Chinese and American education. And of course there were those who called for comprehensive, quality education for underage elders, reducing book learning. The Xiaoqing incident had spawned all kinds of topics. But Luke Xuan noticed that regardless of the post's theme, the attitude toward Qian Duojiu was uniformly positive and admiring. Among the women's crew members caught up in the Xiaoqing crisis, her name was mentioned most often. By comparison, Lin Ziqi and Zhang Yumi were mentioned less frequently, and usually only as part of the overall group. As for Dr. Zhang's adopted daughter and Lin Hanlong's female slave, their names appeared even less. Only a handful of posts mentioned them. Interesting, very interesting. Luke Xuan stroked his chin. Statistically, these posts showed no particular bias. Neither the original posters nor the commenters displayed obvious faction markers. But objectively, Qian Duoyu's visibility within the Elder Council had risen sharply, and her image was extremely positive. Practically the embodiment of wisdom, courage, and composure. Lu Xuan muttered to himself, looking at the statistics on his notepad. Well, let's wait and see how things develop. Lu Xuan went to Mao Fort the next day, completed 5 days of training, and returned to find the BBS situation had changed again. After only a few days offline, the debate over institutional reform had reached a fever pitch. Participation was ever expanding, the essays ever longer, the tone increasingly strident. Thanks to real name registration, personal attacks had not yet surfaced, but compared to the various committee meetings constrained by Robert's rules of order and pseudonyms, the BBS debates were much more colorful, showcasing the subtleties of the Chinese language in all their glory. He noticed that, according to his latest analysis, the frequency and intensity of attacks on the Political Security Bureau, the police, and other powerful agencies had declined significantly. Popular support for the previously widely criticized executive committee system was beginning to recover. Posts had begun to question what purpose new committees would serve under current conditions. Others analyzed, from a technical standpoint, the difficulties of implementing such oversight. It seems both sides are now evenly matched. Lu Xuan reviewed his latest figures. Although the general wind still blew toward criticism of the executive committee and the powerful agencies, calls for sweeping reform had diminished. Only the proposal to establish a secret service had received nearly unanimous support. The keyword elder welfare was appearing with sharply increased frequency. Terms like how to handle female prisoners and Lingao's Ziming House had begun to emerge. Female prisoner disposition, in particular, had spawned several threads with over 1,000 comments each, even hotter than the institutional reform debate. Damn it, everyone's just looking out for their own patch. What a bunch of baboons, Lu Xuan swore. But curiously, although Cheng Yangtsen had been typing away furiously lately, no long essays by her had appeared on the BBS, just some comments and replies, all related to institutional reform. Aside from questioning the current system, she had written a lot about media oversight, nothing surprising since this had always been her soapbox. During the Maid case, she had written plenty of similar articles, even getting published in the Morning Star, and it had amounted to nothing. Lu Xuan's public opinion analysis at the time had shown her ideas had few supporters. Since her efforts hadn't achieved much and she hadn't written any major essays, what exactly was she typing so intently these days? Lu Xuan guessed she was probably preparing an important article, most likely for publication in the 2 journals and 1 newspaper, the heavyweight print media. What kind of article could it be? Lu Xuan was quite curious, but based on current hot topics, it was probably about either institutional reform or the Youth League, followed by female prisoner disposition, elder rights and benefits, and the Xiaoqing incident. The Youth League debate was heating up fastest. As an elder civil-military proposal, the main thread had over 1,000 comments, and related threads had also sprouted up. Lu Xuan made a hot topic trend chart. Overall, institutional reform still led the Youth League by more than 10 percentage points, but it had peaked and was trending downward, while the latter was on the rise. Wei Awen's proposal, not coming earlier, not coming later, but right now. The timing is a bit suspicious, Lu Xuan said, looking at the pile of statistics on his desk. Is this about creating a new hot topic? That's not very clever. If the goal were to create a new hot topic to divert elders' attention, the female prisoner issue would be more suitable. First, the general elder population cared about it. Second, it was directly related to the terrorism case. By comparison, Youth League felt a bit forced. Lu Xuan sensed there was more to this. Chief, the internal publications. The classified documents courier appeared at the office door. Lu Xuan signed the receipt ledger and accepted a thick envelope. Today was Saturday. Inside were the 2 journals of the 2 journals and 1 newspaper, Weekly Digest and the Morning Star. "What about today's Lingao Times?" he asked. For him, the print media articles were more significant than the BBS for gauging the Elder Council's direction. "Chief, it's all together." Luke Xuan nodded, opened the newspaper and saw the front-page news. Anti-terrorism activist commendation assembly held in Lingao. The content was standard officialese. Luke Xuan skimmed quickly past the event's summary, significance, medals and titles, and fixed his gaze on the commendation details. He promptly took out a red-end blue pencil and began circling names. Over 20 individuals were commended in the article. Only 6 received individual write-ups. Aside from 3 naturalized citizen cadres from the powerful agencies and Elder Dongfeng who had reported a potential danger. One was the Nanbao Elementary School student who had escaped and reported the hideout of Zhu Yifan and Sima Qiudao, and the other was Qian Duoju. The other women's crew members who had been with her were also commended, but their deeds were summarized collectively. They had no separate paragraphs, nor did the article include any dialogue with Wen Daisy when they received their medals on stage. Luke Xuan silently tore open the seal of the classified envelope, pulled out the journals, and began flipping through. His eyes landed on the one-week commentary section of Weekly Digest. The title was "Infusing the Fresh Blood of Young Elders." At first glance, there was nothing remarkable. It was about the elder succession issue. Much of it discussed problems in educating underage elders at the current academy, calling the education rote. No exposure to the wider world, no real social or work experience. Pure bookworm education. At the end, the article called for letting young elders go out into the wider world to be tempered and to learn. These arguments were no longer fresh. He had seen similar opinions on the BBS many times, but appearing in Weekly Digest carried a completely different weight. Luke Xuan looked at the byline. Fengqing. Who was that? It was obviously a pen name. According to the Elder Council propaganda sector's usual practice, the more important the article, the more likely it was to use a pseudonym. This article was clearly hinting at something. Fengqing, Fengqing, he muttered repeatedly. Fengqing, a fledgling phoenix cries clearer than the old phoenix's song. In a flash, he understood completely. This was a campaign to prepare public opinion for underage elders to take up official posts. Luke Xuan immediately connected the rising interest in the Youth League with the recent prominent coverage of Qian Duoju. Chapter 16:12. Zhang family manor. No way old Qian's ambitions are that grand. Is he preparing for all under heaven through force of arms? Luke Xuan could hardly believe his own deduction. If he pulls all this off, it won't be Chairman Wen and Master Ma turning into Stalin. It'll be Qian Shuiding becoming emperor, with House Qian as an hereditary dynasty. What's left for the rest of us? He hadn't been lying low in the Grand Library all these years just to end up carrying a sedan chair for the second generation. This is way too obvious, Luke Xuan cursed indignantly. Do they think we elders are all fools? But 5 minutes later he calmed down again. Am I overthinking this? Because those who had proposed or seconded the Youth League had, for the most part, no connection to the Nerds' party core. If anything, they were on opposite sides. They were unlikely to be carrying old Qian's sedan chair. He had originally assumed the Youth League proposal was the executive committee bigwigs laying groundwork for a comeback after the current storm blew over. Now it seemed that wasn't the case. This is getting hard to read. Could this be a chip Wen and Ma are using to buy off Qian Shuiding? Yes, that was possible, but he felt there was more to it than that. Years of experience in officialdom had taught him, the easier something is to figure out, the more you need to think it over. If you still can't figure it out, wait and see. Forget it, it's the weekend. Let me relax a bit first. Luke Xuan stretched luxuriously and let out an earth-shaking yawn. The corridor was quiet. The office across the hall had its door closed. Today was Saturday. Cheng Yangtsen had slipped away early. She was probably either reading with a cup of South Sea coffee at some cafe or working on some article. He tidied up his public opinion analysis notes and locked them in the office safe. Then he sorted the various documents and books on his desk, some to be filed, some to be returned, placing them in their respective trays. Naturalized staff would handle the rest. Soon his desk was spotless. This was a work habit he had cultivated over the years. A cluttered desk piled with documents signaled nothing but inefficiency. When Liu Ziming saw Luke Xuan emerge from the library building, his expression was blank and distant, a look Liu Ziming hadn't seen in a long time. Having served Elder Liu for years, he knew, the colder the master's face, the more likely his own and his sister's backsides would suffer. He stood at attention with 12,000% respect, awaiting orders. Luke Xuan passed by without a word. Liu Ziming deftly took the briefcase handed to him. In truth, aside from a folding umbrella brought from the old time and space, a notebook and a few pens, it contained nothing else. Luke Xuan had excellent operational security and never took documents or books out of the Grand Library. From the library building entrance to the gate, Luke Xuan's pace was brisk. At 182 centimeters, Luke Xuan towered a full head and a half over Liu Ziming. To keep up, Liu Ziming practically had to jog, but he always remained a step behind and to Luke Xuan's left, maintaining about a meter's distance. A two-wheeled official carriage was already parked in the courtyard. It had been arranged by his secretary through the General Affairs Office. Including the driver, 3 fully armed guards were present. Since the terror attack, security had been elevated across the board. Any elder leaving the green zone had to be accompanied by guards. For longer trips, an official carriage had to be reserved in advance. The 3 guards snapped to attention and saluted. Luke Xuan nodded slightly. Liu Ziming jogged over to the carriage, opened the door and bowed. "Chief, please board." This type of official carriage had only recently become common. Luke Xuan rarely rode in one. The interior had obviously been cleaned, but he spotted several strands of hair, long and short, clinging to the headrest, glaringly visible against the cream-colored velvet. Luke Xuan suddenly felt dizzy. He could almost smell the odor of people like Ming Lang, Cheng Yangsen, and Mu Min, people he found distasteful. He dropped into the seat. Liu Ziming closed the door and climbed onto the rear platform, squeezing in with the escort guard. He called to the driver, "To Zhang Family Manor." Zhang Family Manor was Luke Xuan's outer residence. Legally speaking, it belonged to his wife. Yes, he was married, like Zun Suji at the food factory. He had wed a local native's daughter. Zhang Family Manor had originally been his father-in-law's property. His father-in-law was a clansman of Zhang Yufu, the well-known current member of the Lingao Advisory Council, and also a landlord. But this landlord lived rather miserably. Though he had 3 or 4 tenant households working his land, during busy seasons he still had to labor in the fields himself. Otherwise, part of his land would lie fallow. His wife had died, and he hadn't remarried. He couldn't afford the bride price. A marriage alliance with an elder seemed like a good deal to him. First, it gave him the elder council as a backer. Second, the Tiandahui had already made a name for itself, and by marrying into the elders, he became one of them. Surely the Tiandahui would treat his family differently. So when Luke Xuan came to the Zhang household as an agricultural training instructor and showed obvious interest in his big-footed daughter, the match was easily made. Despite its name, Zhang Family Manor was just a courtyard house. Its location was already beyond the 3rd ring of Eastgate Market, technically suburban. Even the road in front was unpaved. Fields and woods surrounded it on all sides. With its gleaming new brick walls and black-lacquered gate, it had the air of a newly rich country squire. The compound faced south. The entrance followed the local building style. No plaque, no sign, about the same as a local gentry residence, except the walls and buildings were noticeably taller. The main difference was a side gate without a threshold, wide enough for carriages to pass through. The manor had 3 courtyards front to back, making it one of the more substantial properties in the area. Since marrying this native wife, the Zhang family had begun to prosper. A squat 3-room stone cottage with a thatched roof had been renovated into a grand 5-room tile-roofed house. The The courtyard, once enclosed by reed fencing, now had proper brick walls. Though Luke Xuan was a soy sauce elder, he was not without influence. Working at the Grand Library had its advantages. Requests for document searches piled up, and who got priority was entirely up to him, the office manager in charge of general affairs. Where there's power, there's rent-seeking. This was common knowledge from the old time and space. Luke Xuan didn't use this to extort or demand bribes. Instead, he cultivated goodwill by being helpful. As a result, he had a fine reputation across departments, and all those temporary assignments had given him the chance to build connections with other elders. So as long as he asked for something that didn't violate major principles, it was easy to get done. The path to wealth he'd found for the Zhang family wasn't farming or commerce, it was contracting construction jobs. Of course, neither old Mr. Zhang nor his brother-in-law knew how to lay bricks or raise beams, but digging holes and hauling dirt they could manage. So old Mr. Zhang organized his relatives and tenants, men and women, into a labor gang that specialized in earthwork for construction projects. Riding the wave of the Lingao construction company's building boom in recent years, the Zhang family's contracting business had grown larger and larger. The whole family treated him with ever greater respect. Luke Xuan also shared modern concepts of management and accounting, offering occasional guidance, and the household fortunes flourished. The house grew grander and larger. Unexpectedly, after only 2 or 3 prosperous years, accidents began happening on the job sites. Old Mr. Zhang fell from a scaffold one night and died. A few months later, an ox cart hauling earth had its axle snap. It overturned, crushing his brother-in-law and sister-in-law on the spot. Luke Xuan, the son-in-law, naturally became the owner of Zhang family manor. The rest of the Zhang clan didn't think this was natural at all. By clan law, a daughter and son-in-law had no inheritance rights. But Luke Xuan was an elder, and no one dared discuss clan law with him. Some muttered in private that the deaths of father and son were suspicious. Of course, no one could produce any evidence, and after one unlucky soul who had been particularly vocal was sent to a labor camp for slandering an elder, the rumors vanished completely. To avoid suspicion, Luke Xuan transferred the thriving contracting business to Zhang Yufu in his wife's name, taking instead 20% of the after-tax profits each year as a franchise fee. He also leased out the Zhang family's original farmland to the Tiandahui under a full package arrangement. Naturally, the household underwent a sweeping revolution. Though it was still called Zhang Family Manor, it was really Lu Family Manor now. The annual franchise fees from the contracting gang and the Tiandahui gave him the means to keep renovating the manor. Construction had proceeded in fits and starts for 3 or 4 years. Only last year had the third courtyard been completed, giving the compound its current scale. The walls were 6 meters high. The main buildings in the second and third courtyards had been rebuilt as 2-story structures. Apart from a few vine trellises and some young trees, the courtyards had no other landscaping. Though the roof lines curved upward and the brickwork was fine, compared to the other residences now appearing in Eastgate Market, it looked rather plain. At this moment, the atmosphere inside Lu Family Manor was oppressively tense. Liu Ziming's shout of "The master is home" brought all the servants in the house rushing out to stand in rows in the courtyard. Luke Xuan stepped down from the carriage and surveyed the courtyard. A soft HMPH escaped his nose, and everyone around him bent their backs a few degrees lower. Everyone in the manor knew that this normally amiable Chief Lu was actually very difficult to serve. Once his temper flared, the punishment was always terrifying. Even without Liu Ziming's frantic eye signals, they could read from Chief Lu's icy expression that the master was in a foul mood today. No one wanted to court disaster. They all held their breath, heads bowed, backs bent. Chapter 1613. Strict house rules. Luke Xuan's gloom now stemmed more from an irrepressible anxiety. Originally, he had merely felt annoyed at the Qian Shuiting faction's power-grabbing. But the Youth League affair had filled him with deep unease. The political factions within the Elder Council had fully matured. The Nerds' party could stir clouds and summon rain, seizing any opportunity to make waves and whip up public opinion. The ruling faction responded with practiced ease, spinning schemes with the flick of a wrist. Even if he shouted himself hoarse in the Grand Library, it would accomplish nothing, because he was now a marginal figure whose words carried no weight. "You're all just jackals from the same lair," Luke Xuan fumed inwardly. He realized that during his 5 years of playing dumb, the ruling faction had built its own clique, and he had become thoroughly marginalized, a voice that no one heeded. He was not one of those paranoid soy sauce elders who obsessed over not being purged. He had ambitions, grand ambitions in fact. His original choice to lie low in the Grand Library, playing the harmless little rabbit, had partly to do with the awkwardness of his former profession and partly with his long-term planning. At the time of the landing, Luke Xuan quickly saw the awkwardness of his position. No seniority, no network, and in his view, the Elder Council's early phase would inevitably be dominated by engineers and technical specialists. Though Luke Xuan had written only a few lines on his personal profile, in his previous life he had considered himself part of the meat-eaters class. Had it not been for an incident he couldn't clean up, he would never have joined those losers in slipping through into this uncertain time and space. Precisely because of this meat-eater's self-awareness, he had made a judgment at the time of landing. This pack of losers would instinctively resent him. Not only would his accumulated knowledge and experience be useless, but revealing it might provoke early suspicion, or even the risk of being quarantined. To mitigate that risk, he decided to reinvent himself and start from zero, observe, learn, accumulate, and gradually integrate into this unfamiliar group with a humble posture. Only then would he choose his path to power. In his dozen-odd years in the bureaucracy, he had learned many lessons, among them: don't rush to take sides and don't pick a faction too early. But he also knew that staying neutral and noncommittal meant being a fence-sitter, a reed bending with the wind. In the end, he might please no one and be ignored by all. Still, he figured it wouldn't matter much in this time and space. Even if he lay flat and collected his basic allowance, with only 500 elders and the whole world to divide, his slice of the pie wouldn't be small. But Luke Xuan's ambition was to be one of those who sliced the pie, not someone who just ate it. With over a decade of experience in a provincial-level agency, those so-called executive committee bigwigs, when Daisy was a petty office worker, Ma Qianju an engineer, Zhan Wuya a small business owner, Cheng Dong an accountant, fine, call him a CFO, still an accountant, Ran Yao a low-level cop, Si Kite a foreign trade salesman, He Ming a demobilized company commander whose promotion to deputy battalion commander had only been for the purpose of his discharge. None of them were worth worrying about. The only one who could be called a competitor was Qian Shuiting of the North American clique, but they were outsiders with inherent disadvantages. It was precisely this calculation that led him to maintain his dormant state. First, to avoid potential suspicion. Second, to avoid making mistakes. In the founding phase, the administrative apparatus was overwhelmed with daily affairs. The more you did, the more handles you left for others. Better to do nothing at all and keep his political slate clean. During these years of dormancy, he had been quietly amassing the strength needed for an eventual rise to the top. He lacked the North American clique's seniority, knowledge, and resources. He also lacked Lin Baguang's gambler's courage and resolve. Even more did he disdain the way people like Cheng Yangtsen and Shan Liang scurried up and down among the elders, thinking themselves clever. He focused all his attention and energy on the refugees streaming into Lingao. Taking control of Zhang family Manor gave him a more comfortable economic base compared to other elders. His plan was to recruit a number of natives as confidants, keeping them outside the naturalized citizen system and under his direct control. At the same time, using the elder personal sponsorship policy, He sponsored promising young candidates to attend school. The students of Fragrant Grass Academy would become the elite among naturalized citizens, the pillars of the elder council regime. Unlike other elders who preferred to sponsor young children, Luke Xuan mainly sponsored students who would attend for 2 years and then transfer to vocational training. Their futures might be more limited, but they would graduate sooner and more quickly enter the middle ranks of various departments. As for the Political Security Bureau, which many elders wished to eliminate, in Luke Xuan's view, it was just a bunch of cosplayers' toy. Never mind whether they had any real experience in such work. The taboo against touching elders alone left their so-called internal controls riddled with holes. So he wasn't worried about being discovered, and even if he were, so what? The Elder Council had never forbidden elders from personally sponsoring students. The sound of hoofbeats faded outside. The courtyard was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, only the rustle of wind through leaves. The steward who had gone to see the carriage off came trotting back from outside and called, "Bar the gate." The first of Luke Xuan's house rules was secure the doors. Day or night, the doors were never left open. They were unbarred only for entry and exit, and everyone going in or out had to register. His wife, concubines, and maidservants were not to go out without business, and outsiders who came on errands or deliveries had to leave as soon as their business was done. Even visits by relatives of his womenfolk and servants required prior application and approval. Hearing the bar drop into place, he surveyed the courtyard. Not a blade of grass or a stone out of place, the blue flagstones scrubbed so clean they showed not a speck of dust. Luke Xuan found nothing to criticize. He stepped directly into the main hall. Inside was a set of solid hardwood furniture, vases and censers all properly arranged, calligraphy and paintings on the walls, all very refined, all purchased from the General Affairs Bureau warehouse as confiscated goods. Above the central scroll hung a banner in his own hand. Harmony in the home brings all things to prosperity. A maidservant had already brought a towel. Just as he was wiping his face, Liu Ziming's voice came from outside. "Chief, Miss Liu is here." The Miss Liu in Liu Ziming's words was Liu Hui, Luke Xuan's female servant and also Liu Ziming's sister. She was pretty enough. She hadn't come from the maid training program but had been picked by Luke Xuan from among the refugees. The big-breasted, brainless type. Luke Xuan had bought her partly to satisfy physical needs and partly for image purposes. To avoid anyone accusing him of being eccentric, he had registered Liu Hui with the General Affairs Office and sent her to the maid training program. Liu Hui was thus marked. Having passed through centralized training and being under General Affairs Office management, Luke Xuan was somewhat wary of her. In his view, the General Affairs Office was an even more terrifying entity than the Political Security Bureau. The Political Security Bureau couldn't reach inside an elder's home, but the General Affairs Office planted staff right in elders' beds. Show her in. The Manor's rules were strict, modeled on a Ming Dynasty official's household. In the eyes of certain universal otakus, Luke Xuan's approach, clinging to feudal remnants, was something to be thoroughly discarded. But Luke Xuan believed that without strict hierarchy and rigorous rules, one couldn't cultivate authority. This was still the Ming Dynasty of 400 years ago. Move too fast and you'd pull a muscle. Greetings to the master. Liu Hui entered and curtsied carefully. Though she harbored some resentment about her situation after several lessons from Luke Xuan's house rules, she no longer dared have any ideas. What is it? A notice came from the General Affairs Office, asking that elders stay in their dormitories as much as possible these next few nights. They say. Understood. Luke Xuan hadn't slept in the dormitory for a long time. Zhang family manor lacked guards, but with its secure doors, high walls and solid buildings, plus 3 adult male servants all licensed to carry Nanyang-style rifles, and his own personal handgun, security was assured. Having delivered her message without receiving any clear response, Liu Hui didn't know whether she should withdraw or stand and await further orders. She stood there awkwardly, looking foolish. Just then, a 17 or 18-year-old girl in a pale-colored jacket strolled in carrying a tea tray. This was Lu Xuan's wife, Zhang Lan. Her original name had been Zhang Sanyang. Zhang Lan was chosen by Lu Xuan. Since their marriage, Lu Xuan had taught Zhang Lan to read and write personally. Had he not deliberately kept her in Ming attire and outside the naturalized citizen system, Zhang Lan could easily have passed the highest-tier literacy examination by now. Years of exposure had taught Zhang Lan that what Elder Lu valued most was knowing one's place. Speak little, do much, obey orders. That was the foundation of security. After the deaths of her father, brother, and sister-in-law, Zhang Lan had grown even more careful, even secretly sending someone to the mainland to buy a copy of Lessons for Women. Her submission pleased Lu Xuan, who not only entrusted her with managing the household's finances, but often had her tutor the child servants in the manor. The 4 or 5 children Lu Xuan was raising outside the system as native talent. Master. Everyone in Zhang family manor called Lu Xuan this, except for Liu Ziming, who was technically inside the system. Zhang Lan curtsied to Lu Xuan, then turned and set the tea on the table. Liu Hui hurried over and curtsied. Sister. In truth, Liu Hui was several years older than Zhang Lan, but Zhang Lan was the legal wife and Liu Hui had to defer. The Lu household rules were strict. Even Zhang Lan, the mistress, was disciplined by the master every week or so, let alone a mere maid. Chapter 16:14. Domestic Affairs. Zhang Lan took Liu Hui's hand affectionately and said, Sister Hui, you've been busy all day too. Sit down and have some tea. Though the two women didn't get along in their hearts under the pressure of Master Lu's household governance standards, they had no choice but to put on a show of harmony. Liu Hui didn't dare sit. She demurred repeatedly until the master showed no sign of objection, then gingerly perched on a small stool, her bottom barely touching the edge. She had been beaten several times for sitting without manners, and each time she couldn't sit properly for days. Once Liu Hui was seated, Zhang Lan turned to Lu Xuan and said, Master, Chen Jinhua's mother wants to come see her. She came to report that her home is far away, and she begs the master's permission to let her mother stay overnight. Lu Xuan's face was cold. There's nothing wrong with her mother visiting, but don't let there be any more scenes like last time, begging the master for mercy and whatnot. Otherwise, I'll never let her mother through the gate again. Zhang Lan hastily said, Yes, yes. Last time she was already taught a lesson with the house rules. That girl surely won't be so foolish again. Chen Jinhua was a maidservant in the manor. Last year, when she turned 20, her mother had come to visit and taken the opportunity to ask the mistress if she could pay something to redeem her daughter. Zhang Lan was soft-hearted and agreed, but she dared not decide on her own and didn't dare ask Lu Xuan directly. So she suggested, have Chen Jinhua's mother wait for the master to return and make her plea then. Lu Xuan had refused flatly, and his reasoning was sound. Chen Jinhua had been sold into the Zhang household on an indenture of permanent bondage. For this, not only had Chen Jinhua received a thrashing, but Zhang Lan had also been disciplined. Though as the legal wife she was punished in private to preserve some face, the pain she suffered was no less. For 5 or 6 days afterward, she could only stand while managing the household. And Lu Xuan had further ordered, no one from the Chen family was allowed to visit for a whole year. A maidservant had brought a basin of water for foot washing. Liu Hui quietly signaled the maid to withdraw, then knelt on the floor herself and began removing Lu Xuan's shoes and socks. She had learned proper service at the maid training program, washing feet combined with a foot massage, and she served him so well that his whole body relaxed. Lu Xuan half closed his eyes in enjoyment. His refusal to let Chen Jinhua be redeemed wasn't about lording it over anyone. It was about winning hearts. Lingao was a place with more men than women, and marriage was difficult. Men had to pay enormous bride prices just to find a wife. Chen Jinhua's future husband would be in Lu Xuan's gift. This could be used to win the loyalty of one of his people. Liu Ziliang, for example, had been eyeing Chen Jinhua for ages. He gave a cold HMPH and sneered. Go tell her mother. Don't think I don't know what she's scheming. She probably figures I'm an elder. I'll certainly agree to a buyout, and I probably won't ask for more than the original price. Take the daughter home, and she can fetch another fat sum in bride price. Tell her to stop dreaming. The elder council governs by law. She signed a permanent indenture, and permanent indenture it shall be. Who her daughter marries and when is none of her business. Zhang Lan murmured yes repeatedly. Liu Hui, kneeling on the floor and washing feet, felt bitter inside. She had been through the maid training program and often went to Eastgate Market on errands or to the General Affairs Office on business. She had met all kinds of elders, and not one of them was as much of a master as her own master. Also, Zhang Lan saw the master's expression was bad but his replies quick, so she continued carefully. The tax office sent a tax bill. Aren't our fields all leased to the Tiandahui? And summer grain hasn't even come in yet. What tax? Servant tax. Oh, Luke Xuan opened his eyes. Under Elder Council law, keeping slaves not only required a one-time registration fee, but also an annual usage tax. That wasn't all, the tax was progressive. The more slaves a household kept, the higher the per-head tax rate. Owners of Zhang family manor were just himself and Zhang Lan. Liu Hui didn't count. According to the exemption threshold, each owner could keep 3 slaves, so they could keep 6 tax-free. But the manor currently had 5 male servants, 6 female servants, and 6 child servants. The excess slaves were taxed at a progressive rate, a heavy burden. This is the usual annual routine, just pay it. Do I need to teach you? Yes, master. Zhang Lan grew even more careful. It's just that there's also the scholarship fund. Fragrant Grass sent the latest tuition notice, and there's their living expenses. Luke Xuan was currently sponsoring 8 students at Fragrant Grass. Elder-sponsored students didn't qualify for tuition waivers. He paid not only their tuition but also their living expenses. The burden was considerable. Luke Xuan sighed heavily. What do I keep you for? These are annual routines. Do I need to tell you what to do? Zhang Lan hesitated. Master, these 2 sums aren't small. After these expenses, the household account will have only a few hundred yuan left. Apart from your salary, the manor has no other income. The franchise fees from the Tiandahui and the construction gang won't come in until early next year. She continued very cautiously. We have a lot of mouths to feed, and you're generous with provisions. The household funds might not last through next month. I still have some private savings I can put in, but even that won't last until year's end, and who knows if there'll be other sudden expenses. These hangers-on really are shameless. They all have jobs, yet they still show up at the manor all the time with their palm out. Liu Hui dried the master's feet and put on his straw slippers, then spoke up indignantly. Whenever there's trouble at home, they come kowtowing and begging the master and mistress for gifts, like beggars. I don't know what use they are. Zhang Lan's heart sank. This is bad. She was about to smooth things over when crash, Luke Xuan had already kicked over the foot basin. Dirty water splashed all over Liu Hui. He slammed his teacup down on the table and said in a sinister voice, How presumptuous! You actually think you're the mistress of the house now. When did my affairs become any of your business? You hang around those life secretaries in Baron City all day. You haven't learned anything useful, but you've certainly learned how to be mistress of the house. You can read. Do you not understand the word secretary? What about maidservant? Didn't the General Affairs Office teach you to write servant when they trained you? You don't even count as a concubine, at best a bedwarmer, an untitled nobody. A mere servant dares to criticize what I do. Luke Xuan's words grew more vicious. Liu Hui didn't understand why Luke Xuan was so furious. Half aggrieved, half terrified, tears streamed down her face, but her mouth still mumbled, I, Chief, Master. You still dare talk back. Truly the General Affairs Office trains a different breed of person. Liu Hui quickly prostrated herself on the floor and said with a sob, This slave deserves death. I beg the master's mercy. Zhang Lan dropped to her knees as well. Master, Sister Hui was only thinking of this household. She meant nothing else. Luke Xuan gave a cold laugh. Such sisterly devotion, so I'm the one at fault. Zhang Lan kept her head down, not knowing what to say. Liu Hui just kept kowtowing and crying, this slave deserves death. Then Luke Xuan spoke again. Didn't you have someone buy you a copy of Lessons for Women? What are you hiding it for? Take it out and you two can discuss it, learn what wifely virtue means. He slowly stood. Take her out. 20 strokes first. I'll come to inspect later, so go ahead and slack off if you dare. This concubine would not dare. Zhang Lan trembled from head to toe. When it's done, have her kneel in the corridor outside the study to await punishment. He picked up his shoes and strode out without looking back. Chapter 16:15. The contact chart Luke Xuan's study was in a side courtyard of the second compound, a small courtyard that formed its own little world. Both its construction and landscaping represented the finest craftsmanship in the entire residence. The small courtyard had been designed by Li Xiaolu, the sole professional landscape architect at the Lingao Construction Company, which had made chief designer Mei Wan quite jealous. No expense had been spared on this courtyard, which had cost about 1/3 of the total budget for the whole residence, but Luke Xuan considered it money well spent. Compared to the main hall, this was his command center. In truth, aside from sleeping at night, he rarely went to the main compound. Most of his time at home was spent in the study. The study was exquisitely decorated, furnished largely with confiscated goods purchased from the General Affairs Bureau warehouse. At the moment he sat in the study, gazing at the miniature rock garden in the courtyard, absently flipping through the contact chart he had taken from the safe. His mind was a tangle. The document in his hands was just a slim paper folder, yet it represented the sole fruit of 5 years of lying low in the Grand Library. In the past, whenever he took out the contact chart, his mood had always been buoyant. You lot scheme and plot to set up your patronage systems, your knight's oaths, your private retinues. HMPH. The real knight is right here. Over the years, he had sponsored over a dozen students, most of whom had already entered various government departments and the military. He held a roster that gave him considerable satisfaction, and each year he continued to add new names. This roster was his capital for future maneuvering in the Elder Council, even in the Empire at large. But now 5 years had passed. The Elder Council's enterprise was advancing by leaps and bounds. Not only had the council established a firm foothold in Hainan, it now commanded power that overawed all rivals. Though the council's governance was still rough-hewn, it was constantly learning, constantly adjusting, growing ever more mature, which also meant the window for him to turn the tables was closing. Luke Xuan's anxiety sprang precisely from this. If he couldn't soon secure an ideal position within the Elder Council and accumulate sufficient political resources, he wouldn't be able to maintain control of his team. He had taken them in, supported them, trained them, but ultimately he had to lead them upward and provide a bigger platform to maintain their cohesion and loyalty. Otherwise, all his years of patience and sacrifice would only serve as a wedding dress for someone else, and he would truly become a soy sauce elder dependent on others' patronage, something Luke Xuan absolutely could not accept. He began to wonder whether his current capabilities could sustain such grand ambitions. He had already sensed, albeit faintly, signs of wavering among his clients. He hadn't taken it too seriously before. But Liu Hui's remarks today had made him realize that the crisis in his blueprint was staring him in the face. His outburst at Zhang Lan and Liu Hui was less an emotional release than a deliberate warning. Liu Hui and Zhang Lan were both bedfellows. In the Liu household, they ranked just below him. They were literate and had lived for years in Lingao, the transmigrants' heartland. Their horizons far exceeded those of ordinary natives. Luke Xuan's actual standing in the Elder Council was something they could observe firsthand. Though over these years Luke Xuan had been the sole provider for everyone in the manor, these people he sheltered had grown up and matured. Merely keeping them fed no longer sufficed for gratitude. Yet maintaining the current situation was already the limit of Luke Xuan's capacity. Of the dozen-plus naturalized citizens he had placed in the system, not one had yet become a cadre of any real rank. Most were still ordinary clerks or workers. The students he sponsored at Fragrant Grass graduated batch after batch and were assigned jobs. But once they entered the purview of the Civil Administration Commission's Personnel Office, Lu Qian lacked the resources to influence their futures and fates. Meanwhile, the people he was cultivating here in the manor looked out at the blazing, flourishing world beyond the walls, their eyes shining with eagerness. With skills in letters and arms, one serves the emperor. The elder council certainly counted as an emperor, but Lu Qian did not, and his elder's halo was gradually dimming. Those kept outside the system and raised in the manor were originally meant to become the business talent for his own commercial ventures, white gloves for future profit-taking, in other words. But to do that, first you needed money and second you needed power. Unfortunately, he now had neither. He had a bit of face, but that only sufficed for small favors. The construction gang now contracted out to Zhang Yufu wasn't something he could conveniently take back and run himself. That would look too ugly. After all, no elder currently had a proper business of his own. Even the booming South Sea coffee house was legally the Agricultural Committee's property, not the owner's. In theory, elders' dividends were quite substantial, but in practice, elders had almost no access to those dividends. The Elder Council followed a high accumulation policy. Dividend accounts were effectively frozen. What an elder could actually spend was only salary and allowances. At the end of each fiscal year, a certain amount of cash was released based on that year's currency issuance situation. Even so, the finance sector was constantly dreaming up ways to withdraw currency from circulation. Some elders joked that the General Affairs Office special items sold at the special supply store were really just the local era's equivalent of fancy pastries. Lu Qian's income was unfortunately among the lower tier for elders. His base salary was no different from anyone else's, but in the allowances category he lagged far behind. After all, work at the Grand Library involved neither heavy labor nor exposure to wind, rain, sun, or dew, nor climbing mountains and crossing ridges, nor risking life and limb in factories or on battlefields. So the Grand Library's allowance scale was set at the lowest level, central agency administrative positions. Thanks to his frequent side assignments, Lu Qian received the highest allowances of anyone at the library. For other elders, Cheng Yangsen, for example, who sat across from him, her income was actually lower than his. But she had no burdens. She could live serenely on her salary alone. He could not. He had a large household, and the Elder Council's bizarre tax policies only aggravated his financial difficulties. In fact, since last year the Lu household finances had been showing strain. The precedents for gifts to his clients dated from that period. His advancement prospects limited, his financial support unsustainable. People were practical creatures. No matter how indebted they felt, once they realized their patron couldn't benefit them much, all that remained was gradual estrangement. As a result, even the manor was growing unstable. Liu Hui in particular, he silently cursed himself for sending her to the maid training program for foster training. The modern knowledge she had learned was useful to him, but it had also filled her head with a jumble of nonsense that made her hard to manage. Her relationships with the other maids alone were a headache. Who knew what she might be saying behind their backs? I'll have to give her a proper lesson so she learns to fear me, he thought silently. Otherwise she would remain a hazard. Of course, warning alone wouldn't solve the problem. The only way out was to strengthen himself rapidly. Otherwise, his years of effort would not only be wasted, they might become someone else's wedding dress. Worse, if the political winds shifted one day, a powerless, nonconformist elder like himself would become the Cheka's target, and the Lu family manor might become ironclad evidence of his downfall. But there was no turning back now, no second chances. He had to press on. I can't wait any longer. Lu Qian shoved aside the pile of public opinion analyses on his desk and shot to his feet, his expression resolute. Ding-dong, ding-dong. The doorbell at the courtyard entrance was ringing. No one was allowed in here without his order. "What is it?" he called irritably toward the gate. "Master," Zhang Lan said timidly from outside, "Sister Hui, come in and speak." Zhang Lan hurried in and stood in the middle of the courtyard to report. "Sister Hui, she fainted." Lu Xuan frowned, fainted from a mere paddling. When he had inspected the punishment, she had still been able to hold the railing and walk down to kneel on her own. It had been barely 10 minutes. Take her back to her room to rest. The next day in Yu Shui's office, Lu Xuan sat before the director looking disheveled, hair unkempt, face haggard. Yu Shui had seen Lu Xuan in all his modes, earnest, joking, or pretending, but this defeated look was something new. Concerned, he asked, "What happened? Is something wrong?" "Ah, I'm about to become the second Yang Xinwu, it's karma, karma." Lu Xuan let out a long sigh followed by a string of laments that left Yu Shui thoroughly confused. What on earth is going on? What second Yang Xinwu? When the maid case broke, I was laughing at him. Couldn't even manage one maid, made such a huge mess, a disgrace to the elder council. And now I've become a disgrace myself. Karma, karma. Speak clearly, what disgrace? Seeing Lu Xuan's indignant expression, Yu Shui pressed him. Lu Xuan saw Yu Shui getting impatient and quickly straightened up, speaking with feeling. "Just some household trouble. Ah, director, you know my situation." Yu Shui nodded repeatedly. "Didn't you, like old Zhang, marry a local native's daughter? Your little life seems pretty comfortable." "The little life is fine, but you know I also have a life secretary." Chapter 16:16. The Memorandum, "Too many women is nothing but a headache." Lu Xuan let out a long breath. "I went home this weekend intending to relax, but the two of them started squabbling over some trifle. Liu Hui is a lifestyle secretary trained by the General Affairs Office. After all, she stood right up to my wife. I lost my temper and slapped her a couple of times. And you know what she said." Seeing that Yu Shui showed no interest in the direction of this conversation, Lu Xuan pressed on regardless. "She said the other chief's lifestyle secretaries all look down on her. That she's following a good-for-nothing chief who just loafs around the Grand Library all day, a jack of all trades, master of none. Good for nothing. Jack of all trades. Who's been putting such ideas into their heads?" Yu Shui's expression sharpened. "I absolutely oppose this kind of talk that belittles our Grand Library and those of us in the humanities. They make it sound as if we're just marking time. Without the Grand Library's document retrieval and archival work, would their low-level industrial replication be so straightforward? Such critical work dismissed as being a jack of all trades. Nonsense. Old Lu, don't take it to heart. I know your work better than anyone. The tasks may be scattered and seemingly small, but it's foundational work that only a senator can handle. Foundation work is invisible, but every tall building rises from its foundation." Yu Shui was growing heated. He always became agitated whenever anyone suggested the Grand Library was useless. A few lifestyle secretaries daring to wag their tongues like that, these people really need to be kept in line. One of these days I'll speak to Zio Zishan and have a warning notice sent to their senators. Let them punish these girls severely. Lu Xuan had originally intended to vent, but he hadn't expected Director Yu to get worked up first. He grumbled inwardly. And how exactly are they supposed to punish severely? Try a few more positions in bed. These useless senators have no concept of household discipline. They spoil their lifestyle secretaries like girlfriends. Still, let's be fair. I've told you before about the Lu family manor. Many senators are toiling away, working overtime, sleeping in their offices and workshops. Yet there you are, having taken a man's daughter, moved into his manor. No matter how low-key you try to be, it doesn't help your image. Why not move back into a Grand Library dormitory? Honestly, I feel shortchanged. Ever since I inherited that manor, the common folk look at me like some living son-in-law. I'm still a senator, for heaven's sake. Lu Xuan argued stubbornly. Old Zhang can marry a native and collect a fat dowry. Wu Nanhai can run his exotic farm. Why can't I inherit a manor? I came by it through proper marriage. Seeing him go off on tangents and drop names, Yu Eshui quickly cut in. All right, let's not stray too far afield. You have grievances, I understand completely, but still. Before he could finish, Luke Xuan had seized Yu Eshui by the wrist and poured out his heart. Others may not know me, but director, don't you? In all these years, whatever the organization assigned me, have I ever pushed back? Hard work, dirty work, the leftovers no one else wanted. I never turned any of it down. You entrust me to be office manager and handle the department's finances. Every bit of public money that passes through my hands is accounted for, clear as day. Director, can you bear to watch them treat me this way? Yu Eshui's hand was being squeezed painfully. He said hurriedly, I know, you've always been a hard worker and your conduct is beyond reproach. Please let go of my hand. Let's sit down and talk this through. Luke Xuan saw Yu Eshui's face twisting and finally released him, sinking back into his chair. He gazed at Yu Eshui, eyes reddening, and murmured, I know they all look down on me, and I can't blame them who told me to be so useless. I only know 26 letters of the alphabet. I never took higher math, physics laws, and chemistry formulas. I can't recite a single one, let alone smelt steel or build ships or make medicine. But I don't slack off. I accept my lot. Any job, I'll do it. In the whole Senate, who has as many concurrent positions as I do, I did everything I could. I'm 182 centimeters tall. I don't want to be dead weight, don't want to be a burden. Yu Eshui nodded, waving his hand repeatedly. Fine. To be fair, has anyone actually mistreated you? Apart from a few clueless lifestyle secretaries, has any senator ever said such things? You have opinions, I understand, but watch your words. Mind the importance of unity. Luke Xuan's speech had actually moved Yu Eshui somewhat. After all, Luke Xuan was his #1 lieutenant. He said soothingly, I know the Grand Library Office Manager position doesn't do justice to your talents. Hasn't the Personnel Office approached you several times about an assignment as a county chief? Were the conditions too harsh for you? I heard recently that Liu Xiang of the Qianshan County Office may be transferred. The Qianshan position will open up. How about I recommend you to the executive committee? Luke Xuan shook his head. It's not that county positions are too hard. Do you really think I can't handle hardship? Yu Eshui considered. That was true enough. Though Luke Xuan had stayed in Lingao all these years, he had done plenty of odd jobs. There wasn't much to envy about that. Being a county chief meant at least being a local lord. Never mind how much those county chiefs grumbled and cursed during their debriefings, making it sound like they had suffered terribly. Ask them to transfer back, and suddenly they were all passionately committed to serving the Senate and the people. Wondering what this whole performance was really about, Yu Eshui watched as Luke Xuan continued. It's that I don't think I could do the job justice. County chiefs nowadays aren't like the old time and space, where you had a whole team of professionals at your disposal and just had to lead and manage. This is the startup phase. Specialists are in short supply, and every county is basically a blank slate in agriculture, industry, and commerce. A chief with no expertise means amateurs leading amateurs trying to build something. No matter how much support headquarters provides, nothing meaningful will get done. Better to stay home and mind my own business than make a mess of things out there. That's why I declined. Seeing Luke Xuan's earnest demeanor and coherent reasoning, Yu Eshui sensed that this was perhaps the man's true nature. His interest piqued, he stopped interrupting, wanting to hear what Luke Xuan would say next. Staying in Lingao, I actually had another idea. The Senate's plate is considerably larger now. The old rough and ready, hyper-flat management style cannot possibly keep pace with development that moves by leaps and bounds. Accelerating the professionalization of the administrative apparatus is imperative. This terror attack has already had people complaining that our current agencies have mismatched authority and responsibility, muddled functions. What should be done isn't being done, while departments meddle in matters that shouldn't concern them. When something actually happens, no one takes responsibility, and in the end, the executive committee gets blamed. It's practically, what made a child pick up a gun? Yu Eshui was amused by Luke Xuan's jab, but Luke Xuan went on earnestly. This is actually a classic symptom of unclear departmental functions and misaligned authority and responsibility. Before the transmigration, I spent over a dozen years in the system. I do know something about how administrative departments are organized and how they operate, so I want to do some work in this area. On the grand scale, I'd be filling gaps and laying bricks for the executive committee and the Senate. On the smaller scale, as the administrative apparatus professionalizes, which really means bureaucratizes, once departmental relationships are straightened out, new positions will naturally emerge. Perhaps there will be something suitable for a generalist like me. Then I won't have lifestyle secretaries looking at me like I'm just a jack of all trades. Luke Xuan spoke with reason and feeling. Yu Eshui wasn't particularly surprised. He asked, "What exactly do you have in mind?" "I want to conduct a study on how functions are currently allocated across departments, then draft a proposal for rationalizing those functions and promoting unified authority and responsibility." Yu Eshui wasn't especially familiar with administrative work. He couldn't immediately grasp what exactly Luke Xuan was getting at, but he didn't want to appear ignorant. He replied vaguely, "Proposals are any senator's right. Besides, our Grand Library is the Senate's main policy research agency. As a member of the library, providing policy advice is part of your job. You can write up a memorandum. After all, our Grand Library's job is to provide decision support and evidence to the executive committee. Departmental administrative functions are really a matter for administrative law. Director, you know my half-baked legal knowledge probably isn't up to the task, so I'd like to ask the senators from the Law Society to collaborate." Yu Eshui's expression immediately grew guarded. He didn't much care for the Law Society. Still, this kind of policy proposal gave researchers considerable latitude. In principle, he couldn't object. "That shouldn't be a problem," he said at last, though his expression remained rather sour. "Once the proposal is finished, I don't intend to post it online." "You mean you won't go through the individual senator civil-military proposal channel?" Yu Eshui nodded. "That's wise. Put it on the BBS and the discussion will spiral out of control. Just issue it as a memorandum." Luke Xuan's professional smile reappeared. "What I mean is, once the proposal is ready, I'd like you to review it first. If you think it's acceptable, we can issue it under the Grand Library's name as a policy reference for the executive committee. If not, just treat it as me fooling around." So after all that beating around the bush, his goal is to use the Grand Library's name to send it straight to the executive committee and score points there. Yu Eshui finally understood. Whether it was an individual senator civil-military proposal or a library staffer's memorandum, neither carried as much weight as a reference compilation edited by the Grand Library. The latter would almost certainly be formally discussed at an executive committee meeting. Important or hot-button items might even be circulated among all senators. End of chapter. Chapter 16-17. Giving gifts. The morning sun had barely climbed past the arbitration tribunal's eastern windows when Luke Xuan settled into the reception room, positioning himself with deliberate precision. He had arrived more than an hour early, not because protocol required it. As a senator, he could demand an audience with any other senator during office hours without the formality of a summons that naturalized cadres endured. No, his early arrival served another purpose entirely: timing. From his chosen seat, Luke Xuan commanded an unobstructed view of the second floor's easternmost office, the domain of Ma Jia, that formidable trinity of titles: executive committee member, director of the arbitration tribunal, and head of the Political Security Bureau. A row of street-facing windows offered a clear line of sight. At precisely 8 o'clock, Ma Jia materialized at his desk. Moments later, Zai, the tribunal's general office director, led a procession of naturalized cadres into Ma Jia's office for what was evidently the daily morning briefing. Luke Xuan waited. When Zai finally emerged and returned to his own desk, Luke Xuan rose briskly and strode toward the office building. His senator's status carried him past every checkpoint without obstruction. He paused only briefly at Enzai's open door. The man was buried in paperwork and failed to notice him slip past. Ma Jia's secretary, though she didn't recognize the visitor, could divine his rank from bearing alone. After examining the identification he presented, she prepared to salute, but Luke Xuan silenced her with a quick gesture. "Please announce me," he whispered. "I'd like to see Executive Ma." No naturalized secretary dared obstruct a senator's request for audience, an unwritten law governing all executive committee members. Still, she didn't usher him directly inside. "Please wait a moment." She disappeared through the inner door, and when it opened again, Enzai emerged. "You are." Enzai's initial confusion was understandable. Though they had served together in the basic labor team years ago, considerable time had passed. The tall, imposing senator standing before Ma Jia's office, a file tucked under one arm, stirred no immediate recognition. But Enzai hadn't risen to office director through poor memory. Within a minute, the relevant fragments surfaced. "Old Lu, what brings you here?" Clearly, Luke Xuan appeared on no schedule today. Enzai studied his former colleague, a civil servant in the old world, holder of a law degree, though one earned through distance learning, which the Law Society regarded with barely concealed disdain. In those early days after landfall, people with legal backgrounds had generally been consigned to basic labor. That institution, little more than a concentration camp for temporary workers, had housed both Enzai and Luke Xuan for roughly a year. They performed countless miscellaneous tasks together. In Enzai's recollection, Luke Xuan had been unexceptional. He never complained, never avoided hardship, but neither did he stand out. Apart from burying himself in work, he rarely bragged or socialized with other senators. When others in the legal field gathered to discuss future jurisprudence on paper, there being little else to occupy their time, Luke Xuan never participated. He showed no interest even in listening. Over time, Enzai had concluded that beyond the ability to write the word law, Luke Xuan possessed nothing that touched upon legal studies. He'd stopped paying attention to the man entirely. Later, when recruiting for the Law Society, Luke Xuan, who had cultivated no connections in legal circles, was naturally forgotten. Even if someone had mentioned him, Ma Jia and the others likely would have rejected his admission. In their view, his correspondence school credentials barely qualified as a diploma, let alone a legal education. Luke Xuan's sudden appearance now struck Enzai as deeply peculiar. Facing this old acquaintance without particular nostalgia, Luke Xuan appeared entirely relaxed. He stepped forward, clasped Enzai's hand, and smiled. "Director, and it's been too long, you're looking well." "Hardly, all in service of the Senate and the people." Enzai's professional instincts engaged automatically. "You're a rare guest here. I heard you went to the Grand Library afterward, but I haven't seen you around." "I do policy research and data compilation at the Grand Library. I'm here today to see Executive Ma." Recognizing he couldn't bypass this gatekeeper, Luke Xuan spoke plainly. "What do you say? Does Executive Ma have time?" "Come now, we're all senators here. Unless he's in a meeting or traveling today, there's no reason he wouldn't." Enzai's sudden enthusiasm was almost theatrical. Come, I'll take you in." He seized Luke Xuan's arm and guided him into Ma Jia's office. Ma Jia regarded the tall senator before him with puzzlement. According to his schedule, he should have been receiving Jaizin. "Executive Ma, this is Senator Luke Xuan. We both served in the basic labor team originally. And well, speaking technically, he counts as part of our legal system too." Legal system. Ma Jia ran through the Law Society's membership in his mind and found no trace of Luke Xuan. Listening to Enzai's halting introduction, he pieced together a rough sketch of the man's background. What business could someone from the Grand Library possibly have with him? Puzzled but composed, Ma Jia rose from behind his desk. "Hello, please sit." He shook Luke Xuan's hand, polite, dignified. Years as an executive committee member had erased every trace of the petty clerk he'd once been. As Luke Xuan settled into his seat, Ma Jia studied him carefully. early 30s, roughly Ma Jia's own age. Slightly bronzed complexion, odd for someone who supposedly worked at a desk. Short hair, alert eyes. He wore a locally produced cotton shirt without decoration, clean and tidy, no different from Ma Jia's own attire. But his well-proportioned frame, correct posture, and restrained smile projected unmistakable capability. Executive Ma, hello. I am Luke Xuan from the Grand Library Office. Through this reintroduction, Luke Xuan repositioned himself before the executive committee member. Ma Jia nodded. One doesn't visit a temple without purpose. We're all comrades in the same Senate, so please speak. Some time ago, following issues that surfaced after the terrorist attack, our Grand Library launched a research project on clarifying departmental responsibilities and unifying authority with accountability. As I am currently the only senator in the Grand Library with a legal background, I was assigned to lead this effort. I should confess, although I majored in law, my original degree came from a secondary technical school, and both my associate and bachelor degrees were obtained through part-time study. In terms of professional legal expertise, I'm at best vocational level. The undertaking has been strenuous. He paused. Moreover, according to our Grand Library's plan, this project will be published as an issue of policy research and submitted to the Executive Committee. To ensure rigor and feasibility, and with the curator's approval, I've taken the liberty of disturbing you today with the first draft of this research report. My purpose is to ask Executive Ma to coordinate and invite several experts from the Law Society to review it. This report involves many professional legal issues, and according to our vision, its final implementation will rely heavily on the Law Society's expertise. He presented the file with both hands, and Zai listened from the side. When he heard that the Grand Library intended to make a proposal touching on legal matters, surprise flickered across his face. Such proposals had always been the Law Society's exclusive domain. What surprised him more was Luke Xuan's performance, the poised demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant, and the clear, concise delivery. And Zai had muddled through the bureaucratic system for years before crossing over. He'd seen this temperament before, in the secretaries of senior leaders from major agencies. But it bore no resemblance to the Luke Xuan he remembered. Ma Jia nodded slightly, revealing none of the surprise Luke Xuan might have anticipated. He opened the file to find a handwritten report. The characters were evenly spaced, flowing in a single unbroken stream. Not a single correction marred the text, not a single character was illegible. Setting aside the current space-time, even in the old world, Ma Jia had rarely encountered such immaculate handwritten documents. Clearly, this had been meticulously composed and then recopied with painstaking care. You've put considerable heart into this, Ma Jia observed. It must have taken substantial effort. Reporting to Executive Ma face-to-face for the first time, I dared not be careless. Against Ma Jia's praise, Luke Xuan maintained a restrained politeness, perhaps even something approaching ingratiation. Ha ha ha, Ma Jia laughed. You're too courteous. We're all comrades here, no need for such ceremony. 10 minutes later, Ma Jia had finished reading the report's 10-plus pages. The content held no real surprises. It was a thoroughly standard research report, divided into sections addressing the current state of departmental functions and responsibilities, existing problems, causes of those problems, and suggestions for rectification. The examples cited covered every administrative department currently established by the Senate, military organs excepted, and proved both objective and comprehensive. The problems identified were grounded in fact, truthful and fair. In the section analyzing causes, considerable space explained how such issues were endemic to all nascent regimes, representing an inevitable stage on any government's path to maturity. In Ma Jia's judgment, the report wasn't particularly professional, let alone brilliant. Not only was the data significantly lacking, but there were numerous errors in the application of legal principles. However, Luke Xuan's fundamental reasoning was entirely correct. The Senate's administrative institutions had grown chaotic, their authority unclear, and adjustment was urgently needed. End of chapter. Chapter 16:18. The Sansi Statutes Bureau, the Law Society, had been drafting a similar research report. This effort predated the Lingao disturbance. The imminent third plenary session made institutional adjustment unavoidable, and they had begun work half a year prior. Had that been all, Ma Jia would have simply offered a professional comment. He would have viewed Lu Xuan's report as a personal stepping stone, given the man's comportment today. But the rectification suggestion sent Ma Jia into deeper thought. The proposal itself wasn't unfathomable. It merely suggested that each administrative department clarify its own functional authority, formulate departmental regulations based on actual circumstances, submit them to the Executive Committee for review, and finally have their validity confirmed by the Senate General Assembly. Simple and feasible, though hardly brilliant. However, the proposal contained a crucial premise. Before submission to the Executive Committee, departmental regulations from each department must first pass an initial review by a committee composed of policy researchers and relevant professionals. Committees had been proliferating across the BBS lately, and Ma Jia had grown particularly sensitive to the word. Of course, following this line of reasoning, once such an institution was established, Law Society members would naturally be elected into this committee by virtue of their professional backgrounds. Are you trying to curry favor with the Law Society and use this as your stepping stone? Ma Jia considered for a moment before speaking. Your proposal is excellent. As for revisions, this is a grand library project after all. It wouldn't be appropriate for our Law Society to intervene. With papers like this, there are always too many people who can't be listed as authors. Ha ha ha. Lu Xuan was about to respond when the secretary knocked. Come in, she entered and reported. Chief Jai has arrived. Please ask him to come in. At the title Chief Jai, Lu Xuan's eyebrows twitched almost imperceptibly. Soon, the thick-browed, stout president of the Indigenous Protection Association appeared, Jai Xin, senior teacher at Fengqing Education Park, and the Senate's most famous soy sauce senator. Lu Xuan was first to rise, greeting Jai Xin with a smile. Hello, Teacher Jai. This senator, who had participated in every major legal incident in the Senate, yet stubbornly remained at Fengqing to teach, refusing administrative positions and living in relative seclusion, had always eluded Lu Xuan's understanding. He exercised extra caution around people he couldn't read. As colleagues in the education sector at Fengqing, Lu Xuan always addressed him as teacher when they met. Teacher Lu is here too. Lu Xuan was the only senator who used teacher for Jai Xin. The man enjoyed this simple, affectionate title. Over time, he had learned to reciprocate. Curator Yu arranged for me to ask Executive Ma for instructions on some work. Lu Xuan turned to Ma Jia. Executive Ma, since you have business, I won't disturb you any longer. Please notify me anytime if there are questions about the report. Very well, leave the report with me. Please tell Curator you will study it carefully. I'll have Director and contact you if anything arises. Ma Jia rose again to shake Lu Xuan's hand and saw him to the door. Why is he here? Jai Xin asked and Zai suspiciously the moment Ma Jia closed the door. While pouring tea, and Zai replied, the Grand Library is preparing a policy study touching on legal matters. Lu Xuan is leading the project. He brought the first draft today for Executive Ma to review. The proposal is still on Executive Ma's desk. I don't know the specifics. The Grand Library, a legal proposal, undertaken by Lu Xuan. A cascade of question marks filled Jai Xin's mind. Though Jai Xin couldn't claim to know Lu Xuan well, his impression was unfavorable. Lu Xuan's work had been exemplary when they'd collaborated, and the man had always been polite in their limited dealings. But as president of the Indigenous Protection Association, Jai Xin was deeply disgusted by Lu Xuan's actions at Lu Family Manor. Out of consideration for a fellow senator and colleague, Jai Xin hadn't openly broken with him, but he maintained deliberate distance beyond perfunctory greetings. At that moment, Lu Xuan, already seated in a carriage, felt equally uneasy about Jai Xin's appearance. Unlike Jai Xin, Luke Xuan remembered every interaction between them with crystalline clarity, especially from more than 4 years ago, when they'd participated in disaster relief together. Luke Xuan had handed over several orphans collected by the relief working group to Jai Xin. Among them, 2 children who wished to study had entered Fengqing through Jai Xin's recommendation. Ma Jia picked up Luke Xuan's report from the table and handed it to Jai Xin. Jai Xin flipped through it quickly. He wasn't surprised by the beautiful fountain pen calligraphy. He'd seen Luke Xuan's penmanship during open classes long ago, but the content equally surprised him. Jai Xin's brows furrowed, and the habitual sorrowful expression on his face deepened. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, but overriding them all was Luke Xuan's gradually hideous face, constantly emerging from the depths of memory. Jai Xin couldn't quite organize his thoughts. He looked up at Ma Jia, who appeared calm as still water, and Zai, by contrast, leaned over anxiously. Jai Xin hurriedly passed the report to him. And Zai was equally surprised. He thought he understood Luke Xuan. This report's standard far exceeded his expectations. After the surprise came visible confusion, and he murmured, "I suspect it's not as simple as he claims. This Master Lu probably wants to use Executive Ma and our law society as a stepping stool." And Zai's inference reflected not genuine insight but instinctive defensiveness against Luke Xuan's sudden appearance. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. He understood that much at least. Master Lu, as in the Zhang family manor at Eastgate Market, Ma Jia, as the executive overseeing powerful departments, suddenly connected something. Yes, Luke Xuan is actually the master of Zhang family manor. After Nzai finished, Ma Jia's expression shifted again. He looked at the confused Nzai, then at Jai Xin, who seemed to have realized something and held back what he'd been about to say. Jai Xin raised his head, staring at the ceiling. After a long while he muttered, "The Sansi Statutes Bureau." Both Ma Jia and Nzai were confused. Nzai, ever eager, asked immediately, What Sansi Statutes Bureau? What does that mean?" In the second year of Xining during the Northern Song Dynasty, Wang Anqi served as a participant in determining governmental matters and presided over the reforms. Based on his proposal, the Sansi Statutes Bureau, the 3-department Statutes Bureau, was established to formulate regulations for the new laws. Later, this institution actually became the headquarters from which Wang Anqi directed the entire reform movement. Jai Xin was from the East China University of Political Science and Law and understood the Xining reforms, which occupied a prominent place in legal history. Reform headquarters. Jai Xin found Nzai's jaw-dropping reaction amusing. He continued, "At its inception, besides formulating regulations for new laws, the Sansi Statutes Bureau was also responsible for national finance and accounting. He wants to seize power from the general administration of finance too," and Zai couldn't help interrupting. "He has no such intention." The Sansi Statutes Bureau was also responsible for supervising the implementation of new laws and possessed the power to inspect and impeach local officials. I'm merely illustrating the scope of authority this institution wielded. Knowing Nzai's limited professional knowledge, Jai Xin explained further to prevent overinterpretation. Indeed, just the power to formulate new laws and supervise their implementation is already formidable, Ma Jia observed. Nzai raised the report indignantly. "The Grand Library has calculated well, wanting to use our law society as a ladder to claim positions for themselves. The formulation of departmental law is a matter of state. How could they possibly handle it at their level? Executive Ma, I'll go refuse them right now." Jai Xin, however, appeared relaxed. His phrasing states clearly that this preliminary review committee is to be composed jointly with professionals. In terms of wording, you can't find any fault. It's all official boilerplate. The Grand Library clearly wants to use the Law Society as laborers while they pick the fruit. Who doesn't know that submitting policy research to the Executive Committee is the Grand Library's specialty? and Zai had completely written Lu Xuan off. He couldn't believe such a scheming proposal could come from that man. He. Do you really think this is the Grand Library's intention? Jai Xin asked leisurely. And Zai instantly thought of something. His expression smoothed as he turned toward Ma Jia. Ma Jia gave Jai Xin a look full of profound meaning. I also think it's impossible for old Yu to have approved this. He's a man who has read history books his whole life. Would he not recognize this trick? He occupies a position of prestige now and is engaged in his own profession of history. He doesn't understand administrative law or organizational regulations. Why play this game? What good does it do him if this proposal passes? So you're saying it's, exactly. I believe it's Master Lu's own calculation. Jai Xin had never been one to mince words. He smiled slightly. How much do you know about this Master Lu? Not much, Ma Jia said cautiously, and Zai sensibly excused himself. I have something to attend to. I'll return to my office. I know a bit about this Director Lu, Jai Xin said. You know he married a native wife, correct? Ma Jia shook his head. I genuinely didn't know that. He's always lived in seclusion and rarely contacts our law society. I have no concept of his private life. You are the director of the Political Security Bureau. All right, mentioning that is perhaps taboo. Let me get to the point. Did you know that not long after he married, both his father-in-law and brother-in-law died in accidents? Such a thing happened. Ma Jia was astonished. Are you suggesting? End of chapter. Chapter 1619. The role of the Indigenous Protection Association. No, he's innocent. At least I believe he's innocent now, Jai Xin said. The matter was widely rumored among the natives at the time. As president of the Indigenous Protection Association, I received complaints from several of the Zhang family's relatives, so I conducted my own investigation. Ma Jia listened in silence. I consider myself to possess some investigative ability, but although the circumstances were strange and suspicious, I must admit I cannot produce any evidence to accuse him. Logically speaking, it seemed unnecessary for him to do such a thing. Is there a file on this? There must be one in the National Police records. All unnatural deaths require a death investigation. If you want to see my personal notes, you'll have to visit my office. No need. I trust your conclusion. However, through this investigation, I discovered some intriguing things. Jai Xin's voice dropped. Our Master Lu harbors soaring ambitions. Soaring ambitions. Yes, it began a few years ago. We were both participating in a grassroots research activity for the Social Affairs Department, which also involved taking in native orphans and impoverished children. He recommended and sponsored 4 children to study at Fengqing. Isn't that commendable? Correct, it is indeed commendable, Jai Xin agreed. But then he approached me privately, asking whether I could help recommend 2 additional children for Fengqing, recommending them under my name while he paid the fees. Why didn't he come forward himself? Ma Jia asked. Plenty of senators sponsor native children for schooling. The Senate hasn't forbidden it. He didn't say. My guess is he didn't want to appear too prominent. Jai Xin paused. I didn't pay much attention at the time, but later when I began investigating the Zhang family Manor affair, I discovered a pattern. He sponsors far too many people. At that point there were more than 10 currently enrolled. More than 10. About 11 or 12. Jai Xin nodded. By now, counting both current students and graduates, there must be over 20. Ma Jia's expression shifted. Recommending and sponsoring native children had become something of a trend among senators, similar to wealthy people playing charity back in the old world. Although there was a vague hint of cultivating personal followers, very few would sponsor so many. This piqued my interest considerably, so I continued my private investigation and discovered even more interesting things. After these students graduate and find work, they maintain close contact with Lu Xuan. They visit Zhang family Manor to pay their respects, kowtowing during festivals and holidays. Lu Xuan also provides them with financial assistance. Jai Xin paused again. That's not all. He has adopted 7 or 8 native children directly into his manor and educates them personally. These aren't registered in the naturalized citizen system. They're his household slaves. He's cultivating retainers. Ma Jia's jaw nearly dropped. He had suspected Lu Xuan's sudden visit harbored ulterior motives, but he hadn't anticipated such an elaborate scheme. From a legal standpoint, nothing he's doing is illegal. We've never said senators can't keep slaves. Besides, these slaves are registered under his wife's name. As long as taxes are paid on time, it's perfectly legal. And as for sponsoring students, many senators do similar things. But they haven't established relationships of personal dependency based on it. Ma Jia identified the crux of the problem. Jaizin nodded. Precisely. I'm grateful you came today, Ma Jia sighed. In my opinion, even if I hadn't, you wouldn't have cooperated with him anyway, would you? Jaizin smiled. After all, the Law Society is also conducting research on political structural reform. Why help him carry the sedan chair and let him pick the fruit? Ma Jia smiled faintly, gazing out the window. Even if the Law Society hadn't started that project, it would be timely to begin one now. He fell silent for a moment. What brought you here today, anyway? Coincidentally, it relates to this very Senator Lu. Jaizin smiled bitterly. You know about my Indigenous Protection Association. To be honest, the association isn't popular. Not only do senators find it an eyesore, but even Du Wen, who trumpets labor is sacred all day, attacks me daily for paralyzing the working people. He let out a long breath. However, because such an association exists, some naturalized citizens and natives are willing to bring their grievances to me. A few days ago, a senator's lifestyle secretary came to see me about something troubling. Which senator? What was the matter? Ma Jia's interest was piqued. I won't say which senator. It doesn't concern him anyway. The key is this lifestyle secretary. She reported that a classmate of hers from the maid training program is being severely abused by her senator and can barely survive. Is it Lu Xuan's lifestyle secretary? Yes. Ma Jia found this hard to believe. Senators had all sorts of personalities, and their treatment of women varied enormously. But almost universally, the humanitarianism and spirit of equality from the old world still exerted a strong influence. When it came to the slaves of this era, senators could generally be considered gentle and benevolent. He had heard that some enjoyed S&M play tying up maids, dripping wax, spanking, but that was considered a kink. Regardless of how they viewed their maids, affection was generally the norm. Deliberate abuse and wanton corporal punishment were unheard of. Perhaps he just likes S&M or enjoys role-playing as a master. Jaizin shook his head. I'm from the 21st century. I can distinguish between S&M and corporal punishment. In short, it's not an exaggeration to say she's blamed for every breath she takes in Zhang family manor. A few days ago, she even fainted after being beaten and made to kneel. Seeing Ma Jia's persistent skepticism, he pulled a notebook from his pocket. I checked the records at the special outpatient clinics of Lingao General Hospital and Runchitang. There were no relevant medical records. However, Runchitang's sales records show that Lu Xuan's secretary has purchased a Chinese patent medicine for reducing swelling and bruises multiple times. I specifically consulted Liu San about it. He said this medicine was originally a stick wound treatment used by Yamen runners after beatings. He improved the formula after acquiring it and gave it to Runchitang for production and sale. Judging from the quantity and frequency of her purchases, the consumption is significant. Liu San said that if it were really just for treating injuries from whips and boards, that person would have been beaten to death long ago. So you believe more than one lifestyle secretary in Zhang family manor is being subjected to corporal punishment and abuse, that it's widespread? Yes. Corporal punishment of slaves in Zhang family manor should not be an isolated phenomenon. But this isn't illegal, Ma Jia observed. Correct, it's not illegal unless someone dies, Jaizin said. That's why I came to discuss this with you. Even if someone dies, according to the common program, senators are not subject to any punishment, Ma Jia replied. Besides, the Senate hasn't abolished the slavery system yet. It's still legal for natives to keep slaves. Even the Senate itself retains provisions for indentured servants. Even for lifestyle secretaries, it was only recently that a document canceled their slave status. Is the Law Society not considering abolishing slavery? Jia asked. Ma Jia laughed. You're quite right, but it hasn't been placed on the agenda yet. Everything must wait until we take Guangdong. As for Hainan, at least we've made slavery quite uneconomical. I think you're well aware that economic means are sometimes far more effective than a simple official document. Hastily announcing a law that appears correct but whose clauses are all generalities without implementation details is tantamount to having no law at all. I understand. There are 1,000 threads to untangle, Jia acknowledged. However, I think the matter of Liu Xuan's lifestyle secretary warrants intervention. If something happens, I'm afraid there will be another uproar. Our current political ecology has become abnormal. People jump at every opportunity attempting to muddy the waters. That will be difficult. Interfering in a senator's private life is politically incorrect, Ma Jia replied. Unless someone dies. A shadow of sorrow crossed Jiazin's face again. He didn't press further. Under the current system, they were indeed powerless. What about Senator Liu's proposal? He shook his head. I sense problems with it. Of course there are problems. Ma Jia rose and moved to sit beside Jiazin. He offered him a cigarette. Seeing him refuse, he lit one for himself and inhaled deeply. I also think it's not that simple. Then you still intend to revise it for him. He wants the Law Society to endorse his proposal and increase its weight. Aren't you afraid he'll seize the initiative? The purpose of this proposal is to standardize the functional authority of various administrative departments, which aligns with the rule by law policy our Law Society advocates. As the Senate's policy advisory body, it's entirely appropriate for the Grand Library to produce such a proposal. Since he asked us to revise it, the Law Society certainly can't refuse outright. That would be unjustifiable. I think we'll simply correct some conceptual errors in administrative law and make no other changes. Naturally, the Law Society won't sign it either. Let the Grand Library take the limelight. He smiled. No matter what they're planning, there will come a day when the map is unrolled and the dagger revealed. If he's a fox, he'll show his tail eventually. Listening to Ma Jia deliver this polished speech of bureaucratic language, Jiazin suddenly felt the face of the man before him had grown somewhat indistinct. Ma Jia appeared to sense Jiazin's unease. He patted him on the shoulder. Our Law Society has always adhered to the concept of rule by law. We don't play the trick of removing the ladder after someone has climbed the wall. End of chapter. Chapter 1620. Director Liu takes office. A convoy of tugboats crept along the coastline, the lead vessel belching thick columns of black smoke. This was the scheduled convoy plying between Qians and Lingao, its barges laden with agricultural products, minerals, and building materials bound for the capital. At the convoy's tail, a passenger barge carried travelers between the two ports. By senator standards, the pace was absurdly slow. By native standards, for whom sea voyages had always depended entirely on weather, it was miraculously swift. No native passengers rode today's barge. The entire vessel had been chartered by Liu Xiang, director of the Qianshan County office. He was bringing his family back to Lingao to report on his work and, incidentally, to assume a new posting. A month earlier, the general office had sent a first birthday gift for Liu Xiang's daughter. Both her one-month feast and first birthday banquet had been held in Qianshan, his busy schedule precluding travel. Tucked inside the package was additional material. 2 documents from the Grand Library, one titled Historical Research on the Shimazu clan of Satsuma Domain forcing the Shou dynasty of Ryukyu to pay tribute and submit, the other Historical Materials on the 17th Century Civil War in Vietnam, and a thicker volume, Compilation of Local Conditions in Guangzhou Prefecture, jointly compiled by multiple departments. Seeing these, and connecting them with recent trends in the 2 journals and 1 newspaper, Liu Xiang knew a job transfer was imminent. Regarding the transfer, both the Organization Department and Liu Muzhu of the Civil Affairs People's Commission had spoken to him during his last report. First, They asked whether he had any interest in transferring to shoulder greater responsibilities. Second, they discussed his governance experience in Guangzhou over the past few years and his views on local administrative affairs. Though Liu Xiang had never muddled through government offices in the old world, he understood the term organizational inspection, especially since Ming Lang had spoken to him personally. The implication was unmistakable. After he expressed willingness to accept the organization's test, a deputy director descended upon Qianshan County. Following this, his once overstretched team of naturalized cadres was suddenly fully staffed. Not only were all vacancies filled, but deputy positions were added as well. Apart from the Senate's capital of Lingao, no other county seat could boast such a luxurious configuration of local administrative cadres. While Liu Xiang felt flattered, he recognized that his days in Qianshan County were numbered. Truthfully, he wasn't entirely satisfied with his work in Qianshan over the past few years. As the prefectural capital, Qianshan County had been developed early, possessed a large population, enjoyed a favorable agricultural environment and abundant water sources. It was designated a demonstration county, receiving considerable investment from the Planning Academy and the Central State Council, generously supplied with funds, personnel, and equipment. If one were to ask where besides Lingao and Sanya in all of Hainan, there was industry above designated scale, Qianshan County was the only answer. However, because the current county administration still operated under a system of full financial appropriation, what he could actually accomplish was limited. Almost everything required central approval, and many matters were vertically managed by various central ministries and commissions. If not for the fact that his jurisdiction was a demonstration county, with significant policy inclination, he would have been practically paralyzed. He was like a bureaucrat of old, mainly managing grain tax collection. After all, trying cases now fell under the circuit court of the arbitration tribunal. If it weren't for the drama of the Lingao disturbance, I doubt the executive committee would have made up its mind. Liu Xiang stood on the poop deck, smoking a cigar in the sea breeze. Create a disturbance, and all forces emerge from their holes. We can't avoid conquering the mainland now. The situation pushes people forward. He was roughly aware of the shifting winds in Lingao. Expatriate senators had keen noses. Beyond various publications, private messages between senators constituted the most convenient intelligence channel. Regarding recent events, the establishment of Senate committees, the Youth League, institutional reform, he not only knew about them but also caught whispers of the behind-the-scenes stories. It's all caused by too much idleness. Liu Xiang flicked his cigarette butt into the sea. Years ago, he had observed that the root of all contradictions in the Senate lay in the ruled area being too small, too many radishes, too few pits. Although everyone held an official position now, for senators who had crossed over with the mentality of becoming masters of men, power and status fell short, which is to say, they weren't busy enough. After all, everyone's pursuit was the superstructure. With the conclusion of Operation Engine, the lower levels of existing institutions had rapidly filled out, and the operation of the entire state machine was accelerating. No matter how otaku or lazy, senators were modern people, or rather, future people, who had experienced the grind of a true bureaucratic society. They were all fished out of their dorms and from in front of their notebooks to fill key parts of this state machine, everyone busy to the point of dizziness. Those who genuinely lacked practical experience were sent to various departments to serve as deputy directors handling specific matters, essentially administrative interns. Once they got the hang of it, new appointments followed. For example, the deputy director currently preparing to replace Liu Xiang was a former soy sauce senator who had long muddled through various departments as a deputy division chief. After tiring of administrative work combined with teaching, he had embraced the ideal of becoming a marquis of 100 li and actively requested a transfer to the local level. So he came. After coordinating with him, Liu Xiang had put him in charge of that year's autumn harvest to give him a good dose of labor. That's why they say labor is the best way to transform a person. Liu Xiang felt another wave of emotion when he recalled the spirit and energy of that former soy sauce senator after completing the handover. Power really does shape people. Why am I thinking about that guy for no reason? Standing on the poop deck watching the familiar coastline recede, Liu Xiang mockingly reproached himself. That coastline, if he remembered correctly, was the island where the Haitian campus of Hainan University would be located in later generations. The forestry processing base Liu Xiang had lobbied the ministries to secure was built there. The Nandu River estuary split like the Nile, divided into two channels, one large, one small, by a central sandbar at its mouth. Beside the smaller western channel lay this island. Log rafts coming down from upstream could land via the small channel and be transported directly to the processing plant. The processed timber was then loaded onto ships at the island's small wharf and shipped out. Originally, this factory had operated in a state of chronic manpower shortage since its establishment. Workers had to simultaneously serve as rafters, coolies, carpenters, and various other trades. Operating efficiency was terrible and labor intensity severe. After all, the disaster relief that year had poached significant manpower from Qianshan Prefecture. Only after Operation Engine began did the labor shortage start to ease. By now, this timber processing base was flourishing. On the other bank, machines roared and red brick chimneys spewed thick smoke. This was another major project he had procured, a brick and tile factory using coal gang and other leftovers culled from the coal washing plant. Thinking about it, I'm actually quite reluctant to leave. When the coastline completely vanished from view, Liu Xiang spoke softly to the sea breeze. Ba ba, a familiar, sweet, crisp voice sounded. He knew immediately it was his little girl. Why did you bring the child up here? The wind is strong and it's unsafe, and you're not even holding her hand. Liu Xiang whirled around, scolding Guo Linger, who had brought the girl up to the poop deck without holding her hand. The little girl was flapping her arms and toddling toward Liu Xiang on her own, shouting "Papa" with each step. He immediately ran over and scooped up his precious daughter. It's not like you don't know you're precious. If only I could hold her back. Feeding her a meal sent me running all over the second-deck cabins. I finally stuffed the last piece of fish into her mouth, and she wouldn't even drink her soup, insisted on finding Papa. Guo Linger complained with a face full of grievance. Having given birth, although it was a daughter, it was obvious her chief husband doted on this little darling especially. Guo Linger had gained considerable confidence and dared to complain in front of Liu Xiang. In truth, he quite liked the current confident Guo Linger. Her previous demeanor had been that of a completely submissive Persian cat. Rather than a pillow partner, she had been more like a pet. While dodging his daughter's demonic claws reaching for his glasses and hair, Liu Xiang skillfully undid the bib and smock she wore for eating. That little bit of irritation in his heart had long vanished. Say Papa, Liu Xiang activated Daily Quest, tease daughter mode. Papa. Liu Xiang was hit by the crisp, sweet, devastatingly cute voice. Where's Mama? Where is Mama? Woo. Liu Xiang was struck by adorable little paws. Say Mama. Papa. Liu Xiang received the recognizes no one but Dad's status mood maxed out grinning mode engaged. This girl, when she was breastfeeding, she called for Mama all day. After weaning, she only calls for Papa, Guo Linger complained, reaching to take the child. Judging from this girl's consistent habits, a timely reign was due not long after eating. You're doing that on purpose. You know she calls you every time, yet you always ask her to say Mama. Ha 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 ha. Liu Xiang couldn't stop laughing. Holding Guo Linger with one hand and the stair railing with the other, they descended to the passenger cabin. After teasing the little girl a while longer and seeing her start to rub her eyes, Liu Xiang kissed his daughter and asked, "Be a good girl and go sleep with Mama, okay?" The daughter spaced out for a moment, then replied in a milky voice, "Ha, oh," and threw herself onto Guo Linger. "See, when she wants to sleep, she only looks for you, not me. Look at you being jealous." After teasing Guolinger as usual, Liu Xiang waved his hand, signaling her to take the girl to sleep. Liu Xiang didn't nap in the afternoons. Once he fell asleep, he slept heavily. He tried napping after lunch a few times, only to find himself sleeping until 5 or 6 o'clock every time, disrupting his entire rhythm. So he'd simply stopped. Now that the little girl wasn't clinging to him and making noise, Liu Xiang took out those gift documents again and spread them across the desk. Vietnam, Ryukyu, Guangzhou, where to? Liu Xiang had been agonizing over this for quite some time. End of chapter. Chapter 1621. The new posting. Before, I said there were too many radishes and too few pits. Now that the branch bases are opening up, it's actually too many pits and too few radishes. Liu Xiang shook his head and decided to make a list to organize his thoughts. Vietnam. Looking at it now, its main function was as a coal base and rice supply depot. However, since the Grand Library had specifically provided materials on the Southern War, going there would probably mean engaging in armed colonization. With the population explosion reaching this point, whether for food or fuel, the transmigrator community's demand had become a suddenly erupting black hole. The previous sentimental trade with Vietnam could no longer satisfy the Senate's stomach or its boilers. Judging from recent issues of the 2 journals and 1 newspaper, the call for more direct measures against Vietnam was strong. Phrases like "recapture the Jiu Zhen and Rai Nan commanderies of our Great Han realm" appeared frequently. Ryukyu. After reading the Grand Library's historical research, Liu Xiang roughly understood that this historical period was the time when the Ryukyu question, the since ancient times territorial issue, had originally gone wrong. The Satsuma domain was using force to compel the Shou dynasty to pay tribute to Satsuma and effectively control Ryukyu. From this moment forward, Japan began the process of Japanization, colonization, and localization of Ryukyu. Although Ryukyu continued professing allegiance to the Ming and later the Qing, it had actually become a Satsuma vassal. Setting aside this fresh historical flashpoint, Ryukyu was an important maritime landmark for the Northeast Asia route in the entire East Asian region, excluding the Senate, which possessed its own charts. From the topographical map, trade ships from Fujian sailed north along the Ryukyu Islands, using islands and reefs along the way as navigation guides and supply points. It was a central hub for East Asian navigation. Controlling Ryukyu meant little to the Senate, which could navigate by charts alone, but indirectly controlling the Sino-Japanese trade routes of other maritime merchants meant monopolizing trade with Japan was just around the corner. The sulfur on several of Ryukyu's volcanic islands was also an industrial raw material the Senate urgently needed, so the goal of going to Ryukyu seemed clear as well. However, compared to Vietnam and Guangzhou, Ryukyu was insignificant, a strategic side move. Taking it or not didn't matter much. As a long-serving local administrative official, sending him there would be using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Guangzhou, Liu Xiang began muttering again. This was the hardest to puzzle out. Speaking of Guangzhou, everyone in the Senate knew it was East Owner Gu's turf, the base of the Guanglei faction. Especially with the Great World Project's first phase nearing completion, this impression was only reinforced. Could it be a cadre rotation, to prevent any faction from becoming too powerful? This question surfaced in Liu Xiang's mind again. Judging from the Executive Committee's consistent policy, whether it was political factions or senators' personal political speculation, as long as they didn't cross certain lines, free activity was generally allowed. But allowing any faction or individual to become too powerful was absolutely forbidden. From the perspective of local factions, the weakest was Hainan's island faction. Even the Sanya Grand District, where Engineer Wang personally presided, was completely dependent on the center. As for the expatriate teams in Vietnam, Hangzhou, Jeju Island, Shandong, and Taiwan, though some possessed considerable strength, their dependence on the center remained extremely high. Only the Guanglai faction controlled the Senate's largest and most important trade gateway. Even after the Hangzhou station opened up the Shanghai trade channel, more than 70% of the Senate's trade with the Great Ming still flowed through this portal. Moreover, Liju's sugar industry functioned as the Senate's money-printing machine. Its importance was self-evident. Personnel restructuring of the Guanglai faction to prevent the tail from wagging the dog was only natural for the executive committee to consider. However, this matter wasn't simple to implement. Although Liu Xiang looked forward to displaying his skills in Guangzhou, his enthusiasm quickly cooled. The situation there was different. It wasn't like Qianshan, where a transfer order could swap out the county office director. If just anyone replaced Guo Yi, internal management might be straightforward. Guo Yi would never defy organizational orders, but the transfer would cause a massive shock in Guangzhou's local business circles. Would those who frequented the purple brand recognize the new owner? Liu Xiang had been a local official for years and understood native mentality all too well. The philosophy of rule by man was truly deeply rooted. Although everyone in Guangzhou knew Guo Yi represented the Australians, East owner Guo's transfer, regardless of whether it was perceived as a personal fall from grace, would mean governance ceasing with the person's death. Policy changing with the official was the norm. This was the 17th century, but even in the 21st century, when a street office or county changed leadership, predecessors' debts routinely went unrecognized. Even if he took office, the silver temporarily deposited at the purple brand counter would probably be withdrawn within days. After all, commercial credit in this era was built on individuals, not legal entities. If this happened, leaving aside whether it constituted a major incident, it would be too embarrassing. Of course, if Guo Yi's team could stay on, that would be ideal, but this simply wasn't something he could decide. Not to mention internal issues. 3 major troubles loomed in Guangzhou Prefecture alone: the bureaucrats of Guangzhou, the Portuguese in Macau, and the senators in Hong Kong. The prefectural city was where the provincial bureaucrats resided. If the Senate sent people there to run an underground government or a shadow shogunate, high-ranking officials in the city would certainly not cooperate as background props like Wu Mingjin had. Guo Yi had spent years building relationships. If he left, could Liu Xiang pick them up? Macau currently existed in a state of legally leased land with the Great Ming government. If they ran an underground government, should they recognize the colonial status? Emotionally speaking, they shouldn't. Although this colony differed from the 5 ports trading and various land cessions extracted by the Qing, legally constituting normal land leasing, a large portion of the Senate still refused to recognize other countries' colonies on Chinese core territory, regardless of form. The call to drive out the Portuguese and reclaim Macau had always existed, and it wasn't small. But viewed from the perspective of practical interests, Liu Xiang saw that Macau remained the most important trading port between the Senate and the Portuguese. Especially Indian goods imported by the Senate, most still came through the Portuguese Channel. Driving out the Portuguese would yield no practical benefit beyond satisfying national pride. Besides, the Portuguese without a motherland were now extremely submissive to the Senate, far easier to handle than the unruly Dutch. The most troublesome situation was actually Hong Kong. If they controlled Guangzhou, what relationship would they have with Hong Kong? Liu Xiang knew that senators in Hong Kong intended to do something significant. However, the possibility of Hong Kong becoming the Pearl of the Orient in this timeline no longer existed. Since the Senate could rule Guangzhou directly, why use this small island at the Pearl River's mouth, scarce in resources in every regard? Occupying Hong Kong and establishing a base originally served to monitor Guangzhou. Once Guangzhou fell under Senate control, Hong Kong's value would vanish accordingly. Currently, Hong Kong's industries had achieved a certain scale of shipbuilding development, almost entirely, by relying on primary labor cooperation provided by handicraftsmen backed by Guangzhou Prefecture. Beyond this, its industrial limitations were significant, and its military character strong. The few agricultural processing enterprises built by the light industry system almost entirely served the logistics headquarters, and they still depended on the Pearl River Delta's agricultural product supply. In other words, current Hong Kong, apart from its function as a port, completely depended on the mainland for everything else. And the port function held no trade significance apart from being meaningful to the Navy. Since they could directly rule and use various ports of Guangzhou, why bother detouring to Hong Kong? After taking office, how would he get along with the senators in Hong Kong? Should he propose that Hong Kong be incorporated as part of Guangzhou? Just thinking about it made his brain hurt. Opening the compilation of local conditions, Liu Xiang decided to focus his attention on local sentiments first. After years of Senate intervention, the economic and social structure of Guangzhou Prefecture had undergone earth-shaking changes, so the Grand Library hadn't participated in compiling the local conditions this time. This important social survey document was mainly compiled by the Guangzhou Station, with the Intelligence Bureau providing full data support. Precisely because the data was detailed, it suited Liu Xiang's reading habits better than the historical document compilations scraped together by the Grand Library. Liu Xiang scanned the various data again, scribbling on paper, clustering and reclassifying at coarse granularity according to his own understanding, making it more suitable for his method of political economy analysis. Calculating by pops, the situation looks like this now. Liu Xiang followed the classification mode of Victoria among the paradox 4 cuties, dividing the population into major types: gentry, bureaucrats, farmers, coolies, laborers, technicians, handicraftsmen, military households, and so on. Then he pulled out a printed administrative division map of Guangzhou Prefecture and marked different areas with different tags and numbers. He busied himself for 2 solid hours before filling in this map, then pulled out another that was already filled in for comparison. This one was generated by a program he'd written in his spare time over recent months while studying the 3 gift documents. The processing flow was similar to the manual one, only the calculation was entirely left to the computer. Comparing them, sure enough, considerable differences existed between the 2 maps. "I'm wasting my effort." Liu Xiang decisively abandoned the results of his 2 hours of work and resolved to use the computer-generated map for analysis. As for going back to check, Liu Xiang simply gave up. The laptop was already packed, and rummaging through boxes wasn't convenient now. Anyway, it was only a sea journey of slightly over 60 kilometers from Haikou to Lingao. This regular tugboat with its turtle speed would arrive by dark. However, the data had passed through his brain after all. He understood it better than just looking at the computer-processed map. Many ideas emerged at a glance. End of chapter. Chapter 1622, Local Industrial Potential. Every time I look at it, I'm amazed. After all this time, the steel industry turns out to be a traditional leading industry of Guangzhou Prefecture. Liu Xiang exclaimed after carefully reorganizing the data. This wasn't exactly a secret, but Liu Xiang rarely paid attention to historical materials of regions unrelated to his jurisdiction. Now that he examined them closely, he felt quite surprised. From the reorganized results, due to the Senate's long-term economic intervention, current Guangzhou Prefecture had formed 3 major industrial clusters of considerable scale in the secondary sector: iron smelting, timber processing, and brewing. And among these 3, iron smelting was actually a traditional leading industry. He opened the Grand Library's compilation of economic, industrial, and commercial historical materials of Guangzhou. It turned out Guangdong's iron in this era was originally quite famous. The so-called Southern Iron, or Guang Iron, referred to pig iron produced by small local workshops, and the smelting and casting industry in Fashion, was historically renowned. Zhejiang produced high-grade iron ore. After being mined, it scattered into various small workshops along the West River, was smelted into iron ingots by traditional blacksmiths, and finally concentrated in Guangzhou Prefecture City. The imperial court had even established an Iron Affairs Bureau, an Iron Tax Bureau in Guangzhou Prefecture specifically to manage this industry. Because the pig iron here was all smelted using charcoal, it didn't contain the impurities, especially sulfur, found in the pig iron smelted with coal in the north. Consequently, the quality was very high. For this reason, the Ming court arranged for the casting of red barbarian cannons in Guangdong whenever possible. Lingao's enormous industrial appetite had further intensified the expansion of this traditional advantageous industry. Before building its own blast furnaces, the Senate's industrial system had always relied on importing pig iron from Guangdong for resmelting to supply its steel needs. Even now, with the Mao Iron and Steel Company in operation, the Planning Academy still imported a portion of high-quality pig iron from Guangdong directly for production. Timber processing was driven directly by the Hong Kong shipyard. The standardized production model brought convenience not only to the Hong Kong shipyard, but also greatly improved production capacity at various workshops that had undergone industrial transformation. In particular, improvements in precision and the unification of weights and measures made large-scale collaborative production and subcontracting possible. Besides ship material production, which promised the largest profit and offered the best opportunities to learn craftsmanship, these old-style workshops had also begun trying to collaboratively produce other products according to Australian craftsmanship. However, they relied almost completely on orders from the Planning Academy, and their technical level and processing capabilities remained very low. Further improvement required relevant technology transfer and additional processing equipment. The latter was difficult for the industrial sector, whose production schedule was already maxed out. Liu Xiang felt the potential here wasn't great. The greatest influence instead came from the brewing industry, driven by domestic and export sales of distilled spirits like Princess of Tang, Scholar Unrivaled, and Lady Lan. Because local brew was purchased on a large scale, with complete disregard for taste in favor of alcohol content, local brewing workshops had sprouted like bamboo shoots after spring rain throughout the surrounding areas. Even peasant households with some surplus grain, such families seem to have increased significantly since sweet potatoes were introduced to the Guangzhou Prefecture market, would make a vat of local wine, cover it with a quilt, and wait for the liquor collectors to come and exchange it for money. With more people brewing wine, grain seemed to be in higher demand. In the past 2 years, many families had switched to growing grain, especially sweet potatoes. To a certain extent, this had transformed the traditional agricultural structure of the farmland around Guangzhou Prefecture, which had mainly focused on vegetables, breeding, and economic crops like indigo and plant dyes. This constituted a massive impact spanning across industrial sectors. This is the power of industrialization. Even if it's just the radiant heat of a few industries, it can boil the waters of a small peasant economy. This line of thinking can also apply to Vietnam and Ryukyu, Liu Xiang continued deducing in his mind. As for Ryukyu, Liu Xiang grabbed a map of East Asia and used his pen to measure distances. Looking at straight-line distance, Jeju and Ryukyu are actually about equidistant from Japan's main trading ports. But the problem is, except for us who dare to sail the Kuroshio Current, other sea merchants don't. They inevitably have to go north along the island chain, so these Ryukyu Islands should function mainly as cargo distribution centers. Liu Xiang struggled for some time between the Sansin Islands and the Amami Islands, but finally circled Naha Port's position with a red pen. Still deeply influenced by uncharted waters, Liu Xiang sighed again. Sulfur. Sigh, forget it. Fine particle crushing isn't something this broken little archipelago can handle. Just honestly pack it in boxes and ship it away. Liu Xiang recalled the posts on the BBS that had enthusiastically discussed comprehensive utilization of sulfur, and concluded that there really was no capacity to support a sulfur chemical industry with such unreliable production from manual collection at volcanic craters. If we want to do this, I'm afraid I'll have to write about the advantages of a single-center star-shaped logistics system again. I don't know if those guys in logistics will endorse my theory. Liu Xiang studied the arc-shaped coastline of eastern China, and his confidence increased. It's already shaped like this. Not using star-shaped logistics would be a waste of transport capacity. Vietnam? I feel the probability of going there is very high. Coal and grain. Isn't this situation exactly like what I did in Qianshan? Just swapping Jiazi coal mine for Honghe coal mine. This overwhelming sense of familiarity. Liu Xiang spent the least thought on Vietnam because, analyzing from an industrial perspective, if he went there, apart from increasing the military proportion, the rest would just be an enlarged version of Qianshan County, and even more unscrupulous. After all, the Vietnamese were not of the same language and race in Liu Xiang's perception, so he could act more drastically. However, I must make my attitude clear. Absolutely no governor-general system in Vietnam. Liu Xiang pondered further. Many senators hold maps from the two Han dynasties proclaiming that the lands of Tonkin and Annam have been China's inherent territory since history began, being the Jiu Zhen and Rai Nan commanderies. If we establish a governor-general system, then later when we conquer the core territories of the ancient 9 provinces, do we also have to establish governor-general offices? This is purely asking for trouble by starting off on the wrong foot. Liu Xiang sighed. The 3 Lius left the capital. The abolition of the inspectorate and the establishment of state shepherds marked the beginning of the chaos of the Flaming Han. Did the initiator of this have no descendants? Suddenly, his train of thought jumped to the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, and Liu Xiang started sighing at tangential historical parallels. Looking at the map while recalling the infinite cycle of Vietnam's annexation, submission, rebellion, and independence, a certain person who claimed to be the best in liberal arts among engineering students, the strongest in science among liberal arts students, and the best in engineering among science students, had already begun composing the manifesto on the crusade against the rebels of Nanyu. 100 tribes of Nanyu, before the Qin established the Guilin and Xiang commanderies, were all barbarians, disrespecting ancestors, having no written records, possessing no name of a state. It was not until Zhao Chu established himself that civilization arrived. And now, the Senate of the Australian Provisional Government of the Great Song specially dispatches 100,000 elite troops and 10,000 ships to hunt in the land of Nanyu, solely to restore China and save the common people. You should conform to heaven and respond to men, welcoming the king's army with baskets of food and pots of drink. Liu Xiang took a deep breath, pushed open the porthole, and shouted the final sentence loudly to the sea. Do not say you were not warned. After shouting it out, Liu Xiang instantly felt as if he'd been buffed by 100 spells, emanating various light and shadow effects intended to blind all pay-to-win players. Bah! Liu Xiang was struck by the cute sound of instant death, and his fierce expression immediately softened. Miss, could you perhaps be the reinforcement summoned by the monkey? Liu Xiang, incapacitated by cuteness, scooped up the little girl who had woken from her nap, tickling and teasing her. Guo Linger watched the father and daughter laughing loudly with a baffled expression. What monkey? Just as she asked, Guo Linger spotted the documents on the table, especially the map of the Indochina Peninsula she had seen many times and grown familiar with. She instantly understood. Her husband had been contemplating national affairs. Husband, the ship is arriving soon. Do you need to change clothes? Guo Linger asked while tidying the things on the table. Raise my flag. Liu Xiang nodded. Since Elder Ming raised his own admiral's flag on the Lichun, The senators had unanimously decided that such an ego-boosting practice must be popularized. Coupled with agitation from senators like Han Huangnan, who had been pushing for establishment of a college of arms, the executive committee went with the flow and granted everyone a favor, allowing each senator to design their own coat of arms and flag. The moment the document came down, the 500 reacted like cold water dropped into hot oil. In an instant, the thresholds of Arten design-related senators' homes were worn down, and foreign artisans like Trini became hot commodities. Liu Xiang's design wasn't complicated. Originally, he had intended to use only a seal script character, Liu. But Liu was a big surname, and many senators shared it. To distinguish himself, Liu Xiang encircled the outer ring with a red dragon and white python, red above and white below, alluding to the story of the High Ancestor slaying the white snake, the Red Emperor and the White Emperor. This practice met with resolute resistance from other Liu surnamed senators. In the end, a compromise was reached. Any senator surnamed Liu could use this red dragon and white python symbol if they wished. Although the red dragon and white python were relatively complex, compared to the elaborate European coats of arms with various flowers, grasses, and griffins designed by other senators, it was considered quite concise and lively. At least embroidering a red dragon and white python wasn't difficult for the refugees brought from Jiangnan, where skilled embroidery women abounded. First rose the Morning Star flag, and then Liu Xiang's personal flag. Liu Xiang stood on deck holding his daughter, enduring the setting sun that was sinking in the west but still incredibly dazzling, gazing at the dedicated wharf for senators in Lingao. Back again, Liu Xiang sighed with emotion. Although he had returned to Lingao many times during his term in Qianshan to report on work or lobby the ministries for funding, he always felt like a rubber band was tied to his back, pulling him away before he could stay long. Arriving in Lingao this time, he truly felt a sense of coming home. Although the new job would press down soon, at least this time he had a month or so to rest properly in Lingao. End of chapter. Chapter 1623. A welcome reception. That slip of composure just now was also because of this. Liu Xiang explained to himself. Boom, 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 boom. The salute guns thundered. It was a system established by senators from the Navy, Port Affairs, and other sectors, firing a salute when senators returned from abroad. The pretension factor instantly maxed out. To savor this flavor, the director from neighboring Wenchang refused to take the land route every time he returned to Lingao, insisting instead on transiting through Liu Xiang's territory and taking a boat back. The land route offered no salute treatment. Of course, Liu Xiang estimated the man's other primary purpose was to mooch Liu Xiang's senator special supply cigarettes. Although Liu Xiang could smoke socially, he wasn't addicted, whereas the director from Wenchang was a heavy smoker. Every time he passed through Qianshan, Liu Xiang's allocation of special supply cigarettes decreased by a carton. There's a chief waiting on the shore, Gu Linger said. It's old Qian. Liu Xiang answered absent-mindedly. He's really enthusiastic. Qian Shuixi was currently waiting on the dedicated pier, his cigar glowing. For the Otaku Party, this externally stationed county office director was a senator with real power. Before his external posting, Liu Xiang had often attended the club parties and gatherings on the Feiyuan, counting as a peripheral member. But later, after Lin Chuanqing and a few others started a scale model club, a hobby group with specific activity content, Liu Xiang had gradually participated only in this smaller organization's activities. Because of the club's complex composition, Liu Xiang and the Otaku Party had gradually drifted apart. Later, when he became director of Qianshan and engaged in lobbying the ministries for funding, several times, Qian Shuiding had helped him considerably, and the relationship between both sides slowly recovered. However, today's reception was actively sought by Qian Shuixi. Through various actions of the Guangzhou station over the past half-year, Zhang Shangji had analyzed and concluded that the Guangzhou station would undergo major changes, most likely a replacement of the chief officer. The people of the Guangzhou station discussed it privately several times and obtained information through Qian Shuiding, confirming this possibility. Qian Shuixi guessed at several candidates who might take over Guangzhou affairs. Liu Xiang had the highest probability, because he was the senator with the most extensive administrative experience among all county office directors sent out so far. It was most likely that he would serve as mayor of Guangzhou. Therefore, as soon as he learned that Liu Xiang had handed over his duties in Qianshan County and was returning to Lingao, Qian Shuixi came forward to invite him to the Feiyun for a welcome reception. Originally, he proposed that Liu Xiang stay on the ship for a few days, reasoning that since he had a child now, his original bachelor apartment wasn't suitable for continued residence, and arranging a newly assigned room would take several days. However, Liu Xiang replied that the general office had already arranged a house for him in the guest house. Although the facilities on the Feiyun were advanced and comfortable, it was a small boat after all, with many daily inconveniences, especially with an infant. There were no disposable diapers in this space-time, and washing and drying diapers every day would occupy considerable space. However, he gladly accepted Speaker Qian's offer to wash away the dust for him on the Feiyun. Maritime barbecue parties on the Feiyun were a topic many senators relished. Some senators held grudges for not receiving an invitation and refused to go uninvited. Liu Xiang led a large group of people off the ship first. The band on the pier was the team he had brought from the Qianshan County Committee compound. The transfer order clearly stated that he should transfer 10 naturalized cadres to Lingao to participate in cadre training short-term class, without affecting the normal operation of the Qianshan County government. Although the naturalized cadre team in Qianshan County had been fully strengthened after the arrival of the deputy director, taking away 10 people still gave Liu Xiang a headache. Because the new deputy director had limited administrative experience, Liu Xiang had to leave a few useful cadres behind. Moreover, it was best if these cadres could speak Cantonese. He had managed to select 10 people only with great difficulty. After the naturalized cadres were picked up by special personnel, Qian Shuixi went to welcome Liu Xiang. "Ho, little Liu, what is this treasure? It looks quite heavy." Qian Shuixi, in the midst of exchanging pleasantries, noticed that the port crane had unloaded a valuable fragile large item special shipping container from the ship and placed it on the flatbed cart Liu Xiang had reserved. "He, this is the thing I needed to borrow space for, a 120 ship model." Liu Xiang answered with studied casualness, but he couldn't hide his smugness. "A big guy over 3 meters long." It surpassed so-called museum grade. Even in bathtub grade it counts as large. "Oh, then I must appreciate it properly. But it should still be parts in this state, right? What, planning to gather manpower to assemble it together?" Qian Shuixi had been taken by the little girl and his family for countless joyrides on the Xiaoqing and really looked down on a ship model only 3 meters long. "Yeah, but I still have to wait until I'm settled. Maybe I'll have to leave right away, and this thing might just be left here for others in the hobby club to mess with." The convoy split into 2 groups. One carried the luggage to the guest house, while Liu Xiang's family traveled lightly to Lingao Cape Park. By now, only the last bit of afterglow remained of the sun. The carriage clattered along and soon arrived at the special security zone in Lingao Cape Park. The Feiyun was quietly docked at its dedicated berth. 5 years later, this yacht, once dazzlingly white and known as the Princess of Lingao Cape, now showed signs of fatigue. Although the peeling paint had been repaired, the color was no longer shiny white, and the surface was pitted. The tall mast and white sails had been removed. Although the white awning was intact, it had been yellowed by the sun, completely unrecognizable as white. Now this ship no longer went out to sea. Firstly, there was absolutely no fuel left, and this ship was listed as an emergency combat readiness ship to be kept for emergencies. Therefore, navigation facilities like the engine and sails had been sealed. Secondly, with the Xiaoqing available, such a light small boat was more suitable for sailing at any time than the Feiyun, which was full of treasures. Although the facilities on the Feiyun were advanced and comfortable, due to the lack of modern spare parts and materials over the years, despite the great efforts the Qian brothers spent on maintenance, the ship was deteriorating day by day. Many enjoyment facilities on board were damaged. For example, the famous open-air jacuzzi was now just an ordinary bathtub. Fortunately, the barbecue grill was still there, and one could still enjoy the gentle sea breeze on the wide deck, surrounded by a few rattan chairs, drinking cold rice beer and eating barbecue in summer. That was truly living like a king of the South. At this moment, the charcoal fire on the grill was already glowing red. The large ice bucket was full of rice beer, and the table was filled with a dazzling array of fresh ingredients. Where is Brother Qian's family? Liu Xiang saw only Qian Xuanhuang busy grilling on the Feiyun, and the others were gone, so he couldn't help asking. Big brother will be back soon. Sister-in-law probably won't be back before 12. Duoju is probably dragging her girls' commando team to go sailing again. Qian Shuixi also mentioned the matter of the Xiaoqing. You two brothers are really generous. Aren't you afraid of accidents? Liu Xiang spoke while watching his little girl wandering all over the place, having to stop her various scooping and throwing combos at any time. It's okay. I was quite worried when I first heard about it. Big brother and his wife are often not at home, and my wife and I are both sent out and living apart. We can't manage it even more. She made a fuss and played a few times, and with that naturalist claiming to be from Lisbon, Sonia following her, we just let her be. Fortunately, since the accident on the Wenlin River, she has been much more careful. Oh, that one from the auction I attended back then. If I had known earlier, I would have gritted my teeth. Liu Xiang had a look of incomparable regret. Speaking of which, you're also a busy man. Since you went to the special reconnaissance team, it's rare to see you. I thought I would have to come to District 63 by myself this time. At most, Duojuo would come to pick me up. I really didn't expect it to be you. Sensing they were about to enter the main topic, Liu Xiang picked up his daughter and called Guo Linger to carry her out. Yeah, just came back a few days ago. Practiced island reef landing and beachhead control for a month some time ago. Just finished the training subjects, came back to rest and reorganize for a period of time. The room was quiet. Qian Shuixi took out a chilled fruit brandy brewed by Zhu Ziliang himself from the wall cupboard refrigerator. How about it, have a glass? I'll stick to beer. That stuff is sour. I even find it too sweet. Qian Shuixi shook his head. Judging from the training content, we should be preparing to attack Ryukyu. He poured himself some wine and clinked glasses with Liu Xiang. Does that broken place Ryukyu even need attacking? Liu Xiang almost spat out his wine when he heard this. Backup plan, you know, Qian Shuixi replied dismissively. Accomplishment unlocked with just one black ship visit. What the hell is there to fight? If they really don't obey, just bombard the shore. Guaranteed they'll be obedient. Liu Xiang shook his head. Although he understood that 90% of backup plans were never used, he still felt this was a pure waste of resources. In my opinion, might as well practice how to attack Hanoi. Oh, it's called Thang Long Prefecture now. Speaking of which, what our special reconnaissance team is best at is urban warfare, but the army is being sent into Guangzhou City. Qian Shuixi had a resentful expression, inadvertently revealing a bit of valuable intelligence. Liu Xiang was stunned. I always thought we were going to Guangzhou to run an underground government. How does the army get involved? What's the situation? Liu Xiang couldn't help but press further. After the disturbance in Lingao last time, little Zhang and the others received orders requiring them to transfer the families and property of reliable employees under their banner within half a year. Little Zhang and the others used the pretext of sponsoring employees' children to go to Lingao to study as cover to send the families of clerks and craftsmen out of Guangzhou City. Qian Shuixi slowly poured out the intelligence he had already sorted through. This is the rhythm of going to war. End of chapter. Chapter 1624, Insider Information, tell me about it, Qian Shuixi said, swirling the wine in his Czech crystal goblet. Domestic class contradictions getting too prominent. Start a war abroad to divert the masses' attention, the oldest trick in the book. This irked Liu Xiang. He still supported the mainland strategy. There might be a grain of truth to the diversion angle, but the dignified Senate had been struck at its very doorstep by Ming forces. If they didn't launch an offensive and kept biding their time, wouldn't the masses curse the executive committee all the same? Those in power carried original sin. That was the lesson. Liu Xiang now understood the psychology of those self-proclaimed soy sauce senators a little better. He still remembered the attitude of that deputy director who had just parachuted into Qianshan and found fault with everything he did. You're guilty simply for being a leader. You serve up errors. We, the masses, are the most innocent and blameless. Fortunately, that attitude changed after the man had done some actual work. Nothing taught humility like practical experience. The situation is pressing too, Liu Xiang said, taking a deep swig of beer. If we don't launch an offensive, the executive committee won't be able to justify itself. True enough, Qian Shuixi nodded. But this should be handed over to our special reconnaissance team. It's more their line of work. Liu Xiang was puzzled. In his understanding, capturing a city like Guangzhou meant nothing more than a repeat of the Pearl River campaign, coordinated naval and land operations backed by artillery. Even if the special reconnaissance team proved useful, it would be for decapitation strikes and reconnaissance, not scaling ladders and storming walls, surely. Perhaps reading Liu Xiang's confusion, Qian Shuixi laughed. Old brother, do you still think taking Guangzhou is as complicated as when we burned the 5-ram station? What else would it be? Qian Shuixi rose and poured himself another glass of fruit brandy. Current Guangzhou is practically defenseless. If we wanted, we could be throwing a party there tomorrow. The Great World alone has 3 companies of troops garrisoned inside, plus a dozen cannons. So preparations for war were made long ago. Not exactly. Qian Shuixi shook his head. Big Brother said there was originally debate within the executive committee about whether to attack Guangzhou at all. The sticking point was trade with the Ming Dynasty, that capitulationist, kept worrying that war would disrupt commerce. Of course, even he's on board now. As for sending those companies over, it was mainly for guard duty and construction work. The investment in the Great World isn't trivial. You've got to be kidding me. Liu Xiang howled internally. He'd been designing the Guangzhou operations according to an underground government plan all along. Was he supposed to scrap everything and start over? This is the problem with being far from the ruling center, he thought bitterly. No grapevine access at all. Speaking of plans going awry, just as the 2 men were engaged in what felt like clandestine plotting, Qian Xuanwang's footsteps punctured the conspiratorial atmosphere. "Sir," came Qian Xuanwang's voice, "people from the general office are here. They say they're the orderly and guard assigned to Senator Liu from Lingao. I have the official letter." Qian Shuixi straightened. "Show them up." Liu Xiang examined the letter. It did bear the general office's seal. He nodded for Qian Xuanwang to bring them in. The letter also contained a handwritten note indicating items to be delivered to Liu Xiang personally. Reporting to the chief, Guard Lin Dengwen, Leader 1, Guard Dai Beige Debug, Orderly Yi Simon, Yesman. The 3 announced themselves with distinctive self-introductions the moment they arrived. Reporting to the chief. This package is designated by the executive committee for your personal signature. Another young man, an executive committee liaison patch pinned to his chest, handed over a craft paper package stamped with a red seal. Top secret. Liu Xiang opened it to find a thick document, research on historical materials of the liberation of Shanghai and the suppression of counter-revolutionaries movement, with a receipt attached. He filled out the receipt and returned it, and the bustling young liaison took his leave. Liu Xiang exchanged a few words with the 3 newcomers, teasing Dai Beige about his unusual surname, before sending them outside to wait. By convention, the Feiyun received no one other than senators and their personal attendants, so they really are preparing to open fire. Once quiet returned, Liu Xiang patted the research on historical materials and sighed to Qian Shuixi. Seeing Liu Xiang's obvious unease, Qian Shuixi understood after a moment's thought. The man probably hadn't realized from the start that armed seizure was on the table. He must have assumed an underground government approach, like in Lizhu. After a few more exchanges, Liu Xiang indeed admitted, with some dismay, that he'd been expecting an underground takeover all along. Armed occupation of Guangzhou had never crossed his mind. But their conversation wound down quickly. Liu Xiang was eager to study the newly arrived research on historical materials, and Qian Shuixi was anxious to reach the Xiaoqing on the radio. The sun was already setting and Duoju had been out all day without word. It was worrying. Just then Qian Xuanwang reappeared. "Sir, a call from the port. Mrs. Boat just passed the fort checkpoint." "I'm going right now." Qian Shuixi shot to his feet. "Is that girl trying to start a mutiny? Does she have any sense of danger at all?" He smiled apologetically at Liu Xiang. "I have to go. Brother and sister-in-law are busy and Duoju." Go, Liu Xiang said quickly. "Xuanwang, see to Mr. Liu. Get the grill started. No rush." Liu Xiang said this, but his stomach was already growling. Nothing had actually happened to Qian Duoju. It was simply that the girl had grown tired of hugging the coastline. Today, exercising her authority as captain, she'd ordered the Xiaoqing to sail to Zhuwen. Little Lin and little Zhang, the most senior members of the girls' commando team, pointed out that patrol boats had increased in the strait recently, and the route to Zhuwen was straightforward enough to be nearly foolproof. After some negotiation and a few agreed conditions, they relented. The bosun aboard was a retired Marine who had fought in the Zhuwen naval battle. Qian Shuixi had hired him specifically for his familiarity with those waters. The whole crew made the voyage there and back without incident. The delay came on the return leg, when Qian Duoju insisted on stopping at the site where the Gu family pirates had been annihilated to pay her respects. Having confirmed via PHS radio that the Xiaoqing was approaching port, Qian Shuixi went personally to the park anchorage to collect her. After he left the dining room, Liu Xiang settled into studying the research on historical materials, cross-referencing passages with the compilation of local conditions. Qian Xuanwang came and went, delivering plates of grilled seafood, meat skewers, and vegetables, refilling his beer. Before he knew it, more than an hour had passed and darkness had fallen. Guo Linger was putting the little one to sleep in the guest cabin and couldn't come to attend him. During pregnancy, intercourse was forbidden. During breastfeeding, the absence of a menstrual signal made accidental pregnancy likely, so it was forbidden then too. After weaning, the baby began recognizing faces, which made intimacy deeply inconvenient. Yet many senators who thought with their lower bodies, especially certain individuals who treated lifestyle secretaries as playthings, ignored all of this. In recent years, there had been several miscarriages caused by intercourse during pregnancy and unintended pregnancies during lactation, driving Ai Bebe, Shinaoran, and the rest of the medical staff to fury. Eventually, under Du Wen's coordination, a campaign to establish good living habits was launched, and sex education pamphlets were distributed to every senator. No sooner had this dust settled than Shan Liang and his faction, who had been loudly condemning Du Wen, and the health department for trampling on senators' rights and interfering with senators' lives, launched a counteroffensive. They demanded that the executive committee provide free second secretaries to all senators and expand living quarters to address the problem of unlicensed 5 misses, substituting for legitimate partners during spouses' confinements. Not every senator had purchased a second maid, after all. Some had spent their money on private villas, others were under a certain someone's strict control. The issue remained unresolved after prolonged debate. Still, Many senators leading their own departments had already cultivated an nth secretary from within their immediate circles, all unlicensed. Whether these women counted as mistresses, lifestyle secretaries, or some other category was anyone's guess. The situation was growing increasingly tangled. Liu Xiang had wanted to find a second secretary himself, but Lu Cheng of the Women's Federation, whom he had no desire to cultivate, kept getting close to him. This effectively blocked the advancement by favor route for any other candidate. He couldn't exactly tell her to her face that he wasn't interested. The entire best excuse period slipped by, and Liu Xiang failed to take in anyone new. He ended up spending his evenings building ship models with a few naturalized craftsmen from the timber factory, burning off his restless energy that way. Unexpectedly, this turned him into a poster child for virtue. When Du Wen penned an article criticizing senators who thought only with their lower bodies, she held Liu Xiang up as a paragon, leaving him on the verge of tears. Naturally, when Guo Linger read this passage aloud during her newspaper reading duties, her eyes brimmed with emotion, and her regard for him soared from worship straight to fanatic believer. She bolted the door on the spot, and events proceeded from there. Liu Xiang had been sitting for over an hour without noticing. IT workers, after all, are legendary for their sitting endurance. He had just finished a paper titled Initial Attempts to Consolidate Urban Power in New China, and was preparing to turn the page when he heard Qian Shuixi's scolding, and Qian Duodyu's defiant rebuttals drifting in from outside. The argument between uncle and niece swelled as they approached, voices carrying all the way to the deck. Qian Duodyu appeared, deeply tanned beneath her sun hat, her striped shirt spotted with water stains and crusts of dried salt. End of chapter. Chapter 1625. The Junior Senator's Banquet arguing in front of guests. That won't do. Liu Xiang made up his mind to play peacemaker and raised his voice deliberately as he stepped onto the gangway. Is our little sailor back? Sure enough, the sound of a guest's greeting silenced both Qian Shuixi and Qian Duodyu. Liu Xiang surveyed the scene. Qian Shuixi still looked unhappy and was visibly fuming, while Qian Duodyu wore an expression that said you just wouldn't understand. The uncle and niece were clearly restraining themselves. He was about to say something to ease the tension when, "Hello, Teacher Liu." Several voices chorused from behind. It was Lin Ziqi, Zhang Yunmi, and the rest of the girls' sailor team. Back when Liu Xiang was still an otaku holed up in Lingao, he'd gone to teach at Fengqing. Little Lin, little Zhang, and these first-generation underage students had all attended the comprehensive liberal arts course he'd taught. Yes, you read that correctly. An engineering PhD teaching a sprawling survey course covering literature, history, geography, and politics. 96 periods crammed into a single semester. Liu Xiang's eventual application for an external post owed much to this experience. Waking earlier than chickens for morning study, leaving later than dogs after evening tutorials, staying up later than cats to mark homework. Continuing such a life was intolerable. Hearing little Zhang and little Lin greet Liu Xiang, Qian Duodyu pouted and chimed in. "Hello, Uncle Liu." When Liu Xiang had been teaching, Duodyu had still ruled as queen of the kindergarten senior class. She could hardly call him Teacher Liu. Besides, Liu Xiang used to visit the Feiyun frequently for various gatherings, so to Duodyu he was simply the weird uncle who keeps coming over to play. Good, everyone's doing well," Liu Xiang responded heartily, welcoming them aboard. "My goodness, it's been years, you've all grown up." His eyes lingered on Zhang Yunmi for a moment, and especially our Duodyu, a wise and mighty captain already. He took an exaggerated step backward and saluted. "I salute you, Senator Captain Qian Duodyu. One small step for you is a giant leap for the Senate's younger generation." Unexpectedly, Qian Duodyu returned the salute with perfect seriousness. "Salute to you, Senator Liu." Qian Shuixi pursed his lips in displeasure but said nothing more. He walked off toward the communication equipment to report back to Qian Shuiding. Liu Xiang knew the two trailing behind as well. Zhang Ziying, Dr. Zhang's daughter, was a household name among the senators. Everyone was waiting for the day the sanctimonious doctor finally showed his true colors. And Sonia, well, Liu Xiang had attended that auction too, so he recognized her. Qian Shuixi had mentioned that the girls' sailor team dined aboard the Feiyun after their weekly outings. Liu Xiang gestured for the two newcomers to sit. Zhang Ziying fidgeted before settling into her seat. She'd had made training, after all. Though she was a senator's adopted daughter, she still felt out of place among chiefs. Sonia, on the other hand, sat down immediately upon hearing the invitation and began sorting through the documents in her hand. Heaven only knew what this naturalist had catalogued now. Once seated, Qian Duoju, still basking in the glow of feeling recognized, launched excitedly into an account of the day's grand voyage. She started with the flash of inspiration that had made her think of crossing the strait, then described how she'd convened a temporary senators' meeting, how she'd commanded with poise, and finally how she'd navigated cautiously through the shoal-ridden waters of Juhua Islet on the return leg, while paying respects at the naval battle site. She sensibly omitted any mention of the tongue-lashing she'd received from Qian Shuixi upon arrival. Liu Xiang listened with beads of sweat forming. A troublemaker's capacity for courting disaster does indeed scale linearly with the resources at her disposal. As Duojuo narrated, Zhang Ziying kept supplying cover for her. The strait had been thick with patrol boats lately. The seas calm. They'd even called the radar station to check the weather. Little Lin played the enthusiastic straight man, keeping the mood lively. Sonia occasionally interjected details. At one point, what had appeared on the starboard side was actually a sandbar breaking the surface rather than an island. This or that species of seabird nested on the bars near the entrance to Juhua Islet. Only little Zhang sat smiling on the sofa, sipping her Limu Mountain oolong in silence, as though she alone were simply here to listen. Duojuo was nearing the end of her tale when Qian Xuanwang came over with news. The master had an emergency expanded meeting tonight and wouldn't make dinner. Madam had to attend as well. In short, both Qian Shuiding and his wife were working late. The Zhou Wisen family had left on separate assignments a few days prior. Zhang Shangji was, of course, still far away in Guangzhou. Tonight's welcome banquet would be hosted by Qian Shuixi alone. To express his apologies, he had already gone to the kitchen himself. Oh, and Liu Xiang's baby had woken up. Guo Linger was asking whether she should bring the child out for the young chiefs to see. Sorting out the relationships from Qian Xuanwang's various forms of address was no simple feat. Shared among 3 households, she had developed her own system of nomenclature for the 6 masters. Qian Shuiding was master, Qian Shuixi was sir, and Zhou Wisen, by special dispensation, was Big Brother Zhou. The 2 wives were addressed by surname. Calling them Big Master and Second Master felt awkward, and First Madam versus Second Madam invited misunderstanding. Eventually, since Zhang Shangji spent most of her time away from Lingao, AI Bebe became simply Madam. As for Mendoza, she'd personally insisted on being called Miss. But first, the other masters objected, and second, Qian Xuanwang felt that title belonged to Duojuo. A compromise was reached. Address Mendoza by name. Those who'd first attended Feiyun Club gatherings all remarked that Qian Xuanwang's address hierarchy rivaled that of the head maid at Jia Manor. Qian Shuixi cooking personally. Liu Xiang suspected the real reason was that the man couldn't stomach watching Duojuo brag in the living room. Listening might have set him off, so he'd retreated to the kitchen to vent his frustration on the ingredients. As for the baby, the moment Duojuo heard there was one to hold, she declared she had to see her right now, immediately, this instant. Liu Xiang smiled and nodded, sending Qian Xuanwang to fetch Guo Linger. The little one wasn't shy and didn't cry no matter who held her. The girls, Sonia included, took turns cooing and bouncing her. Zhang Ziying gazed at the baby with undisguised envy. She and Guo Linger had been in the same cohort, it was worth noting. Sonia, meanwhile, examined the child with a look of analyzing what distinguishes an East Asian infant, which irritated Liu Xiang. Little Lin was a natural with children, coaxing the baby from polite shallow smiles into full-throated laughter. When Zhang Yumi took her turn, something odd happened. For reasons unknown, the baby grew particularly attached, patting little Zhang's shoulder, then squinting and babbling at her for ages, leaving Zhang Yumi bewildered. Eventually, the baby refused to let go. Duoduo made several attempts to reclaim her, but the infant burrowed deeper into little Zhang's arms, prompting a very pronounced pout. Finally, Liu Xiang had to intervene, prying his daughter loose, and spent considerable effort cajoling her into letting Duoduo hold her. "Uncle Liu, I want to kiss her. Why does she keep dodging?" Duoduo was determined to salvage some dignity. "Obviously, my little treasure's been taught since the cradle not to let people kiss her willy-nilly," Liu Xiang teased. "I want to kiss, I want to kiss, I want to kiss." Duoduo threw a sudden, thoroughly childish tantrum. "Be good, give big sister a kiss, just one." "Uncle Liu, make her stop squirming, I want to kiss her little mouth." "The kid thinks you're playing a game," Liu Xiang thought. "You can't just make her stop." Badgered into submission, he finally offered Duoduo a trick, pout and blink at the baby. Sure enough, the infant studied Duoduo's protruding lips for a moment, apparently decided this small red lump was something to eat, and bit down. Duoduo was overjoyed. Over the years, Qian Xuanhuang had become the de facto first secretary of the Feiyun Club. Plates and utensils appeared as if by magic, and she produced a high chair for the baby from somewhere, likely an original yacht accessory. Once the child was settled, everyone sat down to eat. Qian Shuixi arrived carrying the final main course, lamb chops braised in red wine, a true rarity here. The territory the Senate controlled produced no wine grapes, and 99% of the wine shipped from Europe arrived as vinegar. Even the lamb chops themselves had to be specially ordered. Taste aside, the mere preparation of ingredients signaled how much importance was being placed on Liu Xiang. "Now this is a rare treat. Where did the wine come from?" "1 in 10,000, Liu Xiang asked in surprise. "It's a long story. Come." Qian Shuixi poured glasses for Liu Xiang and himself first. Duoduo took over, filling glasses for little Zhang and little Lin, after which Zhang Xiaoying poured for herself and Sonya. With Sonya, an English-speaking foreigner present, the usual for the Senatus, toast would have felt all kinds of awkward. Qian Shuixi's brain churned as he rose with his glass. The final toast he landed on was, "To our common ideal." The senators and junior senators raised their glasses without hesitation. Zhang Xiaoying, as an adopted daughter, followed naturally. Sonya merely stood and raised her glass in acknowledgement, staying silent. But the moment she drank, her eyes widened. Such mellow, sweet wine in New Spain. No, even in Iberia there is no wine of this caliber, she very nearly squealed. "Of course, we possess the finest brewing technology in the world," Duoduo preened. Liu Xiang took a sip. It was indeed a superb sweet wine, remarkably refreshing even unchilled. "Wait, this flavor is oddly familiar." End of chapter. Chapter 1626, The Art of Kingship Port Wine. That shouldn't exist yet. If I recall correctly, it became famous even later than cognac, Liu Xiang asked doubtfully. Qian Shuixi leaned close to Liu Xiang's ear and whispered, "Manor owner Liu's vineyard produced its first vintage this year. Semi-fermented grape juice mixed directly with brandy shipped from Europe. Whether this port counts as locally produced or imported is anyone's guess, he." Liu Xiang knew a thing or two about wine. Hearing this, he gave an immediate thumbs up. Ruthless, willing to invest the effort and capital, though I remember later versions of port, sherry, and such were all mixed with pure alcohol. Qian Shuixi's expression turned disdainful. "Forget that kind of adulterated swill. I wouldn't drink it if you handed it to me gratis. Besides, brandy shipped from Europe is a brilliant marketing angle. The special supply store is counting on this to recover currency. Minister Hong is practically bouncing off the walls, ready to make a killing." "You mean his number 82? Exactly. Already approved." Qian Shuixi nodded. "For now, it's still officially listed as an enterprise under the General Office." Hearing it was that Minister Hong's private venture, Liu Xiang nodded and dropped the subject. He simply joked, "Why not invent glass bottles and corks while you're at it and export the wine back to Europe? In the future, port wine won't have anything to do with Oporto." He didn't bother lowering his voice for this, and Sonia, savoring the wine in her glass, caught a snippet. At the familiar place name Oporto, she stared blankly at the two senators for a long moment, then shook her head in visible disappointment. Oporto and the entire Douro River basin produce fine wine, but nothing with this flavor. Besides, I cannot imagine transporting wine halfway around the globe to the Far East. From the wine-producing region closest to the New World on the outer ocean, the port of Madeira, to Pernambuco takes roughly 60 days with favorable winds. Ensuring even half the barrels don't turn into foul-smelling vinegar would be considered God's grace. Liu Xiang smiled faintly. That's because you understand neither why wine sours and spoils, nor the more advanced navigation technology we command. As he spoke, he fished a lamb chop from the serving plate. A foodie who couldn't enjoy a meal without meat, how could he not start with protein? We do, in fact, possess a method for transporting wine over vast distances, not strong spirits like brandy, but freshly brewed sweet wine. Naturally, this is a major commercial secret. The interests behind it are staggering. Forget the Far East and the colonies scattered across the globe. Shipping it to England or Northern Europe alone would generate fortunes enough to mint countless tycoons. Liu Xiang bragged freely between bites of lamb. As for navigation, the two teeth know. The entire Iberian Peninsula has begun to fall behind comprehensively. Just over a decade ago, a medium-sized ship ferried a band of Puritans who refused to acknowledge the Church of England from Plymouth to the pioneer lands in northern New Spain in only 66 days. Meanwhile, you Iberians still lumber across the Atlantic in galleons as ponderous as turtles. For some reason, Liu Xiang's showmanship was in rare form tonight. Soon the topic drifted from the ungainly hulls of galleons to the disastrous defeat of the Spanish Armada in the last century, then traced back through British and Northern European shipbuilding developments to the Baltic trade during the Hanseatic period. He mocked Europe's bizarre policy of taxing vessels by deck area, praised the Dutch flight invented at the end of the last century, specifically to exploit such policies, and finally launched into a lengthy discourse on the superiority of deep V-hull sections and watertight compartments. Qian Shuixi wondered privately, why is Liu Xiang showing off so hard? Does he have designs on Sonia? Seeing the naturalist's face radiant with admiration, he couldn't help worrying. Old Lin might strike him down with lightning. When Liu Xiang mentioned that he'd brought along a design model of a high-speed ship, only 90 days from Lingao to London, Qian Duoju wolfed down the rest of her meal in 3 bites and loudly demanded to see the 66-centimeter model of that cutty sark, short shirt, Liu Xiang had been boasting about. Sonia insisted on viewing it as well. In the end, by the second half of dinner, only Liu Xiang, Qian Shuixi, little Zhang and little Lin remained at the table. Once the boasting wound down and the conversation lapsed, a strange silence settled in. Odder still, Zhang Yunmi had sent Zhang Xiaoying away. What was this about? The table stayed quiet for about the time it takes to eat 2 lamb chops before Zhang Yunmi finally organized her thoughts. "Teacher, Liu, I remember you lectured on economics when you taught us, right?" Liu Xiang's face twitched. Back when he'd lectured on economics, the topic had earned him multiple scathing criticisms in Morning Star, accused of poisoning the next generation of senators. Why is this girl bringing it up now? "Last week, Supervisor Ma, Uncle gave us a weekend special class on political economy, and at the end he assigned us several economics articles to study and write our own reflections on." Zhang Yunmi grew more embarrassed as she spoke. After all, this was essentially asking someone to do her homework. Yeah, and what little Zhang got was in the original English, too, poor thing. Little Lin chimed in. "Weekend special class." Liu Xiang glanced questioningly at Qian Shuixi, who gave a brief explanation. The class was indeed held on the weekend. specifically every Saturday, reserved for the junior senators. Naturalized citizens rested only 2 days a month. Only the children from the original timeline observed Saturday as a holiday. The sessions covered material unsuitable for general instruction, all political, economic, and technological content involving historical events that haven't yet occurred in this timeline. No one expected the junior senators to master these subjects, merely to acculturate them, ensuring they remained ideologically closer to the older uncles, rather than drifting toward the local naturalized population. Aristocratic education, in a sense. Or perhaps the art of kingship. Supervisor Ma takes the ideological formation of the junior senators very seriously. Which aspect, Liu Xiang asked. Is it that you don't understand it or that you can't find a thread? Failing to understand was a matter of knowledge structure, or at least professional vocabulary. English language material was essentially impenetrable to non-specialists. Lacking a thread was easier to address. Having frequented several high-level forums in the original timeline, Liu Xiang had picked up a thing or two about economics as a hot topic. At minimum, he knew to ask, "Did you pay tax?" After someone smugly finished the joke about the two economists eating shit. My English articles are about neoliberalism in South America. Just as Zhang Yunmi finished, little Lin jumped in. Mine are all about South Africa. Hearing Lin Ziki's description, Liu Xiang and Qian Shuixi exchanged glances. Both saw bewilderment in the other's eyes. Does Duoduo have to write one too? Qian Shuixi followed up. Yeah, it seems to be some really obscure topic. Walloon something, little Lin offered. Qian Shuixi rang the silver bell on the table. Qian Xuanwang appeared, received her instructions, and not long after, a visibly reluctant Qian Duoduo returned to the dining room alone. The topic assigned to me is the industrial decline of the Walloon region and the separatist tendencies of the Flemish people. Qian Shuixi was utterly baffled. That difficulty level is a bit absurd. Do you know what the others got? Liu Xiang didn't answer him directly, but asked another question. Zhu Zio Shu Min's is about something called the Prussian Path. Little Lin accidentally let a name slip. Zhang Yunmi nodded. The others have topics like the Homestead Act, something about northern Italy. Oh, and Uncle Ma also told us that if we can't figure things out, we should visit the Grand Library for research materials or ask other uncles who understand economics and history. She placed notable emphasis on the second half of that sentence. The supervisor really is bullying you. Liu Xiang blurted the nickname carelessly. The logic here is a bit convoluted. Yunmi, you'll need to write this essay in reverse. Don't write about the medicine of neoliberalism. Write about the disease it was meant to cure. He then explained in detail the concept of developmentalism as originally implemented in Latin America. The fundamental goal is industrialization, breaking the unequal center-periphery international economic structure dominated by developed countries. Industrialization relies on three major instruments: large-scale investment, protectionist policies combined with strict foreign exchange controls, and adjusting taxation, wages, profits, and employment policies to encourage domestic enterprise. During industrialization, import substitution must be pursued to break dependence on international markets, especially on products from developed nations, thereby establishing indigenous production capacity and achieving economic independence. It's worth noting that when Latin American countries began implementing import substitution successively from the 1930s onward, foreign capital already occupied a dominant position due to historical factors. Unlike China, where foreign interests fled once the revolution erupted. So China started learning manufacturing from scratch, essentially without foreign investment, whereas Latin America engaged in substitution, targeting existing foreign capital. Yet transposed to this timeline, the only foreign capital capable of exporting industry seemed to be themselves and no one else. The Senate here occupied not the position of Latin American countries, but that of a developed nation. Has the supervisor's thinking shifted? For some reason, a bizarre image surfaced in Liu Xiang's mind. Queen Du glaring with furious eyes, raising a fist the size of a clay pot, that fist blazing with a billion rays of light. In truth, Liu Xiang had known from the start, no matter how publicly everyone endorsed land reform, when push came to shove, anyone willing to transmigrate surely harbored thoughts of private land ownership. Never mind how everyone praised the great law of land reform, most treated it as a technique for establishing the Senate's human empire. End of chapter. Chapter 1627, the politics lesson. If the full Senate ever actually voted, whether the land reform proposal would pass remained anyone's guess. That was precisely why land policy had become the Senate's most sensitive pressure point. No one dared prod it, so the matter kept getting deferred. Now, with the pressing reality of fighting back to the mainland, delay was no longer an option. Supervisor Ma expressing himself so obliquely in the special class was surely not an isolated instance. The latest theoretical journals likely contained new findings as well. Liu Xiang's mind churned in circles, but his mouth was already tearing Latin America to shreds. Latin Americanization had been one of the primary narrative frameworks behind the China collapse theory. Back when Liu Xiang played keyboard Politburo, he had invested considerable effort in this topic. Now he rattled off a torrent of analysis without pausing for breath. Just as his rambling drifted toward the stratosphere, Qian Xuanwang arrived to report that Master and Madam had called. They would not be returning tonight. They had to attend a temporary enlarged meeting. Both Liu Xiang and Qian Shuixi tensed. Though there had been political turmoil recently over the martial arts drama, the surrounding environment remained bizarrely quiet. No major operations were underway in any direction. Apart from a handful of departments, few agencies ever worked through the night. Had something happened? In that case, I shall take my leave. I'll come pay my respects to Speaker Qian again tomorrow. Liu Xiang rose to depart. I'm terribly sorry. Qian Shuixi looked apologetic. It's fine, truly. This counts as rare leisure time for me as well. Liu Xiang smiled. I'll return tomorrow when Speaker Qian has time. Good, good. Then we'll be leaving as well. The members of the girls' sailor team said their goodbyes too. Just what is this temporary enlarged meeting about? Judging by the format, it's probably no small matter. Why is AI Bebe attending? The health department. Could there be an epidemic? Standing on the deck, watching the girls' sailor team's carriage vanish into the night, Liu Xiang could not suppress his silent speculation. Yumi, didn't we already find some of what Teacher Liu mentioned in the Grand Library? Why specifically ask him? Little Lin and little Zhang whispered together in the same carriage. Asking always yields something. At least you got another angle for your essay, didn't you? Zhang Yumi's response was distracted, her mind clearly elsewhere. That's not the point. After that attack you became so withdrawn, not as cheerful as before, but today you were so proactive. Little Lin suddenly pulled Zhang Yumi into her arms. Didn't we promise to be together for life? Darling wife, don't abandon me. Whatever you do, don't go looking for a middle-aged man. Skip the middle-aged man and wait for your little pet Zhuo Min to grow up instead. Zhang Yumi pushed Lin Ziki away with a look of disgust. No, 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 that's not the point. Wife, are you really thinking about a middle-aged man? No way, you're the #1 idol. Can I be an idol forever? Besides, doesn't being an idol just attract those otaku middle-aged men anyway? It's all just for fun. How can you take it seriously? As for the monkeys in the selection group, idol or not, there's always a pack of ambitious ones with bootlicking faces trying to cozy up. Zhang Yumi's expression turned troubled. I like dressing up nicely and singing and dancing, but I can't dedicate my life to dance the way Teacher Liu Wenkai does. Hobbies and work are two different things. Hey, wife, are you really, seriously, considering this? Lin Ziki was genuinely shocked now, emphasizing each word. After the new year, the first 5-year plan will be complete. At the second 5-year plan Congress, we'll have voting rights. You really don't understand what that means. Zhang Yumi sighed. Little Lin's mouth hung open, not knowing what to say. True, her bestie had been withdrawn lately, but she had assumed little Zhang was merely recovering from the shock and needed time. She hadn't realized little Zhang had been thinking about things like this. But, these middle-aged men all have lifestyle secretaries already. Lin Ziqi finally reconnected, though not following little Zhang's earlier logic. Then what else? Live like Teacher Wu or Auntie Du, or find a naturalized citizen, setting aside whether he'd dare take a mistress. I doubt they would. Would there even be any common ground? Little Zhang shook her head. Once your little pet Zhuomin is trained up, maybe that'll be possible. Good luck, I'm rooting for you. But why Teacher Liu specifically? Aren't there some like Manor owner Liu who are closer in age? Oh, those guys have been trying for years to get us to call them Onii-chan, and it always had to be at sweetness level 4+. Only now do I realize what a bunch of lolicon perverts. Zhang Yumi vented viciously. But still, why Teacher Liu? Since we got in the carriage, have I ever actually said it was him? Relax, he's not my type. I was just lamenting the tragic fate of us female senators. Zhang Yumi pulled Lin Ziqi into her arms. Keep talking nonsense and you won't sleep tonight. As she spoke, she grabbed Lin Ziqi's twin buns from behind and kneaded vigorously. Wife, please spare me. Speaking of which, aren't you the one mooching a bed at my place tonight? How are you still so fierce? Don't. Ah. Lin Ziqi squealed and begged for mercy. The atmosphere in the carriage turned ambiguous. The coachman and guards outside wore uniformly awkward expressions. Poor Zhang Yumi still had no idea what major event had occurred today to warrant a temporary enlarged meeting, much less that the agenda of that meeting was closely related to her own future. In the classroom of the Primus class at the academy, only a few scattered figures remained. The faces of her classmates were strangely blurred, yet their names could be recalled with perfect accuracy. On the podium, a slightly plump silhouette lectured on something. Right now, the syllabus for the politics course is still being compiled. What exactly to teach hasn't been fully decided, but certain consensus has been reached, and those are the things I'm going to teach you. Speaking from my experience, I can only say that the politics class in our old schools was the one that told the most truth. The state is a violent machine for the ruling class to maintain its rule. The law is a tool for the ruling class to maintain its rule. There are individuals who betray their class, but no class that betrays its interests. Whether or not you possess mathematical talent, statistics must be studied well. It is the foundation of all social sciences. Without statistics, social science cannot be called science at all. And correspondingly, if you master statistics, you will have mastered a modern art of governance. Today we will discuss the statistical concept we heard most often in our original timeline, the so-called GDP. In this world, never inherit your old way of thinking again. You must establish the consciousness of the ruling class. Such a powerful sentence made Lin Ziqi open her eyes. She had drifted off again. She quickly raised her head. In any timeline, she had never liked politics class. It always felt irrelevant to her. She glanced at Zhang Yumi. Those eyes were bright and focused. She recalled their whispered conversation in bed that morning, about the future, about boyfriends, and certain topics unsuitable for minors. She was lost in thought when the door was suddenly knocked and opened. A naturalized citizen academic secretary entered, who was also Principal Zhang's lifestyle secretary. She whispered a few words in his ear. Zhang Zixiang, who had been mid-lecture, stopped immediately and said, "Study on your own for now," then hurried out. Fengqing had transformed utterly from its early days, save for the entrance statue with its ambiguous meaning and its 1980s-era style. Though the playground track was still made of cinders, the grass in the middle had been replaced with specially cultivated varieties. The teaching building had been expanded with 2 new wings, and a dedicated library now stood on the grounds. The practical training classroom, once a mere reed mat shed, had become a proper factory building. The school motto on the wall bore a fresh coat of paint, and a newly designed Fengqing crest had been added. Liu Xiang ran into his former colleague Zhao Jiachuan, greeted him, and asked about Hu Qingbai's current location. Today was Monday. After the flag-raising ceremony, Hu had gone to the lecture hall to deliver weekly current events, political education to the selection group students. Leaving behind Zhao Jiachuan, whose pile of papers was high enough to bury his eyes, Liu Xiang headed straight for the lecture hall. The hall had been built with great care. After all, amplification equipment could not be guaranteed long-term, so exploiting the building's internal acoustics had been essential. At that time, the construction company had brimmed with talent and overflowed with expertise. Unlike now, when most had changed careers, leaving only Mei Wan, Qi Feng, and a handful of others still holding down the fort. Everyone had poured effort into the lecture hall project, personally rotating as supervisors, then testing sound effects, then patching problems before final completion. And so, even standing at the door, Liu Xiang could hear Hu Qingbai's voice with perfect clarity. He reached out and tested the door, unlocked as expected. Walking in quietly, Hu Qingbai caught sight of him. After a moment, recognition dawned and he made no fuss, only slowing his speech slightly. Opening the door naturally made a sound, but the students remained still. Only a few boys fidgeted as if to turn and look, then controlled themselves. Not bad discipline, Liu Xiang thought. He found the nearest empty seat and sat down. I thought Chen Guangji's reflection from last time was the best written. Not because the depth of his thinking was particularly profound, but because of his use of Mandarin, that breath of life in his writing. It's stronger than most. When everyone writes, from time to time, you slip into your hometown dialect. Some dialect characters have no corresponding Mandarin equivalents, and you just substitute a similar-sounding one. Hu Qingbai praised this Chen Guangji student thoroughly, then called on everyone to learn from him. Following the student's gazes, Liu Xiang located the slightly thin and slender student, head slightly lowered, cheeks flushed red. Liu Xiang nodded approvingly. End of chapter. Chapter 1628, The Suitor. That's all for last week's review. What shall we discuss today? As everyone knows, not long ago, a group of so-called martial arts heroes made quite a stir in Lingao. Why? Hu Qingbai launched into the day's content. There were many motives. One of them was an attempt to steal our Australasian industrial secrets. Our Political Security Bureau cracked their conspiracy. According to the confessions of these so-called martial arts heroes, they came seeking our Australian secret recipes and, incidentally, to kidnap or bribe a few Australian craftsmen to return with them to Ming-controlled areas and serve their masters. Everyone knows there are many reasons the Senate has been ever victorious, both our own strengths and the enemy's weaknesses. But where does our fundamental power come from? Student Cao Cao, please answer. Liu Xiang's body gave an involuntary twitch. What an overwhelmingly domineering name. Looking closely, he saw a thin, small boy showing no potential whatsoever to become a generation's overlord. We have industry. We possess the strongest productive forces. Exactly right. And our industry is systematic. It cannot be replicated through one person's wisdom or some secret recipe. This is what the Ming officials and gentry find difficult to understand. In their eyes, industry equals craftsmen. Their thinking remains stuck in small workshops. So what consequences arise when Ming officials and gentry think they can replicate our success by stealing our secret recipes? Today I'm showing everyone 2 passages from private notes recently collected on the mainland. Let's invite 2 students to come up and read them. Please raise your hands. The Hare Bandits' Australian secret records of firearms also contain much falsehood. There is one called the heart-gouging cannon casting method, which instructs one to cast an iron pillar, heat it until red-hot, then gouge out its heart with a sharp iron-cutting blade, whereupon the cannon barrel shall be complete. It further notes that where the heart is gouged, cold water should be applied to protect the gouging knife from melting. However, when governors and inspectors tried this method in casting cannons, all failed. Later, a scholar well versed in the I Ching and also familiar with Western miscellaneous learning explained the fallacy of this method in detail, saying that red-hot iron is actually the fire phase. Stimulating it with cold water creates the tendency of Qian and Li crossing, dragon and tiger contending. The reason for the explosions is the clash of yin and yang, which heaven and earth cannot tolerate. Judging by the name heart gouging, the hair bandits may possess some evil arts to suppress and make this technique successful. Our dynasty should prohibit this technique. Laughter rippled through the classroom. Students, don't laugh. The next passage is even better. The hair bandits' craftsmanship all relies on evil arts. When the hair bandits first appeared in Guangzhou, they became famous for their glassware. Later, merchants transported hair bandit books to Hangzhou. Those seeking profit compiled excerpts into hair bandit secret methods and presented it to a wealthy merchant, which included the glassware manufacturing method. Upon obtaining this method, they imitated it, but what they produced was only 1 or 2 out of 10. The rest all shattered in the kilns, or burst and injured workers when emerging from the kilns. By chance, a manager learned in the I Ching who saw matters clearly reported. This method uses Li fire to calcine the essence of Wu earth, stealing the ingenuity of creation, which is excessive and cannot be tolerated by heaven and earth, hence much damage. Sure enough, the second passage triggered even louder laughter. When the final sentence was read, the whole room burst into hilarity. Hu Qingbai deliberately waited a moment before stepping in to restore order. All right, students, now you may raise your hands and share your thoughts. A forest of arms swished upward. Hu Qingbai savored this enthusiastic atmosphere, then called a name. Student Qi Liar. Liu Xiang chuckled inwardly. This Qi Liar was the student he was sponsoring. The boy's father, Qi, was not a foreigner but an authentic Chinese citizen, a carpenter who had always worked at the woodwork factory. When Liu Xiang had gone looking for people there to do private work building ship models, he discovered that not only was the man's craftsmanship excellent, but his son was clever and nimble. The boy could grasp concepts like 3-view diagrams as soon as they were explained. Liu Xiang had then recommended him for school. Teacher, I believe the Ming Dynasty's understanding of science is very limited. It's not that the Ming lacks science, but that this science remains stuck at the level of empiricism. This is determined not only by the craftsmen's own low economic conditions and cultural level, but also by the Ming merchants and gentry's lack of understanding and contempt for craftsmen's skills. Qi Liar stood and spoke eloquently, perhaps because Liu Xiang was sitting right behind him. His answer hewed closely to the viewpoint in the Senate's approved textbooks, nothing remarkable. But his ability to explain clearly while tying examples together in an organized fashion was quite good. After sitting through the full period of weekly current events political education, Liu Xiang finally greeted Hu Qingbai when class dismissed. "Aya, my old leader is as impressive as ever." Liu Xiang reached out first. Hu Qingbai lightly patted the chalk dust from his hands, shook Liu Xiang's hand, and teased, "You, the deserter, are a rare guest." The two bantered about parting sentiments for a bit before Liu Xiang inquired about Qi Liar's academic performance. Since Hu Qingbai held the position of homeroom teacher for the selection group, he naturally knew, otherwise he would not have specifically called on Qi Liar just now. This student is passable in mathematics and physics but weak in biology and chemistry. Though to be fair, those two subjects are generally poor across the board. We're considering revising the textbooks. Hu Qingbai had barely chatted with Liu Xiang for a couple of sentences before having to rush off to handle work. His main job was People's Commissioner for Education. Originally, the education sector had been small, with Fengqing encompassing almost everything, so he had mostly taught and compiled textbooks. Now, with more people and a larger territory, schools had to be established everywhere and large-scale vocational education implemented. Administrative burdens had grown immensely. Liu Xiang did not mind. The education sector was just that busy. Besides, he was currently in an undefined identity state. Speaking directly with Hu Qingbai about how the education sector could support the next phase of operations was not yet appropriate, at least not until he went through the procedures at the organization department that afternoon. Liu Xiang took his 2 guards, Lin Dengwen and Dai Beige, and wandered around campus, listening outside this classroom, peering into that one. He was mainly observing the higher primary grades. He wanted to judge for himself what 5 years of full-time education actually looked like. Class sizes in higher primary were modest, and age differences among students were small. The few particularly conspicuous older students were probably sponsored students of other senators. In the class Liu Xiang was auditing, however, the most eye-catching performer was a girl. He did not catch her name clearly because the naturalized citizen teacher had a bit of an accent. He could not even tell if her surname was Bao or Pao. The lesson covered geometry, but obviously the teacher's preparation was insufficient, relying entirely on her lesson plan and reading from script. The problem on the blackboard admitted more than the single solution she had prepared. Now she had been bested by this female student, and stood in the aisle between the first and second desk groups, watching along with the other students as the girl explained a more concise solution on the podium. The problem already states that a biennial is a triangular pyramid where all 4 faces are right triangles, so we know that edge DE is perpendicular to DC. Liu Xiang listened while nodding, but sighed inwardly. Pulling higher grade students directly into administrative internships would be impossible. They're too few and too precious. He was not the first externally stationed senator to covet Fengqing students. Back during the engine project, they had once borrowed a batch of Fengqing students in Kaohsiung to serve as administrative interns, and after graduation those students had been placed as cadres in Taiwan and Jeju. The question was whether he could now angle for some higher primary or even selection group personnel. After all, training cadres could not always start at the lower levels. There had to be some elite talent. Before long, Liu Xiang strolled to the academy for the selection group and the first generation. He asked the doorman. This period, they were all doing chemistry experiments in the laboratory building. 5 more minutes until class ended. Liu Xiang left his guards where they were and strolled to the laboratory building himself. This small, reinforced concrete structure, the most luxurious building when Fengqing was completed back then, now had ivy climbing its outer walls and already possessed a certain charm. Come to think of it, the Senate had invested quite heavily in education. That fellow looks familiar. Who is it from the army? Just as Liu Xiang was waiting outside for class to end, he suddenly spotted another senator barging into the laboratory building's lobby. Oh, it's that Germanophile Zhang Balin. What's he doing here? Clang, clang, clang. There were no electric bells. Instead, they rang a bell specially cast by the steel factory. Uncle Liu, greetings, Chief. Qi Liar came running out as soon as class ended. After politics class earlier, Liu Xiang had been chatting with Hu Qingbai and had not let him come over. Now Liu Xiang had specifically sought him out, which made the boy particularly happy. Good. Young man, you've grown strong. Liu Xiang clapped him on the shoulder. Have your father take a good look too when we meet. In a few days he'll be coming to Eastgate Market to take the fitter grade examination. You'll be able to see each other soon. Thank you, Chief. While chatting, Liu Xiang's peripheral vision caught Zhang Balin calling Zhang Yumi out individually, saying something to her. Could it be about yesterday's matter? Liu Xiang mused, then immediately shook his head. Forget it, not something I should get involved in. But as they talked, Qi Liar noticed Liu Xiang suddenly shake his head and could not help asking, Chief, what's wrong? Nothing, just thought of something. You still have to get to your next class, right? Study hard. When your father comes to Eastgate Market, I'll treat your whole family to a meal. Go on. Liu Xiang estimated break time was nearly over and began shooing him away. Ha, great, thank you, Chief. Finally some good food. Qi Liar had a mischievous streak. He saluted, said goodbye, and dashed off toward his classroom in a flash. Liu Xiang turned to look. Zhang Yumi seemed to have thrown a small fit, spun around resentfully, and headed into the classroom, leaving Zhang Balin standing alone outside. Just as I thought. Not something to get involved in. Liu Xiang did not show himself. He waited a while to avoid the awkwardness of running into Zhang Balin. After the man left, Liu Xiang slowly descended the stairs. He did not bother inspecting the junior first generation's classroom but departed directly. It was time to head to Bernkastel, have lunch, then visit the organization department. End of chapter. Chapter 1629. The appointment. He ate lunch at the Trading Post restaurant, then went straight back to Bernkastel. Liu Xiang first stopped by the senator apartment district. Although he was rarely in Lingao, like rooms in the Kremlin, he still occupied a set of apartments. No one had lived there for a long time. Though the general office's service staff cleaned and aired the place out weekly, it was not ready for immediate occupancy. So Guo Linger and their daughter remained at the guest house. Only the luggage had been brought over. Liu Xiang surveyed the apartment he had never actually lived in. The furniture was complete, but daily necessities like pots and pans were lacking. Apart from the things brought back from Qianshan, some items still needed purchasing, and the place required a thorough deep clean. The general office had already arranged all of this. He had already thought it through. When he left for Guangzhou, it would be better to leave his family in Lingao. Once Guangzhou was liberated, his workload would surely increase tenfold, 100-fold even. Bringing his wife and child would be profoundly inconvenient, and they would only divide his attention. Moreover, without his adorable daughter around, he might seize the opportunity to address the matter of a second secretary. After sorting out family matters, he went immediately to the organization department to report. Ming Lang studied the director Liu sitting before him and felt deeply conflicted. According to organizational principles, the organization department should have the greatest say in personnel appointments. But when it came to the class of senators, many of those principles had been torn to shreds. In particular, his organization department possessed no actual management authority over naturalized citizen cadres. Those fell under the Civil Affairs Department's Human Resources Division. The result was that his organization department, just like in the old timeline, had become a department that merely went through the motions. The practice of organization department expresses intent, senators actively apply, vertical departments directly appoint, regional heads invite personnel, had already become convention. Applied specifically to Liu Xiang, he was nominally just returning to the capital to report on work. His replacement in the Qianshan County office was merely a deputy acting as manager. Though there was already an appointment intent for the Guangzhou prefecture position, it still required confirming his personal wishes before initiating the public announcement process. The resolution for armed occupation of the Pearl River Delta region had passed only in the last week. The original plan had been the unappealing underground government model. Never mind the full allocation mode, capital relocation, picking the peaches. These topics endlessly debated on the forums had been intimidating enough. Guangzhou was about to become the most prosperous and flourishing region under Senate rule, but its work difficulty would probably also surpass any other directly controlled territory. Plenty of people fancied becoming lords of their own domain, but most were still unwilling to do this pioneerox kind of work. After the intent to organize the Guangzhou local government was made public, responses had been sparse. Some who wanted to go were obviously unqualified. Ming Lang had subsequently held conversations with several senators whose conditions seemed more suitable, but everyone who received the offer declined outright. Tragically, the organization department was powerless to do anything about it. Ming Lang got straight to the point. Regarding the matter of adjusting your work position that the organization department proposed, how is your consideration going? I accept the organization's arrangement. Liu Xiang nodded. Since he was going, he might as well agree straightforwardly. Ming Lang visibly relaxed. He said nothing, just stood and shook Liu Xiang's hand. Then congratulations. The burden on my shoulders is heavy. Though he had decided to take the Guangzhou position, now that the job was actually his, he still felt the weight pressing down. You needn't worry about that. Guangzhou is different from other county seats. It's the first major city under our rule, and the support provided will reflect that. Policies will definitely be adjusted as well. The new Guangzhou city government, will it manage only Guangzhou city itself, or will it include the subordinate counties? Currently, it includes the subordinate counties, but your work focus should be on the two attached counties of Nanhai and Panyu in Guangzhou Prefecture City. Ming Lang added, I can give you the inside scoop. The Executive Committee's current thinking on local administrative institutions is that provincial governments will manage counties directly. So once the situation stabilizes, Guangzhou will be listed as a separate municipality. That's good. Looking at the materials, Guangzhou Prefecture has 15 counties and one sub-prefecture below it. Even subtracting the attached counties, that's still 14 county-level units. Too heavy a burden. You don't have to worry about that aspect. The Executive Committee has already instructed our department to arrange sufficient senator cadres for you. Ming Lang produced a draft organizational outline for the Guangzhou City Temporary Administration Commission. You can take a look first. Is this finalized? Liu Xiang asked. No. As the highest administrative official in Guangzhou, you may express views on personnel. If you insist that a certain senator cannot be appointed, it's not impossible to consider. Secretary of State Ma's instruction is that the first task of the leadership team is to maintain unity. Liu Xiang opened the folder. In the draft, vertical departments covering judicial, taxation, police, political security, and so on either already had names listed or were annotated to be separately selected by the organization department. His eyes passed over these names. Some people he recognized, some he did not. But since there were only so many people in the Senate, he knew a thing or two about each person's situation. What about these positions without specific appointments? As chief administrator, you may recommend candidates. Of course, whether to use them still requires organization department approval, and the person must also be willing. Liu Xiang hurried to the key question. What about the people from the original Guangzhou station? Can they continue working in the new team? Same principle as above. Ming Lang added, Guo Yi is not included. He has another assignment. As expected. Liu Xiang nodded. Still, he wanted to argue the point. Guo Yi is our #1 agent in Guangzhou. Won't his departure shake the confidence of our business partners? With your Guangzhou city government to vouch for them, it should be fine. Ming Lang said, frankly, his continued tenure would be uncomfortable for him and would also hinder your ability to carry out work. Guo Yi had been in charge of the old Guangzhou station. Now with a new leader above him, he probably would not feel at ease. As they say, the first task of the leadership team is unity. All right. Honestly, I think he's more suited to this than I am. He has repeatedly requested not to continue as head of the Guangzhou station. Ming Lang said, as for the other senators, I'm not sure if they'll definitely agree to stay on. Tell me your specific retention requirements and I'll speak with them one by one. One last question. How will we be fed financially? Is it stirring the ladle in one pot or each raising their own child? This hasn't been finalized yet. For now, it's still the full allocation mode. Damn. Liu Xiang could not help muttering. This bizarre full allocation system had been costing him dearly. It practically forced him to run to the ministries. For administrative leaders who did not seek advancement, this way of muddling through was effortless and carefree. But while it might work for a tiny place with fewer than 10,000 people like Changhua, it was deeply unsuitable for a major county like Qianshan, let alone the future Guangzhou city. Rest assured. After the Third General Congress, a new fiscal and taxation system will definitely be established. We won't continue with full allocation. Ming Lang said, the finance and economy sector and the State Council have met several times. They're still hashing out the specifics. That's good. Otherwise, if even building bridges and paving roads requires central allocation, that's just too inconvenient. Liu Xiang nodded repeatedly. Thank you for your trouble. Not at all. You're the one bravely shouldering a heavy responsibility here. Coming out of the organization department, he returned home and quickly switched on his computer, browsing the posts on the forum. First, to see how the winds were blowing. Second, to check out recent hot topics. Apart from some posts that intentionally or unintentionally revealed too much, there was actually quite a lot of good material on the forum, especially the quirky threads. After all, in this world, the transmigrators were the greatest prophets, and with minimal interference in Europe, their prophet credentials appeared even more impressive. Liu Xiang found one such post in a showing-off thread by someone from the Colonial Trade Department. Zhou, Duke of Braganza, known as John the Restorer, married Luisa de Guzman, eldest daughter of Juan Manuel Pérez de Guzman el Bueno, the 8th Duke of Medina Sidonia of Spain, in 1633. Of course, our Colonial Trade Department wouldn't miss it. Even if we couldn't attend in person, the gifts had to arrive. I just wonder, when that exquisite sealed gift box finally reached the Duke's hands after a year of crawling through Jesuit channels, what expression he wore upon opening it and reading. And congratulations on the birth of little Prince Teodosio. The mysterious Australians of the Far East, are they prophets or devils? Is the helping hand they extend God's guidance or the devil's temptation? Getting João IV to launch the Portuguese independence movement ahead of schedule will be the first flap of our wings in Europe. Reading this, Liu Xiang could not help but chuckle. See, Kai's side has it rough too. Foreign trade. Let me look. Ah, found it. Although our main export commodities have already made a name in Europe, the transportation strategy of our main trading partners is halfway trade. That is, purchasing the raw materials we need from East African and Indian colonies, exchanging goods, then stockpiling our industrial products in Ceylon, Portuguese-Dutch contested, Goa Portuguese, Mombasa Portuguese. The Spaniards stockpile in Manila, waiting for ships from the Americas. The great Murad IV of the Ottomans is fighting fiercely with Shah Safi of the Safavids in the Basra-Baghdad region and has the upper hand. The successor to Abbas the Great is performing quite poorly. Historically, by 1639, he would suffer a complete defeat and cede Mesopotamia. Therefore, British purchasing in Basra has been significantly affected. Looking at it this way, the anticipated shipping capacity bottleneck is about to materialize. Seems like my T-Clipper was launched at just the right time. However, given this international situation, plus the 30 years war raging in mainland Europe, couldn't the industrial side also develop some export models of munitions? At minimum, we could help Europe phase out all those old matchlock muskets. If the Nanyang-style rifle is too advanced, I wonder if the flintlocks manufactured in Foshan would be suitable. End of chapter. Chapter 1630, Departure Senator Apartment District Service Center. The Senator's only library. Zhang Yumi sat at the reading room table. On the lustrous black lacquer surface lay a freshly sealed letter, white, Senator-exclusive stationery, faintly printed with a gray Holy Ship sunrise watermark. Elegant. Exquisite. The perforation seal bore a red wax imprint of her personal stamp. The character Zhang, rendered in seal script, artistically stylized into the shape of a phoenix in flight. Her face had completely lost its usual youthful vitality, replaced by a leaden pallor. She had been staring into the middle distance for some time when, suddenly, a gleam of light burst from her ashen gaze. Her eyes swept toward the bookshelves to her front left, position 210, 1/13. She remembered the call number so precisely only because she had just returned that copy of the complete works of Lu Xun before writing the letter. Human blood steamed buns, huh? She pressed one hand on the envelope as countless voices echoed chaotically through her mind. Yumi, no matter what happens, I'll support you. Your business is my business. Whoever makes you unhappy for a moment, I'll make them unhappy for life. Self-proclaimed manager classmate. Outside of dance rehearsal conversations, do our other topics even add up to 3,000 words? Don't you think you're meddling a bit much? Running to school to swear loyalty to me doesn't make you my boyfriend, you know. Little Zhang, you're the ace of the idol group our plaid skirt club worked so hard to build. We can't tolerate this kind of thing. We must seek justice for you, he. Zhang Yumi reflexively released a goddess-class mental skill. You people and your leg fetish, foot fetish, stockings fetish, safety shorts fetish, paying 80 yuan for standing tickets, craning your necks at the performance, waiting for Mr. Floor Fan to make a contribution. Otaku. Today's politics class will discuss the dialectic of procedural justice versus substantive justice. This history class will examine how the real power nobility of Europe handled matters of face. When Zhang Yumi recalled these lectures, she could not even summon a mental he. Little Zhang, Auntie Du is telling you, this is not a simple issue. Little Miss Zhang as a modern woman, Sister Cheng. Little Zhang in Uncle Shan's experience of struggle. Senator Zhang, if we don't pursue this matter, how can we uphold the dignity and authority of senators? This is a matter of right and wrong. You mustn't be confused. Not a single good person among them. For the self-proclaimed boyfriend's image. For some group's face. For their respective so-called ideals. For attacking dissidents. You've been buzzing around me long enough. Zhang Yumi's delicate palm touched the sealing wax. This artistic rendering of the seal script Zhang dated from a year before the crossing, an elementary school handicraft assignment to carve radish stamps. To help her finish the project, Dad had stayed up all night designing it for her. But none of you understand me. No matter what, forever and ever, he is my dad. Maltreating a senator's child, slandering a senator, 2 charges sufficient for the 10 unpardonables. According to the Law Society's opinion, enough to warrant the death penalty. Right now, the Law Society people were drumming up discussions on court procedures, applicable laws, and judicial selection. As for the other parties, they all had their own agendas and were actively maneuvering. Although this matter had not resulted in death like the maid suicide case, because it touched on sensitive issues at multiple levels, it had triggered quite a battle among the senators. Even major military and political events like the upcoming Guangzhou expedition could not dampen certain people's enthusiasm. Zhang Yumi stood at the center of this storm, suffering its ravages every day. Different people, different interests, different propositions, yet they all hoped unanimously that she would do something to add weight to their side. And old Zhang, his image had already been nailed as went home and knelt before everything that could be knelt to, for the maid who could bear him a son and daughter. Beyond serving as a negative example, no arena of public opinion harbored any expectations for him. I'm young. But I'm not stupid. Dad needed her support, even though his position in the Senate was finished. He would never be put in an important position again. From now until death, he would be a salary-collecting chief. Even if she despised that maid, that was only about the woman herself. When she considered how the ambitious mom had dumped her on the unambitious dad, how this man had toiled to maintain a broken family with income that was not meager but was hardly abundant, well, at the crossroads of fate, he had also made a rare effort to fight hard and join this magical time-traveling group. Girl, I'm going with them now to fight, not to find myself a wife. You're grown up. It'll be hard for me to take good care of you anymore. I'm going for you. She vaguely remembered the words Dad spoke the night of the maid revolution, tucking the wrench into his belt. His eyes, when he spoke, were sincere. Dad, your daughter only wishes for you to be happy. Since this was the case, even if Qian Duojuo had not come to hint, Zhang Yumi had long conceived a response plan. Since the vast majority of people believed that woman deserved to die, and since the executive committee also believed such a major event could not be dismissed with a simple family matter, fine. Do whatever you want. But according to the principles of aristocratic politics, you used to educate us junior senators. Since Dad has clearly stated forgiveness, I'll give you a pardon letter too. But I don't want to stay here anymore. Zhang Yumi's heart was ice cold, as if the blazing tropical sun could not dispel the chill. I want to leave. Anywhere but Hainan Island will do. For an instant, she even thought of leaving this messy Senate entirely and vanishing without a trace. Roll your doctrines and ambitions as far away as they can go. However, she also knew this was impossible. She was destined to be unable to disappear like characters in novels. Uncle Zio, this is the pardon letter I personally signed. You can call it a statement or whatever. It doesn't matter. Facing the general manager of the Senate, Zhang Yumi's voice had lost much of its cold edge. Still throwing a tantrum, huh? Zio Zishan sighed inwardly but did not take issue with the slight impropriety in this junior senator's tone. Uncle Zio, I've already mentioned it to Uncle Hu and Principal Zhang. I want to apply for an administrative internship. Ah, holding the wax-sealed pardon letter, Zio Zishan did not process her words immediately. As you know, recently there's been a lot of talk that's been very disruptive to my studies. Zhang Yumi repeated to Zio Zishan the same words she had said to Hu Qingbai and Zhang Jixiang. For some reason, she intuitively felt that Zio Zishan could play a decisive role in this matter. Our systematic study ended long ago. What remains now is specialized training. For me, that just means reading, writing, and translating more foreign language materials. I can do that anywhere. So I want to apply for an administrative internship. Go somewhere outside Hainan Island to lay low for a while. By this point, Zhang Yumi had a look of grievance on her face, appearing incredibly pitiable, as if the illusion I too find her sympathetic should be transferred to her. Sigh, this girl has it hard too, running into such a thing, running into such a father. But Uncle Hu and Principal Zhang both said they can approve their portions. Since there's no precedent for an underage senator applying for an administrative internship outside Hainan Island, they suggested I come here to submit the pardon letter and ask Uncle Zio how to handle this process. Indeed, there's no precedent. But if this comes to me and we have to hold a formal meeting to discuss new procedure, I suspect you won't need to think about going out to relax. Zio Zishan silently cursed the senator's damnable decision-making efficiency on these major policies, then scratched his head in considerable difficulty. How exactly should I handle this for her? How about Qianshan or Sanya? Sanya's been developed pretty well now. Nice place for a vacation. I don't want a vacation. I want to go farther away, preferably off Hainan Island. Zhang Yumi said. Off Hainan Island, Jeju Island and Shandong were a bit far, conditions somewhat harsh. Whether little Zhang could handle the bumps of a long voyage was also a question. Taiwan had recently had an assassination incident and malaria was prevalent there too. Hangzhou had a Luddite movement and sending her there would immediately make him a focus of public opinion. Where else was there? Hangzhou was about to go to war. Guangzhou? Tell you what. There's going to be action in Guangzhou. Senator Liu Xiang, you know him, right? He paused, and seeing Zhang Yumi nod, Zio Zishan then remembered that Liu Xiang seemed to have taught the junior senators at Fengqing before. Well, in the next few days, he'll be taking his team there to take over the Guangzhou regime. He's been authorized to invite other senators to join his team. If you really want to leave Hainan Island for a while and find a place for administrative internship, you can ask him for help. I'll put in a good word for you too. Recalling the gaze that swept back and forth 3 times when she first met Liu Xiang on the Feiyan the other day, Zhang Yumi felt that convincing this teacher Liu should not be a big problem. Then I'll go pack my bags now. We'll leave in the next few days. No rush, Zio Zishan said. Although you've issued a pardon letter, the honor court trial process still needs to go through. After all, this is a serious case. He weighed his words. Anyway, the trial will be held in the next few days. Just wait a bit. Can we skip the trial? This matter is actually quite complicated, Zio Zishan said. If you consider the facts of the case, you'll understand. Strictly speaking, this has already become a public prosecution case. Although a senator's power is above all, legally speaking, this kind of pardon can only mitigate punishment, not fully exonerate. End of chapter. Chapter 1631, Going to Guangzhou. No, Uncle Zio. Whatever the Senate or Executive Committee wants to rule has nothing to do with me. My opinion is already on this pardon letter. I forgive her for the crimes she committed against me. As for whether you pardon her or hang her out of consideration for your grand ambitions, I'm not interested. Zhang Yumi's voice was flat. I have no intention of interfering with the trial. What I mean is, can I not appear in court? As the party involved, it wouldn't be appropriate for you not to attend, Zio Zishan said. I can designate someone to represent me. I think you can understand Uncle Zio. Zio Zishan nodded. Looking at it from her perspective, the situation was indeed quite awkward. Let Ziki take my place in court. I'll sign an authorization letter entrusting her with full authority to represent me. Her opinion is my opinion, except she can't overturn my pardon letter. All right, I'll raise this with the arbitration tribunal. Let them arrange it. Thank you, Uncle Zio, Zhang Yumi said. I know this matter isn't easy for you adults. Not at all. Zio Zishan shook his head with a bitter smile. Guangzhou isn't in our hands yet. Since you feel the academy dormitory isn't suitable, why not move to the second guest house first? I don't want to stay in Lingao anymore. If it's not too much trouble, just send me wherever you like, Uncle Zio. Let me have some peace and quiet, preferably off Hainan Island. I can arrange for you to go to Hong Kong, Zio Zishan said, but it's very boring there. It doesn't matter. I'll go to Hong Kong then. You first submit an internship application through the academy. I'll tell Hu Qingbai to green-light it to the organization department immediately. Watching Zhang Yumi turn and leave, Zio Zishan sighed silently. Actually, this matter was not complicated. Unfortunately, no senator matter is small. Any carelessness could affect unity and, worse, set a bad precedent for the future. The truth was, anyone with discerning eyes could see that at this point, the case had little to do with old Zhang's or little Zhang's wishes anymore. Zhang Yunmi's strategic retreat, though somewhat passive, at least spared them the trouble of a crowd scrambling to eat human blood-steamed buns. The telephone on the desk rang. It was Ding Ding calling, asking again about the scope of reporting on this matter. I'll say it again, this matter is not allowed in the papers. Correct, apart from Morning Star, it's not to be published in any media that naturalized citizens can see. This is the executive committee's decision. Correct, the standing committee feels the same way, Zio Zishan reiterated. This is a matter of right and wrong. You must hold firm and not let your ears go soft. He put down the phone, feeling annoyed at Ding Ding's failure to correctly comprehend the guiding spirit. This fellow was, after all, from a journalism background, still full of his journalism philosophy, plus his girlfriend's inclinations. It seemed the propaganda department should still be managed by people from the propaganda system. In the future, Comrade Ding Ding should just focus on his professionally appropriate and promising job as chief editor of the newspaper. A few days later, Zhang Yumi boarded the Dabo shipping scheduled liner to Hong Kong under the General Office's arrangement. As a senator, she was escorted by guards dispatched by the General Office and stayed in the most luxurious stern cabin of the T-800. Among the passengers in steerage below deck was one second young master Huang Bingkun. Huang Bingkun's destination was not Hong Kong. He did not even know there was an island in the world called Hong Kong. His destination was Guangzhou. The idea of fleeing to the mainland had been with him for a long time, but Huang Bingkun had never acted on it. Too many household matters. Old Master Huang had become a county councillor, and now, besides being away from home all day for observation tour, study sessions and meetings, he also had to respond to the Hair Bandits' various campaigns every now and then. As a county councillor, he had to set an example. Sometimes it was the Exterminate Rats and Eliminate Pests campaign, sometimes the Clean Up the Countryside campaign, most recently the Every Household Plant 1/10 Acre of Castor Beans campaign. Every time, the Huang family had to respond by mobilizing the whole village. Meanwhile, Big Brother had to manage the family business, so these miscellaneous matters inevitably fell on his shoulders. The village and home were not peaceful either. Big Brother's children ran in and out of the house every day carrying paper flags pasted on bamboo strips, buckets of whitewash in hand, painting Huang family village with slogans everywhere. It was annoying to look at. Fortunately, a distant relative of the Huang family on the mainland wanted to relocate to Lingao. Huang Bingkun seized the opportunity and asked for this errand, heading to Guangzhou. After drifting at sea for a few days, Huang Bingkun felt a joyful sense of escaping a cage. No matter how powerful the hair bandits were in Hainan, they were few in number and held little land. The great Ming had received heaven's mandate for over 200 years, possessed all under heaven, and enjoyed deep benevolence and abundant grace. Surely there would be righteous men to restore the fallen lands. Huang Bingkun had originally hoped that upon arriving in Guangzhou, he could find a way to maneuver into the private staff of some local dignitary. With his understanding of the hair bandits' internal affairs, he could influence his employer, memorialize the court to strictly enforce maritime prohibition, and undermine the hair bandits' foundations. However, he soon experienced the meaning of ideals are plump, reality is bony. As soon as the boat passed Hong Kong Island, he saw ships flying the blue and white double-star flag, belching black smoke, chugging back and forth in the bay. In the distance loomed the giant ships of the hair bandits, their black hulls seeming to cover a vast expanse of sea. Not a single shadow of the great Ming's naval forces could be seen. Fishermen all flew the hair bandits' fishing flags when going out to sea. Small boats constantly rushed to the hair bandits' ships, hawking vegetables, wine, and food. This scene made Huang Bingkun somewhat anxious. This magnificent Pearl River estuary of the Great Ming had actually become the hair bandits' domain, and Great Ming officials could only let it be. Even if everything went smoothly for him in Guangzhou, it would take 10 years of recuperation to restore Lingao. Setting aside everything else, just amassing ships to match these giant vessels would take several years of effort. When the boat docked, Huang Bingkun's anxious mood sank to the bottom. The traces of the great fire that had burned the Five Rams station still had not been repaired. Just to the southeast of the city stood a giant fortress by the river, looking in style exactly like the hair bandits' fortress form. Below the giant fortress walls was a wharf, countless hair bandit ships moored, cranes spewing black smoke as they hoisted goods from the vessels. Inside and outside the giant fortress, scaffolding stood in groves. Yet a main road had already been paved from the city gate, using the same black cinder as in Lingao, laid flat, with roadside trees planted on both sides. The saplings were small, but lined up along the street they looked quite neat. On both sides of the road stood sparse houses and shops. Pedestrians flowed unceasingly. Small vendors in vests and short shirts, groups of workers in coarse cloth walking by, lavishly decorated sedan chairs swaying toward the giant fortress, no telling who was inside. This scene reminded Huang Bingkun of when the hair bandits had just arrived in Lingao, building their fortress at Bern, establishing their market at the East Gate. He sighed secretly. Is what happened in Lingao going to be replayed in Guangzhou? Carrying his luggage, Huang Bingkun walked slowly off the ship. Now he no longer felt the joy of escaping a cage, only bewilderment. In Guangzhou, the hair bandits obviously had not openly presided over county affairs as they did in Lingao. But judging by appearances, this business of transforming the civilized with barbarians was replaying itself. The pier was packed as usual with inn-servants soliciting customers. "Sir, come stay at our place. Our establishment is clean and tidy with convenient facilities. Sir, our establishment is an affiliate of the Kiwei Inn. No one in Guangzhou City can compare to us. This gentleman, the latest Guangzhou travel guide, get a copy, comes with a free pleasure-seeking map." The servants and hawkers swarmed the pier. Huang Bingkun pushed away those crowding him with distaste. The city gate was not much different from his memory. When he was young, he had been to Guangzhou. In his recollection, Guangzhou was a prosperous and wealthy first city of the south. The neatness of its streets and prosperity of its market had given this young man from a remote small county quite a shock. However, now as he walked into the city, he felt somewhat disappointed. The city gate still bore the blackened marks of a great fire, reportedly from the fire the hair bandits set when they came to the city gates last time. Although the city had streets paved with flagstones, compared to the current roads in Lingao County town, These flagstones were neither flat nor neatly laid. They looked rather shabby. Many side streets and alleys had no flagstones at all, not even gravel, just mud roads that left his feet covered in muck. The shops on both sides of the streets looked gray and grimy, their goods crude in quality. The walls were covered with urine stains and piled with garbage. Sewage flowed everywhere. He examined these shops with disdain, feeling they were not only unlike his memory of grandeur but actually somewhat shabby. What he found even more unacceptable, on the roadside at the base of walls in nooks and crannies, there were always remnants and traces of human waste. Some weak beggars lay right next to the excrement, stretching out withered arms to beg from passers-by. There had not been any beggars in Lingao County for a long time. As long as you were human, there was work to do. Even the disabled had jobs arranged. Those unwilling to work found themselves working once they went to the labor reform team. Although Huang Bingkun harbored many grievances against the hair bandits, he supported their